BJP government not taking any action and for failing to protect its workers. There were also visuals of some of Hindutva workers holding boxes to collect donations for the family yesterday as well.
All right, thanks so much for joining us for the very latest details. Let's take a look at the top developments on Praveen Mitharu murder that has sparked massive outrage in Karnataka. In the wake of the murder of BJP worker in Dakshin Kannada, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has cancelled events to mark his government's 1 year in office. He's announced to form a new anti-terror squad. Union Minister Shobha Karanjale has written to Union Home Minister Namma Chennai and demanded an NIA probe in Praveen murder case. BJP MLA MP Renukacharya threatened to resign if the state government does not take strict action against the attackers. He said, "What is the use of being in power if we cannot protect our Hindu workers?" Condemning the killing of BJP Yuva Morcha member, leader of opposition in Karnataka, Siddaramaiah asked police to take action against the perpetrators without any biases. JDS leader HD Kumaraswamy questioning as to when this string of killings would end, asked about the BJP government's inaction after the similar killing of Bajrang Dal activist Harsha in Shivamogga in February that took place. In 2023, Karnataka will be heading into all crucial state assembly elections. However, in recent months, the state has been witnessing simmering tensions as the communal controversies are taking center stage. This time, another gruesome murder has now come to the fore, spurring a fiery debate on who is responsible for the spate of communalism that is being witnessed in Karnataka. Take a look at this report.
Another suspected hate crime murder in Karnataka. Massive anger. Violent protests. Karnataka's Dakshin Kannada district simmering. Praveen was hacked to death on Tuesday, days after backing Kanhaiya, who was beheaded by Islamists in Udaipur on June the 28th for supporting Nupur Sharma. Praveen was silenced a month after he raised his voice against the Sartan Se Juda murder. But is there any real link? By posting this image as a mark of protest against the beheading of Kanhaiya by Islamist radicals, did Praveen paint a target on himself? Amidst massive unrest, anger and protests by saffron groups alleging the role of Islamist group Popular Front of India, his bereaved and inconsolable father lamented the loss of the sole breadwinner of the family.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಮಾಮಿ ಮೂಲ ಒತ್ತಿ ಉಳ್ಳೈನ ಈ ಬೆಕ್ಕ ಬರೋಡು ಅಪ್ಪ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೆಯವಾಣೋಡು ಅಂತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೋಪನಾಳು ಬಂಡಾನು ಮುಖ ಮಗಕ್ಕೆ ಜಮಾತಿ ಪೋನು ಅಲ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ಪ ಏನು ಬರ್ಪಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಬತ್ತಡ್ಕ ಏನು ಪೋಪನ್ಲ ಪೋಪ ಜನ ಫಳಪೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿ.
Protesters have gathered in large numbers. They have surrounded BJP leaders Nalin Kumar Patil and Sunil Kumar, who have come here to visit the family. The protesters are raising slogans against the BJP government and the leaders who did not show up earlier as expected. Now, earlier the family members and Praveen's relatives were also angry that the BJP leaders and the local MLAs did not visit them earlier at their hospital.
Chief Minister of Karnataka Basavaraj Bommai has condemned the barbaric killing and promised justice as angry BJP workers have taken to the streets, venting anger at top BJP netas.
How's the investigation?
Police is already strong in action. SP is also there in the spot, and they have been constantly in touch with Kasaragod SP because it's a border. The way it has been done, it shows a very, very pre-planned and organized thing. We have taken it very seriously.
हमारा सिद्धांत सारे राज्य में देश में हिंदुत्ववाद
ज़्यादा हो रहा है, इसलिए ये मर्डर वाला भी ऐसा काम कर रहा है। इसलिए हमारा हिंदू कार्यकर्ताओं को भी मैं कुछ बोलना चाहता हूँ। इसके बारे में हमारा सिद्धांत के लिए थोड़ा हम क्या क्या करना है और हमारा संगठन और भी मजबूत करना है।
While Congress netas blamed the BJP, the Saffron Party said that bigoted forces backed by the Congress got the BJP youth killed.
It has been a continuous spree of such killings. It is 30, and this is 31, number 31. And till date, in spite of the government being ruled by the BJP in the state and in the center, not a single case has reached its logical end.
PFI और SDP को जो बढ़ावा दिया है, वो उधर केरल में और इधर भी कर्नाटक में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी उसको बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। उनके खिलाफ जो कुछ भी केसेस था, सिद्धरामैया ने इनको विथड्रॉ किया था। इनको एक तरह से एनकरेजमेंट मिल रहे हैं।
ಪುತ್ತೂರು ಮತ್ತು ಸುಳ್ಯ ತಾಲೂಕನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧುಗಳು ಸ್ವಯಂ ಪ್ರೇರಿತರಾಗಿ ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದ ನೋವನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕೊಲೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ಕಿಲ್ಲರ್ಸ್ ಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡಿರತಕ್ಕಂತದ್ದು ನಾವು ಕಂಡಿರ್ತೇವೆ.
Praveen was hacked to death by 3 killers on a bike with a Kerala license plate. The bike was later abandoned. The Karnataka police has now sent a special police team to Kerala to probe the PFI link and hunt for the murderers. With Priyanka Rudrappa in Dakshin Kannada district of Karnataka, Bureau Report, India Today.
The ED probe into Bengal recruitment scam is now intensifying and the houses of cash keep crumbling. In a late-night raid at Partha Chatterjee's 8 Arpita Mukherjee's Belghoria residence, ED officials seized another mountain of cash worth 28 crore rupees and counting gold bars, jewellery worth over 2 crore rupees. Take a look at the report.
The ED's probe into the Bengal teacher recruitment scam is intensifying and the mountain of cash keeps growing. On Wednesday, the ED sources say the agency has allegedly seized over 20 crore rupees from Partha's close aide Arpita Mukherjee's Belghoria residence. Over 4 counting machines are deployed for the counting. This recovery comes just days after ED's first cash haul on 22nd July. Amounting to 21 crore rupees from Arpita's Tollygunj residence. But the central agency's seizures from Arpita do not stop there. Gold bars and jewellery allegedly worth 2 crore rupees was also recovered.
This particular flat that we can look at over here in the same housing complex in Block 2, the other one in Block 5, which was owned by Arpita Mukherjee. This one too is being claimed to be owned by Arpita. And here it has been raided first and then locked by the ED. A notice has been stamped over here by the Enforcement Directorate's Kolkata's department. 2A is being claimed to be this particular residence which is owned by Arpita as well. The last time the raid happened on Friday, it was 21 crores, rather Thursday night, it was 21 crores that was recovered from her Tollygunj residence. In the other apartment, money is being counted through machines.
At Arpita Mukherjee's other Tollygunj residence, in addition to the 21 crore rupees cash haul, the Enforcement Directorate officials also found 56 lakh rupees worth foreign currency and 76 lakh rupees worth gold. The total cash haul adds to at least 40 crore rupees. The clock is ticking for Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee. Will Mamata Banerjee sack him? With Suryagni Roy in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
Ritik Mondal is joining us live from Arpita's residence in Kolkata, and Priyanka Tibrewal, the Bharatiya Janata Party leader, is joining us too. Ms. Tibrewal, over to you first. It's baffling when you have cash worth 20 crore rupees, gold bars which are found in Arpita's house. What more proof does anybody require in terms of there being something very fishy that is going on as far as this is concerned? It clearly looks like a scam, and the TMC it needs to break their silence on this.
See, I think they are left with no face to break their silence, because when huge sums of money is being unearthed like this, and not just that, multiple documents of properties which have been found, and when you try to investigate in the same, the ED will come to a conclusion where these properties are not shown in their ITR return. So it is as clear as crystal, because if you do not show those incomes in your ITR, then where has those properties come from? And if you are owing those properties and you have evaded tax, then you should be booked under the income tax as well, and you have to show the valid source of income, which is not there, because we all know that this amount of money which has been unearthed, this is not a white amount which they have earned. This is definitely a black money, and they have to answer for that. Now, see, it is always there that those who are at the receiving end of the ED, due to the action which is powered by the PMLA Act, they cry foul. They say that,
I was about to come to that. That's the point I was about to bring up, what you have just spoken about, because the TMC always is accusing the Bharatiya Janata Party of using central agencies, including the Enforcement Directorate, to target their own netas. But on the other side, when you have 20 crores, I mean, who keeps 20 crores of cash in their house?
Not just 20. The last night before I went to bed, almost, I think they were running short of machines to count the cash, because the figure has crossed 40 crores. That figure had crossed, and this was, till midnight yesterday. So again, I will say that those who are at the receiving end, they question that the process which emerges out of the law, because the law is very clear. It tries to stop any kind of misuse. It tries to stop any kind of corruption. So then they say that, this agencies are being used by the party in power. They question the legality. And, this is also so very clear that only yesterday, a 3-judges bench has given a judgment in the Supreme Court when the court has dismissed a plea which was filed by a number of ministers of the opposition like P. Chidambaram and Anil Deshmukh, and the court gave them a reality check by dismissing the plea. See, there were certain principles on which the court has passed a judgment yesterday, where they have said that there is no arbitrariness. There is no arbitrariness in the provision of the Act, as it is empowered by the ED to conduct searches and raids.
Yes, that's true.
That is what the Act says. So you have the rights to conduct the searches and raids and see.
That is the latest Supreme Court. Yes, that is what the Supreme Court has observed, and that's been a latest development. We've been running that story as well. Ms. Tibrewal, I request you to hold on with us. Ritik Mondal is also with us. Ritik, now, the TMC clearly has distanced itself from Partha Chatterjee, but the fact of the matter is Partha is somebody who has been a close aide of Mamata Banerjee. Why is it that today TMC does not want to break its silence or even issue a clarification in this regard?
Right. At this point in time, when opposition is targeting Trinamool Congress and saying this is just nothing, the tip of an iceberg, and we're given to understand that TMC is trying to maintain distance from Partha Chatterjee and Mamata Banerjee, gone on record saying that even Chatterjee, if proven guilty, party will take action against him. But remember, Partha Chatterjee, a close associate and of course very crucial and very significant member of Mamata cabinet, and he always maintained a very close relation with Mamata Banerjee also. So which is why opposition is targeting Trinamool Congress. Why they are not taking any action against Partha Chatterjee. But as of now, we spoke with Kunal Ghosh yesterday even, and he said that they are just waiting and watching what else is happening, but they are keeping their faith on ED investigation, but questions remains at this point in time. But let me show you what we are bringing, what we are picking up at this point in time, that we are being told that at least 28 crore of cash has been recovered from Arpita's flat, which is located in Belghoria. We are bringing this live broadcast from this particular flat. But let me ask some of the neighbors of Arpita Mukherjee. आपसे मैडम जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आप बिल्कुल बगल वाले घर में रहते थे. कल रात तक, देर रात तक, करीब 10 घंटों तक यहाँ पर ये काउंटिंग चली. उसके बावजूद इतना पैसा मिला. क्या कभी आपने अर्पिता को देखे थे?
नहीं, मैंने कभी नहीं देखा अर्पिता को. मैं अर्पिता को पहचानती भी नहीं हूँ. मैंने टीवी पे ही पहली बार उसका फेस देखा.
कौन रहता था इस फ्लैट में?
कैसे बता सकती हूँ. अभी पता चला कि अर्पिता का फ्लैट है.
ज्यादातर बंद रहता था?
हाँ, बंद रहते. मेरे दोनों फ्लैट बंद रहते हैं. मैं अकेली रहती हूँ.
अच्छा, तो अगर ये सवाल जरूर आता है कि जितने पैसे वहाँ से मिले उनको ले जाने में एक ट्रक बुलाना पड़ा, तो बारी बारी में शायद इसको लाया गया था. तो कभी किसी को कोई भनक आपको मिला कि कोई लोग आज संदिग्ध लोग आ जा रहे हैं, ऐसा कुछ?
नहीं, हमको कभी नहीं लगा, क्योंकि हम लोग तो अकेले रहते थे, तो हमेशा लॉक करके रहते थे.
So question arises that how come that could be possible? Such a amount of money, a mountain of cash has been recovered from inside this particular flat, and not we are given to understand that cash was kept inside the bedroom, and cash was recovered. A huge amount of cash also was recovered from the from a cabinet just inside the wash basin of the bathroom. But let me show you one thing that. Enforcement Directorate officials, they have recovered the CCTV footages, and the files have been recovered by Enforcement Directorate that could lead to give a pulse or a sense who were coming in this residence. But we are given to understand that Arpita Mukherjee, close associate of Partha Chatterjee, both have been arrested by Enforcement Directorate in job scam. Arpita has 2 flats in this particular residence which is under probe, and we are given to understand that today even both will be interrogated for several hours.
Stay on right there. I want to bring in Priyanka Tibrewal of the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. You know, Priyanka, West Bengal is a very large state, and there are many ministers in Mamata's cabinet as well. Leave alone Mamata resigning or not, what the BJP is demanding, that is something we're not getting into. But shouldn't Partha Chatterjee, one, be sacked, B, Mamata should come out clean with her relationship with Partha Chatterjee in terms of a professional relationship, what she shared, and come out and issue a clarification whether she knew, did not know, etc.?
They do not have the audacity to do that. That is the reason they are now not asking him to resign. Because you see, there is a kahavat in Hindi, chor chor mosere bhai. And from, top to bottom, all of them are involved. I am telling you that this 40 crore is nothing. It's just peanuts. If all the ministers of this of this sitting government, if they are investigated, then you will find out that the figure will cross 4,000 crores. Because top to bottom, all of them are involved in this. That's the reason they are not raising any or taking any actions. Now see, this is the same government who was very, very aggressive in saying, that the Goa chief minister should resign. Why were they asking him to resign when here, all your tainted ministers, now, and I call them tainted because half of them are jail returns, like Bobby Hakim, like Kunal Ghosh, they have all gone to the jail, and now also investigation is in process. But they're still the sitting mantris and holding portfolios. So when she doesn't question them, and she and thereafter she says that she's a very honest chief minister. This is the honesty which is being shown on the TV screens now. So her taking no action in itself speaks that they are all involved in this. You see, they always question that ED is being used. Now I will tell you certain figures from 2014 till 2021. After coming of the NDA government, that is the BJP government, there is zero tolerance to corruption. How many
Priyanka, this is not a debate about the BJP. This is, of course, about TMC, and you have very valid points there as far as West Bengal is concerned, as far as Mamata Banerjee is concerned, and right questions being asked on Mamata Banerjee's silence. We leave it at that. Thank you very much, Priyanka, for joining us, and Ritik as well for bringing us that ground report right there. The ED is only intensifying its probe into Bengal recruitment scam. In an overnight raid, the agency has recovered nearly 29 crore rupees from Arpita Mukherjee's flat in Belgharia. Over 5 kilograms of gold have also been recovered from Arpita's residence. ED says huge amount of money was recovered from the washroom. It also says many crucial documents have been recovered. With these developments, politics is now growing louder over this recruitment scam. BJP is also set to hold a rally demanding Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's resignation. Meanwhile, BJP and Congress are breathing fire on Mamata government over the cash haul. Leader of opposition in Bengal, Shivendu Adhikari, hit out at Mamata saying that scam by Partha was guided by the Chief Minister herself. BJP State President Sukanta Majumdar tweeted calling it as a tip of the iceberg, highlighting what he called a loot by the TMC in Bengal.
আরে আমরা তো ইতিমধ্যে হাইকোর্টে দুজন প্রাক্তন এমএলএ একজন হাফ মন্ত্রীর চিঠি লয়াররা জমা দিয়েছে আরেকটা এমএলএর চিঠি সিবিআই করার জন্য হাইকোর্ট বলেছে সমস্ত দুর্নীতি পার্থ চ্যাটার্জির ওই অফিস থেকে ঘর থেকে হয়েছে এবং গাইডেড বাই ইনস্ট্রাক্টেড বাই মমতা ব্যানার্জি অতএব এটাতে যদি একেবারে এজেন্টদের ধরা যায় গোটা রাজ্যে 100-র বেশি বিধায়ক এবং তৃণমূলের ছোট বড় সব রকম নেতা মিলে কয়েকশো এর মধ্যে ধরা পড়বে
Bring to a very short commercial break. When we return, Tamil Nadu checkered in chess politics ahead of Modi's visit. BJP workers blew Prime Minister's picture on Chess Olympiad posters. Details in just about a bit.
ये ई-स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
ESPL registration has been finished.
रुको पापा, 1 मिनट।
बेटा या तो मोबाइल में गेम खेल ले या टीवी देख ले, ये सब नहीं चलेगा।
पापा ये चलेगा नहीं, दौड़ेगा। कुछ भी नहीं पापा। असली ESPL तो अब शुरू हो रहा है। 16 टीम्स, सारे टॉप प्लेयर्स, 1 करोड़ का प्राइस पूल, बिग स्टेडियम, ग्रैंड ESPL और ऐसा कि इंडियन ई-स्पोर्ट्स में कभी हुआ ही नहीं। ESPL is back. Are you guys ready?
Chinese President Xi Jinping congratulated Draupadi Murmu after the swearing-in ceremony. It's a watershed moment for India as she takes charge as the next president. She is the second woman president of India and the first president to hail from the tribal community. This historic moment has also been noticed by the international community. In an official statement, the Chinese president said that he wants a healthy and stable China-India relationship. He added that he wants to work with Murmu to enhance political mutual trust, deepen practical cooperation, properly handle differences, and push bilateral ties forward on the right track. Not just China, Sri Lankan President Ranil Wickremesinghe also extended his congratulations to President Murmu. Moscow also extended their congratulations. Putin, via an official statement, said, "I hope your activities as the head of state will promote further development of the Russian-Indian political dialogue." Draupadi Murmu was sworn in as the 15th President of India. She defeated opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha and received 2,824 votes.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
I was just talking to Arjun and Tara, and we were discussing about how you all have shot during the pandemic, how difficult it was. Please tell me your journey. How was it for you?
I think it was just like a constant fear, living in the fear with mask on camera, like on set. We didn't have masks while we were doing the scenes, and then immediately after the scene was done, we were wearing a mask. It was just a constant fear sort of situation. But I mean, to be honest, grateful enough to be getting an opportunity to start our work again. The only issue I would say is because we had to go through another lockdown in between, to get in and get out of the character was a little hard, because after like 2-3 months you have to go back to it. That was sort of hard.
You had to maintain a physicality for this particular role that you're playing in Ek Villain?
I do have a part which I can't talk about, but yeah, I had something. Something. I'm so scared to say something that I'm not able to, I'm not allowed to speak, but yeah, I had to.
Like, did you have to put on weight or lose weight, or what was the brief about your?
I had to be a little more fit, is what I'm gonna say. I don't think Mohit sir is into losing weight or putting on weight. He never asked his girls to do that. But if you are, if you want to do something, you're always more than welcome. And I had to be a certain shape, I would say, not really putting on or putting off weight. And yeah, I had to just maintain that.
So, like you said, Mohit lets you be who you are.
Yeah.
You are very good with your Instagram is filled with things that even I wouldn't dare to try.
No, I'm sure you'll be better than me for trying.
No ways. But did that skill of yours was utilized in Ek Villain Returns?
Who knows? You're asking me slyly all those questions.
Very nicely.
I'm nervous about
something that you can reveal to us that the audiences are.
Who knows? You'll see it in a week now. It's just coming out on 29th.
Yes. And so, like you said, it's just a week. What kind of mindset are you right now? Nervous? Happy? What is the state of mind?
Combination of everything, I guess. And to be honest, we are kind of lucky because we are busy promoting, so we're not thinking a lot. But when you go back home, we see the reviews, we see reactions, and I think I'm pretty excited to watch it with everyone.
You are watching.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Welcome back. Politics has erupted over the Chess Olympiad being held in Chennai. DMK and BJP are at loggerheads over Prime Minister Modi's picture on billboards for the chess event. After BJP workers struck Modi's photograph on billboard for the chess event, DMK workers blackened the billboards bearing Prime Minister Modi's pictures. DMK has accused the BJP of defiling and vandalizing promotional posters put up by the state government. This comes after BJP office bearer affixed portraits of Prime Minister Modi on billboards put up by the Stalin government. The BJP says that while the Modi government ensured the Chess Olympiad in Chennai, DMK is trying to appropriate the event by not putting Modi's images on the posters. Prime Minister Modi will travel to Chennai to inaugurate 44th Chess Olympiad being held at JLN Stadium.
The efforts, it is because of the interest shown by Mr. M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Chess Olympiad is happening in our country. It is happening in the city of Chennai. He has praised it, he has spoken about it any number of times. It is all there in several news articles. For this event, the Tamil Nadu government is spending around 200 crores. Naturally, for the promotion, we will have the pictures of the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Why will we have anybody else's picture? If the union government wants the Prime Minister's picture to be there, let them promote.
Prime Minister doesn't need any publicity. But there is a respect for the country, there is a respect for the Prime Minister. So I think as a responsible Chief Minister, if he is responsible, if he had been responsible, he should have advised the government or the DMK to have our Prime Minister in all the posters. So our cadres naturally to create an awareness among the public that how this DMK and this government is trying to play politics in this. We have pasted, our cadres pasted Prime Minister's photo.
There is a custom and norms, procedure, protocols to be followed. Only I am appealing that they should, I think, with their wisdom, they will rectify the things. Already our Karyakartas are pasting Prime Minister's photo. That is okay, they are out of affection. But is the mandate, whatever the minimum courtesy to the authorities and state government who are the organizing committee.
Breaking news just coming in right now. Tamil Nadu checkered in chess politics. BJP claims DMK has now asked all the banners to be changed and Prime Minister Modi's image to be included. The BJP says DMK government changing 12,000 hoardings with immediate effect. My colleague Akshita Nandagopal is joining us live from Marina Beach in Chennai, bringing us up to speed for the very latest. Akshita, first up, what more can you add to the breaking news that is coming in? And secondly, if you can give our viewers a lay of the land. You're right there in Chennai, tracking the story very closely.
Kale, vanakkam to you, Chaiti, and to all of our viewers joining us here this morning on India Today. I'll get to the politics in just a bit, but Chaiti, have you met Thambi behind me? He's the mascot of the Chess Olympiad, and you're going to see him across Chennai. You know, this is the city I grew up in, and it's looking so different right now because of the way it's been completely changed up and prepped up for the Chess Olympiad, which is being deemed as a huge, huge moment for Chennai. There's a sense of pride also that I'm seeing in almost every Chennai today. But let's focus on the politics. Unfortunately, you know, while all Chennaiites are swelling up with pride, what we're seeing is political parties bickering over who should get credit over this. Now, we've been telling you about how posters showing Chief Minister MK Stalin alone in the Chess Olympiad ads across Chennai have been doing the rounds. I want to now take you directly. Let's go across to this side. I'm standing on the Marina Beach, and the ads here now feature Prime Minister Modi as well. I've been traveling across the city, and you look at this particular ad now. There's a picture of Prime Minister Modi that's essentially been added to the poster. I can make out from here, because I'm standing right next to it, that the picture of Prime Minister Modi has essentially been pasted on top of the poster. And this is damage control clearly by the government after all of that outrage about why Prime Minister Modi's picture wasn't there. I'll show you another point as well. We'll just walk across there across the road where there's another poster that you see. Again, Prime Minister Modi's picture seen in that particular poster as well. So everywhere right now, even as there was a controversy over these posters only showing MK Stalin, Chaiti, you can see now that Prime Minister Modi's image has also been very deftly added in literally overnight in most of the posters of Chennai, barring one or two. I didn't see any of the posters having only Chief Minister MK Stalin now.
Akshita, I just want to add one thing, and this is a little away from all that we're discussing right now. Why should anybody's photograph, whether it is Stalin, whether it is Modi, whether it is any leader, why do they need to put their pictures on these posters? It is a chess tournament. Let the players be there.
You know, what I can say is I think most of the posters deserve to have only Thambi's face in it, Chaiti, the mascot of the Chess Olympiad. And if you talk to the Chennaiites, what do they think? They think it's a great event. They're excited about the Chess Olympiad. Do they care who's responsible, whose picture's on the poster? Oh, I'm seeing an ad. It has Chief Minister Stalin's picture and not Prime Minister Modi's picture, or has Prime Minister Modi's picture. That whole controversy is something that's left to politicians. But on the ground, if you look at what's happening, the excitement is over the Chess Olympiad, not about who's responsible for it at all. So whatever said and done, whatever bickering and politics is happening as far as these politicians in Tamil Nadu is concerned, over the next few hours, it's going to come down to one thing: the Chess Olympiad, the legacy of it, and how well it really happens on the ground, and how much Chennaiites are looking forward to it, Chetty.
Hold on right there. Don't go anywhere. Akshita Nandagopal is joining us from Chennai on this story. Prime Minister Modi will be inaugurating the 44th Chess Olympiad at Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in Chennai today after the prestigious event, which was originally scheduled to take place in Russia, was moved to Mahabalipuram on the outskirts of Chennai. Take a look at this story.
Oh, the people, oh, the people. Welcome to Namma Chennai. Welcome to Namma Chennai. Welcome to Namma Chennai.
Chennai is saying Vanakkam to chess.
Welcome to Chennai. Welcome to Chennai.
The Tamil Nadu capital is all set to host the 44th Chess Olympiad. Preparations have been underway for days. The city has been painted black and white. There are chess boards everywhere. From the iconic Napier's Bridge to schools. The mascot for the Chess Olympiad is Thambi, a horse dressed in traditional Tamil attire of a veshti and shirt. A nationwide torch relay has already been underway.
Even when I came back as world champion in 2001, there was a wonderful ride through the city, and it was one of my treasured memories. But this one was even longer, and the police were walking the whole way. Many people greeted me from buses and cars. It was a very special experience.
On Thursday, Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate the Chess Olympiad at Chennai's Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. The prestigious competition, which has been organized since 1927, is being hosted in India for the first time and in Asia after 30 years. With 187 countries participating, this will be the largest participation in any chess Olympiad so far. India is also fielding its biggest ever contingent in the competition, comprising 30 players across 6 teams. The event was to be hosted in Russia but has been moved to Chennai in the backdrop of the Ukraine war. The stage is set. It's time now for the chess champions to make their move. Gambit. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, Akshita is now joining us for the very latest. Akshita, looks like that this entire acrimony that we are seeing between the DMK and the BJP has completely spilled on a different platform altogether.
Very true, Chaiti. But at the end of the day, look, there's a lot of excitement on the ground on the Chess Olympiad itself. And across the city, let me show you the very, very famous Namma Chennai signed the board along the Marina Beach, which is now accompanied by Thambi, the Chess Olympiad mascot. Now, if you've been tracking what's been happening in the last few weeks and all of the excitement over the Chess Olympiad, Thambi has essentially become the epitome of this Olympiad, of this competition. You see so many people who are gathered here taking selfies also with Thambi because he's become synonymous, and because his pictures are all over, everyone knows him by now. But if you look at the Chess Olympiad itself, the reason there's so much hype about it is because 190 nations are going to be taking part. And I know there are a lot of questions. Who's responsible? Is it the central government? Is it the state government? Who ensured that the Chess Olympiad would be brought to Chennai? Well, what also, the DMK is highlighting here is that when the Chess Olympiad, which was actually supposed to happen in Russia, was called off because of the Russia-Ukraine war, it was the Tamil Nadu government that stooped in. It was the Tamil Nadu government that, swooped in and reached out to the International Chess Federation and ensured that they chose Chennai. And so that's why the DMK maintains that we have all the right to do this. They've also spoken, I'm sure you heard what DMK Saravanan said. He's talking about the kind of funds that the Stalin government has put forth here. And they've said that the centre hasn't done enough to promote the Chess Olympiad, which is why these posters were doing the rounds in the first place with this huge picture of Chief Minister Stalin. That's been fixed now, considering Prime Minister Modi will be touching down this evening here in Chennai. Just to brief our viewers, he's going to be here this evening, Chaiti. First making his way to Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. That's where the inauguration ceremony is. The Chess Olympiad itself, the tournament is going to be happening in Mahabalipuram. That's about 1.5 hours from here. Beautiful, beautiful sight on the outskirts of Chennai. That's where you'll be seeing the Chess Olympiad happening. Prime Minister Modi, Chief Minister MK Stalin, all the dignitaries, they're going to be at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium today for that mega inauguration.
All right, thanks Akshita for joining us with those details. Continue to be with us. We're getting some big news break coming in. Let's take a look at what the latest is as far as the Karnataka hate murder is concerned. Breaking news coming in on the Karnataka hate murder. Last night, another batch of suspects picked up by the Mangalore police. Total 21 suspects picked up in Praveen's murder. Questioning is on. No arrests as of now. Investigation is in the questioning stage for the moment. All 21 are members of the PFI and the SDPI. Slipping into a very short commercial break, but when we return, the romanticism with pastels, with delicate floral embroideries in the air, and pastels are now the color of the season. Report on the other side of this break.
The World Health Organization has triggered the highest alarm yet again. In the last 14 years or so, this is the 6th time that a public health emergency has been declared. A public health emergency of international concern, which means that it concerns the entire global community, which also means the entire international community must sit up and take note of what is to be done next. Strengthen the surveillance systems, track down patients, ensure there is contact tracing, ensure that there is proper protocol in place to manage the infection. Many experts say that looking at the kind of information that is available right now, it is highly unlikely that monkeypox will assume pandemic proportions. In fact, here are the kind of comparisons that are being made. Monkeypox, because is not extremely transmissible, it's unlikely that the entire population will be vulnerable to it. Very, very unlikely. So having measures like lockdowns, etc., that worked to a great extent in the COVID-19 pandemic clearly will not work here, and they're not even going to be required, is what many experts are saying. In fact, they also go on to say that you will see cases increase. In fact, cases of monkeypox will be seen in the general population as well, not only just in men having sex with men, but even in the general population. But that does not mean that it will assume pandemic proportions.
We don't have to worry that this will spread to everybody. While everybody might be at risk, it can be prevented mostly by making sure that there are hygienic practices, and those who are infected are isolated completely without the contact of other healthy individuals.
He's done that in the past as well, 6 times. In 2009, H1N1 virus, also known as Mexican flu, swine flu in normal parlance, was declared a public health emergency of international concern. It eventually went on to assume pandemic proportions and was declared a pandemic as well. Then we've had cases in 2014, 16 and 19 wherein Zika virus, Ebola, even polio virus outbreak was declared a public health emergency of international concern. On the 30th of January 2020, COVID-19 was declared a public health emergency of international concern.
Big news break on Karnataka hate murder. Last night, another batch of suspects picked up by Mangalore police. When total 21 suspects have been picked up in Praveen's murder. The questioning is underway. No arrests shown as of now. Investigation is currently in the questioning stage. All 21 members of the PFI and SDPI, all of them who are being questioned are the members of PFI and SDPI. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is now joining us for the latest. Nagarjun, what can you add on the other batch of suspects which have been picked up by the Mangalore police and the latest as far as the investigation into Praveen's murder is concerned? Nagarjun? Nagarjun will join us in moments from now, but this is the big news break that we're bringing to you at this moment on Karnataka. Last night, another batch of suspects have been picked up by Mangalore police. Total of 21 suspects have been picked up in Praveen's murder. The interrogation is on, the questioning is on. So far, no arrests have been made, no arrests have been shown either. Investigation is now currently in the questioning stage. It has not moved beyond the questioning stage as yet. It is still in the questioning stage. All the 21 who are being questioned by the Mangalore police are the members of PFI and the SDPI. Nagarjun is with us. Nagarjun, what more can you add to the story that is just breaking right now? Huge development.
Well, at this point of time, what we are picking up from our sources is that 21 people have been picked up by the Mangalore police for questioning. No arrests have been done, but these 21 are suspects. Remember, there were allegations by the locals and BJP workers that PFI and SDPI were involved in this, and this could be a revenge murder by the other community. But today, we have confirmed with our police sources that 21 such people have been held by the Mangalore police and locally picked up in Dakshin Kannada district for questioning. And only if they're satisfied, this would be converted into arrest. They'll officially show it as arrest. But 21 people, including last night, there was fresh batch picked up. Around 11 people picked up yesterday in a late night development, and all of them have been questioning. And what's shocking is that majority of them or all of them are from PFI and SDPI. The top cop and top officials in the police department have confirmed that all the 21 are from PFI and SDPI. So there is some credibility to the locals that have been claiming, is what the police are also saying. We'll have to wait and watch if one of them confesses to this crime, and then the arrest will be done. In the course of time, in the next few hours, we will have better picture as to what is the process and in what course is the investigation heading.
All right, thanks for joining us with the latest details. But that is a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app.
Our world is filled with many scenic, interesting, weird and some creepy places, and we'll tell you about 5 weird islands of the world. This island is in Mexico. The island is surrounded with many dolls across it, and the story begins 50 years ago when only one man used to live there. One night he found a dead girl in the lake along with a doll, so he hung a doll on the tree in memory of her. This is where things got out of hand. He started having many nightmares, and so he hung more dolls around the island. He died in 2001, but the island is visited by tourists quite often. On the island of Socotra, you find trees and plants that are nowhere. Up to a third of this island is endemic. This island is isolated, and it's also called as the most island-looking place on Earth. In 2008, this was declared as UNESCO's World Heritage Site. It lies in the Arabian Peninsula, but is considered to be a part of Africa. So when do you plan to visit this place? Off the coast of Dubai are 300 man-made islands. This was made to look like the world. It took $13 billion to build these islands. It was constructed using tons of sand from the Persian Sea. People can buy part of the island and name it even. Its construction was started in 2003 and was completed in 2008. But due to the financial crisis of 2008, these islands weren't bought by many. Now it's just abandoned pieces of land. Is this the cutest island or what? The island is filled with rabbits all around. This place is known as Okushima Island. But let's tell you that behind this cuteness, there's also a dark past. During World War II, this island was built to develop poisonous gas to attack China. Due to the poisonous gases, more than 80,000 soldiers of China died. This island was a secret, and Japan even removed it from the map at that time. Now, this island only has a museum here with many of these cute creatures. It's said that these rabbits were left here by a school and then multiplied into a bunch of them. You know, Maldives is a beautiful, fancy island, but beyond that lies a waste island. It was built to get rid of the waste that was covering the island, and every day around 700 tons of waste was generated. When it was burnt, it would pollute the island and affect tourists. To solve this issue, they made this island. But many believe that it needs to get rid of this waste that's polluting the clean water. These are the 5 weirdest islands that we found on Earth. Do you know about any others? Let us know in the comments.
You are watching India.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts.
Looking at political back.
She takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct. Setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today. Very good morning. Thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula, getting you all the top stories. You're watching India's Agenda. Let's begin with the headlines first. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai cancels his government's one-year celebrations over murder of BJP worker Praveen, killed a month after Facebook post backing Kanhaiya Lal. It's raining cash scam in Bengal. ED uncovers fresh mountain of cash over 28 crores seized from Arpita's second residence. Proof mounting against Partha and his aid in cash for job scam. Over 50 crores cash haul triggers political face-off in Bengal. BJP guns for Chief Minister Mamata, demands her resignation. Will the TMC Supremo sack her confidant, Partha Chatterjee? Ugly political stalemate over Modi and Stalin poster
at Chennai Chess Olympiads day after BJP glues Modi posters, DMK workers blacken them. Breaking news coming in, Partha Chatterjee's personal secretary, Sukanta Acharya, has now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate to appear before the agency at 11 a.m. today. Clamour within the TMC to axe Partha Chatterjee. TMC spokesperson Kunal Ghosh on Partha Chatterjee says that Partha should be removed from ministry and all the party posts immediately. He should be expelled. So within the TMC also there's a clamour to axe Partha. But the BJP is questioning why Partha has not been sacked up until now. And within the TMC too, they want to sack Partha. Questions rising on why is Mamata Banerjee quiet? Why has she distanced herself from Partha Chatterjee? Now the latest development coming in is that Partha Chatterjee's personal secretary, Sukanta Acharya, has been summoned by ED to appear before the agency today at 11 a.m. And this, of course, is coming in the midst of all that cash and jewellery and the recoveries that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate from Arpita's residence. Ritik Mondal is now joining us live. Ritik, latest coming in, Partha's personal secretary is summoned by ED. The questioning will happen at 11 a.m. The clamour growing within the TMC is to axe Partha Chatterjee, something that the BJP also is asking TMC to do. But the bigger question here is, why is Mamata Banerjee silent on these developments and distancing herself from Partha Chatterjee? Was she aware? Was she not aware? That's a big question.
Right, at this point in time, we are picking up a couple of details that are pouring in on this multi-crore, job recruitment scam that has been unfolded in land of West Bengal. One is now ED is going to question Partha Chatterjee's personal secretary Sukanta Acharya, and he happens to be the personal secretary of Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee. He has been summoned by Enforcement Directorate and asked to be appear before the investigative agency by this morning at 11 a.m. Another development we are getting that from the sources of Enforcement Directorate, that Manik Bhattacharya, the person who was interrogated by the central agency yesterday for having his alleged involvement in state recruitment scam, he also summoned by Enforcement Directorate and asked to be appear before on Friday. But at this point in time, very, very interesting development that is coming from a tweet of Kunal Ghosh. Remember, Kunal Ghosh is the person who is mainly reacting since this incident, scam unfolded. Apart from Mamata Banerjee gone on record indicating that party could take any action, and I quote Kunal Ghosh tweets that which has come up just a while back: Partha Chatterjee should be removed from ministry and all party posts immediately. That's he posted. He should be expelled also. If this statement considered wrong, party has every right to remove me from all posts. So it indicates, even I also spoke to Kunal Ghosh yesterday while he was addressing a press conference. I also asked whether he believes, and at that point in time, this another money was another location was revealed by Enforcement Directorate, and we categorically asked what would be party's decision against this very senior and crucial minister Partha Chatterjee. Then he also said that party is considering this whether to take any action. So this particular tweet, it indicates that party must be considering taking any action. It would be interesting to see what happened next, but at this point in time it seems like the pressure is mounting on Partha Chatterjee as Enforcement Directorate reveals more places or location where a huge amount of money and a mountain of money was recovered.
Hold on right there. Bharti Ghosh, the Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson, is now joining us on this particular broadcast. Bharti, in the light of all the recoveries that have been made from Arpita's residence, and these have been the latest developments of the cash and the jewellery and all of that has been recovered, what is the Bharatiya Janata Party's stance as of now, as Mamata remains silent on this issue and Mamata distances herself from Partha Chatterjee? What is your latest stance?
See, we want the truth to come out. We want that everything should be exposed totally and the guilty should be punished. Because what is happening in Bengal for the last 1 decade is that there has been a very painful conversion of the honest Bengali. The honest Bengalis are being forced, dragged, and now swept away in this entire system of corruption. The West Bengal government, the TMC ruled government, is actually running an industry of corruption. And now the Bharatiya Janata Party has stood against it from the beginning. And today, with all this visible display, which India has not seen.
This point of time to the Trinamool Congress in Bengal.
We want that these thieves, the dacoits, the people who bribed the people of Bengal, and hundreds of thousands of students whose future have been sacrificed in lieu of this money. The money which you see today is money of bribery. Actually, the floodgates of corruption.
No, that's correct. Your specific demand, Ms. Ghosh.
Specific demand is that Mamata Banerjee should apologize and resign because she knows
before
everything.
Mamata Banerjee even resigns, Ms. Ghosh, shouldn't they first sack Partha Chatterjee as the first course of action, corrective course of action?
Sorry?
Should Partha Chatterjee
Please
be sacked as the first corrective course of action?
First corrective course of action is not there. Had it been a single incident of corruption, then we would have said that there is a first course of corruption, a second course of corruption. But this is going on for a long time. Maybe if you go back to the times of Madan Mitra, when Madan Mitra was arrested, then Mamata Banerjee came down on the streets with big placards that are we all thieves? If we see what happened when Rajiv Kumar's residence was raided by CBI, Mamata Banerjee rushed to his residence and tried to protect him. Had he been caught that day?
No, I understand all of what you're saying, but right now what we're talking about is Partha Chatterjee and Arpita. And this is the story we're talking about. And hence my clear question is, shouldn't Partha be sacked? Shouldn't that be your first demand before asking for Mamata's resignation? At this point of time, no one has established a direct connection to Mamata Banerjee, but her silence speaks volumes at the moment.
See, Partha Chatterjee's resignation should not be our demand. It should come automatically from the Trinamool Congress. What we are trying to stress is that Partha Chatterjee must resign or Partha Chatterjee should be sacked. That is the prerogative of Mamata Banerjee. But Bharatiya Janata Party has been insisting from day one that this is an industry of corruption. I repeat, an industry of corruption, and the tsunami of corruption has actually diluted the whole system of Bengal and polluted the whole system of Bengal. And Mamata Banerjee's silence is not new. In 2016, Mamata Banerjee has said that had I known all this, I would not have given them tickets. And then these people became cabinet ministers. So this whole period of exploitation, bribery, corruption, theft, mafianism, everything is government sponsored. That's what we have been insisting. So Partha Chatterjee, whether he will be sacked or whether he will be resigned.
All right. May I request you to hold on, Ms. Bharti Ghosh, right there. Shashi Panja, the Trinamool Congress spokesperson, is now joining us on this broadcast. My first question to you is, why is the Chief Minister silent and why is the Chief Minister distance herself from this entire issue of Partha Chatterjee? What is the course of action that the TMC would like to take at this point?
No, precisely, Mamata Banerjee is the Chief Minister. And she will take the due course of action. I'm not in a position to answer or speculate what her action would be. But as we have said in the previous 2-3 days, All India Trinamool Congress party and the government is both intolerant to any kind of corruption. So
was Partha Chatterjee not a close aide of Mamata Banerjee, Ms. Panja?
Of course, he's an honorable minister in the government. Of course, he is. Who's denying that? The investigation is on. as we have said, the investigation is on and we want a speedy investigation and a very quick verdict. We are absolutely, we don't want this, some parties, political parties or the ruling dispensation at the center or the political party trying to utilize, and jump in and things like that. So this is exactly the perception politics that they are trying to create, which should be avoided. And that can only be done when you allow an agency to function independently and allow it to function quickly.
And I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate you saying that as a minister of Trinamool Congress. But as far as the Trinamool Congress is concerned, now look, this is no longer an allegation. You've got all this cash that has been recovered from Arpita's residence as well, who's a close aide of Partha. The ED is doing its job. The investigation is currently on. But up until the point till the entire investigation is over, shouldn't Partha Chatterjee at least be suspended, if not sacked?
Ma'am, as I said, that you need to wait for that, and you must have to have that trust and belief, because Mamta is not a person of today. Are you on the line? Hello?
Yes, I am on the line. I can hear you. Go on.
Mamta Banerjee, those who have known her, have known her as a veteran parliamentarian who has come through the process of Andolan, and coming from a humble and a modest background.
No, you're digressing, Ms. Panja. With all due respect, you're digressing. With all due respect, you're digressing. Stay on the line with me. I want to bring in, please stay on, Ms. Panja. Bharti Ghosh of the BJP is also there. Bharti, are you convinced with what the TMC minister has to say on this? Because they are not even suspending the minister, leave alone sacking him. Because up until the point the investigation is over, it's only fair that the minister steps down.
I'm very surprised. Actually, I'm very surprised that when Minister Shashi Panja speaks of Partha Bhattacharya, she says the honorable minister, still honorable? Still honorable? After the visible display of what we are seeing post-independence, this has never happened. Guys, you are entering a determining point in history. You're entering a determining point in history where the whole country is talking of the industry of corruption. And Mamta Banerjee, once known for her resignation in the coffee scam, is now running a government by corruption, for corruption and of corruption. And the long silence. Let me quote an order of February 2022, where the Honorable Justice Ganguly, High Court, CBI should inquire a very important part of the serious illegality and irregularity as to whether there is any money trail in issuance of such recommendation letters. And then he says on 12th April that Mr. Partha Chatterjee, the Honorable Education Minister, cannot be kept out of the dragnet of CBI. Now the Chief Minister of West Bengal, being the Police Minister, has she conducted any inquiry into what is happening?
That's a good point. Shashi Panja, respond. Has there been any internal inquiry within the Trinamool Congress as far as Partha is concerned? Because there is also a growing clamour within your party, Ms. Panja, to axe Partha.
Can you hear? Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Now, first of all, I did not know that an honourable member of the Bharatiya Janata Party was on the show. So let me first clarify very clearly. I mean, this is the last. I will not be answering, or we will not be answerable to the BJP.
You answer me. You are answerable to the people of the country via journalists. So please answer me.
A lot of things about us. No, ma'am. You allowed us to say a lot of things about us. So those who are looting the country and those whose leaders, starting from Karnataka contractor scam up till Vyapan scam, starting from B.S. Yediyurappa, the Reddy brothers, Hemant Biswa Sarma, Suvendu Odhikari in West Bengal, they have no morality, no moral high ground to ask us questions.
Ms. Panja, now the question is coming from me. The question is coming from India Today. This is whataboutery. You don't have to answer to the BJP. But the point that I'm trying to make here is, and a question that I'm asking, and please take this question in isolation coming in from me. Is there any inquiry conducted against Partha Chatterjee by the Trinamool Congress or by the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee? Number two, there is a growing clamour to sack Partha Chatterjee. Partha, what are you doing about it?
Mamata Banerjee has spoken clearly twice in public programs, which you have covered. You have seen her speech. She has expressed that anybody, when found guilty, she would not take any time to do whatever action she has to take. Understood? So this is an ongoing investigation. Of course, the circumstantial evidence is also equally incriminating. The aid, we don't know anything about the aid. We cannot associate ourselves with the aid. And also that, yes, if he is associated with the crime, then he will not be spared. She has said it in very clear language. And there's no whataboutery. But this is very clear, and we have been appearing in your shows, and we've also mentioned this. We are not defending any corruption. We are not defending him. And when we say Honorable Minister, the chair has its honor. It doesn't have to be an individual. So as I said, Honorable Member of the...
I get the semantics. I get the semantics. I get the semantics of it. That is not my question at all. I'm cutting out all the noise from everything and asking a straightforward question on why is it that there is no suspension till the point of time the investigation is conducted. Investigation is over. If he gets a clean sheet, reinstate him.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, we appreciate that. And I just think you should need, because the leader of the party is Mamata Banerjee, the chief minister of this government is Mamata Banerjee, and she will take the call. It's not appropriate, or I don't think I can answer that question.
I agree, but your party, within your party as well, there is a clamour growing to sack Partha Chatterjee. So now if so many party members want Partha Chatterjee to be sacked, why is it that the TMC is functioning in this autocratic fashion where Mamata Banerjee is going to be calling the shots?
There's no autocracy, ma'am. There is no autocracy. If there was, then we would not be appearing on shows and discussing in debate. There's no autocracy. We are all talking on behalf of the party. But ultimately, the ministerial, as you say, is the prerogative of the chief minister, and she will take a call. How can I answer on her behalf?
And you know, I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate you coming out there and issuing a clarification, because that only shows that the TMC is not silent on this matter. But as far as Mamata Banerjee is concerned, she's not straight up said anything vis-a-vis Partha Chatterjee, and that is raising a very big question, and that is what is giving fodder to the BJP today. Because when you go to when ED has gone to Arpita's house, there is just hordes and hordes of cash and jewelry, whatnot recovered. All right. All right, there's breaking news coming in at the moment. Smriti Irani
maliciously by the Congress party. Congressmen have called her a puppet as a candidate. Congressmen have called her a symbol of evil. The attacks do not seem to stop against Draupadi Murmuji, even after she has now been elected to the highest constitutional office of the country. A tribal lady from a poor family who created history in our country is continuously demeaned by the Congress party. Sonia Gandhi appointed the leader of the Congress party in the Lok Sabha, a man who calls Srimati Draupadi Murmu Rashtrapatni. The congressman knew that this way to address the President of India is demeaning. The congressman knew that this way to address the President of India not only demeans her constitutional post, but also the rich tribal legacy she represents in our country. The congressman knew that to demean the President in such a fashion is to demean the potential of women in our country. To demean the President of India, the congressman knew, is to demean the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. The congressman knew that to demean Draupadi Murmuji as the President of India is to demean the potential of the poor who rise through the ranks with hard work. To demean Draupadi Murmuji and the office of the President of India is to demean, belie the hope and aspirations of Indians. Draupadi Murmuji has led a life of struggle and has represented the country's aspirations from Panchayat to Parliament. Under Sonia Gandhi's leadership, Congressmen continue to demean, defile women in constitutional posts. The Congress party, for demeaning the first tribal president of our country, needs to apologize in Parliament, on the streets of India, and an apology is due not only to the President of India, but every citizen of India who is duly represented by Srimati Draupadi Murmu in office. Thank you.
BJP has taken on Congress over the Rashtrapati jibe right there. Smriti Irani hits out at the Congress party. BJP taking on the Congress party over the Rashtrapati jibe. The BJP speaking out right there. Congress's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary calls President Murmu Rashtrapatni. The BJP has taken on the Congress on Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's comments on Draupadi Murmu, President of India, Draupadi Murmu. We'll get you some political reactions as we go along the way, but that was Smriti Irani slamming the Congress party on this issue. India's first tribal president, Smriti says, has been insulted by the Congress party. After that insult, Congress says that it was a slip of tongue by calling her Rashtrapatni. The BJP has taken the Congress over Rashtrapatni jibe. Into a break. When we return, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai cancels his government's one-year celebrations of a murder of BJP worker. This and more is back.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Big breakthrough in Karnataka hate murder. Karnataka police picked up another batch of accused in late-night hunt. Total 21 suspects have been picked up for Praveen's murder. However, no arrest has been made. Suspects are PFI and SDPI members. BJP workers also alleged the role of PFI and SDPI behind this brutal murder. Yesterday, even cops informed that Kerala number plate bike was used by assailants while attacking Praveen with machetes. Karnataka police has now sent its special team to Kerala to look for PFI links to the murder, if any. All right, that's the latest coming in as far as the Karnataka hate murder story is concerned. We'll continue getting you all the updates on the links that are possibly emerging in this particular story. A reporter will bring you up to speed with the very latest developments on the story. Karnataka's Dakshin Kannada district, amidst anger and outrage, Karnataka Chief Minister Bommai cancelled official function marking 1 year of his government. Police have registered a case of murder and interrogation with several people.
लगभग हर मंडल में मोर्चा के कार्यकर्ताओं के द्वारा जनसंपर्क अभियान भी आयोजित है। इसी अवसर पर हम सबके आगमन हुआ है। आज युवा मोर्चा के सभी कार्यकर्ता देश के कोने कोने से आ रहा है। आज और कल बिहार के 50 से अधिक विधानसभा क्षेत्रों में युवा मोर्चा के कार्यकर्ता प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के 8 साल के शासन के दौरान युवाओं के दृष्टिकोण से क्या हुआ है, युवा नीति और युवाओं के लिए अवसर कैसे हर क्षेत्र में प्रदान हुआ है, इन सभी बातों को जनसंपर्क अभियान के दौरान जनता को बताने का काम हम करेंगे। और 30th और 31st को जो 2 दिन की संयुक्त राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारिणी है, उस कार्यकारिणी में पार्टी के मोर्चाओं के सातों मोर्चाओं के नेशनल एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर्स भाग ले रहे हैं। आने वाले दिन के कार्यक्रम और योजना के बारे में भी डिस्कशन होगा और युवा मोर्चा के सभी कार्यकर्ता आज बहुत आदर से स्वागत किया है। मैं पटना के सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
पर जो कार्रवाई हो रही है उसको लेकर के नाराजगी जो है तमाम विपक्षी दल दिखा रहे हैं। क्या जांच एजेंसी गलत कर रही है या इस तरह से जांच एजेंसियों पे सवाल खड़ा करना कितना ये कठिन है?
देखिए, कानून इस देश में सबको एक है, पर गांधी परिवार ऐसे समझते हैं कि वो कानून से ऊपर है। जब मोदी जी के खिलाफ, अमित शाह जी के खिलाफ एक षड्यंत्र रचा हुआ।
All right, we're getting more reactions coming in. Listen in.
ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ನಿನ್ನೆಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ ಒಪ್ಪಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ತೊಳಲಾಟದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆ ತಾಯಿಯ ಕ್ರಂದವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಣಯನ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಈಗ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರಾಂಜಲ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಿಂದ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ
ಸರ್, ನೀವು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್
ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾದಂಥ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು NIA ಇದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದಿದೆ, ಅವುಗಳ ಪರಿಣಿತಿ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಫುಲ್ ಪ್ರೂಫ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ತಂಡವನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿ.
Slipping to a break when we return, ugly political stalemate over Modi and Stalin poster at Chennai Chess Olympiads. Day after BJP glues Modi posters, DMK workers blackened them.
welcome to all our viewers joining us this morning here on India Today TV. I'm joining you with a special broadcast from the streets of Chennai, which is quite literally turned into a chessboard. I'm at the iconic Napier Bridge, which is turned into black and white to commemorate the Chess Olympiad that kicks off in just hours from now. The excitement is at its peak, the politics is at its peak, and over the next 30 minutes, I'll be getting you all the updates you need to know on the preparations on the ground and the kind of political reactions as the centre and the state government are bickering over who's responsible for this historic moment that we're going to be seeing kick off in Chennai. Let me just show you around. The Napier Bridge, which is over the historic Kuam River in Chennai, has been completely painted this way. I know you've all seen pictures of this because it literally broke the internet a few days ago. And since then, it's not just tourists but also Chennaiites who've been extremely amused, who've come here in such large numbers to take selfies. And it's with these kind of unique campaigns, these kind of innovative measures that the government has been spreading the word on the Chess Olympiad. Now, in this particular stretch, we've been seeing these kind of preparations for a long time now. I'll take you through the other road. This is very close to the Marina Beach that I'm standing. Madras University is right next to me. But on this side, I'll just take you over to the other side as well, because right here is where Prime Minister Modi will be coming through. He's going to be making his way this evening for the inauguration of the Chess Olympiad to the Nehru Stadium, and you can see all the posters around there. Amid all of these questions about whether it's the central government that's responsible, that gets to take credit for this, or the state government, the BJP right now is going all out to promote this and welcome Prime Minister Modi. You see all these posters saying Vanga Modi ji Vanga, which means come Modi ji come. And this has been pasted across this entire stretch. You can see pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of Minister Anurag Thakur, as well as the state leadership of the BJP. There's another interesting one here that I'd like to show you. It says, welcome to Tamil Nadu, Grandmaster of Universe Modi ji. These are the kind of posters that have been put up now across this entire stretch, and with BJP flags also lined up. In this particular stretch of the road, which Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be taking, you won't see a single poster without Prime Minister Modi's image. And while I've been travelling through Chennai, you've seen this huge controversy with posters, massive Chess Olympiad posters with only Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's image. Now all of them have Prime Minister Modi's image also stuck right onto them. And then you have these stretches which the BJP has gone all out to decorate. Come this evening, in a few hours from now, you're going to be seeing this entire area lined up with BJP workers dancing, singing. It's going to be nothing short of a festival. And here on India Today, we'll get you all the live updates from the ground. I want to cut across now to breaking news that's coming in on the story. Now, Pakistan has released a statement on the Chess Olympiad. Unsurprisingly, they continue to provoke, this time over the torch that was being used to symbolize the Chess Olympiad. They travelled across the world and finally reached here in Tamil Nadu yesterday. Now, this particular torch was taken via Srinagar, and Pakistan, believe it or not, actually is trying to claim that that is a provocation. They're actually claiming that it's illegal to do that. Despite Srinagar very clearly being Indian territory, Pakistan, of course, has their own intents at hand. They've even announced now that they're boycotting the Chess Olympiad. So their contingent is not going to be here in Chennai today or tomorrow. Gaurav Sawant is joining us with more details on this. Gaurav, are we really surprised? Over every international event, Pakistan tries to go ahead and provoke, push their own agenda.
So a very desperate Pakistan backing out of the Chess Olympiad and trying to rake up the Kashmir issue. But, you're absolutely right. Not surprised by Pakistan's very cussed attitude, given the fact that the amount of effort that India has put in and the kind of response India has drawn. For the benefit of our viewers, this event has attracted more than 343 teams in the open and women's section. And these 343 plus teams are from 187 countries from across the world. So that is the response, India is getting, and Grandmaster India is getting. The best chess players from across the world are coming for this. And one little country in our neighborhood that anyway perhaps doesn't even have enough money to send teams for this is trying to use the excuse of Kashmir, claiming that because the torch passed through Jammu and Kashmir, which of course even the Indian Parliament has said is an integral part of India, they do not want to send their team. So, Pakistan, which is virtually on the verge of bankruptcy, Akshita, is trying to be, like there is this one relative in every marriage who's sulking. Well, Pakistan is that relative constantly sulking and not wanting to join the festivities in Chennai.
That's the perfect analogy to really describe what Pakistan is doing, because the whole world right now is talking about the Chess Olympiad, Gaurav, and it's not the first time that Pakistan has played this kind of a card. Not just boycotting, but talking about Jammu and Kashmir, trying to provoke on that line with India.
You're absolutely right. Not the first time. And also because Pakistan realizes how India's might, and you know that much better than I, how India's might is growing, how India's grandmasters are doing so well, including youngsters making a great mark globally. And Pakistan realizes how it's failing, and how it's failing virtually everywhere, from hockey to cricket, to their economy, to their society, to the fissures that we see within Pakistan in every field. So perhaps just to shift focus away from everything that's going wrong in Pakistan, their leadership tries to rake up Kashmir once again. But perhaps even their population has now wisened up to this and are questioning not just their civilian leadership, but also perhaps for the first time, and so vociferously, Pakistan's army that continues to rake up the Kashmir card just to remain relevant in Pakistan, Akshita.
Very true. And you know, Gaurav, it's such a moment of pride for India. Let's not waste any more time talking about Pakistan, which is nothing short of jealous right now, considering that they have no accomplishments to talk about. Here they are cribbing, trying to provoke, etc. While we're here showing off to the world about the Chess Olympiad. We're here showing the kind of preparations that's been done on the ground and showing off India's splendor to the world. Everyone's been talking about the kind of preparations on the ground. All the grandmasters who've already touched down here in India have also been, in fact, talking about the great preparations India has made, Chennai has made, Tamil Nadu has made. And that's what we'll be focusing on. Enough of Pakistan. They have nothing else perhaps to talk about, considering that they've already said they're boycotting the Chess Olympiad over the relay torch being taken through Srinagar. Thanks for the moment, Gaurav, for joining us. It's become a who's done what for the Chess Olympiad now on the streets of Chennai. Even as I show you how the Napier Bridge has been done up and decked up, this the Stalin government has taken credit for. As have several other initiatives in the city of Chennai, which is why they put up posters with just Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's pictures. And that's led to a massive showdown, as the BJP has said that this is an international event. Prime Minister Modi's picture deserves to be there. He's the Prime Minister of the country. It's led to an all-out war of words. Now, across Chennai, if you look today, till yesterday, all of the posters only had Chief Minister Stalin's images. Today, most of them have Prime Minister Modi's images. And there are a lot of questions about who's responsible for that. Are these BJP leaders who've pasted Prime Minister Modi's picture on the poster, or has the DMK had a rethink? We've spoken to several political representatives on both sides who are right now bickering with hours to go for the Chess Olympiad on who deserves credit for this. The DMK maintains that, look, we took the initiative. We reached out to the International Chess Federation, ensured in record time that the sanctions were through and the nod was given by Chief Minister Stalin. So we deservedly are taking credit for this. But the BJP maintains that the central government has done more than enough and is also helping with the organization of this historic Chess Olympiad. Let's take a look at some of the reactions and ground reports.
Few BJP goons along with Amar Prasad Reddy had illegally stick the photo sticker of Modi on the advertisement that are kept by Tamil Nadu government. To retaliate this BJP's cheap politics, our Thandai Periyar Dravadar Kalagam movement cadres had defaced the picture of Modi with the black paint that was forcefully stick by the BJP goons today. And also we like to clarify that what we did is just a retaliation move to the illegal activity that BJP did in the morning.
The efforts, it is because of the interest shown by Mr. M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Chess Olympiad is happening in our country. It is happening in the city of Chennai. He has praised it, he has spoken about it any number of times. It is all there in several news articles. The event, for this event, the Tamil Nadu government is spending around 200 crores. Naturally, for the promotion, we will have the pictures of this Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Why will we have anybody else's picture? If the union government wants the Prime Minister's picture to be there, let them promote.
Prime Minister doesn't need any publicity. But there is a respect for the country, there is a respect for the Prime Minister. So I think as a responsible Chief Minister, if he is responsible, if he had been responsible, he should have advised the government or the DMK to have our Prime Minister in all the posters. So our cadres naturally to create an awareness among the public that how this DMK and this government is trying to play politics in this. We have pasted, our cadres pasted Prime Minister's photo.
There is a custom and norms, procedure, protocols to be followed. Only I am appealing that they should, I think, with their wisdom, they will rectify the things. Already our Karyakartas are pasting Prime Minister's photo. That is okay, they are out of affection. But is the mandate, whatever the minimum courtesy to the authorities and state government who are the organizing committee.
So you've heard all the political reactions that have come in on this story. I can tell you that from the ground, to every Chennaiite I've spoken to, they don't really care about whose picture is in the poster and whose isn't. They're talking about the pride that the Chess Olympiad brings and how it's transformed this beautiful city in the manner that you see, in blocks of white and black. And it's not just here in the Napier Bridge, but several other parts of Chennai that there's been all-out unique campaigns. The DMK says that this is a result of our hard work. The Stalin government says we ensured this happened to the Napier Bridge. We ensured that the world right now is talking about the Chess Olympiad. We've ensured that Chennai is the chess capital of India. And that's why the DMK's contention is that the Stalin government has all the right to take full credit for this. They're also talking about the funds that have come in from the central government. I also want to highlight here that while you see all of this politics, as far as, the center-state relations to the world is concerned, there's no question of politics there. Prime Minister Modi will be coming down in just a few hours from now, and he'll be standing in the stage, sharing the dais with Chief Minister Stalin, where it's going to be all about bonhomie, like we saw the last time around as well. When Prime Minister Modi had come here, yes, Chief Minister Stalin on the same stage made it a point to raise a number of issues. NEET, as well as, the fishermen issue, GST dues, all of that was raised. But the photo of the bonhomie between the two leaders was still very much visible. So while we talk about the kind of reactions and the politics that's playing out, as far as the world is concerned, and on that stage this evening in a few hours from now, Prime Minister Modi and Chief Minister Stalin will be standing together representing the country, saying that this is an Indian event for the Chess Olympiad. Let's also focus now away from the politics. Let's talk about the event itself. What can you expect over the next 2 days? While you're seeing that the entire city of Chennai is decked up, remember that the Chess Olympiad is actually happening about 1.5 hours away from me in beautiful Mahabalipuram in Mahabalipuram. The inauguration ceremony is going to be happening at the Nehru Stadium, where Prime Minister Modi will be reaching this evening to a grand welcome by BJP. All right, before that, let me get in a reaction from the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam. Mr. Sarunan is joining us on this broadcast. Sir, I've been going across Chennai. Today, all of the posters that are put up have Prime Minister Modi's picture pasted along the posters, and these are along all the bus stands near Marina Beach as well. Who's done that? Is it the DMK or is it the BJP?
BMK. Why will BMK paste the Prime Minister's picture? The DMK wouldn't do that. So probably the BJP, they would have done that. I'm not so sure about it.
So you're saying that this is the BJP that's done it, so will the DMK then go and remove all of them?
No, why will we do that? We are not so silly. See, this is an event.
No, my understanding was, Mr. Saran, my understanding was that the DMK and the state government realized that it's only proper to have the Prime Minister's image and so pasted it. That's not the case.
See, I'm not sure. I'm not aware whether who pasted this. Whether it is the state government, definitely not the DMK party. We are not do that. We won't do that.
Okay. So is the DMK stand that the Prime Minister's image shouldn't be there?
No, see, that is left to the government. The DMK party does not have any stand. Let us understand the situation here. This is an event that has been happening in Chennai because of the efforts taken by the All India Chess Federation. The government here, the Tamil Nadu government, the DMK government gave all the cooperation. Mr. Chauhan, the secretary of All India Chess Federation, is on record stating that the quick decisions taken by the Tamil Nadu government, especially the interest shown by the Chief Minister and the way he wanted to conduct the event, ensured that the event landed up in our country. So that is what we want to underscore. The BJP is up to its silly politics of going and pasting pictures and all that. See, this is done by the money spent of the Tamil Nadu government. The union government has not spent any money for the event. So it's natural that the Chief Minister's photo will be there on the event, and we want this event to ensure. Just a moment, Akshata. We want this event. With the Tamil Nadu government wanted this event to showcase the beauty of Chennai and Mahabalipuram, which you have already spoken about, and we know Mahabalipuram is an historic place where even the Modis and Jeeps even took place. So we thought it is an opportunity to showcase. And the BJP, the people in BJP,
Mr. Saravanan, I just want you to stay with me because... I just want you to stay with me because I also want to understand where the BJP is coming from here. Mr. Narayanan Tirupati of the BJP is joining us on this broadcast. Sir, I'm not sure if you had a chance to hear what Mr. Saravanan said. His contention is that what has the central government done for the Chess Olympiad? There's been no publicity, no funds. The state government, the Stalin government has done everything for this event.
No, first of all, we should understand that this is an international event. So without the central government's cooperation, nothing would have moved. And a responsible Chief Minister should have ordered, should have advised, should have definitely asked the officials or the DMK people to respect the Prime Minister of India. This is a complete disrespect, and I think after yesterday, the government, the Chief Minister understood their problem, understood their mistakes, and I think they have corrected it today. By immediately, from yesterday they have been doing this. Even today in the newspapers, the Prime Minister's photo is there.
You're saying, sir, that it is the Stalin government that's put up the pictures of Prime Minister Modi?
Yeah, today in all
because the DMK is not confirming that.
No, today Tamil Nadu government has given an advertisement. So they have understood. Now they have realized their mistake. Realizing their mistake, after we strongly condemned it, our cadres, our leaders, went street by street and they have pasted a Prime Minister's photo. The government understood. The government took a lesson from BJP. We took a class for them how to respect the Prime Minister. So I think they will be
doing Mr. Saravanan, would you like to respond?
Yeah.
Mr. Saravanan, would you like to respond to that?
See, we are a state where we will respect whoever the visitor is, whoever the guest is. That is the culture of Tamil Nadu. That is the culture of Tamil. We will always do that. But what the BJP did yesterday is silly, very silly. And this is not a class. Definitely, we are not going to take lessons from BJP. That will be so detrimental to the state. And we are seeing how the other states ruled by the BJP are faring. So definitely, we are not going to take lessons, and let them not teach lessons to us. We will not take them. So we know what we have to do. We are aware of our responsibilities, and we have a great Chief Minister who is showing the world how to conduct an event. And all the chess grandmasters are there, going gaga over the way the arrangements are made. We want to prove probably the BJP is not able to stomach this, because none of the Chief Ministers are, none of them should be able to do this the way we are doing it.
Okay, all right. Can we just get one point in agreement from both of you gentlemen, from the BJP and the DMK, that this is a proud moment for India, Mr. Saravanan?
Absolutely, Vakshita, absolutely.
I'm glad. Mr. Tirupati, you are, I'm sure, also in agreement on that?
Yeah, this is a proud moment for both Tamil Nadu and India. But
Okay.
They are not.
Okay, I'm glad we all agree on that one point, that this is a moment of great pride for every Tamilian and for every Indian as well. Mr. Saravanan and Mr. Narayan Tirupati, thank you very much for joining us. So you heard what the BJP and DMK have to say. They want to in fact say that, some of the posters that where Prime Minister Modi's picture has been pasted on top, which I reported on earlier this morning as well, has been done by the state government as a damage control mode, is what the BJP says. The DMK says that it's only right that Chief Minister Stalin's picture alone be there in the posters. Here's a report filed by Pramod Madhav, where he shows you what these posters look like. To this morning, some of them still left without Prime Minister Modi's pictures. And this is what the posters look like across Chennai yesterday.
The bigger problem here is that BJP has been constantly alleging that the Prime Minister's pic, one of the important pics, was missing from the hoardings earlier. DMK did not react to it, which led to BJP cadres going ahead and posting PM Modi's pic on these flag boards. And finally, it looks like DMK has buckled and several hoardings have been changed. However, these important ones on Anna Salai outside the metro stations have not been changed. One of DMK's spokesperson, Rajiv Gandhi, he has also come forward and said that it was MK Stalin who fought for it, and the Tamil Nadu government has spent 100 crores on this matter, and that's why it is completely DMK and the Tamil Nadu government thing, and the union government has nothing to do with. That way, he is trying to provide a reason. But the issue is, these are the flex boards which are talking about the Chess Olympiad, and here you have the central government symbol, Tamil Nadu government symbol, but what is missing is the Prime Minister's picture, which has turned out to be a very big issue now. With Veshti, Pramod Madhav for India Today.
So many of the posters now look very different from what Pramod just showed you. You've got a few stray ones here and there which have only Chief Minister MK Stalin's image. But most of the others now, if you look at the redone posters, has a picture of Prime Minister Modi also attached to it. This is, after all, an international event. The BJP's contention is that in such an international event, the Prime Minister of the country must also be represented. And the DMK, as I told you earlier, is saying that there was no effort made, that all of these innovative campaigns that we've taken up has been done by the Stalin government to ensure the promotion of chess, to ensure that the Chess Olympiad is larger than life. But away from all of the politics, we here on India Today are going to be focusing on what matters. The historic Chess Olympiad and the kind of preparations, the excitement on the ground. I'll continue to get you all of those updates here on India Today through the day. Stay tuned for a non-stop coverage from Namma Chennai. That's it from me, Akshita Nandagopal, for the moment. Thanks very much for tuning in.
Will Metaverse replace our reality? Can it? We don't know that yet, but in its present form, it kind of is a duplicate of the physical world. But the only way to access it is via the internet. The idea of Metaverse has its roots in many sci-fi narratives from the 90s. It exists either as immersive online games, workrooms, virtual concerts, or much more. So what can you do in the Metaverse? Apparently a lot. From watching your favorite pop star to working as personalized avatars in a virtual workspace, Metaverse can make that happen. It will eventually be possible to do exactly what we do in reality thanks to a virtual reality freed from physical constraints. As interactions increase, it will be possible to meet people, make purchases, and pay in cryptocurrency or go sightseeing while staying at home. Well, virtual tourism seems like a nice idea in the comfort of your room. What tools would you need for Metaverse? You'd need virtual reality headsets and a good internet connection for starters. Virtual reality headsets will allow us to immerse ourselves in 3D worlds in the form of avatars animated by our movements. But it will require an enormous amount of computing power to allow millions of people to act simultaneously in that virtual space. Even devices that recreate taste, smell, and touch could be invented. What do you think? Are you ready for the Metaverse?
You are watching
la main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants, aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment des difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser. You are watching India. Watching India Today.
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. After over 50 crore illegal cash and gold howl from Arpita's house, even TMC clamors for sacking of Minister Partha Chatterjee from Mamta's cabinet. Enforcement Directorate recovers nearly 28 crores black cash in second round of raids on Partha Chatterjee's confidant, Arpita Mukherjee. 5 kgs of gold, Benami property papers also found. The Bombay government now faces massive anger from BJP workers over murder of its worker Praveen. Chief Minister cancels his government's one-year bash. Family cries for justice. Sensational PFI link emerges to the Karnataka hate murder. Cops detained 21 suspects. All belong to radical outfit PFI and the STPI. BJP attacks the Congress after Adhir Ranjan calls the President Draupadi Murmu as Rashtrapatni. Smriti Irani says Congress is sexist and anti-tribal mindset exposed. Ugly political stalemate over Modi and Stalin poster in Chennai's Chess Olympiad, day after BJP's Modi posterism. DMK workers now blacken them all. All right, I'm cutting to the Lok Sabha heated discussions. Let's hear it. Smriti Irani speaking.
कहा कि आप देश की महामहिम राष्ट्रपति का अपमान कर रहे हैं, लेकिन तब भी अधीर रंजन चौधरी ने द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का अपमान वापस नहीं लिया। आदिवासी विरोधी कांग्रेस, महिला विरोधी कांग्रेस, गरीब विरोधी कांग्रेस अब सुप्रीम कमांडर ऑफ आर्म फोर्सेस का भी अपमान करती है। मैं आज इस सदन में कांग्रेस की मुखिया विराजमान है, उनसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, यू सैंक्शन द ह्यूमिलिएशन ऑफ द्रौपदी मुर्मू, यू सैंक्शन द ह्यूमिलिएशन ऑफ द ट्राइबल लेगेसी ऑफ दिस कंट्री। सोनिया जी सैंक्शन द ह्यूमिलिएशन ऑफ अ वुमन इन द हाईएस्ट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट। Sonia ji sanctioned the humiliation of a poor woman who was sent to the highest office in this country. You sanctioned the insult of every Indian citizen. Due to your male Congress workers and leaders have continued to demean the office of the President of India. Apologize to the nation. माफी मांगो इस देश से, माफी मांगो सोनिया गांधी आदिवासियों से, माफी मांगो औरतों से, माफी मांगो गरीब से, माफी मांगो और शर्म करो। जिस औरत ने पंचायत से लेकर पार्लियामेंट तक सम्मान के साथ इस देश की सेवा की, तुम्हारे पुरुष नेता सड़क पर उसका अपमान करते हैं। माफी मांगो सोनिया गांधी इस देश से, इस देश के आदिवासियों से, इस देश के गरीबों से, इस देश की औरतों से माफी मांगो। देश की राष्ट्रपति को इस प्रकार से अपमानित करना देता सदन द्वारा अध्यक्ष महोदय मूल्यविहीन, संस्कारविहीन राजनीति का प्रतीक है। सड़क पर और संसद पर माफी।
आज 12 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, the House has now been adjourned until 12 p.m. Smriti Irani there, in fact, condemning the insult of President Draupadi Murmu. She points out at the Congress party directly, saying it's the Congress to blame. They disrespect women, they disrespect tribals. And this was evident. Their Congress is sanctioning this kind of hate and disrespect against the President of India. Adhir Ranjan had called President Draupadi Murmu as Rashtrapatni, to which the BJP now has taken objection. Smriti Irani vociferously condemning this statement by the Congress party, saying they are to blame, they're against tribals and women. Let's hear it.
Of the tribal legacy of this country. Sonia ji sanctioned the humiliation of a woman in the highest constitutional post. Sonia ji sanctioned the humiliation of a poor woman who was sent to the highest office in this country. You sanctioned the insult of every Indian citizen. Due to your male Congress workers and leaders have continued to demean the office of the President of India. Apologize to the nation. माफी मांगो इस देश से, माफी मांगो सोनिया गांधी आदिवासियों से, माफी मांगो औरतों से, माफी मांगो गरीब से।
All right, there you have it. Smriti Irani vociferously condemning what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has said.
He's spoken about Draupadi Murmu, saying that Draupadi Murmu, the president, is Rashtrapatni. This has now come under severe fire. The BJP taking serious objection to what he said. In fact, we are looking at Smriti Irani there of the BJP now, condemning the statement, saying that this is Congress's character. They sanction humiliation, they insult tribals, and they continue to insult women in India. This is Smriti Irani asking for Adhir Ranjan's apology at the earliest. She very ferociously condemns this. Let me quickly cut across to Adhir Ranjan, in fact, who reacted. Let's hear it.
कल और परसों लगातार हम लोग जब विजय चौक की तरफ हमारा प्रदर्शन जारी रखे थे, परसों भी हमसे पूछा गया, कल भी हमसे पूछा गया पत्रकार की तरफ से, मीडिया वालों से कि आप कहां जाने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं। परसों भी मैंने कहा था कि राष्ट्रपति भवन हम लोग जाना चाहते हैं, राष्ट्रपति से मिलना चाहते हैं हमारा बात रखने के लिए। कल भी ये नौबत आई, कल भी मैंने ये कहा कि हम राष्ट्रपति जी भवन जाना चाहते हैं, और राष्ट्रपति बोलने का तुरंत बाद मुंह से निकल गया राष्ट्रपत्नी जी के साथ मिलना चाहते हैं। उसी समय ये पत्रकार बात सुनते ही निकल चुके। मैं उनको ढूंढने का कोशिश किया, लेकिन देखा नहीं, क्योंकि मैं उसी समय उनको कह देते कि ये गलत सब निकल चुके हैं, आप इसको मतलब इसको तवज्जो दिया करो। क्योंकि हम जानते हैं हिंदुस्तान की राष्ट्रपति, चाहे वहाँ ब्राह्मण हो, चाहे मुसलमान हो, चाहे आदिवासी हो, कहीं जो भी हो, वो हमारे लिए राष्ट्रपति राष्ट्रपति राष्ट्रपति। अचानक एक बात निकल चुकी है तो मैं क्या करूं? एक बार निकल चुके हैं, सिर्फ एक बार, तो एक बार ये चूक हुई है बाय डिफॉल्ट। बट द सम रूलिंग पार्टीज मेंबर्स एंड द पार्टी in a deliberate design trying to make a mountain out of a molehill.
All right, that was Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, but here's what Smriti Irani of the BJP says as she condemned this talk of Adhir Ranjan. Here's what she said.
Of the tribal legacy of this country. Sonia ji sanctioned the humiliation of a woman in the highest constitutional post. Sonia ji sanctioned the humiliation of a poor woman who was sent to the highest office in this country.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to the Rajya Sabha. Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, speaking.
To come before the nation and apologize to the Rashtrapati and also to the entire country for the insult that her own leader in the Lok Sabha has very generously. It is not a slip of the tongue. It was a deliberate try to insult the Rashtrapati, and this is unacceptable. I demand an apology from Srimati Sonia Gandhi. Thank you.
It is too much that nobody is supposed to make any derogatory.
Thank you.
It is too much that nobody is supposed to make any derogatory comment against the President of India. Making such comments is bad. Even the Constituent Assembly, this matter was discussed and it was settled. Rashtrapati has to be used, and I don't know why it has happened, and it is wrong. I have told you to go back to your seats. Don't show the placards. You don't want it, then they are protesting against loose comments made against the president. Not in the house, not in the house, outside.
That's the chaos that we see now inside the Rajya Sabha as well, where you had the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman condemning the same speak of the Congress as they insult the President, Draupadi Murmu, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary calling her Rashtrapatni. Paulami Saha joining us on the phone line for more. Paulami, two women of the BJP ferociously condemning what the Congress has said, in saying that they've insulted women, they've insulted tribals, calling the Rashtrapati as Rashtrapatni. This was a way to mock Draupadi Murmu, the first tribal woman to take as president.
That's right. This is, of course, the BJP mounting its charge against the Congress party and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary for making that comment against the president. where he referred to her as Rashtrapati. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, of course, just entered Parliament, and when the media tried to ask him about the same, he said there is no question of apologizing because I said it mistakenly. It was not a deliberate thing, and it was now it is a deliberate design by the BJP and the ruling government in order to try and make a mountain out of a molehill. So he has, of course, refused to apologize about the same. His argument is that he thought that was the way you address a female president. So it is just a female sort of adjective that you use.
But here on the reaction of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, he says it was a slip of tongue, I apologize. That's what more or less is what he summed up as a justification.
Well, at the moment that he's just spoken to an agency, he has said there is no question of apologizing. I had mistakenly said Rashtrapati. Now, if you want to hang me for it, then you can. The ruling party, in a deliberate design, is trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. So basically, his explanation is, I thought that is how you refer to a female president. So the adjective is to be used is Rashtrapati. This was not my deliberate attempt to, make a derogatory comment on the president's chair. But the BJP will have none of it. They are, of course, mounting pressure. You saw earlier how Smriti Irani in the Lok Sabha and Nirmala Sitharaman in the Rajya Sabha, in fact, led the charge as far as the BJP is concerned. Of course, Lok Sabha stands adjourned right now because the BJP continues to demand an apology from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and from Mrs. Sonia Gandhi as well, asking her to publicly condemn the statement that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary made against a woman president of the country, someone who enjoys and is seated in the highest constitutional position of the country. She is the first citizen of the country, and they have, of course, demanded an apology. And they have said that this is absolutely derogatory. In fact, members of Parliament, women members of Parliament of the BJP, even protested ahead of session commencing this morning at 11 a.m. in the Congress, raising slogans against the Congress party and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary for the sort of comments that he has made. It was in fact led by Nirmala Sitharaman. She was also part of the women MPs congregation that in fact led the charge against Congress Member of Parliament Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary for his Rashtrapati remark against President Draupadi Murmu, demanding an apology again from the Congress party.
Palmi, do stay with us. If I can once again play out Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's reaction to this, not an apology, but says a slip of tongue. Let's hear it.
चाहे आदिवासियों के कल और परसों लगातार हम लोग जब विजय चौक की तरफ हमारा प्रदर्शन जारी रखे थे, परसों भी हमसे पूछा गया, कल भी हमसे पूछा गया पत्रकारों की तरफ से, मीडिया वालों से कि आप कहां जाने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं। परसों भी मैंने कहा था कि राष्ट्रपति भवन हम लोग जाना चाहते हैं, राष्ट्रपति से मिलना चाहते हैं हमारा बात रखने के लिए। कल भी ये नौबत आई, कल भी मैंने ये कहा कि हम राष्ट्रपति जी भवन जाना चाहते हैं, और राष्ट्रपति बोलने का तुरंत बाद मुंह से निकल गया राष्ट्रपति जी के साथ मिलना चाहते हैं। उसी समय ये पत्रकार बात सुनते ही निकल चुके। मैं उनको ढूंढने का कोशिश किया, लेकिन देखा नहीं, क्योंकि मैं उसी समय उनको कह देते कि ये गलत सब निकल चुके हैं, आप इसको इसको तवज्जो दिया करो। क्योंकि हम जानते हैं हिंदुस्तान की राष्ट्रपति, चाहे वहां ब्राह्मण हो, चाहे मुसलमान हो, चाहे आदिवासी हो, जो भी हो, वो हमारे लिए राष्ट्रपति राष्ट्रपति राष्ट्रपति। अचानक एक बात निकल चुकी है तो मैं क्या करूं? एक बार निकल चुके हैं, सिर्फ एक बार, तो एक बार ये चूक हुई है बाय डिफॉल्ट। बट द some ruling parties members and the party in a deliberate design trying to make a mountain out of a molehill.
All right, not quite an apology. The Congress leader there, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, almost feigning ignorance. He claims helplessness, saying it just slipped out of my mouth. But even then, no apology to what he said. He says, now I've done it, what to do? It's by default. Whether he wanted to really say default, that's the word he wanted to use, or he meant that it was a mistake. He wasn't really using the word mistake. He wasn't really apologizing. He did not say sorry. None of that. But he says, it happened, now what can I do? Now the BJP is using this, making a mountain of a mole. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary there, not quite apologizing for what he said, but in the parliament. We're looking at both houses now echoing with women within the BJP. Smriti Irani in the Lok Sabha. You have Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in the Rajya Sabha, who are ferociously condemning the Congress party, saying this is the Congress party that's sanctioning insults on tribal women and women in general. Let's hear it, Smriti Irani, as she spoke in the Lok Sabha moments ago.
Sonia ji sanctioned the humiliation of a woman in the highest constitutional post. Sonia ji sanctioned the humiliation of a poor woman who was sent to the highest office in this country. You sanctioned the insult of every Indian citizen. You, through your male Congress workers and leaders, have continued to demean the office of the President of India. Apologize to the nation. Maafi mango is desh se. Maafi mango Sonia Gandhi Adivasiyon se. Maafi mango aurton se. Maafi mango garib se.
You know, Paulami joining us for more on that. Paulami, we heard what Smriti Irani said. She's, of course, very upset. And at this point, one can't help but recollect all the insults that came Draupadi Murmu's way from the Congress party and even from the opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha, who they fielded for president, calling her a rubber stamp and you know, RJD's Tejasvi Yadav as well, saying that she was just the BJP's person there. She wouldn't be really helpful or responsive. These are the kind of comments that came Draupadi Murmu's way as she was selected by the NDA to be fielded as their presidential candidate. No respect for the tribal woman. And it appears that has extended even till date, with the Congress party still showing a lax attitude while addressing the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, the first tribal woman one should be proud of, but the Congress, they're behaving as if they don't care.
That's right. There were several distasteful remarks that were made against Draupadi Murmu at the time that she was contesting the elections as well, which was made by her those who are political opponents of the NDA, because she was an NDA nominee, like you said, calling her a rubber stamp, calling her not fit for the position that she was fighting for at that point of time, that she was contesting for at that point of time. But today, of course, she is everybody's president. She is nobody's. She's not a select group or a select grouping's president at the moment. She is the country's president. She's the first citizen of the country. She holds the highest office, constitutional office in the country. And obviously there is a sense of decorum around it, and there's a sense of civility that one has to maintain when, of course, referring to that office as well, because she occupies that office. This is not about an individual, it is about the office of the president. And for the Congress to have made this sort of a remark, of course, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is now justifying that it was a slip of tongue, that he probably thought that this was the female sort of way of referring to the president in Hindi as opposed to Rashtrapati, which refers to male. All of these explanations are being given and being floated around. But the fact is, if he does realize that this is an insult indeed, which has been...
All right, stay with us. Follow me. I'm going to quickly cut across to Sonia Gandhi, Congress chief, a woman herself, responding to what her leader Adhir Ranjan has said.
Adhir to apologize. Ma'am, will you ask Adhir to apologize?
He has already apologized.
Will you ask Adhir to apologize? Ma'am, will you ask Adhir to apologize?
He has already apologized.
Will you ask Adhir to apologize? Ma'am, will you ask Adhir to apologize?
He has already apologized.
Will you ask Adhir to apologize? Ma'am, will you ask Adhir to apologize?
He has already apologized.
All right, that's Sonia Gandhi responding, saying that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has apologized. But anything but an apology. What Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said was, it happened, what can I do? It was a slip of tongue. It was by default, using the wrong words, clearly. He thinks it's an apology, but surely isn't. Sonia Gandhi also extending that same sentiment, saying that Adhir has apologized. So they seem sorry, but the words not coming out explicitly. Adhir Ranjan was given an opportunity. He spoke to the media post the controversy, yet no sorry. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP coming on the phone line with us. Shehzad, a quick word as we hear the BJP women, Nirmala Sitharaman and Smriti Irani, condemning Congress's insult to Draupadi Murmu. Your take on that?
You know, this is the mindset of the Congress party that believes so much in Parivar Tantra that they insult every institution of Lok Tantra, right from the Sansad to the Supreme Court to the Sena, calling it Sadaka Gutta, and now constantly insulting the first tribal woman president of this country, calling her evil. That time Sonia Gandhi ji, nobody apologized. Then calling her a dummy candidate. That time Sonia Gandhi ji, nobody apologized. And now calling her...
Shehzad, request you to stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Nirmala Sitharaman, who's reacting to that.
He is now India's president. Nowhere is the word Rashtrapatni used. The word Rashtrapati stands equally for both woman and man. This is a common knowledge in Hindi or in Sanskrit. It's a deliberate sexist abuse. I think it's a deliberate insult because the Congress party is frustrated. In the name of supporting Sonia Gandhi, they were protesting, but inside they were saying we are asking for a discussion on price-related matters. The family and the dynasty is the only thing for Congress party, and they don't care about anyone. This is not a slip of the tongue. And heading a party, a lady, she cannot afford to have the leader of the opposition of her party speaking ill of the Rashtrapati. She should come out. Srimati Sonia Gandhi should come out and apologize to the president and to the country.
You heard what Nirmala Sitharaman said, that this is an absolute insult to the highest constitutional post. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary there saying or referring to Draupadi Murmu as Rashtrapatni. That clearly hasn't gone down well. In fact, this was irresponsible. Even if he claims it was slip of tongue, clearly Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has not yet issued a formal apology. He says it happened. What can I do? Shehzad Poonawala still with us. Shehzad, over to you. You were saying.
No, Nabila, this is not slip of tongue. This is slip of character of the Congress party, and this slip of character has been seen that every time the Parivar Tantra attacks the Lok Tantra. They said, Sadak ka gunda for army chief. Did they apologize, Sonia ji? They said that Supreme Court is sold out. Did they apologize, Sonia Gandhi ji? They said so many comments about the first tribal woman president. They called her evil. Did they apologize, Sonia Gandhi ji? Did they apologize when they tweeted that she's a dummy candidate from the official handle of the Congress party in Puducherry? Did they apologize when they made such comments about the first OBC Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi, who completed his tenure as OBC Prime Minister, when they called him Neech and they called him Bhasmasu? So, attacking OBC community, attacking Dalit, attacking Adivasi community shows that this is their mindset. They have always believed in this anti-Adivasi, anti-woman, anti-Dalit mindset, and that is reflecting. And instead of apologizing, I heard the statement of Srimati Sonia Gandhi. It seems to be a statement reveling in arrogance. Is this the manner in which you make amends for something you see the slip of tongue? This shows that the direction to use this kind of language, whether it is the constitutional post of Prime Minister or President or Supreme Court or armed forces, is being given by Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi. And this was not a protest by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, it was a protest by Congress party. His colleagues were with it when he said this. Nobody objected to it. This means that they have been briefed that you should use such language and you should undermine and demean all the institutions of this constitutional democracy. And therefore, the Congress party should have to come out and collectively apologize and tell us what is the mindset behind this kind of anti-woman, anti-tribal statement that has been made attacking Ms. Draupadi Murmu ji.
So far, no formal apology, but Sonia Gandhi, on the contrary, says Adhir Ranjan has apologized. Doesn't seem like they've communicated well enough, or she hasn't heard the precise message that he gave to the media when he was asked on that statement. So what exactly should the Congress ideally be doing at this point? Shouldn't Sonia Gandhi speak and clear the air if they really do respect the president for who she is? Well, you know what? Stay with us. I'm going to play out what Sonia Gandhi said to our India Today reporter.
Will you ask Adirda to apologize? Ma'am, will you ask Adirda to apologize?
He has already apologized.
Will you ask Adirda to apologize? Ma'am, will you ask Adirda to apologize?
He has already apologized.
Right?
कल और
You have it. Palmi Saha is joining us on that. Palmi, Sonia Gandhi says Adhir Ranjan has apologized. We've played that reaction of Adhir Ranjan a couple of times now, and I haven't heard a sorry or an apology so far. In that 2-minute long justification he gave, he says it was just a slip of tongue. Now what to do? I can't help it.
That's right. He hasn't yet apologized. He is yet to issue an apology. He is only given, like you said, a justification and explanation for what happened. He is calling it a slip of tongue. He is possibly, suggesting that he didn't know that, you do not refer to a female president in any other way but calling her Rashtrapati in Hindi and in Sanskrit, which is what, of course, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman was saying, that this is common knowledge. We have had a woman president before as well, and that was a Congress nominee, Ms. Pratibha Patil. So clearly they know this is not the first time you're seeing a woman in the highest constitutional seat of the country. So you definitely know how to refer to her when you're speaking in Hindi. So for them to, of course, and for him to, of course, justify that he did not know it was a slip of tongue, clearly that isn't cutting ice with the BJP. They want an apology. They want a clear-cut apology. Mrs. Gandhi, of course, says that he has apologized, but clearly she is not up to date with the developments. He hasn't apologized as of yet. Even if it was a slip of tongue, maybe the issue would have died if, having accepted his explanation, if he had categorically apologized for the same, saying it was a slip of tongue, I apologize for the same. But he has not issued any sort of an apology, so unlikely that this issue will die out anytime soon. We've seen BJP MPs led by their women MPs, led by Finance Minister, who protested here in Parliament today. You saw the angry voices in Lok Sabha and in Rajya Sabha. Both houses stand adjourned right now. You heard from Ms. Smriti Irani, Union Minister, in Lok Sabha. You heard from Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman in the Rajya Sabha. They are all demanding a clear apology from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and also from Mrs. Sonia Gandhi for the insult which has been meted out to a woman president of the country.
Absolutely, Paul. We stay with us. We have some more reaction. In fact, a big news coming in on the protesting MPs who are seated right outside the parliament. Many of the opposition MPs have been suspended. They're right now sitting in dharna, a relay fast as such, for the next few days. And in the latest here, we're looking at BJP's Shehzad Poonawalla putting out a tweet saying, and I quote, "Shocking, after calling the president as Rashtrapatni, now suspended MPs eat, serve tandoori chicken in front of Bapu Mahatma Gandhi statue. This is unacceptable." Remember, you have the opposition MPs belonging to various opposition parties, including the DMK, the TMC, the Congress, the AAP, the TRS, all those opposition leaders who've been staying overnight after they were suspended by both houses, Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha. Some of the MPs for both houses were suspended. They've all gathered right outside Mahatma Gandhi statue. They've been protesting overnight for the last 2 days. They've been staying there, waking up right there, eating right there. And here you have Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP now saying, and I quote, "Shocking, after calling the president as Rashtrapatni, now suspended MPs eat and serve tandoori chicken in front of Bapu Mahatma Gandhi statue. This is unacceptable." Well, at this point, what we know is that these opposition MPs were suspended for holding placards and shouting slogans inside the house, on the floor, the chair, on both houses. Suspended these MPs, and these MPs decided to stay overnight, and their meals were decided by each party, turn by turn. It was the DMK, the TMC, the TRS, the Congress, each one taking turns to cater with food to all these MPs seated right there. One of the meals was chicken, tandoori chicken. Palmi Saha joining us for more on that. Palmi, while those opposition MPs are seated right outside Mahatma Gandhi's statue, we believe one of their meals was tandoori chicken. The BJP highlighting that, saying that this is shameful, calling the Rashtrapati Rashtrapatni, and now insulting Mahatma Gandhi by eating meat right outside, right in front of his statue.
That's right. That is, of course, the BJP's charge. We're yet to hear from the suspended MPs as to when, of course, this meal was served, and if indeed this was one of the meals that they have. They've obviously, like you said, they have been, getting their meals served during this entire time from, of course, various members of parliament, some who are not part of the protest as well, and some, of course, parties which are part of the protest. They have taken responsibility for various meals that need to come time to time to the suspended MPs who are, of course, protesting here in Parliament over the issue. I'll, of course, try and give you a sense of that right now because, it's... if Nabila, if you could just stay with me for 2 seconds. The suspended MPs are, of course, here and they're now moving out because suddenly it's raining and there is no cover and shade over here, a tent space here in Parliament. So they had, in fact, put in a request yesterday, of course.
Pallavi, stay with us. Stay with us, Pallavi. Get to the spot. I'm going to quickly cut across to TMC's Dola Sen joining us on the phone line. Ms. Sen, here is the charge by the BJP that MPs there seated who are protesting overnight. You've stayed overnight, but you all are eating chicken right in front of Mahatma Gandhi's statue. We believe that's part of your meal. All right, I'm going to try and patch her back again. But Pallavi, over to you. We know that a whole roster has been created. And this roster, thanks to DMK's Kanimoy, she's made this whole roster, we believe, where she's decided, or all the opposition parties collectively have decided what meal comes at what time. All three meals, each party taking responsibility for it. And one of the meals was chicken tandoori. All right, Pallavi there speaking to one of the opposition leaders. Let's hear it.
Parliamentary way, and they are supposed to sit at the statue of the Gandhi statue in order to raise their voice in support of the people of the country at large. Even at that point of time, when they are getting mosquito bites throughout the night, even they are not being provided with adequate light and fat, and they are being spoken about that they are taking tandoori chicken. Nothing can be more unfortunate statement made by BJP government, especially by Narendra Modi and Amit Shah.
Okay, so you're denying that this was a meal that was served here?
Do you think we are enjoying here? Do you think we are sitting here throughout the night without having a fan, without having a cooler, and getting mosquito bites 24 hours a day? We have been sitting here since long and we'll be sitting till 50 hours. Do you think we are making fun of it?
Okay, so that is, of course, the TMC member of Parliament who's denying this charge that has been made by the BJP that they're indeed enjoying meals over here. I'll try and get in a word from some of the others as well. Sushmita, just a word from you. The charge that the BJP is now leveling is that the suspended MPs are having a very good time over here. They're sitting in front of the Gandhi statue and enjoying tandoori chicken.
You see, the BJP is the most distasteful party. We should be worrying about the fact that the common man is unable to eat basic food commodities, and squarely the government is responsible for that. We have sat here and I can tell you that none of us have got food from home, and I'm extremely grateful. You all talk about opposition unity. Right from Mr. Chidambaram to Sanjay Singh ji's wife, to DMK, to Samajwadi, all of them and even the Congress party have sent us food to eat as a sign of solidarity. And that's what's hurting the BJP.
Okay, so that is, of course, how the TMC is reacting. Nabila, I'll have to step back a bit because the security protocol says so. Yeah.
You know, for what we hear, this is a 50-hour relay fast or relay protest by the members of various opposition parties. And proper meals have been decided on each day and each party takes turn. We believe that the TMC takes turn to give out one meal, then the DMK takes a turn to give out another, and then the AAP takes another round of, they take the opportunity to serve another round of meal. So breakfast, lunch and dinner seems sorted as this 50-hour relay protest continues right in front of the Mahatma Gandhi statue inside the Parliament complex. So, of course, at this point we see that the tandoori chicken is allegedly served to those members. This is what we hear. Shehzad Poonawala joining us on the phone line. Shehzad, the opposition says there was no chicken served anywhere. This is just the BJP's tactic to demean us as we sit in front of the Gandhi statue and condemn the BJP and the House for suspending them and not carrying out with fruitful discussions. They're raising issues, which is why you're targeting them.
First of all, the entire menu card of what is being served in this protest/picnic in front of Mahatma Gandhi's statue has been put out by PTI and has been carried by several news organizations which says that they are eating tandoori chicken in front of Mahatma Gandhi's statue. It is an insult for Bapu because Bapu himself is viewed as a staunch Hindu and especially on animal slaughter, well known to everybody, but perhaps those who believe in other philosophies don't really know about the philosophy of Bapu. So that is an insult, and it also shows what kind of farce in the name of protest is being done. But having said that, look, there is a trend here. There is a trend to insult constitutional bodies. There is a trend to insult constitutional posts like Draupadi Murmuji was insulted. And now there is a trend to insult even the legacy of Bapu. This shows the kind of culture or the kind of character of certain people in the opposition that just to protect the Parivar Tantra from corruption, they will go to abusing every institution that we hold sacred in Loktantra, be it Bapu's legacy, be it the presidential post, or be it Sansad itself. That is the trend that is being seen very evidently.
You know, like you did say, an extensive menu is what we hear has been laid out from curd rice to idli sambar, and then also in the menu it says fruits, gajar ka halwa, and one of it also says tandoori chicken. Now how far was that really delivered to them? Did they really eat tandoori chicken? That remains to be seen. But we spoke to one of those protesting MPs there. Pallavi Saha is with them. They say, you think we're having fun seated here overnight? We want to talk and discuss price rise, GST, the falling rupee. We have so many issues to be discussing, but they've suspended us. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want questions to be asked, which is why they're targeting us. So your take on that? BJP using tactics to avoid a discussion on important issues.
The Parliamentary Affairs Minister, even before Parliament started and even now, has said that we are ready for discussion on any issue under the sun, including price rise, and yesterday he made that statement in the House. But having said that, there are some in opposition who believe that Loktantra and Sansad is not a platform for Samvad, it's a platform for Vivad. They believe it's for confrontation, not conversation. It's for disruption, not for dialogue and discussion. So therefore, those who pay obedience to Parivar Tantra are trying to hijack Loktantra by doing this. They must answer why are they running away from discussion and debate, and why are they interrupting, disrupting, obstructing and taking the House hostage. And most importantly, why are they insulting the presidential post, the constitutional bodies, the constitutional legacies that we have? Why are they insulting it on a daily basis? They must come out and apologize for the kind of insults they are heaping either on the legacy of Mahatma Gandhi ji or on the post of the presidency by calling Rashtrapati ji as Rashtrapati.
Right. Shehzad, thank you very much for joining us on that. All right, these are images of the MPs, suspended MPs who are protesting right opposite the Gandhi statue. BJP condemning the protest, saying that they're eating chicken there and feasting right outside the Gandhi statue, while the protesting MP saying this is BJP's tactic to avoid serious issues, discussions on serious issues like price rise. All right, we're going to continue tracking those developments, but coming up on the other side of a short break, Enforcement Directorate recovers another mountain of cash, nearly 28 crores in black, 5 kgs of gold, Benami property papers, all found at another property of Partha Chatterjee's close aide Arpita. More details up next.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
do you look for in a house? Is it the rooms, features or comfort? Well, in this video, we'll tell you about the 5 most expensive houses in India. The house is designed by Chicago-based architects. Antilia is the world's second most expensive house. The house has 27 floors, with amenities like 80-seater cinema hall, salon, ice cream parlor, and the list goes on. The house can withstand an earthquake of 8 magnitude. The Raymond Group chairman has the tallest house in India. The 30-floored house is spread over 16,000 square feet. 6 floors out of the 30 are for parking. The house has swimming pools, spas, and gyms. It is divided into different flats for families to live. The name of the house means a place where someone lives. The house has 17 floors and has a helipad with a few helicopters. It is spread over 16,000 square feet. K.M. Birla of Aditya Birla Group lives here. His house has over 20 bedrooms. It is spread over 30,000 square feet. Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan's house is one of the most luxurious houses. His house has 6 floors with multiple bedrooms, a library, boxing ring and a personal auditorium.
You are watching
All right, a big breakthrough in the Karnataka hate murder case. Karnataka police have now picked up another batch of accused. Late night hunt. Total of 21 suspects have been picked up for Praveen's murder. However, no arrest has been made. These are just suspects who have been rounded up. At least 21 suspects, all belonging to the PFI and the SDPI. They have links with both these outfits. BJP workers have also alleged that PFI and the SDPI is behind the brutal murder. Just yesterday, even cops had informed that Kerala number plate, a bike with Kerala number plate, was used by these assailants to attack Praveen with machetes. Karnataka police has now sent its special team to Kerala to look for PFI links to any murder, if any.
ऐसे जो भी आतंकवादी अगलावादी संगठन है, तीव्रवादी संगठन है, इन सभी संगठनों के खिलाफ हमारी सरकार, वो बिहार में हो, कर्नाटका में हो या देश में हो, जीरो टॉलरेंस हमारा नीति है. वी विल टेक स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन अगेंस्ट एनी सॉर्ट ऑफ फंडामेंटल. सिर्फ पीएफआई ही नहीं, ऐसे जो भी इस्लामिक रेडिकलिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है जो जनता के बीच में एक तीव्रवादी अगलावादी चिंतन वो करते हैं, देयर मस्ट बी स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन, देयर विल बी स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन अगेंस्ट ऑल दीस.
ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡೋದಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಂತ್ವನ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಗ್ಗೂಡಿಸುವವನಲ್ಲದೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ನಿಂತು ಹೋಗುವವನಲ್ಲವ. ಈ ಕುಟುಂಬಕ್ಕೆ ತಡೆಯಲಾಗದ ಬೇಸರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ತಂದು ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಯಾರೇ ಯಾವ ಧರ್ಮದವರಾದರೂ ಅದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ. ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದವನಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಉಂಟು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಅವರನ್ನು ಶಿಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಗಲ್ಲು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಗಲ್ಲು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆಯೇ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು ನ್ಯಾಯ ಅಲ್ಲ.
Cutting across to Priyanka Rudrappa, who is joining us live from the Puttur area of Karnataka, where this crime has taken place. Priyanka, we're very gutted to see the family members of Praveen. It's truly tragic to see what they're going through. 21 people have been rounded up by the police. They claim that most of these people have links with the radical outfit PFI and PFI's political outfit, the SDPI. But on what basis have these detentions been made? Why no arrest so far?
So far, just last night, 21 people have been taken into custody for questioning is what we are hearing. Earlier, at least 8 people have been were taken into custody for questioning. Now, these people seem to have links with the SDPI and the PFI. However, we're still not sure why no arrests have been made. The police say that they're investigating the murder from all angles, checking the CCTV footage, talking to people, and to see if there was any human or any communal angle to this as well. Right now, I'm at Praveen's house where the family is, mourning his death. His father has been just taken to the hospital due to certain health issues. His wife is distraught. Nutana, his wife, said that urged the government to nab the suspects at the earliest. Nutana said that Praveen had no threats so far. He used to help people. He has helped a lot of them during COVID as well, and had no threats, was not involved in any fights either. Now, Nutana also urged the Karnataka government to nab the suspects at the earliest and to hand over the case to the NIA if no action is taken so far.
You know, so far we see that the BJP workers there, mostly the Yuva Morcha workers in hordes, have resigned from the party. They are very upset with the senior BJP leadership, saying that it's been over 24 hours and the perpetrators have not been brought to book. What's the grouse held by these BJP youth wing members at this point?
The situation seems to be under control at the moment, but however, the people, protesters, especially the BJP workers, had gathered in huge numbers in Bellare, where they heckled and they surrounded BJP leader Naveen Kumar Khatil's car, and there were instances of stone pelting.
The government has now stepped up its investigation, and as the Bombay government receives a lot of flack from its own party members, Bombay, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, says Yogi model in Karnataka soon. Bombay says we'll arrest these killers soon. He invokes Yogi Adityanath in Karnataka, says Karnataka will see the Yogi model of governance soon. Remember, Yogi Adityanath of Uttar Pradesh, famously known for using bulldozers on homes of stone pelters and those who violate the law. Basaraj Bommai, the Chief Minister of Karnataka now, who is the chief ministerial face for the upcoming elections of Karnataka. Yet again, the BJP fielding him, promises over the death of Praveen that Yogi model will be implemented in Karnataka if the BJP comes to power. Basaraj Bommai, who has received a lot of flack from the BJP Yuva Morcha wing, the pressure mounting on the BJP government from their own Karyakartas, saying that so far it's been over 24 hours, no arrests have been made. 21 detentions, all members or people linked to the PFI and the SDPI, but no real arrest made. In fact, Basaraj Bommai says that he is coordinating with the Kerala government because those accused who killed Praveen, we believe, were on 3 bikes and had Kerala number plates. Using machetes, hacked Praveen to death. So the Chief Minister of Karnataka now working with the Kerala government, but so far they haven't been able to zero in on those assailants. Basaraj Bommai now saying Yogi Adityanath model will be witnessed in Karnataka soon. On this note, I'm going to slip into a short break. India Today continues our relentless coverage on this story. Do stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
The World Health Organization has triggered the highest alarm yet again. In the last 14 years or so, this is the 6th time that a public health emergency has been declared. A public health emergency of international concern, which means that it concerns the entire global community, which also means the entire international community must sit up and take note of what is to be done next. Strengthen the surveillance systems, track down patients, ensure there is contact tracing, ensure that there is proper protocol in place to manage the infection? Many experts say that looking at the kind of information that is available right now, it is highly unlikely that monkeypox will assume pandemic proportions. In fact, here are the kind of comparisons that are being made. Monkeypox, because is not extremely transmissible, it's unlikely that the entire population will be vulnerable to it. Very, very unlikely. So having measures like lockdowns, etc., that worked to a great extent in the COVID-19 pandemic clearly will not work here, and they're not even going to be required, is what many experts are saying. In fact, they also go on to say that you will see cases increase. In fact, cases of monkeypox will be seen in the general population as well, not only just in men having sex with men, but even in the general population. But that does not mean that it will assume pandemic proportions.
We don't have to worry that this will spread to everybody. While everybody might be at risk, it can be prevented mostly by making sure that there are hygienic practices, and those who are infected are isolated completely without the contact of other healthy individuals.
He's done that in the past as well, 6 times. In 2009, H1N1 virus, also known as Mexican flu, swine flu in normal parlance, was declared a public health emergency of international concern. It eventually went on to assume pandemic proportions and was declared a pandemic as well. Then we've had cases in 2014, 16 and 19 wherein Zika virus, Ebola, even polio virus outbreak was declared a public health emergency of international concern. On the 30th of January 2020, COVID-19 was declared a public health emergency of international concern. 2 months later,
पाँच साल के बाद पेट्रोल देश से समाप्त हो जाएगा। आपकी स्कूटर, आपकी कार एक तो हाइड्रोजन पे होगी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन पर, या इथेनॉल पर फ्लेक्स इंजन पर होगी, या सीएनजी और एलएनजी पर होगी।
India's clean energy transition is rapidly underway, but can it replace petrol? The term green describes any type of fuel derived from biomass. This includes all kinds of organic matter from plant and animal. This is eco-friendly and sustainable alternative as the feedstocks used to make green fuel are sustainable and naturally replenished. Unlike oil, which is naturally occurring but requires an extremely long geological process to form, biofuel can be produced in a matter of days. A huge variety of feedstocks can be used to create biofuel ranging from vegetable oil and crop residue to algae and byproducts from beer breweries. They can be utilized in engines without engine modification. Between April to September 2021, CNG car sales saw a surge of 96%. Another alternative is CBG or compressed biogas, that is biogas produced naturally from waste like agriculture residue, cattle dung, sugarcane press mud, municipal solid waste, sewage treatment plant waste. So far, 9 CBG plants have been commissioned and started to supply across India. Autogas or LPG is a clean, high-octane, abundant and eco-friendly fuel. The use of LPG as an automotive fuel has become legal in India with effect from 24th April 2000. In the year 2003, a new eco-friendly fuel popularly called gasohol was launched. This fuel combines petrol with 5% ethanol obtained from the sugarcane molasses available throughout the country. India has achieved the target of supplying 10% ethanol blended petrol extracted from sugarcane and other agriculture commodities, and aims to double it by 2025-26 to cut oil import dependence and address environmental issues.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart. Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates, Har Gustakhi Saaf. Brokerage क्यों देना? nobroker.com है ना.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The Congress now facing heat for insulting the President, Draupadi Murmu. More details after the top headlines. BJP calling Congress as sexist and anti-tribal after Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary calls the President, Draupadi Murmu, as Rashtra Patni. Coming under fire, Congress MP now apologizes.
Had been uttered yesterday, only one. I don't have any remote intention to humiliate the highest chair of our country.
दो बार वो गलत शब्द इस्तेमाल किया और बड़ा इस विषय को मामूली बताते हुए कहा कि हम बवाल मचा रहे, ये पूरा देश की चिंता है, ये कोई बवाल है। उन्होंने उसको माउंटेन आउट ऑफ अ मोलन कहने की वो समझते हैं कि राष्ट्रपति कोई छोटी घटना है और उसको हमें बवाल के रूप में मैं निंदा करता हूँ कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष को इस विषय में माफी मांगनी चाहिए। कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष ने माफी देनी चाहिए सदन में। प्लीज
with your permission, I move the following motion. That this House, having taken a serious note of the...
One minute, please speak. Muralidharan. पढ़ चुके हैं नहीं प्लीज
सदस्य हैं और लोकसभा के सदस्य हैं उनके बारे में इस सदन में वो आवाज नहीं उठा सकते आपके रूल्स कोई परमिट नहीं करते
ये माननीय लोग ये बाहर की बात है जो माननीय राष्ट्रपति पर टिप्पणी है महामहिम पर टिप्पणी नहीं हो सकती उनके महत्व को आप भी जानते हैं प्लीज मिस्टर मुरलीधरन प्लीज
वहाँ पार्लियामेंट है आप पार्लियामेंट में
I move the following motion that this House, having taken a
मिस्टर मुरलीधरन की बात ही रिकॉर्ड पे जा रही है
misconduct of Shri Sushil Kumar Gupta, Shri Sandeep Kumar Pathak and Shri Ajit Kumar Bhuye, who have entered the well of the House, shouted slogans and displayed placards this morning, thereby disrupting the proceedings of the House in utter disregard to the House and the authority of the Chair, and having been named by the Chair, resolves that the above mentioned members be suspended from the service of the Council for the remainder of the current week under Rule 256.
That this House, having taken a serious note of the misconduct of Shri Sushil Kumar Gupta, Shri Sandeep Kumar Pathak and Shri Ajit Kumar Bhuya, who have entered the well of the House, shouted slogans and displayed placards this morning, thereby disrupting the proceedings of the House in utter disregard to the House and the authority of the Chair, and having been named by the Chairman, resolves that the above mentioned members be suspended from the services of the Council of the remainder of the current week under Rule 256. Those in favor will say aye. Those against will say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Go to your seats, I will give division. आप लोग अपनी सीट पर जाइए, मैं डिवीजन देने को तैयार हूँ. हंगामे में और रोल में डिवीजन नहीं होगा, आप जानते हैं. Please go back to your seats. For division, go back to your seats. आप डिवीजन में इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है, देश देख रहा है. आप डिवीजन में इंटरेस्टेड हो तो अपनी सीट पर जाइए, मैं डिवीजन देता हूँ. आप कोई सीट पर नहीं जा रहा है, so the motion is adopted. So Sushil Kumar Gupta, Shri Sandeep Kumar Pathak and Shri Ajit Kumar Bhuya are suspended from the service of the Council for the remainder of the House is adjourned for 2 p.m.
That's the House adjourned yet again after much of the commotion over Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's comments. We are looking at the House now adjourned. Draupadi Murmu, the first tribal president of India, has received enough and more criticism from the opposition parties, especially the most recent being Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary from the Congress, calling her as Rashtrapatni. This, of course, hasn't gone down well with the BJP, claiming that this is the Congress party sanctioning insults to tribal, sanctioning insults to women, absolute disrespect. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary came around to justify, hasn't yet explicitly said a sorry or given a proper formal apology, but justifies that it was just a mere slip of tongue. Let's hear it, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, as he speaks in justification. In fact, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has the support of Sonia Gandhi as well, because Sonia Gandhi claims that he's apologized, but we haven't really heard a sorry or a formal apology from him so far. While he spoke about how this was a slip of tongue. What are you going to do now? It just happened, can't help it. Let's hear many of the reactions coming in before I take you through what Adhir Ranjan said.
Nowhere is the word Rashtrapatni used. The word Rashtrapati stands equally for both woman and man. This is a common knowledge in Hindi or in Sanskrit. It's a deliberate sexist abuse.
कहा था कि राष्ट्रपति भवन हम लोग जाना चाहते हैं, राष्ट्रपति से मिलना चाहते हैं हमारा बात रखने के लिए. कल भी ये नौबत आई, कल भी मैंने ये कहा कि हम राष्ट्रपति जी भवन जाना चाहते हैं और राष्ट्रपति बोलने का तुरंत बाद मुंह से निकल गया राष्ट्रपत्नी जी के साथ मिलना चाहते हैं. उसी समय ये पत्रकार बात सुनते ही निकल चुके। मैं उनको ढूंढने का कोशिश किया लेकिन देखा नहीं, क्योंकि मैं उसी समय उनको कह देते कि ये गलत सब निकल चुके हैं, आप इसको मतलब इसको तवज्जो दिया करो।
Sonia ji sanctioned the humiliation of a woman in the highest constitutional post. Sonia ji sanctioned the humiliation of a poor woman who was sent to the highest office in this country. You sanctioned the insult of every Indian citizen. You, through your male Congress workers and leaders, have continued to demean the office of the President of India. Apologize to the nation. Maafi mango is desh se. Maafi mango Sonia Gandhi Adivasiyon se. Maafi mango aurton se. Maafi mango garib se.
You ask Adir to apologize. Ma'am, will you ask Adir to apologize?
He has already apologized.
एक घोर अपमान है आदिवासी देश का, आदिवासी का एक नेत्री और बेटी को बहुत बड़ा अपमान है, राष्ट्रपति का अपमान है, राष्ट्र का अपमान है। जिनको ऐसे अधीर रंजन को जिन्होंने अपॉइंट किया वो माफी मांगना चाहिए। सोनिया गांधी जी माफी मांगना चाहिए।
जब आदमी खुद एडमिट करता है कि मेरा इंटेंशन ठीक था लेकिन जबान फिसल के ऐसी बात हो गई, तो उसको आप बहुत बड़ा इश्यू बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि आपके पास बहुत मुद्दे हैं ना, रिप्लाई दे दो। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। इन्फ्लेशन का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। अग्निपथ का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। जीएसटी का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। इतने मुद्दे हैं ना, देश में लोग जूझ रहे उस मुद्दों के खिलाफ, तो आप उसका रिप्लाई देने के बजाय एक उसने ऐसा कहा वैसा कहा कहना ये ठीक नहीं है।
Right now, under fire, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has finally tendered an apology. Let's hear it once again.
जब बीजेपी पार्टी के पास कोई हमारे खिलाफ बोलने की कुछ नहीं है, तब ये ढूंढते हैं कहीं के कोई मसला ढूंढते हैं और इसको ये बहाना बना के सिंपली द इशू इज ब्लोइंग आउट ऑफ प्रोपोर्शन. They are making mountain out of a molehill. The word had been uttered yesterday, only one, because yesterday I have given number of answers to the media people. Nowhere, never I had uttered this word, but for once, and for once, and for once, and that was also by default. I don't have any remote intention to humiliate the highest chair of our country.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Maushmi joining us live. She's been tracking the developments within the Congress. Maushmi, we heard Sonia Gandhi as she spoke to our India Today correspondent, said Adhir Ranjan has apologized, but he hadn't at that point, but now comes around to tender a formal apology. Do they really regret it? Was it really a slip of tongue, or was it a deliberate attempt to mock the first tribal woman president of India? All right, before I get Maushmi on this, here's some big information coming in. 3 more opposition Rajya Sabha MPs have been suspended. Remember, we're looking at a total of at least 25 odd MPs from both houses. Now, 3 more from the Rajya Sabha who've been suspended. Huge development coming in on the MPs who have been protesting inside the house, holding placards, raising slogans. Most of those MPs have now been ousted by the chair. They've been suspended until the remainder of the week. Many of these opposition party members, MPs from the opposition parties, have been protesting in an overnight dharna right outside the Gandhi statue within the parliament premises. Now, 3 more adding to that list. Maushmi tracking that development. Maushmi, who are those 3 MPs from the Rajya Sabha who've been suspended, and what was the reason they've been asked to leave?
So 2 more Aam Aadmi Party MPs and 1 independent MP has been suspended from the upper house. Now the upper house has seen a lot of ruckus, Nabila, and we've come to know that Sushil Gupta, Sandeep Pathak and these 2 from the Aam Aadmi Party and the independent MP Ajit Kumar Bhuiya have been suspended for allegedly showing placards to the chair and storming into the well and shouting and sloganeering. So this actually makes the count to 27. Earlier 24 MPs, including the Lok Sabha MPs, have been suspended. 19 MPs were suspended earlier. That was an all-time high in the history of the Rajya Sabha. 19 MPs were suspended on the price rise issue. Yesterday, Sanjay Singh was suspended on the Gujarat liquor deaths, and now today also protesting against the Gujarat government. The Aam Aadmi Party's plus one independent has been suspended from the House. So total 27 MPs suspended, total about 24 MPs suspended from the Rajya Sabha. Sorry, 23.
Right, a total of 23 from the Rajya Sabha, you said, and from the Lok Sabha, Maushmi?
4 from the Lok Sabha and 20 plus 3 from the Rajya Sabha.
Yeah, in all 26 members of the opposition who've been suspended from both houses, the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha. In the latest, we're looking at 3 MPs from the opposition who've now been suspended. Now, Maushmi, as we are on this story, I'd like to ask you on the BJP's allegations that these MPs are really having a gala time outside the parliament while they protest within the parliament premises. Yes, they are staying there overnight in dharna, condemning the government of not willing to have a conversation on price rise and several other issues. But they have a nice menu on the card for breakfast, lunch and dinner, and one of the meals serves chicken tandoori. Precisely what the BJP has picked, saying meat is being consumed outside Bapu's statue in the parliament.
Firstly, Nabila, pun intended, I don't think that you're really good at mathematical calculations, not much effort required there, and I am also in the same soup, but the total number of MPs suspended will be 23 plus 4. So that is the count of 27 MPs suspended from both houses. Now coming to the point that you were talking about tandoori chicken being served, now that is an act of defiance as well, because the MPs are in no way trying to not show that they don't eat breakfast, lunch and dinner. I even said that now the treasury benches will accuse you of having breakfast and a lavish layout and especially eating non-veg. So they said that actually the government and the treasury benches should first apologize for the rising prices. And if the MPs are sitting on dharna, are they expected to not eat? Is that what the government wants? Is it a punishment? It is not a punishment that the government is imposing. This is a protest that the opposition has called for. So a roster duty has been fixed as far as fixing the menu is concerned. Many are non-vegetarians, and therefore we saw this last year as well when biryani was being served near the Gandhi statue, which gives fresh armor and ammunition to the government as far as attacking the opposition on their 24/7 dharna is concerned, Nabila.
All right, so it is true that meat was consumed, because we heard one of the MPs speaking to Paulami Saha, and he sort of brushed it under the carpet, saying that you think we're having a good time sitting here? We are staying here overnight. There's no shelter given to us. There's no, there's no way that we can protect ourselves from the heat or the rain. Whatever weather, they're willing to sit there through the next few hours. 50 hours, that's a 50-hour relay protest until the end of the week. We believe that they want to be lodging their protest against the government. But this kind of messaging coming out by the BJP saying that this is meat being consumed in front of the Gandhi statue seems to be casting a shadow on the protests itself. Does this mean, Maushmi, they're going to think twice before ordering chicken or any other meat now until their fast ends? Or are they going to stick to that roster? Idli, sambar, gajar ka halwa, curd rice, chicken tandoori. We hear that's the list on the menu.
That sounds like a very scrumptious menu, Nabila. But honestly, I don't think that the opposition is faced by what the government is attacking them on. They really feel that the government would want to deviate from the core subject that they are.
Stay with us, Vashmi. I'm going to quickly cut across to the BJP protesting right outside the parliament. Let's hear it. PMP is now stepping out as the House is adjourned. They're protesting right outside the parliament as they slam the Congress party for insulting President Draupadi Murmu. Remember, the Congress has already apologized. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary comes to apologize. In fact, after he was coaxed, he finally admitted that it was a mistake and he is sorry. And this came around after much persistence, after much of the BJP leaders protested inside both the houses. And now, as the house is adjourned, they come out and protest, holding placards. All the BJP women particularly taking the lead here, condemning the Congress's insult to the first tribal woman taking over as President of India. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary right now has come about to apologize. In fact, what we do know is that the opposition largely over the last few weeks before the run-up to the presidential polls have been constantly targeting Draupadi Murmu, belittling her on many levels. In fact, their own candidate, the joint opposition candidate for president, Yashwant Sinha, had called Draupadi Murmu a rubber stamp, saying that she's just going to be seated there, listening to what the BJP has to say and will help them in whatever policies that they want to impose. This is an authoritarian regime. Draupadi Murmu is just their means. Now, apart from that, you had several other opposition parties calling Murmu just another person who the BJP wants to use in the president's post. A rubber stamp was really the highlight of what the opposition said against Draupadi Murmu. And this time it seems like they've taken a bit too far, calling the Rashtrapati as Rashtrapatni, in a way to mock Draupadi Murmu. Of course, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress saying that this was just a slip of tongue. Polemy for more on that. Polemy, as the House is adjourned, we see that the BJP leaders have stepped out right in front of the parliament. They are wasting no time, holding placards and leading this protest, condemning the Congress for insulting our president.
कांग्रेस की सोच दर्शाता है कि वो किस प्रकार से हमारे जनजातीय भाई बहनों को किस नजरिए से देखते हैं। साथ ही साथ वो कहते हैं कि मैंने अचानक एक बात, भाइयों बहनों, हम सब ने सुना कि वो पहले राष्ट्रपति कहने के बाद बहुत सोची समझी नीति के तहत उन्होंने 2 बार रिपीट किया, एक बार नहीं 2 बार रिपीट किया। और आज तो उन्होंने इस विषय को ऐसा बना दिया जैसे कोई बवाल मच रहा है। बार बार 3-4 बार वो कहते हैं कि हम उसको बवाल मचा रहे हैं। क्या ये बवाल का विषय है या आत्मसम्मान का विषय है? आदिवासी और जनजातीय समाज के लिए ये पूरा देश जानना चाहता है और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा सोनिया गांधी जी से जानना चाहते हैं। आप देखिए कि उन्होंने उसको किस प्रकार से माउंटेन आउट ऑफ मोलिल का, ये क्या छोटी घटना है? ये क्या छोटा अपमान है जनजातीय समाज, आदिवासी समाज के साथ? हम डिमांड करते हैं कि कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी ने इस विषय पर सदन में भी और देश के समक्ष माफी मांगनी चाहिए। आदिर रंजन चौधरी जी के बयान के ऊपर उन्होंने देश के सामने माफी मांगने पे ही हमारे देश के जनजातीय समाज और आदिवासी समाज का सम्मान हो। धन्यवाद।
It's really disappointing that we are discussing on something which the country is absolutely, after 70 years, seeing an inclusive India, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi, after 70 full long years, would have hardly thought about it. Prime Minister it was who went forward and chose a tribal lady who, on her own strength, educated herself, went to college, worked, became an MLA, then became a minister, then became a good, successful governor, and Prime Minister thought it fit that this is the time for a tribal representation to hold the highest constitutional post. And this decision has been so welcomed by the entire country. Congress party all these years didn't think of giving a tribal and more particularly a woman this post. Now instead of coming forward, you had from the time the nomination being announced, every representative of the Congress party speaking ill of the candidate and using expressions which are totally unacceptable. She belongs to a toxic, she just went to her village temple and prayed, and that provokes him to say even that. And even today, I'm finding it astonishing and absolutely despicable that the Congress party doesn't show any remorse. It doesn't have any sense of guilt. On the contrary, you find Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary ji claiming there is no reason for apology. And when from the morning, all the women MPs, ministers, tribal leaders are saying that Srimati Sonia Gandhi, being the head of the Congress party, being herself a woman, should come out and say, sorry, our people were wrong. And I don't support such things. Instead of that, we are being misled. I've just now seen through the media a clip which says, Srimati Sonia Gandhi saying, he has already apologized. He's already apologized? It's on record where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is saying there's no reason for me to apologize. And earlier, there was a Congress representative who said, no, she belongs to this toxic ideology. In every way, they have been repeatedly attempting to undermine a tribal, self-made, successful woman leader. And the height of it is when, as though you're talking about, generally in a light-hearted way, Pati, that type. Rashtrapati in Sanskrit and in Hindi. And no dictionary you will find Rashtrapatni as a word, Morio Williams onwards, anyone you can pick. And for my curiosity, I even consulted a Hindi Sanskrit scholar, Nityanand Mishra, who's very active in social media. He sent me a note saying this is a sexist abuse. It's an insult. Nowhere in Sanskrit that Rashtrapati will have to become Rashtrapati. Rashtrapati is the word to mean leader of the country. And there's no gender differentiation, it is gender agnostic. So we from the BJP repeat, and even now, let me add in, some of our members of parliament in Lok Sabha felt very threatened. And I'm saying it before you, I didn't imagine there will be a situation for me to say it, felt threatened that Srimati Sonia Gandhi herself came up to probably one of our very senior members, Rama Devi ji, to find out. And one of the members of our parliament, our people members, approached them and she said, you don't talk to me. As though putting the member of parliament down in the house. So instead of remorse, from the highest leader of Congress party, we find greater and greater aggression and putting down members of parliament who are demanding an apology. All the more reason that the Congress party now repeatedly, even PUC has shown, repeatedly abusing and talking with...
The very furious BJP leaders, you heard Nirmala Sitharaman very clearly saying that this was no intention of the Congress party to apologize because it's on record. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary had said that this does not warrant an apology from his side because he said what he said as a slip of tongue. It was, he said it by chance, did not mean it. It does not call for an apology. Let the BJP do what they want. They're making a mountain of a mole. And then when the issue got heated, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary finally came around to apologize. We're going to be on that story, but on the other side of a short break. Enforcement Directorate now recovering nearly 28 crores black cash and 5 kgs gold, Benami property papers, all found at another residence of Arpita, Partha Chatterjee's close aide. Stay with us.
ये e-sports का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
ESPL registration has been finished.
रुको पापा, 1 मिनट।
बेटा या तो मोबाइल में गेम खेल ले या टीवी देख ले, ये सब नहीं चलेगा।
पापा ये चलेगा नहीं, दौड़ेगा। कुछ भी नहीं पापा। असली एसपीएल तो अब शुरू हो रहा है। 16 टीम, सारे टॉप प्लेयर्स, 1 करोड़ का प्राइस पूल, बिग स्टेडियम, ग्रैंड ESPL, और ऐसा कि इंडियन ई स्पोर्ट्स में कभी हुआ ही नहीं। ESPL is back. Are you guys ready?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Kerala's public health. All political parties travelling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct. Setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today. All right, now the ED is intensifying its probe into Bengal recruitment scam. In an overnight raid, the agency has recovered nearly 28 crores from Arpita Mukherjee's flat in Belgaria. Gold jewelry worth 4.3 crores also seized. With this, the total cash haul which the ED has seized is 50 crore rupees in total. It's been recovered from Arpita's second home. ED says this huge amount of money was recovered from the washroom. With this development, Partha's secretary too now has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in the school's recruitment scam case. Not only the BJP but also the TMC netas want Partha Chatterjee out of the party now. TMC spokesperson Kunal Ghosh wants Partha axed from the party. He is in fact a cabinet minister. Industries and Commerce Minister Partha Chatterjee is also said to be very close to Mamata Banerjee. TMC MP now, Mamata Banerjee's nephew, Abhishek Banerjee, has called for a crucial meeting with this regard at 5 p.m. today regarding the arrest of Partha Chatterjee and how to deal with this case as a party.
Approximately 28 crore rupees have been recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's residence here in Belghoria. We are given to understand that raids were conducted in several places in Kolkata. At least 6 places were raided yesterday, and after 10 hours, it took at least 10 hours to count such a huge amount of money. So it's another mountain that has been recovered by Enforcement Directorate, the agency which is probing the job scam that has unfolded in the land of West Bengal. And we are also given to understand that cash was kept inside the bedroom. Not only that, some cash was recovered from the bathroom. It was kept in a cabinet, inside a cabinet of wash basin. That reveals, there are many more to unfold it, and Enforcement Directorate is probing this matter, and opposition's claim this is just tip of an iceberg. With camera person Shamshunder Ghosh, this is Rick Tick from Kolkata for India Today.
सब निकलेगा धीरे धीरे. बहुत बड़ा घोटाला है. बंगाल दीदी बोलते हैं एगीय बांग्ला. अब एगीय बांग्ला भ्रष्टाचार में देखना पड़ेगा, हम लोग कभी नहीं सोचा. ये सब ड्रामा है. पार्टी चाहता है कि पार्थो बाबू से हाथ धो ले, कन्नी काट ले. अब ममता बनर्जी भतीजा सरकार और परिवार को बचाने के लगे हैं. सारे लोग अब परिवार बचाओ, नेता बचाओ, जैसा कांग्रेस में हो रहा है वही हो रही है. लेकिन मुझे नहीं लगता कोई बच पाएगा.
जो ममता बनर्जी 100% जोड़ी थे पार्थो चटर्जी के साथ, पूरा स्कैम के साथ वो जोड़ी थे. तो ऊपर से पैसा गिरा नहीं. आप चोरी करेंगे और आप बोलेंगे भाई हमको क्यों पकड़ रहे हैं. ममता बनर्जी खुद चोर है. ममता बनर्जी पश्चिम बंगाल में पूरा भारत का सबसे बड़ा घोटाला का मास्टर है.
As we have said, the investigation is on and we want a speedy investigation and a very quick verdict. We are absolutely, we don't want this, some parties, political parties or the ruling dispensation at the center or the political party trying to utilize, and jump in and things like that. So this is exactly the perception politics that they are trying to create, which should be avoided. And that can only be done when you allow an agency to function independently and allow it to function quickly.
All right, now the heat is mounting on TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee as the can of worms now continues to burst open on her close confidant and State Minister Partha Chatterjee's role in the Bengal job scam. Partha's aide Arpita Mukherjee has also come down heavy. In fact, she is under scanner right now. Questions being asked if Mamata Banerjee will be sacking her minister. Partha Chatterjee, of course, has now become a point of pain for the TMC, which now they're mulling over sacking. Let's hear it.
A mountain of cash and a recruitment scam staring the TMC in the face. The TMC now seems cornered by the explosive ED revelations on TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, his close aide Arpita Mukherjee. The West Bengal Chief Minister had stated she would not spare anyone involved in corruption, but is distancing from her cabinet colleague enough? Or is the clock now ticking on the sacking of former Education Minister Partha Chatterjee, currently serving as the Commerce Minister of West Bengal? Trinamool Congress mouthpiece newspaper Jago Bangla has now stopped using Partha Chatterjee's designation in all articles which mention him. The countdown has now begun. When will Partha Chatterjee face the cut from a deeply embarrassed West Bengal government? The ED Directorate questioned Partha for at least 5 hours over his alleged role in the Bengal teacher recruitment scam. ED sources tell India Today Partha was quizzed with the first list of SSC qualified candidates was cancelled. Then questioned over his role in the advisory council and if recruits were recommended by him. He was grilled on the source behind the cash found at close aide Arpita's residence and whether there was any hawala transaction in the recruitment scam. A black diary found at Arpita's residence that allegedly held crucial information on the scam featured in interrogation. What is disconcerting for the TMC is the lifestyle of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. The visual pile of cash, joint holders of real estate, a luxury flat gifted to Arpita, a luxury flat only for dogs, both travelling together to Singapore in 2012 when the minister was on a work visit. In ED custody, Arpita Mukherjee is already singing. With the images of the cash recovered from her house going viral, she has told the ED that Partha used her house as a mini bank, adding that a Bengali actor introduced her to Chatterjee in 2016 and since then both were close to each other. She also said Chatterjee himself never bought the cash. The money was bought by assistants. The optics are uncomfortable for Didi, so is the mounting political pressure. The question is not if, when will Didi sack her minister? Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, I'm cutting across to Munish Pandey, who's been tracking those developments as the ED investigates this huge cash haul. Munish, another round of raids where they found close to 28 crores in cash. This is shocking, and it's about time that the TMC sack Partha Chatterjee. But aside of the politics here, the Enforcement Directorate, how do you think they're going into investigating this matter? Only Partha Chatterjee from the TMC has been called in so far. Are we looking at more TMC leaders summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in the days to come with regards to the school recruitment scam?
Well, Nabila, so far the Enforcement Directorate has summoned 2 other people, one from TMC and one personal secretary of Partha Chatterjee in connection with the case. And we have been given to understand is that there are several other people connected to the West Bengal government and also to Partha Chatterjee. They are under scanner. We have been also given to understand is that in next few days, the ED is likely to arrest 2 more people in connection with the case. But as far as the evidence is concerned, remember, Nabila, from the first flat of Arpita Mukherjee, the Enforcement Directorate had recovered 21.90 crore rupees in cash. And what was important there was an envelope of West Bengal government, and there it was written that minister in charge. Now that is a crucial piece of evidence as far as the cash amount is concerned. From the second flat, they have recovered 27.90 crore rupees in cash. So overall, more than 50 crore rupees in cash has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate in the case, which is huge as far as the agency is concerned, one of the biggest seizures in history of the Enforcement Directorate as far as cash is concerned. Apart from that, they have also seized jewelries worth more than 5 crore rupees, gold, which includes gold also. Now, ED is saying that as far as Arpita Mukherjee is concerned, during the initial investigation, she has disclosed that this money belongs to Partha Chatterjee, and there were people connected to Partha Chatterjee who were delivering this money to her residence. She has not elaborated the role. The only job of Arpita Mukherjee was to infuse this money into through the shell companies and converting this black money into white money. That was her job. Now, as far as Partha Chatterjee's role is concerned, ED is claiming that this is the proceeds of crime generated by Partha Chatterjee and other accused in the recruitment scam. But so far, after this seizure, the ED is also saying that Partha Chatterjee may come under a scanner in connection to the other scams which may be different from the recruitment scam. So as of now, many people from West Bengal government are under scanner, and Partha Chatterjee stands a prime accused in the case.
Gosh, the money and the cash, black cash that's found is huge. 50 crore rupees in total we are looking at. 10 kgs of gold in total again. The latest being 5 kgs odd that they found from this second residence of Arpita. Now, what is the ED plan to do in terms of implicating Partha or Arpita in the near future? Is this going to go on? The investigation is going to continue deeper, or prima facie they already have enough to keep them behind bars for a long time now?
Well, Nabila, this is a very important question, and what ED sources have told India Today that this is only the tip of iceberg. Now, what they are saying that only 2 flats have been, searched by the Enforcement Directorate connected to Arpita Mukherjee. There are several other properties of Arpita. There are several property documents. That is also again very important because there are properties worth crores and crores of rupees linked to Arpita Mukherjee. There are 12 shell companies of Arpita Mukherjee, and ED suspect that these companies, these properties were functioning on the black money generated by Partha Chatterjee. As of now, this is allegation, but ED is saying that this is only, they have found this only during the initial investigation. Now, when they are going deeper, not only they are recovering cash, but also there are documents connected to Partha Chatterjee as far as this entire scam is concerned. From the residence of Partha Chatterjee, ED had recovered the admit cards of the applicants at that point of time. There were several documents related to the recruitment scam and also some diaries which were recorded by the Enforcement Directorate where there is a mention of money trail. Now they are also recording statements of several witnesses in the case, and they are saying that this is only the tip of iceberg. Once they start investigation in this case, they will come across, and it is very likely that they will come across several other scams in which maybe Partha Chatterjee was involved, and not only Partha Chatterjee, but there are several other people connected to West Bengal government. There are people and aides of Partha Chatterjee who were working, not only with Partha Chatterjee, but also several other people of West Bengal government. So as of now, there are several people under scanner, and as you rightly pointed out, Nabila, this is only the tip of iceberg, and many other people in West Bengal are under scanner, and it is a possibility that in next coming days, several people will be arrested in this case.
Yeah, this is certainly enough evidence and proof for the Enforcement Directorate to believe that there are many more people involved. Do they belong to the TMC, or are these criminals who've been in hiding that the ED will establish in due course of time? But for now, it seems like there's no way out for Partha Chatterjee, a senior minister, Industries and Commerce Minister within the TMC government, known to be a close aide of Mamata Banerjee. The party now looking very closely to sack Partha from his post. All right, now politics has erupted over the Chess Olympiad being held in Chennai after blackening Prime Minister Narendra Modi's pictures on billboards for the chess event, which were put out by BJP workers. Prime Minister's picture has now been added on several other posters in some of those areas. DMK worker who blackened that poster has justified this act, saying that he did it in retaliation to the BJP workers pasting Narendra Modi's photograph on posters which the state government had put up. Spokesperson of Stalin's party has claimed that the centre has nothing to do with this chess event and all the credit should be going to the state government, as it's the state government's money that's used to organize this massive international chess Olympiad. BJP has hit back, saying DMK is doing silly politics. The Saffron Party has said that Prime Minister's photo should have been there on the posters and that he is inaugurating the event, so therefore he must be welcomed in such a manner. Prime Minister Modi will be travelling to Chennai to inaugurate the 44th Chess Olympiad being held at the JLN Indoor Stadium.
The bigger problem here is that BJP has been constantly alleging that the Prime Minister's pic, one of the important pics, was missing from the hoardings earlier. DMK did not react to it, which led to BJP cadres going ahead and posting PM Modi's pic on these flagboards. And finally, it looks like DMK has buckled and several hoardings have been changed. However, these important ones on Anna Salai outside the metro stations have not been changed. One of DMK's spokesperson, Rajiv Gandhi, he has also come forward and said that it was MK Stalin who fought for it, and the Tamil Nadu government has spent 100 crores on this matter, and that's why it is completely DMK and the Tamil Nadu government saying, and the union government has nothing to do with. That way, he is trying to provide a reason. But the issue is, these are the flex boards which are talking about the Chess Olympiad, and here you have the central government symbol, Tamil Nadu government symbol, but what is missing is the Prime Minister's picture, which has turned out to be a very big issue now. With Vegetation, Pramod Madhav for India Today.
எந்த மாநிலம் பாஜக ஆளுகிற மாநிலங்கள்லாம் குஜராத் உட்பட பல மாநிலங்கள் நிராகரிச்ச போது நான் நடத்துறேன்னு சொல்லி 100 கோடி ரூபாய் அரசு பணத்தை ஒதுக்கி இதை நடத்துவதற்கு போராடி அதை வாங்கி நடத்துற எல்லா வேலையும் செய்யறது தமிழ்நாடு அரசு. தமிழ்நாடு அரசு போராடி தமிழ்நாடு அரசை சொந்த பணத்துல நடத்துகிற தமிழ்நாடு முதல்வர் தளபதிக்கு தான் சேருமே ஒழிய மோடி மஸ்தானுகளுக்கு சேராது.
This DMK government is doing silly politics in this. It is not that the Prime Minister needs advertisement, publicity. As a responsible Chief Minister, if he is responsible, Mr. Stalin should have advised, he should have come forward, he should have advised the government to print Prime Minister's photos.
There is a custom and norms, procedure, protocols to be followed. Only I am appealing that they should, I think, with their wisdom, they will rectify the things. Already our Karyakartas are pasting Prime Minister's photo. That is okay, they are out of affection. But is the mandate, whatever the minimum courtesy to the authorities and state government who are the organizing committee.
Few BJP goons along with Amar Prasad Reddy had illegally stick the photo sticker of Modi on the advertisement that are kept by Tamil Nadu government. To retaliate this BJP's cheap politics, our Thandai Periyar Dravadar Kalagam movement cadres had defaced the picture of Modi with the black paint that was forcefully stick by the BJP goons today. And also we like to clarify that what we did is just a retaliation move to the illegal activity that BJP did in the morning.
We're meanwhile looking at Pakistan, who is now withdrawn from this big chess Olympiad. Pakistan now provoking on this big day. It's announced that it will not participate in the 44th Chess Olympiad over the relay passing through Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, Pakistan has pulled out of this 44th Chess Olympiad over the torch relay that passes through Jammu and Kashmir. This event that is currently taking place in Chennai, Pakistan calls it an attempt to politicize the 44th Chess Olympiad. Over 180 countries participating in this event, which is the highest participation in any chess Olympiad. Pakistan now saying that the fact that the relay passes through Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir, this is a bid to politicize this event, and now withdraws from the Chess Olympiad, citing that the relay will pass through Jammu and Kashmir. They do not want to be part of it. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, BJP calls the Congress sexist and anti-tribal after Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary calls the President Draupadi Murmu as Rashtrapatni. Coming under fire, the Congress MP now apologizes. More details up next. Stay with us. Will Metaverse replace our reality? Can it? We don't know that yet, but in its present form, it kind of is a duplicate of the physical world. But the only way to access it is via the internet. The idea of Metaverse has its roots in many sci-fi narratives from the 90s. It exists either as immersive online games, workrooms, virtual concerts, or much more. So what can you do in the Metaverse? Apparently a lot. From watching your favorite pop star to working as personalized avatars in a virtual workspace, Metaverse can make that happen. It will eventually be possible to do exactly what we do in reality thanks to a virtual reality freed from physical constraints. As interactions increase, it will be possible to meet people, make purchases, and pay in cryptocurrency or go sightseeing while staying at home. Well, virtual tourism seems like a nice idea in the comfort of your room. What tools would you need for Metaverse? You'd need virtual reality headsets and a good internet connection for starters. Virtual reality headsets will allow us to immerse ourselves in 3D worlds in the form of avatars animated by our movements. But it will require an enormous amount of computing power to allow millions of people to act simultaneously in that virtual space. Even devices that recreate taste, smell, and touch could be invented. What do you think? Are you ready for the Metaverse?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Now, ever since the World Health Organization has declared monkeypox disease as a public health emergency of concern, another issue that the WHO has focused on is how it is spreading in communities where men have sex with men. That's right. The LGBTQ community has been targeted as a high-risk community where the monkeypox infection is currently spreading. But is the LGBTQ community responsible for the spread of this virus? No. In fact, experts say that sexual contact happens to be one of the ways through which monkeypox can spread through bodily fluids, but it is a contagious disease, so it can spread via touching. If a person comes in close contact with someone who has contracted the virus, if a person touches skin lesions or scabs of someone who has been infected with monkeypox, in dirty linen and bed sheets, and also the healthcare workers who are actually taking care of such patients across the world.
Any person who has skin is naturally at the risk of getting the infection, because skin to skin contact, where the active skin lesions are the mode through which the infection spreads predominantly.
Ever since the outbreak happened in African countries where it is an endemic, monkeypox has not spread as far and wide. But like it happened in the United Kingdom, 2 men were found to be infected with the first cases of monkeypox being reported in the month of May this year. After that, the WHO has said that more than 16,000 cases are being seen across. India also has about 4 cases. Another case has also come to light of monkeypox. but there's no travel history of a recent person who has tested positive. As we said, that sexual contact happens to be one of the ways through which monkeypox can spread, but it can also spread.
So sorry.
Sir cheese, Sir paneer. Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates, Har Gustakhi Saaf. Brokerage क्यों देना? NoBroker.com है ना?
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal taking you through the top news. The showdown inside the parliament between Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi. First, the headlines. BJP seeks Sonia's apology after Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary calls the President Draupadi Murmu as Rashtrapatni. Under fire, Congress MP now apologizes. Big war over opposition MPs protest at the Gandhi statue. BJP says protesting lawmakers are feasting on tandoori chicken. Opposition denies these charges. ED recovers over 50 crores in legal cash and gold from Arpita's house. Now TMC voices clamouring for sacking of Minister Partha Chatterjee from the Mamata cabinet. 21 PFI suspects held for Praveen's murder in Bellare. Chief Minister Bommai asked the centre to ban the PFI, backs Yogi model for his state. The Bommai government faces massive anger from the BJP workers over the murder of its worker Praveen. Chief Minister cancels his government's one-year bash. Family cries for justice. An ugly political stalemate over Modi and Stalin poster in Chennai's Chess Olympiad. A day after BJP puts up Modi's posters, DMK workers blacken them. All right, here's some big breaking news we're tracking right now. Heated exchange between Sonia Gandhi and Smriti Irani inside the parliament. Sources tell us that post 12 noon when the house was adjourned, Sonia Gandhi had approached Rama Devi, who was at the treasury benches. Smriti Irani just then intervened. Sonia Gandhi turned around and said, "Don't talk to me." The heated exchange of words between Sonia and Smriti Irani has lasted for about 2 to 3 minutes. In fact, now Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, says that Sonia Gandhi threatened Smriti Irani in the parliament. This is precisely what's happened inside the parliament right after the house was adjourned. Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi. The Congress chief, Sonia Gandhi, locking horns with Smriti Irani of the BJP. We believe that Smriti Irani tried to intervene when Sonia was just about to speak with the Treasury, Rama Devi. Soon as she approached Rama Devi, the Treasury, Smriti Irani intervened, and just then Sonia turned around and said, "Don't talk to me." The heated exchange of words is said to have broken out between them for at least 2 to 3 minutes. Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, saying that Sonia Gandhi threatened Smriti Irani inside the parliament. Here's what Nirmala Sitharaman said in explanation to what's happened.
हाउस में महिला हमारे सांसद के पास आकर के आज जब श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी ने बात की, उस समय कोई और भी सांसद बगल में आकर के क्या है, क्या हो गया, क्या बात हो रही है, ऐसे पूछने में यू डोंट टॉक टू मी ऐसे करके दूसरे सांसद को ऑलमोस्ट थ्रेटनिंग आवाज से बात की है। ऐसे में दम खाए, ये मंत्री गांधी बोल रहे हैं हमारे साथ, भारती पवार जी भी बोल रहे हैं। सो एक अपॉलजी नहीं है, दूसरा मिसरीड कर रही हो, मैंने आदिर ने अपॉलजी कर दिया, तीसरे बाकी सदस्यगण को भी ऐसे कठोर, ऐसे थ्रेटनिंग तरीके से बात भी करना, ये क्या तरीका है? शी इज द लीडर ऑफ द पार्टी। अपॉलजी मांगने से पहले ये सब भी सोचना चाहिए। ऊपर से अपॉलजी नहीं मगर धमकियां। मैं इसको खंडन करती हूं और डिमांड करती हूं श्रीमती सोनिया जी से, बाहर आइए, ग्रेसफुली माफी मांगिए देश के सामने।
All right, so that's Nirmala Sitharaman, who says that this was Sonia Gandhi tried to threaten Smriti Irani inside the parliament. That's what she says. Let me cut across to Pallavi Saha, who's been tracking that. Pallavi, what really happened inside? Sonia Gandhi, Smriti Irani in a verbal duel for about 2 to 3 minutes. What was said? Is it true that Sonia threatened Smriti Irani?
Well, Nabila, we are speaking to a cross-section of MPs who were eyewitnesses to this entire, drama that unfolded in the premises of the Lok Sabha. Just after the adjournment at 12 noon today, what we're being told, and we're trying to corroborate this from as many sources as possible, so that to get a clearer picture from both sides as to what happened. So what we're being told is that when the House was adjourned, Mrs. Gandhi, in fact, approached Rama Devi, who usually also sits in the chair, but was, because she's a BJP member of parliament, was near the treasury benches this time. So she approached her very politely, very softly, and said, why is my name being uttered? Maine kya galti ki hai? Why is my name being mentioned repeatedly in the House? So remember that the BJP and its members of parliament have been demanding an apology from Mrs. Gandhi in the case of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. So she said, why is my name being mentioned? Why am I being, what have I done? In that instance, we believe that Ms. Irani approached her from behind saying, ma'am, I mentioned your name, may I help you? And in that instance, what we're being told is that Ms. Gandhi looked at her and snapped and said, don't talk to me. And what followed was a little bit of a heated exchange of words between the two leaders, Ms. Smriti Irani and Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, which lasted for about 2 to 3 minutes. And we believe then immediately, first of all, of course, Ms. Mahua Moitra of the TMC and NCP Supriya Sule jumped in to try and diffuse the situation. And immediately afterwards, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Mr. Prahlad Joshi, was also in the House, also trying to calm down the situation and diffuse that heated exchange and the tension between the two leaders. At that point of time, MOS Arjun Meghwal also was with him. MOS Parliamentary Affairs, Mr. Arjun Ram Meghwal, was also with him. So this is what we believe has transpired between the two leaders from the accounts that we've been hearing since.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Gaurav Bhatia, the spokesperson of the BJP, joining us on the phone line on that. Mr. Bhatia, here is information that we get that inside the parliament, Congress chief Sonia Gandhi and BJP's Smriti Irani, locking horns, have entered into an argument for about 2-3 minutes. Nirmala Sitharaman says this was Sonia Gandhi trying to intimidate and threaten Smriti Irani. What's the fact?
There's a saying in Hindi which is very apt. Ulta chor kotwal ko daante. Sonia Gandhi ji should apologize to the country for the derogatory remark that has been made by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. And she should tell the nation what action has been taken, because it's an insult of every Indian. But the sad part is that she is threatening a senior leader, Smriti Irani ji, who has made a point which resonates with the people of the country. This is unacceptable parliamentary behavior from Sonia Gandhi ji, and it also is a reflection of what the Congress party has become. insulting members of the scheduled tribe, insulting a woman, and then on top of that, the leader of the Congress itself trying to threaten another leader. This is unacceptable and unbecoming of a senior leader.
You know, at this point, there's already inflamed emotions and sentiments over what the Congress has said about Draupadi Murmu, calling her Rashtra Patni. So it seems like Smriti Irani and you have Nirmala Sitharaman infuriated. Do you believe that this has led to the clash, the really inflamed emotions at this point?
Being a member of parliament or a minister holding public office is a position of responsibility. And if the position you hold is a position of significance, greater your responsibility. Rather than addressing the issue, such remarks by Sonia Gandhi ji does not augur well for the Congress. As for the democracy, the Bharatiya Janata Party is there, people of the country are there, and we will strengthen our democracy. But it is a sad day in the history of our country that first derogatory remark is made by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, and on top of that, rather than apologizing to the country, this sort of arrogance is shown by the Parivarwadi leader.
Right. Mr. Bhatia, so far, speaking of what the Congress party said, or Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary on Draupadi Murmu, he says it was slip of tongue, did not initially apologize, recorded statement that says that I don't need to apologize. This is a BJP making a mountain of a mole, but then comes around to apologize after much of the heated debate in both houses of the parliament. Do you think this was intention for them to say sorry?
See, it wasn't a slip of tongue. It is a sinister plot of the Congress. Every time when a common person rises up the ladder through hard work and honesty, they cannot accept that success of a common man. They feel they are the entitled lot. Everything good should happen only to the Gandhi Parivar. And the clear evidence to that would be even during the presidential election. Were they not trying to belittle Draupadi Murmu ji? Did their spokesperson not call her a reflection of evil ideology? What action has been taken against such leaders? Nothing. So therefore, it would be right to adduce that it happens under the instructions of the Gandhi Parivar.
A lot of questions being asked, Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, that while the opposition raises slogans and protests, you have the speaker suspending them. But the same behavior displayed by the BJP leaders, there's no action taken. So why this bias?
They need to first answer the questions that the nation is asking. And they have been silent on that. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary ji has not still tendered an apology. I think that speaks volumes about the character of the Congress in today's time.
Mr. Bhatia, thank you very much for joining us with those details. I'm going to quickly cut across to the information that we receive right from inside the parliament. We believe heated exchange of words between Sonia Gandhi and Smriti Irani within the house of the parliament, the Lok Sabha. Congress lashes out at Smriti Irani. Congress there saying this is atrocious and outrageous behavior displayed by Union Minister Smriti Irani inside the Lok Sabha today. But will she be pulled up by the speaker? Are rules only meant for the opposition? This comes after Union Minister Nirmala Sitharaman claimed that Sonia Gandhi threatened Smriti Irani and told the minister, "Don't talk to me." Let me quickly cut across to Supriya Bharadwaj joining us on the phone line, speaking with the opposition members there on this regard. Over to you, Supriya.
I have been joined by both the MPs of the Congress party, Jyotsna Mahanji and Geeta Kaura ji, and I'd like to first ask this question to Jyotsna ji. Madam, आगे हुआ क्या था? कहा ये जा रहा है कि उस समय जो है जब ये पूरा सिचुएशन हो रहा था तो आप तो हुआ क्या आखिर? सोनिया जी वहाँ कैसे गई?
हम लोग हाउस स्थगित हो गया था 4 बजे तक के लिए, तो हम लोग वापस आ रहे थे, लेकिन वहाँ से जो नारेबाजी हुई और कुछ हो हुल्लड़ हुआ तो सोनिया जी थोड़ा सा बैक हुई और उन्होंने जो हम लोगों को बताया है कि वो रमा जी से बात करने हम लोग जाना चाह रहे थे और वो गई भी उनके सामने खड़े होकर थोड़ा बोलना ही चाह रही थी। इतने में पीछे से स्मृति ईरानी जी आ गई और ये सोनिया गांधी ये बहुत चिल्लाती है, बहुत बोलती है इस तरीके की बातें, और फिर धक्का मुक्की, वहाँ पर सारे सांसद लोग आ गए, हम लोग थे वहाँ पर, तो धक्के भी लगे हम लोगों को। तो इस तरह से बात करना हाउस खत्म होने के बाद, वो भी लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में, सदन के अंदर एक हमारी महिला, सम्मानित महिला हमारी नेता के साथ इस तरह से बात करना, क्या स्मृति ईरानी को समझ में नहीं आता कि अपनी उम्र से बड़े लोगों के साथ कैसे बिहेव किया जाता है? एक महिला होने के नाते एक महिला के साथ इस तरह से अनादर बात किया उन्होंने, ये हम लोगों को असहनीय लगा और ये आप शब्द नहीं बोलने चाहिए।
पर गीता जी, बीजेपी की तरफ से ये इल्जाम लग रहा है कि सोनिया जी, वो कह रहे हैं कि सोनिया जी ने जो है वो स्मृति जी को धमकाया, ऐसा कुछ हुआ?
बिल्कुल गलत, किसी ने कोई धमकाया नहीं है, और सोनिया जी कभी ऐसा बोलती भी नहीं है जोर से, बहुत धीरे से बात करती है, तबीयत भी उनकी ठीक नहीं है, बहुत सिंपल लेडी है, इस तरीके से बात नहीं करना चाहिए उनके विषय में।
Well, also what is happening is the Congress party has alleged, Nabila, that the BJP male MPs also try to threaten Congress President Sonia Gandhi. Geeta Kaura is with me. मैम, आप लोग कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी के मेल सांसदों ने जो है, जो पुरुष सांसद हैं, उन्होंने थ्रेटन करने की भी कोशिश करी, क्या हुआ आखिर?
बिल्कुल, ये महिला सांसद तो महिला सांसद, सारे पुरुष सांसद भी आ गए और सोनिया गांधी जी के ऊपर चिल्लाने लगे, उनको गलत शब्दों का प्रयोग किया गया, उनको वो लोग धमका रहे थे कि आपको माफी मांगनी होगी, जबकि जो घटना आज हुई, जो घटनाक्रम हुई है, उस पर अधीर रंजन जी ने पहले ही माफी मांग ली। उसके बाद जबरदस्ती जब हाउस ऑफ हो गया, एग्जॉन्ड हुआ है, उसके बाद ये लोग पीछे से चिल्लाने लगे, सोनिया गांधी जी को टीच करने लगे। फिर सोनिया जी से बात करना चाह रही थी, लेकिन इन लोगों ने बात करना भी जरूरी नहीं समझा, जबकि वो इतनी सम्मानित महिला हैं, उम्र में भी काफी बड़ी हैं, लेकिन ये लोग बात नहीं करना चाह रहे थे और सीधे ये लोग चिल्लाने लगे, मैडम को कहीं ना कहीं हार्म करना चाह रहे थे, धक्का देना चाह रहे थे, उनके ऊपर जबरदस्ती वो लोग चिल्ला रहे थे। तो किसी तरह से हम लोगों ने मैडम को वहाँ से निकाला।
तो ये बहुत ही संगीन आप इल्जाम लगा रही हैं, इसके ऊपर कांग्रेस पार्टी पूरी तरह कह रही है कि माफी मांगे, बीजेपी उधर से कह रही है कि नहीं, अधीर रंजन चौधरी की माफी नहीं चलेगी, सोनिया जी को माफी मांगना पड़ेगा। आपको इस पर क्या कहें?
देखिए, आप अभी जो घटना हुई है, जिस तरह से बीजेपी के सांसदों ने व्यवहार किया है, ये इनके चरित्र को दिखाता है। जब जो घटना पहले हो चुकी है उस पर अधीर जी ने जब माफी मांग ली है, फिर आप जबरदस्ती कह रहे हैं कि नहीं सोनिया जी माफी मांगे, वो तो बात करना चाह ही रही थी, तो आपने बात करने भी नहीं दिया और उनके साथ आप गलत व्यवहार करने लगे, उनके ऊपर आप चिल्लाने लगे। तो अब तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सांसद मंत्री स्मृति ईरानी जी और प्रधानमंत्री जी को इस पर माफी मांगनी चाहिए आज के घटना पर।
मैम, इसमें आपने एक और चीज भी कही है, वो ये है कि रमा देवी जी से बात करने जा रही थी सोनिया जी, तो फिर स्मृति जी कहाँ से आ गई?
स्मृति जी रमा देवी के पीछे ही बैठी हुई थी, जैसे ही मैम गई वो एकदम खड़े हो गए और चिल्लाने लगी कि ये बहुत बोलती है, सोनिया गांधी मेरे खिलाफ बहुत बोलती है, तो इस तरह की बातें वो बोल करके एकदम चिल्लाने लगी और सभी सांसद फिर उनके पीछे पीछे चिल्लाने लगे।
तो सोनिया जी ने उनसे बात करी है कुछ?
नहीं, उन्होंने स्मृति ईरानी से कोई बात नहीं की, वो सिर्फ रमा जी के पास खड़ी थी, बोलने की कोशिश कर रही थी, मुझे लगता है कि वो बोल भी नहीं पाई होंगी, इतने में सभी सांसद चिल्लाने लगे।
अच्छा, इसके साथ साथ जो पूरा प्रकरण हुआ है, क्योंकि आप तो छोड़ने भी गई, तो क्या दर्शाता है, क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा हीटेड आर्गुमेंट दोनों तरफ से चल रहा था, क्या कहती हैं आप, आपको क्या कहना है एज अ विमेन एमपी?
देखिए, ये सांसद जो है, हम सभी इसे लोकतंत्र का मंदिर कहते हैं और ये हम लोगों के लिए मंदिर है, मंदिर में हम सभी अपने आप को सुरक्षित महसूस करते हैं। लेकिन अभी जो घटनाएं हुई हैं, जिस तरह से घटनाक्रम हो रही है, ये कहीं ना कहीं एक सांसद होने के नाते मुझे बहुत आहत करती हैं कि हम लोग जब यहाँ आए थे तो काफी हम लोगों को उम्मीद थी कि भाई यहाँ सदन में जनता की बात को रख सकते हैं, जिस उम्मीद के साथ जनता हमें यहाँ भेजी है, उस बातों को यहाँ रखेंगे, यहाँ से हम जनता के लिए काम करेंगे। लेकिन जो हरकतें हुई हैं महिला सांसदों के साथ, ये बहुत निंदनीय है और इसकी हम घोर निंदा करते हैं।
ज्योत्सना जी, आपने तो कहा कि ये तो लोकसभा के अंदर इतनी बड़ी घटना घट गई, आपने कहा कि जो सोनिया जी के साथ हुआ है ये बहुत बड़ा एक प्रश्न चिन्ह भी जो है वो सिक्योरिटी पे लगता है। थोड़ी देर पहले जब हमारी आपसे बात हो रही थी, क्या कहना चाहती हैं अभी?
देखिए, लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में शांतिपूर्वक हम जनप्रतिनिधि लोग आते हैं तो ठीक है, हम अपना पक्ष रखते हैं, ना हम लोगों को बोलने का टाइम दिया जाता है, ना डिस्कशन का, ना अपनी बातें रखने का, और उस पर से एक सदन उठने के बाद इस तरीके की घटना, एक महिला को, एक महिला, सम्मानीय महिला के लिए बोलना, ये एक बहुत गलत बात है और इसका मैं विरोध करती हूँ।
आपने कहा कि इसकी सिक्योरिटी पे भी क्वेश्चन मार्क आपने उठा रही थी भी थोड़ी देर पहले कि भी एक इतनी बड़े प्रधानमंत्री की पत्नी है, उनके साथ आपने कहा कि ये सदन के अंदर हुआ है, कि ये क्या दर्शाता है, तो वो क्या आप कहना चाह रही हैं?
देखिए, यदि थोड़ा बहुत गुस्सा हम लोग भी दिखा देते तो लड़ाई बढ़ सकती थी, तो ये सुरक्षित फिर कहाँ हुए हम सब। उनको चोट लग सकती थी, धक्के में वो गिर सकती थी, कमजोर हैं, अभी बीमार हैं, उम्र के हिसाब से देखिए, तो ये सारी चीजों की सुरक्षा फिर क्या है? ये आपको इस तरीके से करना चाहिए अंदर, जबकि हाउस उठ गया, चुपचाप हम लोग आ रहे थे तो आने देते।
तो जो साहब आप लोगों की मांग क्या है?
मांग क्या है? गलत व्यवहार है, इनको खुद उनको समझना चाहिए, और एक महिला होने के नाते अपने सीनियर तो है ही वो लीडर हमारी, और पद में भी और उम्र में भी, तो उनसे माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
वेल गीता जी, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी? आपका क्लोजिंग कमेंट क्या रहेगा? आप लोगों की मांग क्या है?
हम लोगों की यही मांग है कि आज जो घटना हुई है, इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में स्मृति ईरानी जी सदन में माफी मांगे और प्रधानमंत्री जी माफी मांगे।
Well, this is what the sentiment at ground zero inside the parliament is, Nabila. Both sides have upped the ante, but this time Congress is in a very, very aggressive move. They are saying that this is not done because what we have heard from the MPs and even other MPs who are present in the House, including Gaurav Gogoi, who is the deputy leader of the Congress party in Lok Sabha, he said that what has happened is unprecedented and unfortunate because all Congress President Sonia Gandhi was doing was reaching out to Rama Devi, and what followed was nothing short of a kind of a very unprecedented incident wherein the BJP, as in especially Smriti Irani, came and started shouting at Mrs. Gandhi. This is what all the Congress party's MPs are alleging who were present inside the House at that time.
You know, it's highly unfortunate that we're talking about two tall leaders, Sonia Gandhi, who's a Congress president, and Smriti Irani, an MP of the BJP, both of them locking horns. At this point, both claiming that they've threatened each other. In fact, Smriti says Sonia threatened her, Sonia and the Congress says Smriti threatened them. Let's listen into what Nirmala Sitharaman says, accusing the Congress of using high-handedness.
हाउस में महिला हमारे सांसद के पास आकर के आज जब श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी ने बात की, उस समय कोई और भी सांसद बगल में आकर के क्या है, क्या हो गया, क्या बात हो रही है, ऐसे पूछने में यू डोंट टॉक टू मी ऐसे करके दूसरे सांसद को ऑलमोस्ट थ्रेटनिंग आवाज से बात की है। ऐसे में दम खाए, ये मंत्री गांधी बोल रहे हैं, हमारे साथ भारती पवार जी भी बोल रहे हैं। सो एक अपॉलजी नहीं है, दूसरा मिसरीड कर रही हो, मैंने आदिर ने अपॉलजी कर दिया, तीसरे बाकी सदस्यगण को भी ऐसे कठोर, ऐसे थ्रेटनिंग तरीके से बात भी करना, ये क्या तरीका है? शी इज द लीडर ऑफ द पार्टी। अपॉलजी मांगने से पहले ये सब भी सोचना चाहिए। ऊपर से अपॉलजी नहीं मगर धमकियां। मैं इसको खंडन करती हूं और डिमांड करती हूं श्रीमती सोनिया जी से, बाहर आइए, ग्रेसफुली माफी मांगिए देश के सामने।
All right, Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has triggered a massive controversy. The Congress leader referred to President Draupadi Murmu as Rashtrapatni. As the video clip was widely circulated, Adhir received backlash from BJP leaders, including Smriti Irani and Nirmala Sitharaman. The Union Minister, Smriti Irani, has said that Sonia Gandhi's congressman continued to demean women. Subsequently, both Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha were adjourned. Amid those protests, Congress President Sonia Gandhi said that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary had apologized for the insult, while the Congress leader instead said that it was a slip of tongue, but eventually came around to apologize.
Male Congress workers and leaders have continued to demean the office of the President of India. Apologize to the nation. Maafi mango is desh se. Maafi mango Sonia Gandhi Adivasiyon se. Maafi mango aurton se. Maafi mango gareeb se.
Ma'am, will you ask Adhir to apologize?
He has already apologized.
Nowhere is the word Rashtrapatni used. The word Rashtrapati stands equally for both woman and man. This is a common knowledge in Hindi or in Sanskrit. It's a deliberate sexist abuse.
कहा था कि राष्ट्रपति भवन हम लोग जाना चाहते हैं, राष्ट्रपति से मिलना चाहते हैं हमारा बात रखने के लिए। कल भी ये नौबत आई, कल भी मैंने ये कहा कि हम राष्ट्रपति जी भवन जाना चाहते हैं, और राष्ट्रपति बोलने का तुरंत बाद मुंह से निकल गया राष्ट्रपत्नी जी के साथ मिलना चाहते हैं। उसी समय ये पत्रकार बात सुनते ही निकल चुके। मैं उनको ढूंढने का कोशिश किया लेकिन देखा नहीं, क्योंकि मैं उसी समय उनको कह देते कि ये गलत सब निकल चुके हैं, आप इसको मतलब इसको तवज्जो दिया करो। भाइयों बहनों, हम सब ने सुना कि वो पहले राष्ट्रपति कहने के बाद बहुत सोची समझी नीति के तहत उन्होंने 2 बार रिपीट किया, 1 बार नहीं 2 बार रिपीट किया। और आज तो उन्होंने इस विषय को ऐसा बना दिया जैसे कोई बवाल मच रहा है। बार बार 3-4 बार वो कहते हैं कि हम उसको बवाल मचा रहे हैं। क्या ये बवाल का विषय है या आत्मसम्मान का विषय है? आदिवासी और जनजातीय समाज के लिए हम डिमांड करते हैं कि कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी ने इस विषय पर सदन में भी और देश के समक्ष में माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
In every way, they have been repeatedly attempting to undermine a tribal, self-made, successful woman. And the height of it is when, as though you're talking about, generally in a right part of way, Pati, that one. Rashtrapati, in Sanskrit and in Hindi. And no dictionary you will find Rashtrapatni as a word, Modi or Williams onwards, anyone you can do. And for my curiosity, I even consulted a Hindi Sanskrit scholar, Nityanand Mishra, who is very active in social media. He said, "We don't say this is a sexist abuse. It's such an insult. Nowhere in Sanskrit that Rashtrapati will have to become Rashtrapati. Rashtrapati is the word to mean leader of the country."
एक घोर अपमान है आदिवासी देश का, आदिवासी का एक नेत्री और बेटी को बहुत बड़ा अपमान है। राष्ट्रपति का अपमान है, राष्ट्र का अपमान है। जिनको ऐसे अधीर रंजन को जिन्होंने अपॉइंट किया वो माफी मांगना चाहिए। सोनिया गांधी जी माफी मांगना चाहिए।
जब आदमी खुद एडमिट करता है कि मेरा इंटेंशन ठीक था लेकिन जबान फिसल के ऐसी बात हो गई, तो उसको आप बहुत बड़ा इश्यू बना रहे, क्योंकि आपके पास बहुत मुद्दे हैं ना, रिप्लाई दे दो। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। इन्फ्लेशन का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। अग्निपथ का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। जीएसटी का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। इतने मुद्दे हैं ना, देश में लोग जूझ रहे उस मुद्दों के खिलाफ, तो आप उसका रिप्लाई देने के बजाय एक उसने ऐसा कहा वैसा कहा कहना ये ठीक नहीं है।
महामहिम राष्ट्रपति देश के प्रथम नागरिक होते हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी उन्हें पूरा सम्मान करती है, पर हम
फांसी पे चढ़ूंगा। मैंने कहीं गलती की तो मैं फांसी पे चढ़ूंगा। मैं अगर कोई गलती किया तो मेरे खिलाफ जो कार्रवाई करना है करो। मैडम को क्यों इसमें तुम शामिल करना चाहते? इसके मतलब तुम्हारे नापाक इरादे जो है वो इरादे तुम खुद साफ कर रहे हो।
लोकसभा में कांग्रेस
देश के प्रथम नागरिक होते हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी उन्हें पूरा सम्मान करती है, पर हमें ये नहीं भूलना चाहिए। एक बार फिर मैं राष्ट्रपति के लिए, महामहिम राष्ट्रपति के लिए सम्मान व्यक्त करते हुए कहना चाहता हूं, उनका पूरा नाम है अधीर रंजन चौधरी। वो बंगाल से आते हैं। जहां खाता हूं, खाती हूं, रोज हम लोगों के साथ होता है। यहाँ वो ही बोल देते हैं मैं लौट के आऊंगी, तो इस बात का ध्यान रखना चाहिए। और राष्ट्रपति के लिए अगर कुछ ऐसी भाषा निकल गई तो भाजपा ये घटिया हरकत न करे।
उन्होंने कहा है, उन्होंने जो है कांग्रेस पार्टी कह रही है कि स्लिप ऑफ टंग है, उन्होंने राष्ट्रपति जी को राष्ट्रपत्नी जी कह दिया है, तो उस पर आपको क्या? जी
ये शायद देखिए, आपको जानना चाहिए कि सारे संसद का प्रथम भाषा हिंदी नहीं है। कभी कभी गलतियां हो सकती है।
Cutting across to Paul Saha joining us on the phone line yet again. Paul, here the ruckus over Congress leader calling Rashtrapati as Rashtrapatni has led to both the houses being adjourned over the BJP slamming this comment, saying that Congress is sanctioning insults against the President of India. How has the Congress largely reacted? Have they shown any remorse, regretted what their leader has said?
Nabila, could you please repeat the question?
Has the Congress party at large regretted what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has said? We know Adhir has finally come about to apologize, but it was after much reluctance.
Well, as far as the Congress party is concerned, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, we believe, has the first for time in the House to, in fact, make a clarification statement, but that has not been allowed by the Speaker. They are, of course, they are, of course, saying that he's apologized, but nobody has seen that public apology as of yet. And as far as the government is concerned, sources within the government have been constantly telling us that nothing short of Sonia Gandhi's apology will do, because this is someone who, in fact, has been appointed by her as the leader of her party in the Lok Sabha, and someone who has meted out an insult to the highest constitutional office in the country. So only Sonia Gandhi should apologize for the same. But of course, you heard from Sonia Gandhi over there when she was asked about Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's apology, says he has already apologized. And then, of course, we've been reporting about the heated exchange of words that took place in the Lok Sabha earlier today, when, of course, Ms. Gandhi, the provocation of fate was Ms. Gandhi reached out to Rama Devi, who was in the chair earlier, but this time was in the treasury benches, reached out to her and asked her, why is my name being mentioned? What have I done? Why is an apology being sought from me? So as far as this situation goes, there clearly seems to be a logjam over here between the government and the Congress party.
All right, Palmi, thank you very much for joining us with those details. The Congress, of course, now furious, saying that this is an attempt to try and stop the opposition from speaking. They're suspending leaders. This is a distraction tactic by the BJP. All right, a massive controversy has now sparked over chicken feast at the Bapu statue in the parliament. BJP has now claimed that suspended MPs who are protesting at the parliament had tandoori chicken in front of Bapu Mahatma Gandhi's statue and called it an insult to Mahatma Gandhi, Hindus and the parliament alike. Suspended MPs have now denied all these claims made by the BJP. Nearly 24 opposition MPs are currently holding a 50-hour relay protest inside the parliament complex against their suspension. They spent Wednesday night on the lawns near the Mahatma Gandhi statue without any cover, no tents. Despite them requesting for it, they were not granted that. And eventually ate all 3 meals, slept, woke up all right there in front of the Gandhi statue.
The entire menu card of what is being served in this protest/picnic in front of Mahatma Gandhi's statue has been put out by PT and has been carried by several news organizations, which says that they are eating tandoori chicken in front of Mahatma Gandhi's statue. It is an insult for Bapu, because Bapu himself is viewed as a staunch Hindu, and especially on animal slaughter, well known to everybody. But perhaps those who believe in other philosophies don't really know about the philosophy of Bapu. So that is an insult, and it also shows what kind of farce in the name of protest is being done. But having said that, look, there is a trend here. There is a trend to insult constitutional bodies. There is a trend to insult constitutional posts like Draupadi Murmuji was insulted. And now there is a trend to insult even the legacy of Bapu.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, Bombay government now faces massive anger over BJP workers protesting against the murder of their own Praveen. Chief Minister cancels his one-year government bash, promises the family he will bring justice.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
What do you look for in a house? Is it the rooms, features, or comfort? Well, in this video, we'll tell you about the 5 most expensive houses in India. The house is designed by Chicago-based architects. Antilia is the world's 2nd most expensive house. The house has 27 floors, with amenities like 80-seater cinema hall, salon, ice cream parlor, and the list goes on. The house can withstand an earthquake of 8 magnitude. The Raymond Group chairman has the tallest house in India. The 30-floored house is spread over 16,000 square feet. 6 floors out of the 30 are for parking. The house has swimming pools, spas and gyms. It is divided into different flats for families to live. The name of the house means a place where someone lives. The house has 17 floors and has a helipad with a few helicopters. It is spread over 16,000 square feet. K.M. Birla of Aditya Birla Group lives here. His house has over 20 bedrooms. It is spread over 30,000 square feet. Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan's house is one of the most luxurious houses. His house has 6 floors with multiple bedrooms, a library, boxing ring and a personal auditorium.
You are watching
You know Kim Tae-hyung, aka V of pop group BTS fame? Well, he's simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old. Confused? How old were you when you were born? 0? 1? In South Korea, you'd be 1 year old. Let's clear the air about this. South Korea has a unique way of calculating age. When a baby is born, it's considered a year old. And as the year changes on January 1st, the child gains a year. So no special birthdays. South Koreans count age based on their birth year and not days. A child born in December will already be 2 by January. But the president-elect Yoon Suk-yeol wants to do away with this traditional system. Because of persistent confusion and unnecessary social and economic costs, the incoming administration is looking to standardize age calculation. This was observed especially when health authorities use the international age and Korean ages interchangeably to set guidelines for COVID-19. This will also help South Korea get in line with the rest of the world. The age conundrum doesn't end here. South Korea also counts age in an international way. That means it counts age in 3 ways. For legal and administrative purposes, the country has been using the international counting system since 1962. In another way, babies are born at 0 and gain a year on New Year's. This method is mainly used to define the legal age for areas of law that affect a significant percentage of the population, including military service conscription. And the third is the Korean age system, where everyone is already a year old at birth and become older on New Year's Day regardless of the birth date. That's how Kim Tae-hyung from BTS fame is simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old, as he was born on 30th December 1995. There are multiple problems that arise with age discrepancies. It's led to wage disputes that have been dragged to the Supreme Court and ruled that workers should consider their international age for work.
All right, here's some big breaking news coming in from Karnataka. 2 arrested in the Praveen murder case. Shafiq Bellare and Zakir Savanuru have been arrested. Karnataka top cop says that PFI links indeed with the accused. It needs to be probed. There are 2 workers who have now, the 2 people linked with the PFI who have been arrested. 2 arrests finally in the murder of Praveen. The case now, as investigations intensify, Shafiq Bellare and Zakir Savanuru, both of them arrested. Karnataka top cop saying that PFI links of the accused need to be probed. All right, these are allegations made by the BJP Yuva Morcha workers saying that the PFI, the SDPI, clearly involved in the murder of Praveen. But the top cop in Karnataka now saying that this link with the PFI needs to be thoroughly probed. The accused and its links with the radical Islamic outfit needs to be probed, and then a clarification will be given. Let me cut across to reactions on this.
They have got suspected links with
PFI na ಅದು.
Sir, just verify.
So that we have to verify. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಅದು ನಾವು we are investigating all the aspects.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have to confirm it. So we are looking into that aspect.
So what arrested two persons, one by name Zakir and one by name Shafiq. Both have been arrested, and it's a preliminary stage of investigation. They'll be produced before magistrate today, and we are conducting further investigation. These are only initial arrests. These two persons have been arrested based on the current investigation. Then we are investigating from all possibilities. So other possibilities are also being explored, and with passing days, I think we'll get more into the investigation.
All right, there you have it. The cops in Karnataka saying the PFI linked to these two arrested has to be probed into. But for what they've confirmed now, that these two arrested people, their names, Shafiq Ballere and Zakir Savanuru. Both of them have been arrested. Priyanka Rudrappa, who's been following the story from Dakshina Kannada, right there, brings us more on that. Priyanka, a quick word from you on where these arrests have happened. Who are these two men who've been arrested? Has the police got enough evidence to show that these were the men with machetes who hacked Praveen to death?
So far, two people have been arrested. Shafiq Ballare and Zakir Savanuru are the people who have been arrested. ADGP Alok Kumar has confirmed this, and it's also found that these two people had links with the PFI. Now, remember, this was found to be the police and the locals had suspected that this could be a revenge murder. Just before Praveen was murdered, a Muslim youth from Kerala was also murdered, which led to his death, is what everyone had suspected. However, the police are yet to release more an official statement, and more details on this are awaited if these were the two people who had the machete.
All right. Thank you very much, Priyanka, for joining us on that. Clearly, we're looking at Basaraj Bommai and his government who's come under severe criticism for not bringing these men to book. Now, finally, two people have been arrested in Praveen's case. A big move by the Bombay government after BJP workers' brutal murder in Dakshina Kannada. Amid the uproar and outrage, Bombay has now urged the centre to ban the PFI after the radical outfit's alleged links with the murder. Bombay says that if not this way, then UP model will be brought to the state. In another development, police have picked up about 21 members of the PFI and the SDPI in another batch in a late-night hunt for Praveen's murderer. Two accused have been arrested now. Their links with the PFI needs to be probed. Again, the police have not clearly stated that these two arrested men have links with the PFI. What the police has said so far is that their links will be probed into. But the BJP government in Karnataka requesting the centre for an immediate ban on the PFI, if not promising that the Yogi model will be implemented in the state.
Arrested two persons, one by name Zakir and one by name Shafiq. Both have been arrested, and it's a preliminary stage of investigation. They'll be produced before magistrate today, and we are conducting further investigation. These are only initial arrests. These two persons have been arrested based on the current investigation. Then we are investigating from all possibilities. So other possibilities are also being explored, and with passing days, I think we'll get more into the investigation.
ಏನೇನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನನೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಸುಮಾರು 9-10 ಗಂಟೆ ಸುಮಾರು ನಾನೇ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 3 ಸತಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ऐसे जो भी आतंकवादी, अगलावादी संगठन है, तीव्रवादी संगठन है, इन सभी संगठनों के खिलाफ हमारी सरकार, वो बिहार में हो, कर्नाटका में हो या देश में हो, जीरो टॉलरेंस हमारा नीति है. वी विल टेक स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन अगेंस्ट एनी सॉर्ट ऑफ फंडामेंटल. सिर्फ पीएफआई ही नहीं, ऐसे जो भी इस्लामिक रेडिकलिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है जो जनता के बीच में एक तीव्रवादी, अगलावादी चिंतन वो करते हैं, देयर मस्ट बी स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन, देयर विल बी स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन अगेंस्ट ऑल दीस.
ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡೋದಿದ್ರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಂತ್ವನ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಗ್ಗೂಡಿಸುವವನಲ್ಲದೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ನಿಂತು ಹೋಗುವವನಲ್ಲವ. ಈ ಕುಟುಂಬಕ್ಕೆ ತಡೆಯಲಾಗದ ಬೇಸರ ಮಾಡಿದ ತಂದು ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಯಾರೇ ಯಾವ ಧರ್ಮದವರಾದರೂ ಅದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ. ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದವನಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಉಂಟು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಅವರನ್ನು ಶಿಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಗಲ್ಲು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಗಲ್ಲು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆಯೇ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು ನ್ಯಾಯ ಅಲ್ಲ.
Right. Meanwhile, tensions continue to simmer in Karnataka's Dakshina Kannada district post the murder of Praveen. Anger and outrage growing against the Bommai government. He's now decided to cancel the BJP government's 1 year of functioning underway. On Wednesday, hundreds of angry protesters hit the streets, with many resorting to stone pelting, forcing the police to lathi charge. Protesters also jolted BJP MP's car, Nalin Kumar Katil, over the BJP worker's death. Remember, Praveen was silenced a month after he raised his voice against... Well, this again is an angle that the police is currently probing into, because he's put up a post on social media where he's supporting Kanhaiya Lal, who had supported Nupur Sharma, and police suspecting this could also be one of the angles for the murder. He is not the only hate crime in Karnataka. Vijay Kamble was also killed in Kalburgi in May. Harsha murdered in Feb. In the case of hate crimes in the state. These are CCTV visuals coming in of those culprits. Very sketchy images, but this is the latest that we have here on record. CCTV footage that shows the culprits' movements. Those assailants who were bike-borne, had Kerala number plates, used machetes to hack Praveen to death. These are some really sketchy images at this point. Blur, but certainly visible how these men are on the prowl. This happened in Dakshina Kannada late in the night, in fact, a wee hours of the morning. Praveen was hacked to death by 3 men, is what we believe. So far, the Karnataka government the police has arrested 2 people, both of them, and their links with the PFI is yet to be established. Whether they are connected with the PFI or not needs to be established, and the police is assured to give out details on that front. But who these men are, what exactly was the intention before they murdered Praveen, what was the reason for this murder to take place, that needs to be probed into. But for now, these CCTV images that are very sketchy and hazy, but yet showing how those perpetrators, those assailants, the assassins literally moved about along that Dakshina Kannada district only to murder Praveen with machetes. Now, the BJP government has come under some serious fire by the BJP Yuva Morcha workers. They've been condemning the BJP leadership in the state of not taking enough cognizance of law and order in sensitive areas, communally charged, communally sensitive areas in Karnataka specifically. We're looking at the Dakshina Kannada region, the coastal region of Karnataka, which is highly polarized, very sensitive, and it's been so for long, where Muslims and Hindus are constantly at loggerheads. And this murder has come about a time when we're already looking at enraged sentiments across the country over Nupur Sharma's comments, and then owing to that, murders that took place subsequently of those people who supported Nupur Sharma for saying what she did. And now Praveen also was one of those men who put out a photograph, a cartoon of sorts, where he had supported Kanhaiya Lal, saying that the man, an innocent tailor, was beheaded for his views and supporting Nupur Sharma. And a month after his poster that he put up on his social media platform, he has now been killed. Whether this exactly is the reason for why the murder has taken place, or whether this is a revenge killing, a case of revenge killing, because from what we hear from the locals there, that a Muslim youth, a boy, was murdered in the same area, and as revenge, Praveen was murdered. So these are angles that, again, the police are probing into. What exactly is the reason for Praveen's death needs to be established. But is he really linked with the PFI? Does he have links with the radical Islamic group, with the PFI or the SDPI, which is a political outfit of the PFI? that again, the police not really asserting on that fact, but saying that his links with the PFI will be probed. So far, no concrete evidence or statement on that front, but the fact that Praveen has lost his life, the family there demanding for justice. Basraj Bommai government there promising that the perpetrators will be brought to book. It really appears that all that pressure is now mounting on the police department in Karnataka for them to really end this case and bring out the fact. So this could be stopped and nipped right in the bud. We are looking at hate crimes happening, a spate of hate crimes in the recent past in Karnataka's coastal region, and also entirely the Dakshina Kannada region, which is highly sensitive. In fact, this CCTV footage right now is quite telling. In fact, around 40 minutes, we're looking at the bike not moving in that premises, that murder location. That's precisely where that bike is being parked, has been parked. About 40 minutes, that bike stops there. The CCTV grab here shows the bike parked in that area for close to 40 minutes. The police now looking into the CCTV footage. Was this murder a targeted one? Was Praveen really their target? Did they come looking for Praveen? Somehow the CCTV footage indicates that maybe the accused there was waiting for Praveen to shut his shop and walk out. And that's when he was hacked to death. Moments of the bike seem quite suspicious, and it's quite evident there that they were hovering around that area for a little while, at least 40 minutes they were right there. And at 8 p.m., around 8 p.m., a bike reaches Praveen's shop, and moments later the bike stops around 50 meters away from the shop. And about 33 minutes, the bike once again moved to the other side of the shop and stops again. And then 40 minutes later, people ran towards the shop to find Praveen dead. So from this CCTV footage here that we see on our screens, which really shows the suspicious movements of the bike, showing how that they were parked about. All right, here you see the image on the left-hand side of your screens. The man in blue is one of the accused. This is as per the police records. This is the photograph of one of the accused who's killed Praveen. He's been arrested, from what we hear, that he is one of the two people who've been arrested. Now, whether this man, what reason, what really led to the murder of Praveen, what motive did he have behind killing Praveen, hacking him to death using machetes? Was this pre-planned? What exactly was the real reason for him to carry out this gruesome murder needs to be established by the police in Karnataka right now. But the police, of course, at this moment, prima facie, looking at it as a hate crime. They've arrested these men, and they're trying to establish whether they really do have links with the PFI, and if at all this murder was really done to avenge the support of the man, Praveen. Praveen, in fact, is a man who was murdered. Praveen supporting Kanhaiya Lal. Was this a way to teach him a lesson? Was this pre-planned? These are, of course, questions being raised. But at this point, the police, for now, have arrested these two men. The one on the left is the accused. They've arrested these men. But again, what exactly was their motive needs to be established. The CCTV footage that you see right in the center of your screens here shows how suspicious movements of the bike just about an hour before Praveen was hacked to death. That bike is seen standing there on the side. It's parked up on the side for about 40 minutes, very close to the shop where Praveen worked in. And that whole 40 minutes, that bike moves around a bit, and then finally at around 8:30 odd, he reaches Praveen's shop, hacks him to death, and moves and leaves that spot before locals there rushed to the spot and saw Praveen in a pool of blood. Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who's been tracking those developments. Nagarjun, a quick word on the CCTV footage. What and how incriminating is this as evidence for the police?
Well, Nabila, the locals were claiming that there was a bike that was doing suspicious activity, and it was a Terra Kerala number plate. And post taking statements from the locals, the investigation officials proceeded in the same angle, and they found CCTV evidence today that before the murder, 40 minutes before the murder, the bike was moving around, hovering around the area near the chicken shop of Praveen. At 8:40, people run towards the chicken shop. That is the time when the murder should have happened, is what the police suspect. From 8:40, they'll be hovering, doing a recce of the place, and they attack, is what we are told. 2 people have been arrested, Shafiq and another person has been arrested by the local police. 1 person has been detained. They haven't still given out official word as to if they belong to any organization, but this is a clinching evidence for the police to say that this seemed like an organized crime.
Yeah, this clearly, I mean, looking at the movements, suspicious movements of that bike, it looks like Praveen was indeed the target. Any word on if these men knew Praveen earlier? All right, I'm going to try and patch Nagarjun's connection on that. We seem to have lost his line. At this point, the CCTV footage here showing very clearly how there was suspicious movement of that bike, and it had stopped around Praveen's shop for about a good 40 minutes. And soon after, about 8:30 odd, that was the time when the bike moved towards Praveen's shop and hacked Praveen to death. The images that you see on your left-hand side is the image of the accused. These 2 boys or men, they look young. Who exactly are they? What links do they have? Who's behind this? Is there a larger conspiracy, or did these men know Praveen? All that needs to be established. But these are the 2 men who've been arrested by the Karnataka police as of now. Police there saying that their links with the PFI, the radical Islamic outfit, will be probed into, but there's no certainty on that front yet. TV footage there, right here on our screens. Very sketchy and hazy images that really show how that bike was parked up on the side. It wasn't moving for about 40 minutes until about 8:40. The bike moved towards Praveen's shop, and that's when they've killed, attacked, hacked Praveen, put an end to their target and fled from the spot. Priyanka Rudappa joining us for more on that. Priyanka, could you describe what exactly we see on this CCTV footage? It shows the suspicious movements of that bike before Praveen was hacked. And then just at least 40 minutes later, we see that bike moving. Soon after that, locals rush to Praveen and they see him in a pool of blood. How incriminating is this piece of video, CCTV footage that the police have accessed? And tell us more about the 2 accused. Who are they? What links do they have?
So 2 people have been arrested in connection with the murder of Praveen Nittare, the BJP Yuva Morcha worker who was murdered on Tuesday night. The arrested have been identified as Zakir and Shafiq. Now Zakir is 29 years old and Shafiq is 27 years old, and they're locals here. You can see the CCTV visuals as well, where the bike had not moved from the premises of the murder for a really long time, for about 40 minutes, and the CCTV footage is being used as a key evidence here. Now once the police, they see that the bike some suspicious movement of the bike around 8 p.m. It reaches Praveen's shop, which is right here. This is a Praveen shop right here. It's a poultry shop which he owned, and around 8 p.m. moments later, the bike stops around just 50 meters away from the shop as well. At around 8:30, the bike again moves to the other side of the shop, and then people run towards the shop, and the police suspect that the murder might have happened around 8:40 p.m. This is what we know so far. Now both the accused who have been arrested, they seem to have links with the PFI, which ADGP Alok Kumar has said, and they are locals.
All right, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Apurva joining us from Mangaluru. Apurva, a quick word on the 2 accused. Apurva, give us an understanding on who these men are. We really want to know what motive they had before carrying out this murder. Any word on their intentions and if they knew Praveen earlier on?
Well, we are yet to ascertain what were the links with respect to the two of them, that is Zakir and Shafiq, with respect to the murder of Praveen. But what we do know that the AGDP has said that these two do belong to PFI and SDPI as well, and they have also, the CCTV footage that also come out clearly, gives a clear look into a mysterious bike that has been on standby for almost 40 minutes just before the murder had taken place. So all of these things that we are looking into, in fact police officials do say that they're looking into all possible angles as well. So far 2 people have been arrested, both of them who are said to be localites out here. Both of them are of a young age, that is 26 and 29 years of age as well. One of them, who is Zakir, that is 29 years of age, he is from Savanur, and Shafiq, that is 27, he is from Bellary. So both of these so far who have been, these accused who have been arrested so far, the investigation is still ongoing. Remember, the person who was murdered, his wife in fact had demanded that the case be transferred to the NIA as well. The case be transferred. In fact, several other Hindu groups out here have also requested that the case be transferred to a special investigation team. Investigation out here that is already ongoing. We're also expecting to know more about these two who have been arrested. What is their profile? Why this person who has been murdered, that is Praveen, he was the target, and what were the links? Were there any links that were tied up between the 3 of them earlier on? Were there any possible links were there any kind of animosity or any kind of enmity between the 3 of them? That is something that is still yet to be established. The police on their part now still conducting investigation as it is ongoing here in Mangaluru, as well as where my colleague Priyanka is also reporting from. All of these investigations that is currently ongoing, Nabila, but we yet to ascertain as to if there were possible links. We already have the CCTV footage. Investigation on one side that is ongoing. On the other side, there Hindu groups demanding, religious groups demanding that there be a special investigation team that also look into this. In fact, the case be transferred as well, and special investigation officers who be there with already them demanding that arrests be made. So far, 2 of them the police have named as accused. Both of them just below 30 years of age. They have been arrested so far, and investigation is ongoing. We're yet to ascertain what are the possible links that were there between the 2 of them who have been arrested right now and with Praveen. But we do know that the both of them, AGDP has confirmed that they do belong to parties of PF5 and SDPI. Nabila.
Would you, Apurva, be able to explain to us the CCTV footage that we see here? It's the big breakthrough that's come in the Karnataka hate murder case. We're seeing a CCTV footage that shows suspicious movements of those murderers. Do explain to us what we see here.
Well, the CCTV footage, in fact, is quite interesting to look at because in that footage, what we can see is almost that there seems to be a bike that seems to be standing right next to the shop of Praveen. In fact, the bike there stands for almost, more than over 30 minutes in and around the locality of Praveen's shop. In fact, in the CCTV footage, one can also see that the bike keeps going, changing locations from one place to another, but all of this just inside the vicinity of where Praveen's shop is. In fact, we also get to know from the CCTV footage that there were movements that were made, but almost close to over 30 minutes that this mysterious bike, the police are trying to look into who the bike belongs to, trying to get a number plate on the bike and investigate into who these people were on that said bike as well. So almost over 30 minutes that this bike is said to be in close vicinity of where Praveen's shop is. In fact, we also get to know that with the CCTV footage, the person on the bike, in fact, the bike itself, the person who was was there, he tries to go, they try to go closer and closer to where Praveen's shop is located, and roughly, anywhere between 8:30 and 8:40 is when we can see in the CCTV footage where there's a rush of people who are running towards Praveen's shop, and this is that time frame, that is that window that police ascertain that most likely, the murder might have taken place. The rush of people there who are going in the rough 5 to 10 minutes, that is anywhere between 8:30 and 8:40, 8:45. This is the time period which they think might have been when this horrendous crime might have taken place. So all of these, they are looking into aspects, various angles of the CCTV footage that has also come in. We can also see that that one specific bike, in fact, that has been in that lane for almost over 30 minutes, making its movement closer and closer inside the vicinity of the shop that Praveen was, that Praveen had. So that is something that the police are looking into. They are so far 2 people who have already been arrested. They have been investigating into this. They are questioning the 2 of them who have so far been arrested, but they're also looking into the CCTV footage that has just now come out. In fact, that CCTV footage will hold a lot more answers with respect to what had happened, why, who was there on that bike, did they belong to any party, what was it that they were doing there, just standing there on that bike in and around that shop, and just the rush of people there within that 5 to 10 minutes of time frame after the bike was standing there for almost over half an hour. All of these things that are being investigated by the police there, action that is so far being taken. 2 of them have been arrested now, but all possible angles that are being explored, even as the family here demands that the case be transferred to a higher authority. In fact, they demand that senior officials be put on this case, and a special investigation team also be brought in to investigate into the murder that had taken place here just a few days back. Nabila.
Right. Let me quickly cut across to Priyanka as well. Priyanka, the CCTV footage shows very suspicious movements of that bike, and about 40 minutes they waited up for Praveen to move out of his shop before he was hacked. All right, I'm shifting focus here to Kolkata, where we see massive protests currently happening by the BJP over Partha Chatterjee's cash house. Huge stacks of cash found from Partha Chatterjee's very close aide, Arpita Mukherjee, her residence. 2 locations where close to 21 location, 21 crores found, the other about 28 crores that were found. About 50 lakhs in total, we believe, is cash found from Partha Chatterjee's close aide's home. She's already testified to the Enforcement Directorate, saying that she was just someone mediating for Partha. All that money belongs to Partha. Now the BJP there in large numbers in West Bengal coming out in huge protests. We see large protests here as the public also gathers along with the BJP workers who are condemning this kind of corruption in West Bengal and accusing the TMC government of, in fact, perpetuating this kind of crime. These are visuals coming in from West Bengal, where we see massive protests that are currently taking place. Of course, the BJP there holding up their flags, the BJP flag, and condemning the TMC of corruption. Partha Chatterjee is known to be a close aide of Mamata Banerjee. He still is the Industries and Commerce Minister of West Bengal. He has not yet been sacked by the TMC. We believe that Abhishek Banerjee today, this evening, will be coming together with the other leaders of the TMC to decide whether Partha Chatterjee must be sacked or not. Again, a decision has not yet been made, but the clamour within the TMC grows over the crime, the corruption, the scale of corruption. One can't even fathom with what brazenness Partha Chatterjee has carried out crimes, corruption crimes, where he's managed to gather 50 crores of black cash, all cash, that has been hoarded in 2 locations of his close aide Arpita Mukherjee's home. Indrajit, who's reporting right there from ground. Indrajit, over to you. What do we see? What exactly is the protest connected with? Suryagni joining us live for more. Suryagni, go on.
The BJP protest that is, well, Nabila will show you visuals of the mega protest that the BJP has planned right now. As you can see, the first thing I would ask my BJ to show you is the poster of Partho Chatterjee, and that is behind bars. This writes, Chod der jele bharo Mamata Godi charo, which clearly indicates that the BJP's rally this time, it's way more than just Partho Chatterjee. The poster says Mamata should resign. And over here, as you can see, there are multiple such, posters and people who are over here. This rally is supposed to start in a short while from now. This will be in Kolkata's one of the busiest routes, that is the Central Avenue route, and it's going to hit the prime, the prime center of Kolkata, that is the Esplanade Dharmatala, channel, where which is considered to be one of the busiest roads in Kolkata, especially on a weekday. I'll ask my camera person to just show you around, to show you the magnitude of the protest that has been planned today. It's completely, you can see a huge outpour of saffron flags, BJP protesters with banners, festoons and everything. This will be a mega rally by the BJP against the SSC scam and against Partho Chatterjee, but it doesn't stop with Partho Chatterjee only, because the posters, banners that we see, it clearly indicates that the BJP wants the Chief Minister, that is Mamata Banerjee, to resign. Nabila.
So the BJP now mounting pressure, asking for Mamata Banerjee's resignation, is it? Is that now what the clamour growing within the BJP? They're not sparing Partho Chatterjee, of course, but they also want Mamata Banerjee's resignation. Is that what we hear the BJP workers on ground chanting?
Well, if you look at the poster once again, that's clear. That's what it clearly indicates, Nabila. It writes in Bengali, "Chod der jele bharo," which translates, "Put every thief, in prison." The second line reads, "Mamata Godi charo," which means that Mamata resign, Mamata leave the throne. So it's a clear indication that this particular rally is not restricted to Partho Chatterjee or Arpita Mukherjee or the SSC scam in specific, but over here the supporters and the posters and banners clearly, they are hitting it out at the Mamata Banerjee government and at the Chief Minister, that is Mamata Banerjee herself. Nabila.
So Reddy, would you be able to talk to people right behind you? If there is a senior BJP leader, we'd like to hear from them. What exactly are their demands at this point? Remember, Partho Chatterjee is said to be a close aide of Mamata Banerjee, but despite his multiple calls, she did not answer Partha's call. Yeah, go on, Suryagni.
ये आप लोग का जो रैली है, ये कौन से एजेंडा है, क्या चाहते हैं आप लोग?
ये बहुत दिन से जो बंगाल को भ्रष्टाचार में पूरा चूर कर दिया ये ममता सरकार, जिसका हर एक मंत्री करप्शन में लिप्त है, उसके खिलाफ
चाहते क्या है?
हम लोग चाहते हैं ये जो ऊपर स्तर का कार्रवाई हो रहा है वो डीप में हो और मूल अभियुक्त तक।
टालीघर में असली चोर जो बैठा हुआ है, टालीघर में जो असली चोर है, हम लोग बोल रहे हैं घर में मिला है कोटी, असली चोर है हवाई चोटी को अगले पकड़ना होगा, सब निकल जाएगा। वही चोटी मतलब किसकी? जिसको बोलता है चोटी।
As the posters, banners, Nabila, the BJP protesters, the BJP workers are clear in their head that they want Mamata Banerjee to take onus of the scam and of all the corrupt activities that has happened, and she should resign. This is something that the BJP supporters, the BJP festoons, the BJP banners today indicate. However, the BJP leaders, the senior leadership that will be here hasn't spoken so far. But if we once again, Nabila, if we look at the biggest poster over here, it clearly indicates that it is more than just Partho Chatterjee that the BJP is attacking, but they are also attacking Mamata Banerjee, and they want Mamata Banerjee's resignation. This is the rally's agenda today. Back to you, Nabila.
You know what we're really surprised of? The fact that Partho Chatterjee has not yet been suspended by the TMC. It's shocking that despite the Enforcement Directorate recovering huge stash of cash, 50 crores, that's not a joke. One can only imagine during what span and how long it's been that this man, Partho Chatterjee, has been accumulating this kind of ill wealth. The fact that 50 crores and about 10 kgs of gold has been recovered, one can only imagine how deep-rooted corruption in West Bengal this man has carried out. You know, TMC so far not suspending him, does it not raise suspicion on the TMC's intentions at this point? Are they really trying to defend Partha Chatterjee at this point? Is there any word if the TMC has decided that they're going to axe him?
Nabila, there is a difference of opinion on the entire Partha Chatterjee issue when it comes to the, the inside corridors of the Trinamool Congress. The reason why I'm telling you this is because today morning itself, Kunal Ghosh, who's a designated official spokesperson of the Trinamool, he tweeted and he stated that Partha Chatterjee needs to be sacked of all his positions and of his ministerial berth. And if the party thinks that what Kunal is stating as the spokesperson or as a leader is something wrong, then they can, remove him. After that, a party meeting was convened at 5 p.m. today. Abhishek Banerjee, along with the senior leadership of the Trinamool Congress, will be conducting a meeting on this particular Partha Chatterjee issue. And this will be a very, very major one. The decision on whether or not Partha Chatterjee continues to be the Gen Secretary of the Trinamool Congress might be just, having an answer over there itself. Secondly, and a very important one, apart from today being a cabinet meeting of Mamata Banerjee, as a surprise move, you never know whether Mamata Banerjee takes, she goes behind Partha Chatterjee and sacks him from his ministerial berth or not. That is something only time can say. Around 2:30 is the cabinet meeting. One important factor that we have observed in the past 2 to 3 days is Trinamool Congress has an official
आप सोचिए ज़रा 2014 में वो भर्ती होती हैं एक यूनिवर्सिटी नजरुल काजी नजरुल यूनिवर्सिटी आसनसोल के अंदर और 2014 में भर्ती होने के बाद आज वो प्रोफेसर हैं और हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट है बंगाली की। उनके नाम पर 10 फ्लैट्स के कागज़ हैं और एक जगह पर 3 फ्लैट्स डायमंड सिटी के अंदर 3 फ्लैट्स के दस्तावेज निकले 18D, 19D, 20D और 18, 19, 20D वाले जो संपत्ति है उसमें एक जो है वो सुपर लग्जरी अपार्टमेंट है। उस सुपर लग्जरी अपार्टमेंट में सिर्फ कुत्तों के रहने की जगह थी। ओनली पेट डॉग्स जो हैं वो उसमें रहा करते थे पार्थ चैटर्जी के। और सबसे हैरानी की बात जो है वो हैरानी की बात ये है कि जहाँ पर पैसे का अंबार पहाड़ के पहाड़ नोटों के निकल रहे हैं वहाँ पर ममता बनर्जी जी जैसी जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं वो एकदम चुप बैठी हैं, एकदम शांत हैं, कोई उन्होंने आवाज़ नहीं निकाली। और नारदा शारदा चिटफंड कोयला और आज जो है वो आपके सामने है कि यहाँ तक कि टीचर भर्ती जैसी चीज़ों में भी ये घोटाले सामने आ रहे हैं। और शिक्षक भर्ती के बाद जो इनके अमाउंट है वो अमाउंट 50 करोड़ अगर अर्पिता जैसी महिला के पास निकल सकता है तो आप सोचिए कि हम तो यही कहेंगे कि ईडी जो है इसकी अच्छे से जांच करे। और अर्पिता के 2 बयान जो हैं वो बहुत सुनने लायक है। पहला उन्होंने कहा कि पार्थ चैटर्जी ने उनके फ्लैट को जो है एटीएम बना दिया था और दूसरा उनका बयान है जिसमें कहा है कि नीचे से ऊपर तक पैसा जाता था। अब नीचे के लोग तो समझ आ गए हैं, ऊपर वाले कौन कौन है वो समझ नहीं आया। और अर्पिता के घर के बाहर 11,000 कुछ का जो है एक कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी की तरफ से नोटिस है जो उनका बकाया था वो उन्होंने जो है डेट जो है अपना वापस नहीं किया, अपनी जो इनसे मांग थी वो उन्होंने पूरी नहीं की। तो किसी ने कहा कि भाई ये ईमानदारी से बेईमानी का काम होता है कि जिसमें 50 करोड़ आपने अंदर रखे हों तो 11,000 रुपये भी आपने उसमें से निकाल के जो अपना हिस्से की कर्जा है उसको उतारने की कोशिश नहीं की। और ठीक इसके विपरीत सत्येंद्र जैन जो हैं उनके यहाँ से 4.5 करोड़ रुपए निकले और साथ में संपत्ति भी निकली। और ठीक 1 महीना अरेस्ट से पहले ईडी ने इनकी एक प्रॉपर्टी को अटैच किया था। और 27 तारीख की बात है जिसमें 2 न्यायाधीशों के बेंच में जस्टिस शर्मा, सतीश चंद शर्मा और सुब्रमण्यम प्रसाद जी, इनकी जो खंडपीठ थी उसने जो है इस मामले को बहुत नज़दीकी से देखा और मैं आपके सामने पढ़ना चाहती हूँ कि उन्होंने ठीक क्या कहा। उन्होंने गंभीर टिप्पणी की जिसमें उन्होंने कहा कि भारत के संविधान की अखंडता को बनाए रखने के लिए मंत्री परिषद की सामूहिक जिम्मेदारी है। इस बात पर मुख्यमंत्री को विचार करना है कि क्या कोई व्यक्ति जिसकी आपराधिक पृष्ठभूमि है या उन पर नैतिक पतन से जुड़े अपराधों का आरोप लगाया गया है, उन्हें नियुक्त किया जाना चाहिए और उन्हें मंत्री के रूप में बने रहने की अनुमति दी जानी चाहिए। और इस टिप्पणी को करते हुए जिस बात को उन्होंने सामने रखा वो कोई और नहीं बल्कि डॉक्टर B.R. अम्बेडकर जी जब संविधान लिख रहे थे उस समय उनके बयान का हवाला देते हुए उन्होंने कहा था, सुशासन केवल अच्छे लोगों के हाथ में होता है। भले ही अदालत अच्छे या बुरे के फैसले में नहीं पड़ सकती, लेकिन वह निश्चित रूप से संवैधानिक पदाधिकारियों को हमारे संविधान के लोकाचार को संरक्षित करने और बढ़ावा देने की याद दिला सकती है। ऐसी धारणा है कि मुख्यमंत्री को इस संवैधानिक सिद्धांतों से अच्छी सलाह और मार्गदर्शन मिलेगा। दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट के इस फैसले के बाद और सही मार्गदर्शन देने के बाद दोनों मुख्यमंत्री चुप क्यों हैं, ये मेरी समझ से बाहर है और कोई एक्शन इन्होंने अभी तक क्यों नहीं लिया। और यहाँ पर मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि जब 4.5 करोड़ से ऊपर 4.81 करोड़ की संपत्ति जब्त हुई और हवाला मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के केस में जो है सत्येंद्र जी पकड़े गए, तो उस समय पर एक ही बात मुझे दिमाग में आ रही थी और वो ये आ रही थी कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सपना ज़रूर देखा था कि हवाई जहाज़ में चलने वाला जो व्यक्ति है वो हवाई चप्पल पहनकर भी जो व्यक्ति चलता है वो हवाई जहाज़ में उड़ सके, लेकिन हवाला कांड में मंत्री जो है वो संलिप्त हों, ये तो शायद देश का सपना नहीं था। और आज ये सामने आ रहा है कि हवाई चप्पल पहनने वाले से लेकर बाकी सब लोग भी जो है जो इस तरीके के कामों में लिप्त हैं वो एक तरफ हवाई चप्पल का हवाला देते हैं लेकिन असलियत में हवाला कांड में जुड़े रहते हैं। Now I'll say all this in English. The slogan which was used was Ma Mati Manus, and these are the very people whose throat is now speaking the language of money, 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 and they are completely derailed from the course which they had set up themselves for. And what one needs to understand is that Arpita, who has been caught recently, was very close friend and an acquaintance of Parth Chatterjee, who was earlier the Minister of Higher Education and now is the Minister in Mamata Banerjee's government of Industry. Earlier, on 22nd July, a sum of rupees 21 crore was found from her possession, and thereafter on 27 July, 29 crore worth of cash has been found. So a total of close to 50 crore cash has been found, in addition to 9 kgs of gold and various property which is unnamed property which has been found in the possession of Arpita. Under these circumstances, the major question which one needs to understand is why is somebody like Mamata Banerjee quiet on these deeds? The black diary which has been found is enumerating the black deeds of the Mamata government, Mamata ji-led government. And what one needs to understand at this time is that if I go into the details, 2 companies through which all these transactions have been done, the details of teachers' appointment related scam are all found in this 41-page diary. And what one needs to also know is that there's another person called Mona Lisa Das, who was enrolled as a student in 2014 in Nazrul, Qazi Nazrul University in Asansol. Today has become the head of the Department of Bengali language in violation of all the rules and regulations. And the worst is that 10 flats have been found in her name. And 3 flats, 18D, 19D and 20D in Diamond City were found, and in one such flat, it was one of the super luxury flats, was residence only of dogs which belong to pet dogs which belong to Mr. Partha Chatterjee. What one also needs to understand is that when ED was investigating this matter, and we want ED to investigate this matter because in 2 statements have been given by Arpita where she says that the money used to be transacted from top to bottom. And the other statement, she says that my house was being used as an ATM. So under these circumstances, with the statement and the evidentiary material which has been collected, we want ED to investigate it fully as to who all were connected to these transactions. In addition to the fact that Mamata Banerjee, who is used to giving statements about just about everything, is absolutely quiet these days and has not made a single statement when people from her own cabinet have been found engaging in such illegal activities. And this reminds me of Narada, Sharada, Kohl, the teachers' appointment scam. So there are several scams. The list is rather long. And under these circumstances, the silence of Mamata Banerjee is actually killing. The other statement which I wish to connect is that of Satyendra Jain, where Satyendra Jain has been caught in a money laundering case, and when the matter was heard by the division bench of Delhi High Court, a statement was made by the honorable judges, Justice Satish Chand Sharma and Justice Subramaniam Prasad, where they talked about constitutional integrity. And the statement was that when it comes to the Council of Ministers, it is the collective responsibility of Council of Ministers, and under those circumstances, if a person is found...
All right, that's Meenakshi Lekhi, who's the Union Minister, listing out the kind of investigation the ED is right now indulging in, and also speaking of the extensive amount of black money that was found in connection with Partha Chatterjee and his close aide Arpita. In fact, the BJP right now stepping up the ante against the TMC government on the whole. Meenakshi Lekhi saying that so far TMC's Mamata Banerjee has not spoken a word condemning Partha Chatterjee or has hinted at all of sacking him. ED is only intensifying its probe right now into the Bengal recruitment scam. In an overnight raid, the agency has recovered nearly 28 crores from Arpita Mukherjee's flat in Belgaria. Gold and jewelry worth 4.3 crores has been seized, and with this, nearly 50 crores in total has been recovered from Arpita's home. ED says that huge amounts of money was recovered from the washroom. With this development, Partha's secretary has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in the school's recruitment scam case. Not only BJP but also TMC netas want Partha Chatterjee out of the party. TMC spokesperson Kunal Ghosh wants Partha axed from the party. TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee has called for a crucial meeting at 5 p.m. today regarding arrested Minister Partha Chatterjee and his issue.
सब निकलेगा धीरे धीरे. बहुत बड़ा घोटाला है. बंगाल दीदी बोलते हैं एगीय बांग्ला. अब एगीय बांग्ला भ्रष्टाचार में ये देखना पड़ेगा, हम लोग कभी नहीं सोचा. ये सब ड्रामा है. पार्टी चाहता है कि पार्थो बाबू से हाथ धो ले, कन्नी काट ले. अब ममता बनर्जी भतीजा सरकार और परिवार को बचाने के लगे हैं. सारे लोग आप परिवार बचाओ, नेता बचाओ, जैसा कांग्रेस में हो रहा है वही हो रही है. लेकिन मुझे नहीं लगता कोई बच पाएगा.
जो ममता बनर्जी 100% जोड़ी थे पार्थो चटर्जी के साथ, पूरा स्कैम के साथ वो जोड़ी थे. तो ऊपर से पैसा गिरा नहीं. आप चोरी करेंगे और आप बोलेंगे भाई हमको क्यों पकड़ रहे हैं. ममता बनर्जी खुद चोर है. ममता बनर्जी पश्चिम बंगाल में पूरा भारत का सबसे बड़ा घोटाला का मास्टर है.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, BJP seeks Sonia Gandhi's apology after Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary calls President Draupadi Murmu as Rashtrapatni under fire. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Congress MP, comes about to apologize.
armed with facts. She takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
The Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara dreams may soon turn into a reality. The Union Ministry of Civil Aviation has unveiled a new policy on air sports. It aims to make India one of the top destinations in this field by 2030. Let's have a look at the new National Air Sports Policy. What are air sports? Air sports contain a range of aerial activities. It includes air racing, aerobatics, aeromodeling, hang gliding, human-powered aircraft, parachuting, paragliding, skydiving, and much more. The National Air Sport Policy or NASP 2022 lists 11 games under this category. These include aerobatics, aeromodeling and rocketry, ballooning, amateur-built and experimental aircraft, drones, gliding and power gliding, hang gliding and power hang gliding, parachuting, paragliding and paramotoring, powered aircraft and rotorcraft. Air sports are popular in Europe, North America and Australia. In India, it is a small-sized industry worth about 80 crore rupees and has 5,000 practitioners. But Civil Aviation Minister Scindia says that air sports can grow 10 times to become an 8,000 to 10,000 crore rupees industry. Worldwide, the Federacia Aeronautique Internationale in Switzerland is the governing body for air sports. It sets standards, organizes events and has over 100 members. What does the National Air Sport Policy propose? India's civil aviation industry has evolved from a phase of infancy rapidly. The policy seeks to position the country among the top air sports nations by 2030. It aims to provide a quote, safe, affordable, accessible, enjoyable and sustainable air sports ecosystem, unquote. It
All right, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary now seeking some more time to meet with President Murmu, says will apologize to her. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary now saying that he wants to personally meet the President Draupadi Murmu and apologize to her. So he's seeking time to meet her. He says, please don't target Sonia Gandhi for what I said. This is Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary who speaks to a media agency trying to clarify that it was a slip of tongue and he's made the mistake and he apologizes and he wants to meet President Murmu and apologize to her in person. Says don't target Sonia Gandhi with this regard. Remember, the BJP raising its angst against the Congress party chief, Sonia Gandhi, who is a woman herself, saying that Sonia should apologize for what her leader, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, has done. Let's take a listen, reaction on that.
आप तो आई ऑफ स्टॉर्म में हैं, आपने एक बयान दिया राष्ट्रपति जी को लेकर। बीजेपी जो है वो आपके और पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी के, यहाँ तक कि सोनिया गांधी जी तक पे जो है उन्होंने कहा है कि माफी मांगी। आपने अभी तक माफी नहीं मांगी, ये बीजेपी कह रहे हैं। और उसके साथ साथ मैं अब आपसे जानना चाहूंगी कि आपको इस पूरे मसले पे क्या चाहिए।
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात है कि बीजेपी पार्टी जो भी ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये राय की पहाड़ बनाना चाहते हैं। मैं बार बार ये सुबह से कहते आ रहे हैं कि मैं बंगाली हूं, हिंदी मुझे उतना शुद्ध तरीके से नहीं आती, हिंदी में मैं आदी नहीं हूं, इसलिए मेरा चूक हुई है और इस चूक की चलते राष्ट्रपति निकल चुके हैं मेरी जुबान से। मैं इसलिए कितने बार कह चुका हूं मेरा गलती है, गलती है, गलती है। लेकिन ये कैसे सोच सकते कि अब बीजेपी जैसा पखंडियों के सामने जाके खड़ा होकर माफी मांगे? कौन सा बीजेपी पार्टी जो मैडम सोनिया गांधी जी के सदन के अंदर अपमान करना चाहती है? आज पिछले चुनाव में जो मैडम सोनिया गांधी और उनकी पुत्र राहुल गांधी जी को लेकर जिस तरीके की बयानबाजी किए थे उनके प्रधानमंत्री, उनको पूछिए।
That's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary speaking exclusively there to India Today's Supriya, where he is trying to justify his statement. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary saying that he wants to apologize directly to the President Draupadi Murmu after calling her Rashtrapatni. This is a harsh remark that he made and then called it a slip of tongue. BJP who raised the anger and slammed what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said in both houses of the parliament, and eventually the houses had to be adjourned owing to the chaos. Now, Congress President Sonia Gandhi has been asked to apologize for his mistake, to which he responds. Let's hear it once again as Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary speaks to India Today.
बात बढ़ाने से बहुत बढ़ जाएगी। महिला को सम्मान कांग्रेस देना चाहती है, कांग्रेस पार्टी की अध्यक्ष खुद महिला है। मैं बार बार कह रहा हूं कि चूक हुई है, चूक हुई है, चूक हुई है। मैं खुद राष्ट्रपति जी से समय मांगी है, समय मांगा है उनसे मुलाकात करने के लिए। उनको जाके उनके पास जाके बात करके मेरी तरफ से जो चूक हुई सारे बयान उनके सामने पेश करूंगा। अगर उसके बाद उनको लगे कि उनको चोट पहुंचे, मैं उनसे जाके क्षमा मांगूंगा, एक बार नहीं 100 बार। लेकिन ये बीजेपी की पाखंडी से क्यों हमारी मांग रखने दिए जाते हैं सदन के अंदर, इसलिए हम राष्ट्रपति जी के पास जाना चाहते थे। मैं बार बार कह चुके हैं कि एक बार मेरी जबान से गलती से निकल चुके हैं, चूक हुई है। मैं बंगाली हूं, मैं हिंदी में आदी नहीं हूं, कितने बार कहूं। फिर ये राय को पहाड़ बनाना चाहते हैं, मुद्दा को ये सदन के अंदर मैडम सोनिया गांधी जी का अपमान करना चाहती हैं। मैं अगर कोई गलती करे, सोनिया गांधी इसमें क्या दोषी है बताइए? मैं अगर कोई गलती करे शूली में मुझे चढ़ा दो, लेकिन मैडम गांधी को नहीं।
All right, that's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary says, if anything, Congress party and its chief is a woman herself. How can the Congress party insult a woman? This is just the BJP's tactics to escape discussions on serious issues like price rise. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, even as he wants to apologize and says he wants to meet with President Draupadi Murmu personally, says that this is ridiculous that the BJP is targeting Sonia Gandhi for his comment. Paulami Saha for more on that. Paulami, a quick word on the BJP now demanding Sonia Gandhi to apologize for the comment made by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. He's just spoken to India Today's correspondent Supriya, where he justifies saying, if anything, Congress has always kept women on a pedestal.
That's right. This is, of course, a war of words that's only getting heated between the Congress and the BJP. The BJP, of course, demanding that it is Congress President Sonia Gandhi who will have to apologize for the remarks that Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary made against the President of the country. Though Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, of course, says that he has sought time with the President. He hopes that he will get time tomorrow, day after tomorrow. And if he gets that opportunity, he will speak to President Murmu. And then, of course, if he feels that she is, of course, hurt by the words used by him, then he will extend his apologies to her, not once, 100 times if need be so, but he will not apologize to the BJP. So he, of course, remains steadfast on his stand that he was not going to apologize to the BJP. He, in fact, says that I had gone to the Speaker and I had sought time with the Speaker as well to clarify myself in the House, and the Speaker had allowed for the same. But when the House reconvened at about 12 noon, there was so much commotion which was caused by the BJP MPs demanding an apology from Mrs. Gandhi that the House was immediately adjourned and he did not get his opportunity to speak in the House. The BJP, of course, demanding that no less than Mrs. Sonia Gandhi needs to apologize, because this is the highest constitutional office of the country, which has been demeaned in derogatory terms by Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, a senior leader of her party. Of course, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary now attacking the BJP and saying that the BJP should in fact apologize for the insult meted out to Mrs. Sonia Gandhi when she, of course, was interacting with a BJP member of Parliament, Rama Devi, in the House. How the BJP, of course, he alleges, of course, attacked and targeted Mrs. Sonia Gandhi. So it is what we're witnessing in Parliament today, of course, is accusation versus counter-accusation. And given the adamant positions that both sides have taken, unlikely that we'll see a resolution to this. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, of course, saying that I will go to the President, need be, and apologize to her, but not to the BJP.
Right. Palmi, thank you very much for joining us on that. In fact, Congress's leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has now triggered a massive controversy. The Congress leader referred to President Draupadi Murmu as Rashtrapatni as the video clip was widely circulated. Adhir received backlash from BJP leaders, including Smriti Irani and Nirmala Sitharaman. Union Minister Smriti Irani has said that Sonia Gandhi's congressman continues to demean women. Subsequently, both Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha was adjourned. Amid the protests, Congress President Sonia Gandhi and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary apologized for the insult, while the Congress leader said it was a mere slip of tongue.
Male Congress workers and leaders have continued to demean the office of the President of India. Apologize to the nation. Maafi mango is desh se. Maafi mango Sonia Gandhi Adivasiyon se. Maafi mango aurton se. Maafi mango garib se.
Ma'am, will you ask Adhir to apologize?
He has already apologized.
Nowhere is the word Rashtrapatni used. The word Rashtrapati stands equally for both woman and man. This is a common knowledge in Hindi or in Sanskrit. It's a deliberate sexist abuse.
कहा था कि राष्ट्रपति भवन हम लोग जाना चाहते हैं, राष्ट्रपति से मिलना चाहते हैं हमारा बात रखने के लिए। कल भी ये नौबत आई, कल भी मैंने ये कहा कि हम राष्ट्रपति जी भवन जाना चाहते हैं और राष्ट्रपति बोलने का तुरंत बाद मुंह से निकल गया राष्ट्रपत्नी जी के साथ मिलना चाहते हैं। उसी समय ये पत्रकार बात सुनते ही निकल चुके। मैं उनको ढूंढने का कोशिश किया लेकिन देखा नहीं, क्योंकि मैं उसी समय उनको कह देते कि ये गलत सब निकल चुके हैं, आप इसको मतलब इसको तवज्जो दिया करो।
भाइयों बहनों, हम सब ने सुना कि वो पहले राष्ट्रपति कहने के बाद बहुत सोची समझी नीति के तहत उन्होंने 2 बार रिपीट किया, 1 बार नहीं 2 बार रिपीट किया। और आज तो उन्होंने इस विषय को ऐसा बना दिया जैसे कोई बवाल मच रहा है। बार बार 3-4 बार वो कहते हैं कि हम उसको बवाल मचा रहे हैं। क्या ये बवाल का विषय है या आत्मसम्मान का विषय है? आदिवासी और जनजातीय समाज के लिए हम डिमांड करते हैं कि कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी ने इस विषय पर सदन में भी और देश के समक्ष भी माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
In every way, they have been repeatedly attempting to undermine a tribal, self-made, successful woman. And the height of it is when, as though you're talking about, generally in a right-hearted way, pati, that one. Rashtrapati in Sanskrit and in Hindi. And no dictionary you will find Rashtrapatni as a word. Modi or Williams onwards, anyone you can do. And for my curiosity, I even consulted a Hindi Sanskrit scholar, Nityanand Mishra, who is very active in social media. He sent me a note saying this is a sexist abuse. It's an insult. Nowhere in Sanskrit that Rashtrapati will have to become Rashtrapati. Rashtrapati is the word to mean leader of the country.
एक घोर अपमान है आदिवासी देश का, आदिवासी का एक नेत्री और बेटी को बहुत बड़ा अपमान है, राष्ट्रपति का अपमान है, राष्ट्र का अपमान है। जिनको ऐसे अधीर रंजन को जिन्होंने अपॉइंट किया वो माफी मांगना चाहिए, सोनिया गांधी जी माफी मांगना चाहिए।
जब आदमी खुद एडमिट करता है कि मेरा इंटेंशन ठीक था लेकिन जबान फिसल के ऐसी बात हो गई, तो उसको आप बहुत बड़ा इश्यू बना रहे, क्योंकि आपके पास बहुत मुद्दे हैं ना, रिप्लाई दे दो। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। इन्फ्लेशन का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। अग्निपथ का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। जीएसटी का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। इतने मुद्दे हैं ना, देश में लोग जूझ रहे उस मुद्दों के खिलाफ, तो आप उसका रिप्लाई देने के बजाय एक उसने ऐसा कहा वैसा कहा कहना ये ठीक नहीं है।
महामहिम राष्ट्रपति देश के प्रथम नागरिक होते हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी उन्हें पूरा सम्मान करती है, पर हमें ये नहीं भूलना चाहिए। एक बार फिर मैं राष्ट्रपति के लिए, महामहिम राष्ट्रपति के लिए सम्मान व्यक्त करते हुए कहना चाहता हूँ, उनका पूरा नाम है अधीर रंजन चौधरी। वो बंगाल से आते हैं, जहाँ खाता हूँ खाती हूँ, रोज हम लोगों के साथ होता है यहाँ। वो ही बोल देते हैं मैं लौट के आऊंगी, तो इस बात का ध्यान रखना चाहिए। और राष्ट्रपति के लिए अगर कुछ ऐसी भाषा निकल गई तो भाजपा ये घटिया हरकत ना करे।
उन्होंने कहा है, उन्होंने जो है कांग्रेस पार्टी कह रही है कि स्लिप ऑफ टंग है, उन्होंने राष्ट्रपति जी को राष्ट्रपत्नी जी कह दिया है, तो उस पर आपको क्या? जी
ये शायद देखिए, आपको जानना चाहिए कि सारे संसद का प्रथम भाषा हिंदी नहीं है, कभी कभी गलतियां हो सकती है।
Now, with the war over Congress insult to President Draupadi Murmu exploding, there was fierce showdown between Sonia Gandhi and Smriti Irani inside the House of the Parliament. Sources have told India Today that while Sonia Gandhi was just about talking to Rama Devi in the Parliament, the Congress chief asked her why her name was being taken. And that's when Smriti Irani, who overheard the conversation, interrupted Sonia Gandhi, saying, "Ma'am, may I help you? I took your name." That's what apparently really led to Sonia Gandhi then thundering at Smriti Irani, saying, "Don't talk to me." The Congress has now denied the charge, saying that it was Smriti Irani who misbehaved with the Congress chief. Congress has now termed Smriti's behavior as atrocious and outrageous. The Congress is now demanding that the Speaker take action against Smriti. The Union Minister, in turn, will be filing a complaint against Sonia Gandhi's alleged misbehavior.
महिला हमारे सांसद के पास आकर के आज जब श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी ने बात की, उस समय कोई और भी सांसद बगल में आकर के क्या है, क्या हो गया, क्या बात हो रही है, ऐसे पूछने में "यू डोंट टॉक टू मी" ऐसे करके दूसरे सांसद को ऑलमोस्ट थ्रेटनिंग आवाज से बात की है। ऐसे में दम खाए, ये मंत्रीगण भी बोल रहे हैं, हमारे साथ भारती पवार जी भी बोल रहे हैं। सो एक अपॉलजी नहीं है, दूसरा मिसरीड कर रही हो, मैंने आदिर ने अपॉलजी कर दिया, तीसरे बाकी सदस्यगण को भी ऐसे कठोर, ऐसे थ्रेटनिंग तरीके से बात भी करना, ये क्या तरीका है? शी इज द लीडर ऑफ द पार्टी। अपॉलजी मांगने से पहले ये सब भी सोचना चाहिए। ऊपर से अपॉलजी नहीं मगर धमकियां। मैं इसको खंडन करती हूँ और डिमांड करती हूँ श्रीमती सोनिया जी से, बाहर आइए, ग्रेसफुली माफी मांगिए देश के सामने।
कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष सोनिया गांधी जी के ऊपर हमला करना चाहती हैं, उनको नुकसान पहुंचाना चाहती है। जब इन्होंने देखा कि सोनिया गांधी जी ईडी के कार्रवाई से नहीं डर रही हैं, तो आज उनके आत्मसम्मान को ठेस पहुंचाने का, उनके मान सम्मान को, उनके पद प्रतिष्ठा को ठेस पहुंचाने का काम किया गया है सदन के अंदर, और इसका हम लोग पुरजोर विरोध करते हैं। ये तरीका गलत है। वो एक
रमा देवी जी से बात करने जा रही है।
जी हाँ, उन्हीं से बात करने के लिए उन्हीं के पास वो खड़ी हुई है।
स्मृति ईरानी जी
वो थोड़ी दूर में बैठी थी, शायद दूसरी या तीसरी बेंच में, तो वो उठ के एकदम से आ गई और बस सोनिया गांधी चिल्ला रही है तो ये कर रही है, उल्टा सीधा बोलने लग गई। देखिए ऐसा है कि हम लोग इतने एक जनप्रतिनिधि होके एक मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हैं, हम लोग को अपनी गरिमा में रहना चाहिए।
सोनिया गांधी जी रमा देवी से बात कर रही थी, शालीन तरीके से रमा देवी भी उनकी बातें सुन रही थी, लेकिन शायद ये जो शालीनता दिखाई उसको कुछ सांसदों और विशेष रूप से केंद्रीय मंत्री स्मृति ईरानी जी को शायद हजम नहीं हुआ। हजम नहीं होने का कारण भी हम सभी को पता है कि मीडिया में किस प्रकार से बातें आ रहे हैं, लेकिन पुरुष सांसद भी इस प्रकार की व्यवहार करेंगे ये मैंने अपेक्षा नहीं की, खासकर कि उस पार्टी से जो बार बार महिला सभ्यता, महिला आदर पे की बात करती है।
गांधी जी ने जाकर अपनी सीट से उनको बोला कि अब इशू है ही नहीं अपना रिजॉल्व। तो
किसको बोला?
रमा देवी जी को।
अच्छा,
ये सब इकट्ठे थे, रमा देवी की बैक पे थे।
ठीक है।
उस समय उन्होंने कुछ हमारे सांसदों को बोलना शुरू कर दिया, इधर से भी।
तो सोनिया गांधी जी जो है वो रमा देवी जी से बात कर रही थी।
रमा देवी जी से बात कर रहे थे। आपको पता है सोनिया गांधी जी का बोलने का तरीकाकार क्या होगा, स्मृति ईरानी जी का क्या होगा, ये देश जानते ही।
और उसमें फिर स्मृति ईरानी जी कहाँ से आई?
वो उन्हीं के पीछे खड़ी थी।
अच्छा, तो मतलब वो रमा देवी जी से बात कर रही थी और वो पीछे से कह रही?
हाँ, पीछे से कर रही।
तो आप सुनने में आया कि अंदर काफी जो है हंगामा हो गया, आप लोगों ने भी प्रदर्शन किया?
हंगामा तो ये होगा ही ना, जब देखो हाउस शुरू हुआ है, ग्रहमा है एक, आपने बात करनी, स्पीकर को बोलो आपको टाइम चाहिए। आप सीधा कैसे आपका माइक ऑन हो गया, कैसे आपका माइक ऑन होने के बाद आपका सब कुछ ऑन रिकॉर्ड हो गया, उसके बाद स्पीकर को बोलने का भी नहीं था, स्पीकर बेचारे उठ के चला गए। आज तौहीन सदन की हुई है, स्पीकर चेयर की हुई है, और हमने ये बोला कि इनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए स्पीकर से, और साथ में साथ हमें भी टाइम देना चाहिए। अधीर रंजन जी को बात रखने का टाइम तो दो, लेकिन टाइम नहीं दिया।
There is a saying in Hindi which is very apt, उल्टा चोर कोतवाल को डांटे। सोनिया गांधी जी should apologize to the country for the derogatory remark that has been made by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, and she should tell the nation what action has been taken, because it's an insult of every Indian. But the sad part is that she is threatening a senior leader, Smriti Irani ji, who has made a point which resonates with the people of the country. This is unacceptable parliamentary behavior from Sonia Gandhi ji, and it also is a reflection of what the Congress party has become. Insulting members of the scheduled tribe, insulting a woman, and then on top of that, the leader of the Congress itself trying to threaten another leader. This is unacceptable and unbecoming of a senior leader.
All right, a massive controversy has now sparked over chicken feast at Bapu statue in the parliament. BJP has claimed that suspended MPs who are protesting at the parliament had tandoori chicken in front of Bapu Mahatma Gandhi statue and called it an insult to Mahatma Gandhi, Hindus and the parliament. Suspended MPs have now denied these claims. Nearly 24 opposition MPs holding a 50-hour-long relay protest inside the Parliament complex against their suspension. They have spent Wednesday night on the lawns near the Mahatma Gandhi statue. Opposition parties are taking turns to arrange for regional cuisine for the MPs on a 50-hour relay protest. Those are the visuals where they're eating breakfast, lunch, dinner, all right outside the Parliament in front of Gandhi statue, lodging their protest for suspension.
I have a menu card of what is being served in this protest/picnic in front of Mahatma Gandhi statue has been put out by PT and has been carried by several news organizations, which says that they are eating tandoori chicken in front of Mahatma Gandhi statue. It is an insult for Bapu, because Bapu himself is viewed as a staunch Hindu, and especially on animal slaughter, well known to everybody. But perhaps those who believe in other philosophies don't really know about the philosophy of Bapu. So that is an insult, and it also shows what kind of farce in the name of protest is being done. But having said that, look, there is a trend here. There is a trend to insult constitutional bodies. There is a trend to insult constitutional posts like Draupadi Murmu ji was insulted. And now there is a trend to insult even the legacy of Bapu.
यहाँ पे आप देखिए कि बिस्तरा बिछा है, बोरिया बिस्तरा, और पूरे छाते वाते के साथ पूरे आ चुके हैं। और गुप्ता जी, क्या क्या आपने सुबह के नाश्ते के लिए, ये देखिए बोल रहे हैं उनको डीएमके के सांसद को कि थोड़ा सा आप नाश्ता ले लीजिए। पूरा प्रेम और शिष्टाचार और सत्कार चल रहा है। शांता दीदी देखिए, अभी पराठा और आलू खाया जा रहा है। सरकार कहेगी कि आप लोग नाश्ता कर रहे हैं, तो उस पर क्या जवाब देंगे आप?
तो हम लोग तो धरना कर रहे हैं, तो नाश्ता नहीं करेंगे क्या? धरना तो कर रहे हैं।
यहाँ पे आप देखिए कि आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता और कैसे राम गोपाल यादव समाजवादी पार्टी के आपस में बातचीत कर रहे हैं। आइए आपको तस्वीर दिखाते हैं पीछे की। यहाँ पे नाश्ता पूरा लगा है और नाश्ता खाया जा रहा है।
All right, so we know that there's an elaborate menu there on the card for all the opposition MPs who are protesting there, but this is how they want it to be. They don't want to move from the spot, so clearly food is brought to where they are. And in one of those meals, we believe chicken was served in the form of biryani or tandoori chicken. The clarity is yet to come on that, but the BJP now accusing these protesting netas of consuming meat opposite the Gandhi statue, while the MPs are saying this is BJP's tactic to try and to escape from a discussion on price rise and all the other real issues which they were bringing up in the House of the Parliament, but unfortunately were all suspended for raising those issues. In fact, we're seeing those MPs there, those images that shows very clearly how those BJP MPs who are protesting are right now eating their meals all there, and this is going to continue until the end of the week as they launch their protest against their suspension. All right, cutting across to the 50-odd crores recovered in illegal cash and also gold from Arpita's house. Partha Chatterjee's close aide. TMC now mulling over sacking Partha Chatterjee as minister from Mamta's cabinet. More details up next. Will Metaverse replace our reality? Can it? We don't know that yet, but in its present form, it kind of is a duplicate of the physical world. But the only way to access it is via the internet. The idea of Metaverse has its roots in many sci-fi narratives from the 90s. It exists either as immersive online games, workrooms, virtual concerts, or much more. So what can you do in the Metaverse? Apparently a lot. From watching your favorite pop star to working as personalized avatars in a virtual workspace, Metaverse can make that happen. It will eventually be possible to do exactly what we do in reality thanks to a virtual reality freed from physical constraints. As interactions increase, it will be possible to meet people, make purchases, and pay in cryptocurrency or go sightseeing while staying at home. Well, virtual tourism seems like a nice idea in the comfort of your room. What tools would you need for Metaverse? You'd need virtual reality headsets and a good internet connection for starters. Virtual reality headsets will allow us to immerse ourselves in 3D worlds in the form of avatars animated by our movements. But it will require an enormous amount of computing power to allow millions of people to act simultaneously in that virtual space. Even devices that recreate taste, smell, and touch could be invented. What do you think? Are you ready for the Metaverse?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Now, ever since the World Health Organization has declared monkeypox disease as a public health emergency of concern, another issue that the WHO has focused on is how it is spreading in communities where men have sex with men. That's right. The LGBTQ community has been targeted as a high-risk community where the monkeypox infection is currently spreading. But is the LGBTQ community responsible for the spread of this virus? No. In fact, experts say that sexual contact happens to be one of the ways through which monkeypox can spread through bodily fluids, but it is a contagious disease, so it can spread via touching. If a person comes in close contact with someone who has contacted the virus, if a person touches skin lesions or scabs of someone who has been infected with monkeypox, in dirty linen and bed sheets, and also the healthcare workers who are actually taking care of such patients across the world.
Any person who has skin is naturally at the risk of getting the infection, because skin to skin contact, where the active skin lesions are the mode through which the infection spreads predominantly.
Ever since the outbreak happened in African countries where it is an endemic, monkeypox has not spread as far and wide. But like it happened in the United Kingdom, 2 men were found to be infected with the first cases of monkeypox being reported in the month of May this year. After that, the WHO has said that more than 16,000 cases are being seen across. India also has about 4 cases. Another case has also come to light of monkeypox. But there's no travel history of a recent person who has tested positive. As we said, that sexual contact happens to be one of the ways through which monkeypox can spread, but it can also spread through touching and very close contact with the lesions and scabs on someone's body.
Although it is found in men who have sex with men as the highest risk group, it's not limited only to them.
The problem is that the
watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on India Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the headlines at this hour. BJP seeks Sonia's apology after Adhir Ranjan calls President Draupadi Murmu Rashtra Patni under fire. Congress MP apologizes. Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi in furious parliament face-off over Congress Rashtrapatni dig. BJP says Congress chief abused the minister. Congress denies charge. Big war over opposition MPs' protest at Gandhi statue. BJP says protesting lawmakers are feasting on tandoori chicken. Opposition denies charges. ED recovers over 50 crore illegal cash and gold from Arpita's house. Now TMC voices clamoring for sacking of Minister Partha Chatterjee from Mamta's cabinet. Two accused arrested over murder of BJP worker Praveen. Cops probing a PFI link. CM Bamai wants ban on radical outfit. India Today accesses sensational CCTV images of murder plot. Ugly political stalemate over Modi and Stalin poster as Chennai Chess Olympiads. Day after BJP glues Modi posters, DMK workers blacken them. Big suspense over Partha's sacking. Partha Chatterjee to be sacked today. That's the big question. India Today mega political newsquake for you here at this hour. Will Didi axe her minister and confidant Partha Chatterjee? Huge suspense brewing over his possible sacking. Partha Chatterjee is likely to be dropped from the cabinet. Today is the cabinet meet on Kolkata called by Mamta herself. We're watching out to see what comes out of that cabinet meet that's being held in Kolkata. Will he or will he not be sacked? Remember, he's a close aide of Mamta's, a confidant, and reeling from the effects of that newsquake with the illegal cash and gold recovered. Will he now come under the axe? Big suspense brewing over Partha's sacking. Jayanta Ghoshal joining us, consulting editor. Let's go across to him. He's, Jayanta, if we're taking a look at Partha's trajectory, he's been an advisor to Mamta Banerjee. Mountain after mountain of cash is being recovered. Evidence seems to just be mounting against him. Is the sacking pretty much all but inevitable?
Yes. I think it's just a matter of time. And it is crystal clear that Partha Chatterjee will be dropped from the cabinet, and the party also going to expel him, because now it is a very critical catch-22 situation for Mamta Banerjee and Team Say leadership. And you can ask me that why they did, this took time, because there was a lot of turbulence inside the party, because after the resignation, the political analysis is that BJP will not stop their the movement against this issue, because it's related to the education scam. And now more characters, enforcement are already interrogating a lot of people. And the education secretary of West Bengal government, Mr. Manish Jain, actually enforcement interrogated him, and he mentioned Partha Chatterjee's name. That minister told me to do all these things. So Partha Chatterjee, he cannot be rescued. And Mamta Banerjee took time, consulted lawyers, and because this political reaction, what will be the political reaction inside the party, she tried to assess. And the opposition, now they can demand the resignation of chief minister, because this is a process of the movement BJP is trying to build up, and that is the political party's role in before their election they will do. So Mamta took time, and slowly, one by one, now first they took the car, official car, then he was the editor of the party organ Jago Bangla, and he was removed from the newspaper, and now they are going to drop. And very interesting part, that the spokesman Kunal Ghosh, he demanded the resignation. It's an old Congress style also, when the Congress working committee member or senior Congress leader, first they raise the demand, because you have to convince the party workers also, party district leadership also. And Kunal is very close to Abhishek Banerjee and close to CM. So this is a very interesting twist in this whole episode. And now I think it is everybody is expecting that tonight, before after the political meeting, the decision will come. That is expected announcement. Everybody is waiting in Bengal.
So why has it taken so long, Jayanta, for Mamta Banerjee to act out against Partha Chatterjee? You just described, how they've worked together. But what do you feel are some of the reasons why it's taken so long?
A very interesting question indeed. Everybody wants to know that also, because a lot of people called me also for this. That is the question, that why they took this time, because that's why it is a catch-22 situation. One side, the old guards, the theory is it's a conspiracy of enforcement and the CBI. If you dismiss this person, then the few other ministers also will be interrogated, will be grilled, and it's an unending process. So we should not fall into the trap of this enforcement and CBI. That was a school of thought. And the second issue is that he is not Tom, Dick, Harry. He is a Secretary General of the party. He is a founder member of the party. And a lot of people in outside Bengal, they don't know that he is the chairman of the TMC's Disciplinary Action Committee. So, I mean, now the action is going to be taken to the chairman of the Disciplinary Action Committee. So, what can be the reaction inside the party? That actually they took the time. And, you know, I am just taking 1 minute to give an old anecdote that when Bofor's scandal took place, Solanki foreign minister resigned in parliament. Immediately the opposition demanded the resignation of Rajiv Gandhi. They said that it's a scapegoat. Now the resignation of Prime Minister will come. So that opposition strategy in Bengal also can be like that Partho Chatterjee is now the scapegoat. So the demand of the resignation of the chief minister can come also. So they took time to assess the situation, how to handle this situation after the resignation. But you know, the perception, seeing these pink notes, this money, huge money, especially the second installment, after that, there was no, other option. And Abhishek Banerjee, for the first very day, he was telling inside the party that when enforcement started the investigation, he said that it is better to take preemptive action against Partho Chatterjee before this enforcement action. But already they took a lot of time, but better late than never. Now they should take this action tonight.
Now, Mamata Banerjee's public persona has been that of an incorruptible Neta, Jayanto. In her simple white sari, slippers, has that image now taken a hit?
I personally, as a journalist, I am onlooker of her politics for the last 40 years. Again, I am saying that there is no specific charges of corruption against Mamata Banerjee. And BJP as opposition party, they want to create a milieu to, that is a target Mamata Banerjee, and that is a natural role of the opposition. But Mamata Banerjee, till today, she is not, her image is not corrupt image. You cannot say that Mamata has taken the money. People will not still believe. But this sort of, one by one, this sort of ministry, you have to take some responsibility that, like Manmohan Singh in the coal scam, nobody believed that Manmohan Singh is responsible in the coal scandal. But Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister. He was the vanguard of the cabinet. So now, Mamata Banerjee, now she has to take the responsibility, and that's why I think, another information I am giving you, Mamata Banerjee can go for a major cabinet reshuffle. Major cabinet reshuffle. Lot of people can be dropped. Lot of newcomers can come. Even I am telling you from parliament, some Lok Sabha member or Rajya Sabha member can be minister in the West Bengal government. Party reshuffle will be take place. So overhauling of the party and the government in this crisis, for the management of this crisis, that the future course of actions also they are planning, and you can see all these things very soon, because Mamata Banerjee is also a very smart politician. She is very, active, proactive politician. We know how she handled 2021 election. Everybody expected BJP's victory. So Mamata Banerjee is also perhaps the best opposition leader who can handle BJP. So now her plan of action, we have to wait and watch that how Mamata Banerjee will react on the BJP and this, the agencies, whatever activities. So she has to handle the perception, she has to handle BJP, she has to handle the agencies. It's a very difficult task. But I think that she is a better politician to handle all these crises. So a lot of planning is on. And
all right.
Yeah.
All right, Jayanto. Agnimitra Paul joining us, in fact, Bijp leader, West Bengal. Agnimitra, thanks for joining us. Take us through, really your stance, as the current circumstances unfold with this entire scam, this newsquake that we've unearthed. How do you feel the BJP is going to look at the matter? And, when we're looking at, Mamata's stance, her image post this, do you feel the BJP stands to benefit from this?
It is not a question of BJP benefiting or not. It is a question of what this government and what Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee will be answering or giving the answer to the people of Bengal. she wants to distance herself from Mr. Partho Chatterjee now. And I hear there is a meeting right now with Mr. Abhishek Banerjee. But the thing is that, you are talking about distancing yourself and your government from Mr. Partho Chatterjee, and your spokesperson is saying that we have full faith in the judiciary. But where was your faith a month back when the judiciary had asked you to eliminate these kind of people, Partho Chatterjee, Paresh Adhikari, these kind of, completely corrupt people from your government to have a healthy impact on the people of Bengal? Where were your faith on the jurisdiction? Where on the judiciary? You didn't have faith then. And right now you want to, pose a picture as if you don't know anything and TMC is not part of it. She's saying that whoever has taken money will be punished. You are part of it. Arpita Mukherjee is saying that this money is completely Partho Chatterjee's money and she doesn't have anything to do with it. It's not that we are believing her, but she is saying that, she wasn't even allowed to enter those rooms where these crores of money was kept. Then if it is Partho Chatterjee's money, Partho Chatterjee is the Secretary General of the party. Everybody knows he is the second in command after Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee have always said that I know everything which has been going on in West Bengal. I know everything, every DM, every Pradhan, every MLA, every MP. I have every information. If you have every information, where was the information that Partho Chatterjee has been stealing money? Because you are part of it. Because every share goes to Kalighat. That's why you prefer to keep mum. Because that time you felt that if things come out, you will be dragged into it. Because the main person under whom this corruption is happening is Nabanno. The 14th floor of Nabanno, the Kalighat is involved in it. So she needs to take responsibility. When you give publicity stunts like you vote for I am the face of every 294 seats. You vote for Mamata Banerjee. You don't have to look into anybody else. I am the face of every 294 seats. If she is the face of every 294 seats, then she needs to take responsibility of everyone who is doing this kind of corruption. So now what she's trying to distance herself and her party is trying to distance herself from Mr. Partho Chatterjee, that is not possible anymore. Because I'm sure Partho Chatterjee will also spill out the beans and that the main person to whom the money was going is our Honorable Chief Minister. Okay. And it is not it is not only about the money, about the crores, 21 crores and yesterday night around probably 30 crores. It's not about 50 crores. It's about the corruption, the cheating that you have done with the entire section of the community, of the section of the society. The educated, people, the children of our middle class families who have studied so hard, their names were in the merit list and they didn't get the jobs. And also about the damage that you have done in the state, in this education department, where the teachers that you have inducted who are incapable, they are spoiling the coming generation. So it is a huge amount of damage which this government has done to the state of Bengal and to the people of Bengal. And you have to pay the price of the tears of these children who are still sitting in Red Road, who are still struggling and who are still protesting in Red Road. So Mamata Banerjee has to take responsibility of all the corruptions of Partho Chatterjee and probably many more to come.
So slightly speculative there. We still don't know what he's going to say when he is grilled. And yes, she has tried to suggest that this is the action of one particular individual and not something that's endorsed by the party. I agree that she's tried to, distance herself in her comments in that respect and likely to take action now, finally coming in today. But tell me, from a BJP standpoint, I mean, Mamata still has an incredible stronghold when it comes to West Bengal. I mean, what kind of strengths do you feel the BJP has or chances the BJP has as we count down to 2024? Because Mamata has been very confident that nothing can shake her.
See, I think her fall will be her overconfidence. And it is, again, I say that it is not only about, what BJP is going to do, because right now it is an issue of the people of Bengal, the common people of Bengal. And you can see the protest march that we are going to have. We are having it today. You can see the pictures over there. It's like in thousands and lakhs that the people have come down. It is not only about BJP, it's the common people who has come down, and they want an answer. They want an answer from a government whom they voted twice, and they thought that it's an honest government. But right now, who was the second in command of the party? Who is the Secretary General of the party? Who is the main person in the discipline committee? He has been accused, and he is not only accused, he is caught red-handed about the corruption that he has been doing. So how in no way Mamata Banerjee can say or shrug off her responsibility that, she has nothing to do with Partha Chatterjee. So she has to take the responsibility, and she has to answer the people of Bengal. And definitely, I just hope and pray that the people of Bengal, they come out of their, that Lokhir Bhandar. You must have heard about the 500 rupees alms that Mamata Banerjee gives to the people, to the women of Bengal. I just hope and believe that the women of Bengal, they realize how they have been cheated by this 500 rupees. It is not Lokhir Bhandar, it is I feel now Orpita's Bhandar, Orpita Mukherjee's Bhandar, it should be called. It is not about the 500 rupees. It is the Orpita Mukherjee's, Bhandar that we are getting to see that the people of Bengal has been cheated of.
All right, Agnimitra, thanks so much for joining us and taking us through your view as things unfold in West Bengal, and clearly indicating that the BJP feels, as they're going to show on their protest march, that Mamata will really be her own downfall. Meanwhile, Mamata has, of course, come out all guns blazing at the BJP over the last day or so as this entire scam has unfolded as well. We are seeing Partha Chatterjee there. He will be questioned. BJP is out protesting. Meanwhile, it is anticipated that he will be axed later today. So a lot of suspense brewing on that front. Ritvik Mandal is also with us. He's on ground tracking some of those protests. Ritvik, take us through the kind of scene that you're seeing unfolding on ground.
Right, BJP decided to hit the street over the issue that has been unfolded in the land of West Bengal over a multi-crore teachers recruitment scam, alleging that its minister, the then education minister Partha Chatterjee, has been arrested. Now, BJP decided to hit the street. Let me cut across the visual that we are getting at the heart of the city. Remember, this is the Dharmtala Square where this rally is heading towards. We're given to understand that rally started from College Street, and BJP decided to play it big. As you can see, at least over 5,000 supporters of Bharatiya Janata Party across the Bengal, across states, they have arrived here. We can see that chor chor slogans being chanted by the supporters, and kind of a protest that has been emerging from here. We can show you the visuals. These are the posters that demanding that Partha Chatterjee should be keep inside behind the bar. So this is what exactly at this point in time the opposition Bharatiya Janata Party is mounting pressure on ruling Trinamool Congress amid a situation when TMC is considering to take some strong action against its senior leader who has been arrested, and his close aide Arpita Mukherjee is also under Enforcement Directorate custody. We are given to understand that TMC may take any action by this evening, and at this point in time the huge rally that has been started and which is heading towards, I believe they are now heading towards the Durina crossing, which is that will head towards the Rani Rashmoni Square. there will be staging protests there also. But we are given to understand many BJP leaders, Shubhendu Adhikari and top leaders, they are continuously raising slogans demanding stronger actions against ruling Trinamool Congress. As per Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, that they claim that not only Partha Chatterjee was involved in this multi-crore scam, but also there could be many more, as per the black diary which has been recovered by the Enforcement Directorate, suggesting many member of Legislative Assembly and of course many minister and top Trinamool leaders, they could have been involved in that multi-crore scam, and the mountain of money has been recovered from the place from the place of Arpita Mukherjee. Even yesterday at least 28 crores rupees have been recovered from Arpita's residence in Belghoria. Now BJP decided to hit the street. We can see the protest march is heading towards Dharmtala Square, and let me tell our viewers that this evening is going to be very significant in regards that TMC may take any strong action against Partha Chatterjee. Remember, he is not holding the portfolio of industry minister, but also is a key role of a party. Now let me take you through the details. What exactly happening here? They put out a dharna. Okay, so they put out a dharna at Dharmtala Square. We can see the protesters they are staging a sit-in demonstration because this is a very crucial point in Dharmtala, because I can see few meters away from here a stage has been set up, but now BJP supporters decided to put on dharna. They are staging dharna at this juncture. I would ask my camera person to show the visuals how protesters are sitting on the road. So it seems like that they're gonna take out a dharna pradarshan at the Dharmtala Square at the White Channel here in Kolkata. So now police bandobast has been done. We can also show you that how a huge number of police personnel are deployed here to maintain law and order situation. But BJP is likely they are staging a dharna pradarshan at Dharmtala Square. That, as you can see, the top leaders, they are also they are moving ahead, and the kind of a protest that has been emerging by the Bharatiya Janata Party supporters. I would like to show the visuals of how the protesters are demonstrating on streets here in Kolkata. It shows that it's of course an opportunity for them to show the strength when Bengal is considering, and people of Bengal, they are not quite happy. The sins are unfolded after a huge amount of cash, golds and many paper deals recovering from someone who was very close to Partha Chatterjee. Now they are staging dharna, so it seems like the hit is mounting here in Kolkata.
All right, thanks for that, Ritik. We'll keep coming back to you as we watch this unfold ahead of that big meet. We're going to take a very quick break. Coming up next, Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi in a furious parliament face-off over Congress Rashtrapati dig. BJP says Congress chief abused the minister. Congress denies charge.
You are watching India Today.
ये ई-स्पोर्ट्स का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है।
ESPL registration has been finished.
रुको पापा, 1 मिनट।
बेटा या तो मोबाइल में गेम खेल ले या टीवी देख ले, ये सब नहीं चलेगा।
पापा ये चलेगा नहीं, दौड़ेगा। कुछ भी नहीं पापा। असली ESPL तो अब शुरू हो रहा है। 16 टीम्स, सारे टॉप प्लेयर्स, 1 करोड़ का प्राइस पूल, बिग स्टेडियम, ग्रैंड ESPL, और ऐसा कि इंडियन ई स्पोर्ट्स में कभी हुआ ही नहीं। ESPL is back. Are you guys ready?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Our world is filled with many items made of plastic. We use plastics on an everyday basis. But how can you make plastic? And how can we recycle it? Most plastic can be made from hydrocarbons present in natural gas, oil and coal. They're made up of chains of molecules linked together called polymers. There are two main families of polymers. Thermoplastics, accounting for some 80% of global plastic consumption. They melt when heated and then harden when cooled. They can be recycled. Thermosets are substances that set permanently when heated. In 1950, the industry produced 2 million tons of plastic per year. Plastic can be made into a huge variety of useful products. But here's the rub. Millions of tons of plastic end up in the ocean and landfill sites every year. A plastic beverage bottle takes more than 400 years to degrade. Less than 10% of plastic waste is currently recycled. Why? Because of the chemical complexity of polymers. Recycling presents major technical and environmental challenges. So in the end, it can be cheaper to make new plastic than to actually recycle it. So what can be done to help solve the problem? Massive investment in so-called bioplastics. Natural polymers from agricultural waste and biodegradable plastics. The use of high-quality recyclable plastics, high taxes on plastics production, pressure on corporations to stop using plastic altogether and invest in alternative packaging.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. With the war over Congress insult to President Draupadi Murmu exploding, there was a fierce showdown between Sonia Gandhi and Smriti Irani in the House. Sources have told India Today that while Sonia Gandhi was talking to Rama Devi in the Parliament, the Congress chief asked her why her name was being taken. Smriti Irani allegedly then overheard the conversation and asked Sonia Gandhi, "Ma'am, may I help you?" I took your name. That's when apparently Sonia thundered at Smriti, saying, "Don't talk to me." The Congress has denied the charge, saying that it was Smriti Irani who misbehaved with the Congress chief. Congress has termed Smriti's behavior atrocious and outrageous. The Congress is demanding that the Speaker take action against Smriti Irani. The Union Minister, in turn, will be filing a complaint against Sonia Gandhi's alleged misbehavior.
हाउस में महिला हमारे सांसद के पास आकर के आज जब श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी ने बात की, उस समय कोई और भी सांसद बगल में आकर के क्या है, क्या हो गया, क्या बात हो रही है, ऐसे पूछने में यू डोंट टॉक टू मी ऐसे करके दूसरे सांसद को ऑलमोस्ट थ्रेटनिंग आवाज से बात की है। ऐसे में दम खा है, ये मंत्रीगण भी बोल रहे हैं, हमारे साथ भारती पवार जी भी बोल रहे हैं। सो एक अपॉलजी नहीं है, दूसरा मिसरीड कर रही हो, मैंने आदिर ने अपॉलजी कर दिया, तीसरे बाकी सदस्यगण को भी ऐसे कठोर, ऐसे थ्रेटनिंग तरीके से बात भी करना, ये क्या तरीका है? शी इज द लीडर ऑफ द पार्टी। अपॉलजी मांगने से पहले ये सब भी सोचना चाहिए। ऊपर से अपॉलजी नहीं मगर धमकियां। मैं इसको खंडन करती हूं और डिमांड करती हूं श्रीमती सोनिया जी से, बाहर आइए, ग्रेसफुली माफी मांगिए देश के सामने।
कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा सोनिया गांधी जी के ऊपर हमला करना चाहती हैं, उनको नुकसान पहुंचाना चाहती है। जब इन्होंने देखा कि सोनिया गांधी जी ईडी के कार्रवाई से नहीं डर रही हैं, तो आज उनके आत्मसम्मान को ठेस पहुंचाने का, उनके मान सम्मान को, उनके पद प्रतिष्ठा को ठेस पहुंचाने का काम किया गया है सदन के अंदर, और इसका हम लोग पुरजोर विरोध करते हैं। ये तरीका गलत है। वो एक
रमा देवी जी से बात करने जा रही हूँ।
जी हाँ, उन्हीं से बात करने के लिए उन्हीं के पास वो खड़ी हुई है।
स्मृति ईरानी जी
वो थोड़ी दूर में बैठी थी, शायद दूसरी या तीसरी बेंच में, तो वो उठ के एकदम से आ गई और बस सोनिया गांधी चिल्ला रही है, तो ये कर रही है, उल्टा सीधा बोलने लग गई। देखिए, ऐसा है कि हम लोग इतने एक जनप्रतिनिधि होके एक मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हैं, हम लोग को अपनी गरिमा में रहना चाहिए।
सोनिया गांधी जी रमा देवी से बात कर रही थी, शालीन तरीके से रमा देवी भी उनकी बातें सुन रही थी, लेकिन शायद ये जो शालीनता दिखाई उसको कुछ सांसदों और विशेष रूप से केंद्रीय मंत्री स्मृति ईरानी जी को शायद हजम नहीं हुआ। हजम नहीं होने का कारण भी हम सभी को पता है कि मीडिया में किस प्रकार से बातें आ रहे हैं, लेकिन पुरुष सांसद भी इस प्रकार की व्यवहार करेंगे ये मैंने अपेक्षा नहीं की, खासकर कि उस पार्टी से जो बार बार महिला सभ्यता, महिला आदर पे की बात करती है।
गांधी जी ने जाकर अपनी सीट से उनको बोला कि अब इशू है ही नहीं अपना रिजॉल्व। तो
किसको बोला? रमा
देवी जी को।
अच्छा,
ये सब इकट्ठे थे, रमा देवी की बैक पे थे।
ठीक है।
उस समय उन्होंने कुछ हमारे सांसदों को बोलना शुरू कर दिया, इधर से भी।
तो सोनिया गांधी जी जो है वो रमा देवी जी से बात कर रही थी।
रमा देवी जी से बात कर रहे थे। आपको पता है सोनिया गांधी जी का बोलने का तरीकाकार क्या होगा, स्मृति ईरानी जी का क्या होगा, ये देश जानते हैं।
और उसमें फिर स्मृति ईरानी जी कहाँ से आ गई?
वो उन्हीं के पीछे खड़ी थी।
अच्छा, तो मतलब वो रमा देवी जी से बात कर रही थी और वो पीछे से कह रही?
हाँ, पीछे से कर रही।
तो आप सुनने में आया कि अंदर काफी जो है हंगामा हो गया, आप लोगों ने भी प्रदर्शन किया?
हंगामा तो ये होगा ही ना, जब देखो हाउस शुरू हुआ है, ग्रहमा है एक, आपने बात करनी, स्पीकर को बोलो आपको टाइम चाहिए। आप सीधा कैसे आपका माइक ऑन हो गया, कैसे आपका माइक ऑन होने के बाद आपका सब कुछ ऑन रिकॉर्ड हो गया, उसके बाद स्पीकर को बोलने का भी नहीं था, स्पीकर बेचारे उठ के चला गए। आज तौहीन सदन की हुई है, स्पीकर चेयर की हुई है, और हमने ये बोला कि इनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए स्पीकर से, और साथ में साथ हमें भी टाइम देना चाहिए। अधीर रंजन जी को बात रखने का टाइम तो दो, लेकिन टाइम नहीं दिया।
There is a saying in Hindi which is very apt, उल्टा चोर कोतवाल को डांटे। Sonia Gandhi ji should apologize to the country for the derogatory remark that has been made by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, and she should tell the nation what action has been taken, because it's an insult of every Indian. But the sad part is that she is threatening a senior leader, Smriti Irani ji, who has made a point which resonates with the people of the country. This is unacceptable parliamentary behavior from Sonia Gandhi ji, and it also is a reflection of what the Congress party has become. Insulting members of the scheduled tribe, insulting a woman, and then on top of that, the leader of the Congress itself trying to threaten another leader. This is unacceptable and unbecoming of a senior leader.
Now, amidst the ruckus over Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's Rashtrapati remark, the Congress leader seeks time to meet President Draupadi Murmu and said he will apologize to the president. Earlier, Adhir had referred President Draupadi Murmu as Rashtrapatni. As the video clip was widely circulated, Adhir received backlash from BJP leaders including Smriti Irani and Nirmala Sitharaman. Union Minister Smriti Irani said Sonia Gandhi's congressman continues to demean women. Subsequently, both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha were adjourned. Amid protest, Congress President Sonia Gandhi said that Adhir Ranjan apologized for the insult, while the Congress leader said it was a slip of tongue.
Male Congress workers and leaders have continued to demean the office of the President of India. Apologize to the nation. Maafi mango is desh se. Maafi mango Sonia Gandhi आदिवासियों से. Maafi mango औरतों से. Maafi mango गरीब से.
Ma'am, will you ask Adhir to apologize?
He has already apologized.
Nowhere is the word Rashtrapatni used. The word Rashtrapati stands equally for both woman and man. This is a common knowledge in Hindi or in Sanskrit. It's a deliberate sexist abuse.
कहा था कि राष्ट्रपति भवन हम लोग जाना चाहते हैं, राष्ट्रपति से मिलना चाहते हैं हमारा बात रखने के लिए। कल भी ये नौबत आई, कल भी मैंने ये कहा कि हम राष्ट्रपति जी भवन जाना चाहते हैं और राष्ट्रपति बोलने का तुरंत बाद मुंह से निकल गया राष्ट्रपत्नी जी के साथ मिलना चाहते हैं। उसी समय ये पत्रकार बात सुनते ही निकल चुके। मैं उनको ढूंढने का कोशिश किया लेकिन देखा नहीं, क्योंकि मैं उसी समय उनको कह देते कि ये गलत सब निकल चुके हैं, आप इसको मतलब इसको तवज्जो दिया करो।
Well, after massive outrage, Adhir Ranjan finally did apologize. India Today spoke to him exclusively. Listen in.
बीजेपी पार्टी जो भी ज्ञान दे रहे हैं ये राय की पहाड़ बनाना चाहते हैं। मेरा चूक हुई है और इस चूक की चलते राष्ट्रपति निकल चुके हैं मेरी जुबान से। मैं इसलिए कितने बार कह चुका हूं मेरा गलती है, गलती है, गलती है। मैं खुद राष्ट्रपति जी से समय मांगी है, समय मांगा है उनसे मुलाकात करने के लिए। उनको जाके उनके पास जाके बात करके मेरी तरफ से जो चूक हुई सारे बयान उनके सामने पेश करूंगा। अगर उसके बाद उनको लगे कि उनको चोट पहुंचे, मैं उनसे जाके क्षमा मांगूंगा, एक बार नहीं 100 बार। लेकिन ये बीजेपी की पाखंडी से क्यों ये सदन के अंदर मैडम सोनिया गांधी जी का अपमान करना चाहती है। मैं अगर कोई गलती करे, सोनिया गांधी इसमें क्या दोषी है बताइए। मैं अगर कोई गलती करे शूली में मुझे चढ़ा दो, लेकिन मैडम गांधी को नहीं।
And we continue to get you more reactions on this developing story. Listen in.
भाइयों बहनों, हम सब ने सुना कि वो पहले राष्ट्रपति कहने के बाद बहुत सोची समझी नीति के तहत उन्होंने 2 बार रिपीट किया, 1 बार नहीं 2 बार रिपीट किया। और आज तो उन्होंने इस विषय को ऐसा बना दिया जैसे कोई बवाल मच रहा है। बार बार 3-4 बार वो कहते हैं कि हम उसको बवाल मचा रहे हैं। क्या ये बवाल का विषय है या आत्मसम्मान का विषय है? आदिवासी और जनजातीय समाज के लिए हम डिमांड करते हैं कि कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी ने इस विषय पर सदन में भी और देश के समक्ष भी माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
एक घोर अपमान है आदिवासी देश का, आदिवासी का एक नेत्री और बेटी को बहुत बड़ा अपमान है, राष्ट्रपति का अपमान है, राष्ट्र का अपमान है। जिनको ऐसे अधीर रंजन को जिन्होंने अपॉइंट किया वो माफी मांगना चाहिए। सोनिया गांधी जी माफी मांगना चाहिए।
जब आदमी खुद एडमिट करता है कि मेरा इंटेंशन ठीक था लेकिन जबान फिसल के ऐसी बात हो गई, तो उसको आप बहुत बड़ा इश्यू बना रहे, क्योंकि आपके पास बहुत मुद्दे हैं ना, रिप्लाई दे दो। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। इन्फ्लेशन का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। अग्निपथ का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। जीएसटी का मुद्दा है, आप रिप्लाई दे दो। इतने मुद्दे हैं ना, देश में लोग जूझ रहे उस मुद्दों के खिलाफ, तो आप उसका रिप्लाई देने के बजाय एक उसने ऐसा कहा वैसा कहा कहना ये ठीक नहीं है।
महामहिम राष्ट्रपति देश के प्रथम नागरिक होते हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी उन्हें पूरा सम्मान करती है। पर हमें ये नहीं भूलना चाहिए। एक बार फिर मैं राष्ट्रपति के लिए, महामहिम राष्ट्रपति के लिए सम्मान व्यक्त करते हुए कहना चाहता हूं कि उनका पूरा नाम है अधीर रंजन चौधरी। वो बंगाल से आते हैं। जहां खाता हूं, खाती हूं, रोज हम लोगों के साथ होता है यहाँ। वो ही बोल देते हैं मैं लौट के आऊंगी। तो इस बात का ध्यान रखना चाहिए और राष्ट्रपति के लिए अगर कुछ ऐसी भाषा निकल गई तो भाजपा ये घटिया हरकत ना करे।
उन्होंने कहा है, उन्होंने जो है कांग्रेस पार्टी कह रही है कि स्लिप ऑफ टंग है, उन्होंने राष्ट्रपति जी को राष्ट्रपत्नी जी कह दिया है, तो उस पर आपको क्या? जी,
ये शायद देखिए, आपको जानना चाहिए कि सारे संसद का प्रथम भाषा हिंदी नहीं है। कभी कभी गलतियां हो सकती है।
All right, a massive controversy sparked over chicken feast at Bapu statue in Parliament. BJP has claimed that suspended MPs who are protesting at Parliament had tandoori chicken in front of Bapu Mahatma Gandhi statue and called it an insult to Hindus, Mahatma Gandhi and to Parliament. Suspended MPs have denied claims being made by the BJP. Nearly 24 opposition MPs are holding a 50-hour relay protest inside the Parliament complex against their suspension. They spent Wednesday night on the lawns near the Mahatma Gandhi statue. Opposition parties are taking turns to arrange regional cuisine for MPs on a 50-hour relay protest.
Entire menu card of what is being served in this protest/picnic in front of Mahatma Gandhi statue has been put out by PT and has been carried by several news organizations, which says that they are eating tandoori chicken in front of Mahatma Gandhi statue. It is an insult for Bapu because Bapu himself is viewed as a staunch Hindu and especially on animal slaughter, well known to everybody. But perhaps those who believe in other philosophies don't really know about the philosophy of Bapu. So that is an insult, and it also shows what kind of farce in the name of protest is being done. But having said that, look, there is a trend here. There is a trend to insult constitutional bodies. There is a trend to insult constitutional posts like Draupadi Murmu ji was insulted. And now there is a trend to insult even the legacy of Bapu.
यहाँ पे आप देखिए कि बिस्तरा बिछा है, बोरिया बिस्तरा और पूरे छाते वाते के साथ पूरे आ चुके हैं। और गुप्ता जी, क्या क्या आपने सुबह के नाश्ते के लिए, ये देखिए बोल रहे हैं उनको डीएमके के सांसद को कि थोड़ा सा आप नाश्ता ले लीजिए। पूरा प्रेम और शिष्टाचार और सत्कार चल रहा है। शांता दीदी देखिए, अभी पराठा और आलू खाया जा रहा है। सरकार कहेगी कि आप लोग नाश्ता कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें क्या जवाब देंगे आप?
तो हम लोग तो धरना कर रहे हैं, तो नाश्ता नहीं करेंगे क्या? धरना तो कर रहे हैं।
यहाँ पे आप देखिए कि आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता और कैसे राम गोपाल यादव समाजवादी पार्टी के आपस में बातचीत कर रहे हैं। आइए आपको तस्वीर दिखाते हैं पीछे की। यहाँ पे नाश्ता पूरा लगा है और नाश्ता खाया जा रहा है।
All right, let's take a break. Lots more coming up. Do stay tuned. We'll also look at two accused arrested over the murder of BJP worker Praveen. Cops probing PFI link there. CM Bamai wants ban on radical outfit. Details coming up.
You are watching India Today.
What do you look for in a house? Is it the rooms, features or comfort? Well, in this video, we'll tell you about the 5 most expensive houses in India. The house is designed by Chicago-based architects. Antilia is the world's second most expensive house. The house has 27 floors, with amenities like 80-seater cinema hall, salon, ice cream parlor, and the list goes on. The house can withstand an earthquake of 8 magnitude. The Raymond Group chairman has the tallest house in India. The 30-floored house is spread over 16,000 square feet. 6 floors out of the 30 are for parking. The house has swimming pools, spas and gyms. It is divided into different flats for families to live. The name of the house means a place where someone lives. The house has 17 floors and has a helipad with a few helicopters. It is spread over 16,000 square feet. K.M. Birla of Aditya Birla Group lives here. His house has over 20 bedrooms. It is spread over 30,000 square feet. Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan's house is one of the most luxurious houses. His house has 6 floors with multiple bedrooms, a library, boxing ring and a personal auditorium.
Watching India Today.
Welcome back. Now, a big move by the Bommai government after BJP worker Praveen's brutal murder in Dakshina Kannada. Amid uproar and outrage, Bommai has urged the centre to ban PFI after the radical outfit's alleged link to murder. 2 accused have been arrested by the Karnataka police and their link with PFI needs to be probed. Bommai says if not this way, then the UP model will be brought to state. In another development, police have picked up 21 members of PFI and SDPI in a late-night hunt for Praveen's murders. BJP workers have alleged that the role of PFI and SDPI would be behind his brutal murder. Yesterday, even cops informed that Kerala number plate bike was used by assailants while attacking Praveen with machetes. Karnataka police has sent its special team to Kerala to look for PFI links to the murder, if any.
Arrested 2 persons, one by name Zakir and one by name Shafiq. Both have been arrested and it's a preliminary stage of investigation. They'll be produced before magistrate today and we are conducting further investigation. These are only initial arrests. These 2 persons have been arrested based on the current investigation. Then we are investigating from all possibilities. So other possibilities are also being explored and with passing days I think we'll get more into the investigation.
ಏನೇನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನನೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಸುಮಾರು 9-10 ಗಂಟೆ ಸುಮಾರು ನಾನೇ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆಗಲೇ ಒಂದು 3-4 ಸತಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ.
ऐसे जो भी आतंकवादी, अगलावादी संगठन है, तीव्रवादी संगठन है, इन सभी संगठनों के खिलाफ हमारी सरकार, वो बिहार में हो, कर्नाटका में हो या देश में हो, 0 टॉलरेंस हमारा नीति है. वी विल टेक स्ट्रिक्ट एक्शन अगेंस्ट एनी सॉर्ट ऑफ फंडामेंटल. सिर्फ पीएफआई ही नहीं, ऐसे जो भी इस्लामिक रेडिकलिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है जो जनता के बीच में एक तीव्रवादी, अगलावादी चिंतन वो करते हैं, there must be strict action, there will be strict action against all these organizations.
ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡೋದಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಂತ್ವನ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಗ್ಗೂಡಿಸುವವನಲ್ಲದೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ನಿಂತು ಹೋಗುವವನಲ್ಲವ. ಈ ಕುಟುಂಬಕ್ಕೆ ತಡೆಯಲಾಗದ ಬೇಸರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ತಂದು ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಯಾರೇ ಯಾವ ಧರ್ಮದವರಾದರೂ ಅದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ. ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದವನಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಉಂಟು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ, ಅವರನ್ನು ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಅವರನ್ನು ಶಿಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಗಲ್ಲು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಗಲ್ಲು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆಯೇ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಕೊಲೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು ನ್ಯಾಯ ಅಲ್ಲ.
Breaking news coming in. The wife of accused Shafiq says that my husband is part of Popular Front of India. He's also part of social activities along with SDPI. My husband knew that a murder had taken place, but he was not aware of the specifics. When he came back from work on July 26th, he was shocked to hear the news about Praveen. That's the breaking news coming in for you at this hour. Wife of accused Shafiq speaking out, saying that her husband is part of Popular Front of India. He's also part of social activities along with SDPI. Let's listen in to what she had to say.
ಏನಾದ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಈಗ ಅವರನ್ನ
ಇವಾಗ ಇದು ಕೊಲೆನಲ್ವಾ ಅದನ್ನ ಇವ್ರ ತಲೆಗೆ ಕಟ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ನಾವು ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಇಲ್ದೇ ಇರೋ ಕೇಸನ್ನ ಹಾಕಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ದೇ ಇರೋ ಕೇಸನ್ನ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರೋ ತಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಅದು ಆರೋಪಿಗಳು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರೋ ತಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಆರೋಪಿ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಟ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಏನೋ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಹೀಗೆ ಮರ್ಡರ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅವ್ರು ಶಾಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ನಾವು ಹೇಳುವಾಗ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಯಾರು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದದ್ದೇವಳಿಗೆ ಇವ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇವರು ಶಾಕ್ ಆದ್ರು ಅವರು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ರಂತೆ ನಗಡಿದಾರಂತೆ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ ಅವರು ಇವರು ಕೂಡ ನೋಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಅವರು ಹೇಳುವಾಗ ಇವರ ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನೀರು ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅವರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಾಗ ಅಂತ ನೀರು ಅಷ್ಟು ಇದಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತಾ ಅವ್ರು ಬೇಸರ ಪಡ್ತಿದ್ರಾ ಅವ್ರ ವೈಫ್ ಅನ್ಶಿಕಾ ಅವರು ಏರಿಯಾದ್ದು ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು ಅವರು ಏನ್ ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರು ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ರು ಏನು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅವತ್ತು ಮಸೂದಿ ಇದಾಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಏನು ಗಲಾಟೆ ಆಗ್ಬಾರ್ದಂತಾನೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ತಡೆದಿದ್ರು ಅದು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಇವಾಗ ಅದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದಿತ್ತ ಶಾಂತಿ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದಿತ್ತ
He is being framed because he wanted to maintain peace.
Priyanka Rudrapad now with us. Priyanka, take us through all the latest developments in this case.
Oh, am I?
All right, we'll just go across to Priyanka in a second. She says, of course, the accused wife, Shafiq, there just saying that he knew that a murder had taken place, but he was not aware of the specifics. When he came back from work on the 26th of July, he was shocked to hear about Praveen. This is the accused wife speaking out, saying while he is associated with PFI and, and SDPI. Priyanka Rudrapad live with us. Priyanka, take us through all the latest developments.
Two people have been arrested so far in connection with the murder of Praveen Nittare, the BJP Yuva Morcha worker who was murdered on Tuesday night. Now, the two arrested have been identified as Shafiq and Zakir. However, Shafiq's wife spoke to us just a while back, who said that her husband is innocent. Shafiq's father also said that Shafiq was innocent and they knew Praveen because Shafiq's father used to work at their poultry shop. Now, Shafiq's wife also said that he was an active member of the Popular Front of India, which the police have verified. Both Shafiq and Zakir have been identified as an active members of the Popular Front of India. However, his wife claimed that he was not involved in any fights and that he knew that the murder
All right, we're going to go across to the big other breaking news. We'll come back to you, Priyanka. We've got big suspense, of course, over Partha Chatterjee, and now news coming in that he has been sacked. We were waiting to see the kind of action that Mamata would take post the entire scam. This is the India Today mega political newsquake, and we're seeing this unfold. We're seeing impact take place here with him being sacked. We are seeing protesters out from opposition parties in full force asking for action against Partha Chatterjee. And it looks like Didi has now gone ahead and axed her minister and confidant. He wasn't just any minister, he's quite critical to the TMC, and he is now dropped from the cabinet. Today, of course, a special meet was called to address this, and now India Today Newsbreak has been confirmed Partha Chatterjee has been axed. That's the big news coming in for you at this hour, and we'll continue to get your reactions on the same as well as this entire controversy unfolds. Remember, a huge scam where piles of cash, as you can see on your screen, along with gold, which was discovered from him and his aide, and this is what this entire scam, of course, has led to the resulting action and a whole political debate as to accountability, blame, and the TMC's future. We've got Indranil with us now. Let's go across to him. Indranil, just take us through, of course, the implications. He's been axed. That news now coming in as confirmed.
Well, absolutely, Abha. You know, this is big news that's coming in. Of course, on expected lines, because we've been reporting since yesterday that there is a huge possibility, given the kind of clamor that we've seen over the past 48 hours, demanding the removal of Partha Chatterjee as a Bengal cabinet minister. Now, Mamata Banerjee held the cabinet meeting, and we were told by sources within the meeting that Mamata Banerjee has cautioned all her ministers. She has cautioned all her ministers of implications given what has happened to Partha Chatterjee. And now, soon after the cabinet meet, because the cabinet meet got over about 45 minutes back, and now this notification has come in where Partha Chatterjee has been relieved as minister in charge of several departments, notably industry and commerce. And even as we speak, Mamata Banerjee is, chairing a meeting of the West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation right now. So Mamata Banerjee has, taken over. She's conducting that meeting. However, Partha Chatterjee has been relieved from his duties as minister in the Mamata Banerjee government. And shortly from now, there will be another crucial meeting that's going to take place at the Trinamool Congress headquarters here in Kolkata, where, the Trinamool Congress leadership will be meeting, and we can expect some action happening from that front as well, because Partha Chatterjee, remember, is a Secretary General of the party. There is a demand that he should be sacked from that post as well. Will that happen? Because within the Trinamool ranks itself, yesterday we have
Indrajit,
seen...
hold on. We've also got Shiv Arur joining from the newsroom. Shiv, Mamata goes ahead and sacks her key minister, Partha Chatterjee. What does this now mean for the party in West Bengal?
Let's first remind our viewers that the sacking of Partha Chatterjee has come 6 full days after India Today first broke those viral images of all that cash that was found in Partha Chatterjee's friend Arpita Mukherjee's house. Not once, not twice, but 3 big discoveries over the last 6 days, and obviously the pressure has been piled on that government. I hold in my hand right now an exclusive copy of the notification sacking Partha Chatterjee. This is the official government notification sacking Partha Chatterjee as Minister of various portfolios in West Bengal with immediate effect. That means from the 28th of July, he has been relieved of all his duties as a minister. And once again, I just want to say that it has taken 6 full days for the Mamata Banerjee government to actually bring the axe down on Partha Chatterjee. He's been in custody for the last 6 days, 5 to 6 days, along with Arpita Mukherjee. But I just want to read out what this notification says from the government of Bengal. Shri Partha Chatterjee, Minister in charge, Department of Industry, Commerce and Enterprises, Department of Information Technology and Electronics, Department of Parliamentary Affairs, Department of Public Enterprises and Industrial Reconstruction, Government of West Bengal, is hereby relieved of his duties as Minister in charge of the aforesaid departments with effect from 28th day of July 2022. So this is the notification that's come in from the Chief Secretary of West Bengal. Remember that it took 3 full days, Abha, for the Mamata Banerjee government to even say something. They were deafeningly silent for the first 3 days. After India Today's relentless coverage, Mamata Banerjee made some oblique comments about not being tolerant of corruption. That didn't really wash very well politically, because it only gave her opposition even more fire to, label her a hypocrite, paint the hypocrisy of a government there, which talks about clean governance, etc. When you have one of your own ministers in a in a recruitment scheme that was part of the government, and yet you had Mamata Banerjee and her government completely distancing themselves and saying, we don't know who Arpita is, let the law take its own course. When they, go fire and brimstone over these things, this didn't wash really well. And that's the reason why I think the political pressure was piled so high on Mamata Banerjee personally and her government in general that on day 6, thanks to India Today's relentless coverage, painting every aspect of what's been happening, the Trinamool government didn't have a choice. They had to cut their losses. They had to cut this man loose. India is pretty much shocked because those pictures of those huge monumental mountains of cash that were discovered, and yet the government had not sacked this minister, was a source of great disbelief.
We've also, you mentioned how the opposition's likely to react on what they've been saying and how, Mamata really has been causing her own downfall. We also have Priyanka Tibrewal on the phone line with us, Shiv.
We have Priyanka Tibrewal on the phone line with us. She's from the West Bengal BJP. Priyanka, 6 days later, Partha Chatterjee has been sacked from the West Bengal government. Your first reactions, the BJP's first reactions on this?
Hi, very good evening, Shiv. See, there is nothing to react because we all knew that this should come from the government. But, only sacking him as a minister is not all. Where you demand suspension of one Nupur Sharma for just saying something against a community, and here we see mountains and loads of money being unearthed. That also, they do not have any clarification to the same. Here you are not suspending him from the party. And it is not only about Partha Chatterjee. The other ministers who are still ministers in the Mamata Banerjee government, they are all jail-returned ministers. And investigation is also going on against them. So then if she is suspending Partha, if she is taking away his ministership, then the ministership of Bobby Hakeem should also be taken. Then they should also not hold any portfolio. But you see, they are all running in the same race because everyone is enrolled in this camp from top to bottom. And this is just one section which has been caught.
What is the opposition? Priyanka, what is the opposition BJP going to do now? It's taken 6 days to sack Partha Chatterjee. The Trinamool government there says we have nothing to do with Arpita. Is the BJP going to call off its protests or continue its protests now that Partha has been sacked?
Why should we call off? Not at all. Why should we call off? Because the money which has been recovered is just peanuts. Because we have heard Mamata Banerjee, we have heard Dola Sen saying that, keep 25% and give 75% to the party. Now, where is the 75%? Who are the people whose names are there in the black diary? Now, everything should come out, and all those names which comes out, they have no right to be part of the government. Rather, I would say, this government is not capable to hold on as a government.
So you're saying that Mamata Banerjee cannot wash her hands off this cash? Is that what the BJP's line of attack is going to be? Because she says, let the law take its own course. We have nothing to do with Arpita Mukherjee.
Of course. Mamata Banerjee is answerable because only her saying that she doesn't know who Arpita was and she doesn't know that Partha was involved, nobody will accept this. Because if you are a chief minister of a state and under your nose if everything is happening, nobody would believe that in such a big scam you were not aware as to what is happening.
Priyanka Tibrewal, thanks for speaking to India Today. So, Abha, the heat is high. The BJP is not going to, take this as a victory, even though a minister has been axed after 6 days. It looks like the BJP has its guns trained directly at the West Bengal Chief Minister as expected, Abha.
Shiv joining us there on that big breaking news at this hour. Shiv, do continue to stay with us as we continue to get reactions coming in on this big story. Partha Chatterjee there, has been finally axed, and he was a key minister in Mamata's cabinet. Shiv, it raises questions, and we've heard the BJP. They sound so reassured that this is really the beginning of the TMC's downfall. Now, Mamata, on her part, has taken this over the last couple of days, as you mentioned, to really issue a round of salvos against the Saffron Party and talk about how it's several criticisms against them. Do you really feel that this is the beginning beginning of a shake-up in West Bengal. Is there a deeper systemic issue that is going to be tapped into now?
See, that's a very good question, Abha. The your corruption versus my corruption between the Trinamool and the BJP has been ongoing for a long time. What was different this time were the sheer piles and mountains of cash that were captured on camera in one individual's residence. That came as an absolute shock because there was no innuendo here. It was actually hard, cold cash. First 20 crore and then 28 crore and then gold ornaments, all captured on camera in a single person's properties. A person whose associate number one happens to be a Trinamool minister. So anything that the Trinamool said, to try and turn the tables on the opposition didn't get many takers because people were riveted to these images of all these 2,500 rupee notes, that were lying in these disgusting piles of black money. And that's the reason why I think the Trinamool and Mamata Banerjee in particular, were taking their time to see if they could turn this politically in their favor, if they could, cut Partha Chatterjee loose in a way without having to drop him as a minister. All those things obviously didn't wash. And I think it took 6 days for the Trinamool and Mamata to realize that each passing day has damaged them further and further and further in public perception. Not just in Bengal. Remember, Mamata Banerjee has national ambitions in 2024 and this just looked terrible. Even her comment saying that, we don't know Arpita, let the law take its own course. General public said, how can you not take action against a guy when this kind of filthy cash has been found in his friend's house? Can you really distance yourself? We're not looking for innuendo and, the usual rhetoric. You must take a stand because you are a strong politician with strong views about clean governance. How can this wash with you, Mamata Didi, was the general perception. And I think with each passing day, as the damage continued to build, as the perception continued to get, hotter and hotter, I think day 6 was like the final straw as far as the Trinamool was concerned. We started hearing some voices of rebellion within the party today saying that Partha Chatterjee must be axed. And I think damage control went into total crisis mode saying, we need to sack this guy. Whatever comes next, we'll handle it. But this guy is absolutely nuclear for us right now. We've got to kick him out. And that's what's happened.
So, of course, there will be, the resulting action against him as well. Shiv, do you think, however, it will lead to any kind of investigation or further digging into, into the party and the workings of the party? I mean, how could a scam of this size have unfolded despite whatever she says about this being about one individual?
The difference between this particular scandal and other, corruption scandals, and I repeat this once again, is that the visual has become so compelling. It's become a metaphor of political corruption and government corruption, Abha. All of us, in many ways are cynics. We understand that political corruption happens everywhere. But in this particular case, the very fact that the public has been able to actually get a visual of what that corruption looks like, it doesn't happen very often. And in the house of a minister's close friend, the BJP has made it very clear that Partha Chatterjee is just a small fry. He's not the real target. The jobs recruitment scheme is a government scheme. It was not someone's pet project or personal, mission. Therefore, the entire scam and its heat needs to stop at Mamata Banerjee's doorstep. That's the reason why you just heard the BJP representatives saying that we are not going to stop our protests. We're going to continue protesting is what they said until Mamata Banerjee is called upon or summoned in this entire affair. Mamata Banerjee has distanced herself saying we know nothing about this. This is not part of what the Trinamool does. But how much can she actually distance herself considering her own minister has been found fit to be sacked from the government? Can the government wash its hands off? Can Mamata Banerjee wash her hands off this entire mountain of cash? Is the big, big legal and political question right now, Abha.
Okay, Agnimitra Paul, BJP leader, also joining us. And Rajdeep Sardesai also joining us, consulting editor, to take forward the story. And we were just speaking to Agnimitra a little while ago, and she was talking about how they were just waiting and watching for this and for the downfall of Partha Chatterjee. Rajdeep, let me hand over to you.
Well, what we've learned, Abha, is that there was enormous pressure on Mamata Banerjee to act against Partha Chatterjee. And Remember, Partha Chatterjee is someone who's been very close to the Chief Minister over the years. While a number of people left her, rejoined her, Partha always stood loyally by Mamata Banerjee. So there was a loyalty factor, which is why initially we are told that Mamata Banerjee was, if not reluctant, then almost unwilling to take action right away against Partha Chatterjee, till she was reportedly convinced that this was not, according to her aide, an attempt being made by the Enforcement Directorate to corner her. But I think when that second raid took place yesterday, more mounds of cash found, all of this is damaging the image of Mamata Banerjee, who claims that she will be tough on corruption. The charges have mounted against several of her ministers over the years, but this is open, hard evidence in the public eye. And once that was found, it became very difficult. It became very difficult for Mamata Banerjee to really hold on to Partha Chatterjee. So huge embarrassment for the Trinamool Congress leader and indeed her government. Agnomitra Paul of the BJP joins us. Your first reaction, Mr. Paul, to Mamata Banerjee finally sacking Partha Chatterjee?
See, we knew that, I think just 15 minutes back, I was talking to your channel and I had said that, they are going to take this decision because she doesn't have anything else to do right now. She wants to distance herself, and this is one step that she is taking just to show that as if the party has nothing to do with this corruption and Mr. Partha Chatterjee's this, corruption things and money and all these things. But she can't distance herself right now. How can she distance herself? Arpita Mukherjee is saying that all this money belongs to Partha Chatterjee. And who is Partha Chatterjee? The number 2 in TMC government. Everybody knows that. He is the Secretary General of the party. He is the head of the discipline committee. He is the industry minister. How can you say that you don't know anything about his deeds, what he was doing all this while? There was a time, in 2021 when Mamata Banerjee was saying that I am the face of all 294
that Mamata Banerjee cannot.
How can she? If you are the face of all
saying
294
that
seats,
cannot
how can you just,
her second in
how
command?
can you just? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
You are saying you can't disown. She can't disown the minister. Indrajit Kundu is joining us. Indrajit, what happened at that meeting? Was this unanimous, or are there divisions within the Trinamool Congress over acting against someone as senior as Partha Chatterjee? A lot of talk of factionalism within the TMC.
Well, as characteristic of the kind of cabinet meetings that Mamata Banerjee chairs, it was a short meeting, about 15 to 20 minutes. Her cabinet did meet today at Navanno at the State Secretariat. We were given to understand that Mamata Banerjee has cautioned. She has cautioned all her cabinet ministers of consequences, given the implications of this case right now. Clearly, there is some amount of worry that is there within the ranks of the Trinamool Congress as well as the government and the administration. And therefore, as you just suggested, what happened yesterday came as a bolt from the blue. There is a caution that Arpita, who is in ED custody right now, may spill the beans. Is the party well equipped to handle this at this point in time? Because what is working against the Trinamool Congress government right now, one might just argue that similar things have taken place in the past as well. Before the 2016 election, assembly elections, there was Narda. Then there was Sharda scam right after Mamata Banerjee came to power in 2011. And Trinamool Congress did, of course, get political success, electoral success, despite those scams. So what's the difference this time around? The difference, of course, is the way these images have created some sort of a perception in the mind of people. Everybody in Bengal is talking about it in buses and trams. People going to office, they're all talking about only one thing, the amount of cash, something that has set off a chain reaction within the Bengali society, because this is something of a unprecedented situation. People haven't seen something like this. Never in the history of West Bengal have we seen a central agency, getting so much of cash in a raid. And this, Mamata Banerjee knows, clearly sends out the perception, and therefore, perhaps many would say she had no other choice but to axe off Partha Chatterjee. The water had just gone beyond the level, and that is exactly what we are hearing So Partha Chatterjee acts from government. He's no more a minister right now. Mamata Banerjee, of course, has taken charge of the Department of Industry, Commerce and Enterprise, as well as Information and Technology. Even as we speak, she is, chairing a very crucial meeting of the West Bengal, Industrial Board. And that's very, very crucial right now, because the optics of it is very crucial, because she's showing that she is in control. Right. And minutes from now, the Trinamool Congress will be meeting. Mamata Banerjee won't be there. 5 o'clock meeting. Abhishek Banerjee will be chairing that meet with the senior leadership, the disciplinary committee of Trinamool Congress, of which Partha Chatterjee himself, as one of the senior-most members of the party, was a member. That's the irony of the situation, and we can expect that Partha Chatterjee might be axed from his post as Secretary General as well. So Trinamool Congress clearly on the defensive right now and trying to shed off whatever damage that has happened by shedding off Partha Chatterjee right now. Opinion clearly divided within Trinamool Congress, with a section believe that if action is initiated, it will amount to accepting guilt. But there is also another section which feels that if they keep owning Partha Chatterjee, it will cause more harm.
Right. So clearly the Trinamool Congress finds itself caught between a rock and a hard place. How can they really disown someone who's been Secretary General and second in command so easily? Jayanto Ghoshal joins me at the moment, senior journalist and close to Mamata Banerjee. Jayanto, what is the sense you're picking up? Is the TMC divided on the issue of Partha Chatterjee's future? Was Mamata Banerjee left with no choice? Was she keen to remove Partha Chatterjee right at the very outset when this allegation first surfaced?
Rajdeep, first of all, I want to say that actually this decision of sacking Partha Chatterjee, actually 3 days back, Mamata Banerjee took this decision and she consulted with Abhishek Banerjee. Abhishek Banerjee wanted this since, I think 2-3 months back actually. Abhishek proposed that when the investigation started, we should go for the preemptive move and you should dismiss Partha Chatterjee. You can drop Partha Chatterjee from the cabinet. But that time there was a dilemma because he was not Tom, Dick, Harry. He was the number 2 of the cabinet. He was a chairman of the Disciplinary Action Committee of TMC. And he was the editor of Jago Bangla. He's a member of the editorial board. So, and he's a founder member of the party. So actually Mamata Banerjee took time and she wanted to see the party cadre's reaction. Yesterday, she visited one district, Hooghly district, and she didn't take the helicopter and by road she went, and there was an interaction with the masses. She stopped the car and she talked to the masses. So she wanted to see that how much crowd is coming, what is the impulse, and she talked to the lawyers and she got a lot of information also, and she got that information that in 2013, Partha Chatterjee did an agreement with Arpita Mukherjee. There is a house deed, the property deed. And she was so upset for the last 2-3 days. She was very upset, but she took time because in a phased manner. First, she took the car, from the cabinet, then from the removal of the party organ, editorial board, because you can ask that why she took this time, because as Indrajit was also saying, that there is a school of thought that if you take action, that immediate enforcement and CBI can go for other ministers. Pandora's box can be open. So you have to take a, position that...
No, but is it still possible? Is it still possible that other ministers could also be in the line of fire, Jayanto? That yes. Today it is Partha Chatterjee.
Yes.
There could be other ministers who are also involved. This can't be only one minister.
No, I'm telling you, the one minister is Paresh Adhikari. He's a state minister. Already once CBI interrogated, enforcement interrogated, and few other leaders and ministers like Malay Ghatak, one minister related to the coal scam, it's another scam, and one Anubrata, and he's a Birbhum district leader, district president. It's a very important post, and he's a very important leader for organization. So it can be a series of leaders, because the school of thought inside the TMC, especially the old guards, they were telling Mamata that if you take action, then these people who are actually very useful for the election, Panchayat election is coming, and later in 2004, the 24 Lok Sabha election is coming. You can be, I mean, organizationally, it can be, disturbing news for that. But Mamta, when she saw that her photograph is showing with the cash, all the pink cash, all the black money, and that photo, she was so irritated yesterday that my photograph media is showing with the money. Actually, Partho Chatterjee did it and I didn't know anything. That was the immediate reaction. And immediately she called Abhishek and said that you have to take the action because, you know, the Mamta Banerjee didn't know that Partho Chatterjee's relationship with Arpita, that is a private personal relationship, and she was not related to Trinamool Congress, but as a chief minister, as the vanguard of the cabinet, she has to take the responsibility. If she doesn't take any action, it's a very catch-22 situation, very painful, emotional relationship was there. I mean, it's a family relationship with Partho. So I think the better late than never. She took the decision on the very first day, but she took time for several reasons. But TMC's mood is good, happy, that better late than never. That is the mood, Rajiv.
Better late than never, but Indrajit Kundu, a final word. This could be the start, isn't it, of, in a way, the chickens coming home to roost, because there has been much buzz about these scams, about syndicates, about cash transactions taking place for several years now. Now, with one major minister being sacked in the manner that he has, and with all the exposes of these mountains of cash, how long can Mamta hold it all together is a question that will be raised.
Well, absolutely. You know, that is a question that is being raised. That is a question that's on the mind of most people within the TMC circles as well, because as I said, there is a characteristic difference between the kind of reaction that we saw in the previous instances, be it Sharda, Narda, all these cases. It did not impact TMC's electoral success. This one, there is no election right away. You know, Panchayat election is still far away. But what it does is it has sent shockwaves down the TMC leadership because of the images of the cash. That has created some sort of a perception. It's something that people have been able to connect with, and therefore the sense of urgency. Even as I speak, Abhishek Banerjee, who will be holding the meeting in a short while from now at the Trinamool Congress headquarters, he spoke. He dialed the SSC aspirants who have been sitting on the streets of Kolkata at Gandhi statue for nearly 500 days. So, you know, he spoke to them, he assured them, which means that there is active political intervention because the Trinamool Congress leadership understands, you know, the gravity of the situation right now. They want to bring situation in control. In fact, Abhishek Banerjee will be meeting a delegation of SSC aspirants tomorrow. We've always seen Abhishek Banerjee maintaining a distance as far as governance is concerned. But here, rather than Chief Minister herself giving the assurance, Abhishek Banerjee is giving the assurance to these aspirants that he is going to actively intervene and resolve their issue. Clearly shows that it's a two-pronged strategy. Mamta Banerjee removing, you know, Partho Chatterjee, trying to send out a signal. She has most definitely told her ministers to be really, really cautious right now. And Abhishek Banerjee, of course, will be holding the meeting and sending out a message to his party men as well.
Right. Okay, I'm going to take a break at this point. That was the big breaking story that was coming in at the moment. Partho Chatterjee, Secretary General of the Trinamool Congress, #2 in the West Bengal cabinet, has been finally sacked after the expose in the teachers recruitment scam, and the Enforcement Directorate investigations revealed a mountain of cash with his close aide Arpita Mukherjee. Both of them have been arrested. Now Partho Chatterjee has been sacked. We'll keep tracking that Bengal political story. Of course, news and updates continue here on India Today. Keep watching India Today.
All right, Madan Mitra also joining us on the phone line. Mr. Mitra, just you know, to get your reaction as well to the sacking, and we're wondering now if you'll also be sacked from the TMC, and what really took Mamta Banerjee that long?
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Mitra, you're with us on India Today. Wanted to get your reaction to Partho Chatterjee being axed.
Actually, to be very frank to you, I was out of town for the last 7 days, and I went to Pune for my official meeting. So I was that way completely in dark. I was not totally aware But just now I have landed, I am in Calcutta airport. Just now I have listened that Partha Chatterjee is no more there in the ministry. So, we are all party loyalists and we believe in party discipline and all that. So whatever the party decision is concerned, everybody, all party men has to obey it. There is no alternative.
What is the consensus among the party, Mr. Mitra? What is likely to happen?
I don't like to make any detailed statement because I'm just going to assembly now directly. Assembly, I think all my colleagues are waiting there. I will meet them. So, but one thing I can say, whatever it is, nobody is above party. So, party's decision is decision. And I am also, as a party, I have no alternative than to abide by it.
All right, Mr. Mitra, thanks for joining us. Indrajit is still with us. Indrajit, seems to be pretty clear if you read the writing between the lines. It looks like he's going to be, out even from the party itself. We're still waiting for that meeting. He's already been sacked. Now questions around his other role as well. But the indicators coming in seem pretty clear that something of this scale and size cannot go without action.
There's no doubt about that. The Trinamool Congress leadership has been in a huddle. What Jayantana just told us, that this decision was taken about 2 to 3 days back when Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, in consultation with Abhishek Banerjee, took the final call. I can tell you, a few days back when Partha Chatterjee was first, produced before court, during that day as well, there was a crucial meeting that took place in the Trinamool Congress, chaired by Abhishek Banerjee himself. There were other senior leaders like Firhad Hakim, Chandrima Bhattacharya, who is the state finance minister, and Kunal Ghosh, the state spokesperson of the party. And that day, the party seemed to be a little divided because there was a buzz that perhaps that day itself a decision would be announced. That was not to be. So initially the Trinamool Congress was in a bind on whether or not to initiate such an action, because a section within the TMC felt that if they acted against Partha Chatterjee, then it would be admission of guilt. And they were waiting how the central agency, the central government would, take the entire thing forward. But what happened yesterday, in a sense, was the nail on the coffin, because we got more money, in fact, much more than what was recovered from the first, apartment of Arpita. And therefore, those images were splashed across media. That seemed to be the trigger right now with the Trinamool Congress deciding, no more, this is time to action.
Absolutely. Indrajit, stay with us. We're going to take a very quick break. We'll come back with more developments as the story continues to unfold. Do stay with us. Back in just a moment.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. We're still on top of that breaking story at this hour with Partha Chatterjee being axed. And the first reaction now coming in from Mamta saying, I have relieved him because my party is a very strict party. If someone thinks they can change perception by showing this, they are wrong. The play is very big. I won't tell it now. That's Mamta Banerjee saying that I've relieved Partho because my party is a very strict party. And if someone thinks they can change perception by showing this, they are wrong. The play is very big and I won't tell it now. Indrajit Kundu still with us live on the story. Indrajit, lots of innuendos and insinuations in that reaction coming in from Mamta Banerjee, still trying to get the upper hand despite the fact that she took so long to act on this mega scam.
Well, absolutely, Ava. Characteristic defiance as far as Mamta Banerjee is concerned. She wants to fight it out is what the message that she wants to deliver to everyone. In fact, this is the third occasion where she is speaking out on Partha Chatterjee. She's been speaking out on this issue each and every day over the past 3 days. That shows the gravity of the situation. And while she was speaking, she was conducting a meeting, chairing a meeting of the West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation, taking over the industry's portfolio from Partha Chatterjee. This is the first meeting. So Mamta Banerjee defined, saying that, there is a larger conspiracy to this entire thing. She will speak out sometime later. But she is saying that if the opposition is trying to create a perception against her government by using the images that have now been released by the central agency and something that has gone viral, she is saying that they are not going to succeed in this entire effort. However, at the same time, she's trying to give out a stern message that her party and her administration will not support any sort of corrupt activities. In fact, what I am told by my sources, when the meeting took place today at the cabinet meet, Mamta Banerjee had a stern warning for all her ministers to be really, really cautious, given the kind of implications that Partha Chatterjee's incident has had on her governance. So clearly, Mamta Banerjee, trying to send out a stern message, at the same time remaining and staying defiant politically.
Staying defiant, clearly. We've got a big TMC meet also coming up. She's also tried to imply, let's just go through this quote once again, saying that despite what people might want to show through this, my party is very strict. I mean, who is she alluding towards, Indrajit? I mean, clearly trying to imply that this is, some kind of conspiracy, which is, highly unlikely. I mean, just take a look and, as Shiv was also saying earlier, there are just mountains and piles of cash, and that visual has really taken everyone by shock and surprise. The kind of, cash that's been uncovered and the scale of this entire newsquake.
Absolutely, absolutely. Why this has created such a massive earthquake in the political circles of West Bengal is the image. Had that money not been recovered from those apartments and incriminating documents alone were recovered, it wouldn't have had such an impact. The fact that, stashes of cash strewn all over the floor, like a pile of, cash, almost like a mountain of cash, something which is, so shocking and jarring. It's something that people have never seen in their lives. That has come to the forefront. It's become viral. People are making memes out of this image, and it's become the biggest talking point here in West Bengal, of course in Kolkata. And the Trinamool Congress leadership does understand that they can read the pulse of the people, the public sentiment. Of course, it'll take some time for them for it to settle things down, because the allegation that has been leveled by other opposition parties is that every time CBI, ED, these central agencies work, they become hyperactive just before the elections, and then everything dies down. We haven't seen much of action as far as Sharda case is concerned, Narda case is concerned. There hasn't been convictions yet. In some cases, there have been some charge sheet. So now the Trinamool Congress has also gone up, up in arms. They are saying that they have upped the ante in a sense. They are saying that, do it in a time frame. There should be a short time frame in which this investigation should be completed. Initially, this was the reaction from the Trinamool Congress. They were trying to brazen it out, saying that, the guilty will be punished. We don't support them. But what about the agencies? They should come clear and they should prove the charges. But what's happening right now, of course, is that yesterday's seizure has created a complete different, inertia. And therefore, the Trinamool Congress and the Mamata Banerjee government both had to, show some sort of a visible action. And that is exactly what we have seen today with Mamata Banerjee axing her cabinet colleague, very senior minister. Partha Chatterjee has been a minister in West Bengal in the Mamata Banerjee government from the very beginning, from 2011. More than a decade in governance. He has been the minister here in West Bengal. He was earlier the education minister, now in charge of a very crucial portfolio of the industry and commerce. So clearly come.
Yes. The big breaking story at this side, Vijit Kundu joining us live on that. Thanks so much for taking us through those developments. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate the 44th Chess Olympiad at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in Chennai today after the prestigious event, which was originally scheduled to take place in Russia, was moved to Mahabalipuram on the outskirts of Chennai.
Oh, the people, say the woman, welcome to Namma Chennai, welcome to Namma Chennai, welcome to Namma Chennai.
Chennai is saying Vanakkam to chess.
Welcome to Chennai. Welcome to Chennai.
The Tamil Nadu capital is all set to host the 44th Chess Olympiad. Preparations have been underway for days. The city has been painted black and white. There are chess boards everywhere. From the iconic Napier's Bridge to schools. The mascot for the Chess Olympiad is Thambi, a horse dressed in traditional Tamil attire of a veshti and shirt. A nationwide torch relay has already been underway.
Even when I came back as world champion in 2001, there was a wonderful ride through the city, and it was one of my treasured memories. But this one was even longer, and the police were walking the whole way. Many people greeted me from buses and cars. It was a very special experience.
On Thursday, Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate the Chess Olympiad at Chennai's Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. The prestigious competition, which has been organized since 1927, is being hosted in India for the first time and in Asia after 30 years. With 187 countries participating, this will be the largest participation in any chess Olympiad so far. India is also fielding its biggest ever contingent in the competition, comprising 30 players across 6 teams. The event was to be hosted in Russia, but has been moved to Chennai in the backdrop of the Ukraine war. The stage is set. It's time now for the chess champions to make their move. Gambit. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, politics have erupted over the Chess Olympiad being held in Chennai after blackening the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's picture on billboards for the chess event. which were put by BJP workers. Prime Minister's picture has been added on posters in certain areas. The DMK worker who blackened the poster justified his act and said it was done in retaliation to the illegal move of the BJP. The spokesperson of Stalin's party also claimed that the centre has nothing to do with the chess event and all the credit goes to the state government. BJP hit back and said DMK is doing silly politics. The Saffron Party said the Prime Minister's photo should have been there on the posters as he is inaugurating the event. Prime Minister Modi will travel to Chennai to inaugurate the 44th Chess Olympiad being held at the JLN Indoor Stadium.
You can now play chess on the streets of Chennai, quite literally. I'm still figuring out my next move, but this is the beautiful, the iconic Napier's Bridge in Chennai, which has been converted into a chessboard. This is how it's looked really for the last few weeks, pictures of which quite literally broke the internet. And it's this kind of innovation, creativity that the government has shown in promoting the Chess Olympiad. The Napier's Bridge, of course, right above the famous Coombe River here, has been completely painted this way. I know there have been a lot of questions about whether it's dangerous for riders and for vehicles going on this road, but you can see that there's absolutely no problem. Besides this, there are several other stretches across the city where you'll see similar such, advertisements, similar such unique campaigns to spread the word on the Chess Olympiad. You can see that the excitement is very much high in the air. With just hours to go for the Chess Olympiad to kick off, it's expected that Prime Minister Modi will also take this road. There's huge security, as you just saw. There's constant patrolling. Police officers were stationed all across this entire area as well. Across the bridge and through the city. With Prime Minister Modi arriving, there's huge security deployment since last night, really. And for the last few days, there have been constant sanitization across this entire area as well. We're going to continue getting you all the latest updates from the ground and show you the excitement for the Chess Olympiad, one-of-a-kind historic event happening here in Chennai. With video journalist Sachin Chandok, this is Akshita Nandagopal reporting from Chennai for India Today.
The bigger problem here is that BJP has been constantly alleging that the Prime Minister's pick, one of the important picks, was missing from the hoardings earlier. DMK did not react to it, which led to BJP cadres going ahead and posting PM Modi's pick on these flag boards. And finally, it looks like DMK has buckled and several hoardings have been changed. However, these important ones on Anasalai outside the metro stations have not been changed. One of DMK's spokesperson, Rajiv Gandhi, he has also come forward and said that it was MK Stalin who fought for it, and the Tamil Nadu government has spent 100 crores on this matter, and that's why it is completely DMK and the Tamil Nadu government saying, and the union government has nothing to do with. That way, he is trying to provide a reason. But the issue is, these are the flex boards which are talking about the Chess Olympiad, and here you have the central government symbol, Tamil Nadu government symbol, but what is missing is the Prime Minister's picture, which has turned out to be a very big issue now. With Vishnu Pramod Madhav for India Today.
எந்த மாநிலம் பாஜக ஆளுகிற மாநிலங்கள்லாம் குஜராத் உட்பட பல மாநிலங்கள் நிராகரிச்ச போது நான் நடத்துறேன்னு சொல்லி 100 கோடி ரூபாய் அரசு பணத்தை ஒதுக்கி இதை நடத்துவதற்கு போராடி அதை வாங்கி நடத்துற எல்லா வேலையும் செய்யறது தமிழ்நாடு அரசு. தமிழ்நாடு அரசு போராடி தமிழ்நாடு அரசை சொந்த பணத்துல நடத்துகிற தமிழ்நாடு முதல்வர் தளபதிக்கு தான் சேருமே ஒழிய மோடி மஸ்தானுகளுக்கு சேராது.
This DMK government is doing silly politics in this. It is not that the Prime Minister needs advertisement, publicity. As a responsible Chief Minister, if he is responsible, Mr. Stalin should have advised, he should have come forward, he should have advised the government to print Prime Minister's photos.
There is a custom and norms, procedure, protocols to be followed. Only I am appealing that they should, I think, with their wisdom, they will rectify the things. Already our Karyakartas are pasting Prime Minister's photo. That is okay, they are out of affection. But is the mandate, whatever the minimum courtesy to the authorities and state government who are the organizing committee.
Few BJP goons along with Amar Prasad Reddy had illegally stick the photo sticker of Modi on the advertisement that are kept by Tamil Nadu government. To retaliate this BJP's cheap politics, our Thandai Periyar Dravadar Kalagam movement cadres had defaced the picture of Modi with the black paint that was forcefully stick by the BJP goons today. And also we like to clarify that what we did is just a retaliation move to the illegal activity that BJP did in the morning.
Pramod Madhav also joining us live on this and the kind of politics unfolding there in Chennai around the Chess Olympiad. Pramod?
Ready.
Okay, Pramod, they're on ground right now and he's taking a look at how the scene is and he's going to share with us, a live report. Pramod, just take us through. It looks like, huge celebrations. They've really gone out to make this Olympiad a big success.
Certainly, we are currently standing at a junction called as Ribbon Building Junction. This is one of the oldest buildings in Tamil Nadu, called as the Ribbon Building. And opposite, you could see the BJP cadres who have joined over here, and they are waiting for the welcome of the Prime Minister. They have their own banners and everything, and they are waiting eagerly. And we are expecting the Prime Minister to reach the spot around probably around 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. That's the initiation that is given earlier. Here you have the BJP cadres and everyone. This is the 44th Chess Olympiad, and that's the reason such grand welcome is being given to the Prime Minister as well. As we speak, the Chief Minister has entered the venue just a couple of minutes ago, and all the players from several nations have come together. They are here. This Chess Olympiad, 44th Chess Olympiad, close to 1,404 players are going to play, and nearly 707 separate chessboards have been brought in for them. And the state government, Tamil Nadu government, has decided to make it to a separate function. However, there was an issue earlier about omission of the Prime Minister, and it looks like that is being brought in here, where the BJP cadres have come together to welcome him.
Right. So what are the protesters saying? Pramod, take us through a little bit more in terms of the back and forth that's ensuing. We've seen, of course, the whole, politics around the posters as well. What are the, the issues that the protesters are fighting against?
Well, it was a bit unfortunate because this was an event that was to be conducted simultaneously by the state government and the central government. But the BJP allegations earlier was that even though there was complete celebration from the Tamil Nadu government side, it was the Chief Minister's picture that was everywhere. So that turned out to be a huge issue. In fact, this pushed the BJP cadres earlier to go ahead and paste the Prime Minister Modi's picture on various advertisement hoardings that was kept by Tamil Nadu government, especially as bus stands and everything. What happened later is that especially the BJP leader senior Amar Prasad Reddy even asked the cadres to come forward and do so. Then what happened is that in a kind of like a surprise, in just a night time period, all the hoardings that were placed in bus stands and everything, there the Prime Minister's picture was kept. We went all the way to Mahabalipuram, and the overhead hoardings also, the pictures were kept, and that way it was actually kind of the Tamil Nadu government tried to show that the Prime Minister is a part of it. However, even now DMK spokesperson and others claim that all the praise goes only to Tamil Nadu government and the Chief Minister, because the Tamil Nadu government has spent 100 crores and such. BJP is not happy.
Stay with us. We're going to come back to you, continue to get a sense of what's happening on ground. We've also got a reaction coming in from the Tamil Nadu BJP chief, in conversation with Akshita. Let's just cut across to that.
So the countdown is on to Prime Minister Modi touching down in Namma Chennai for the Chess Olympiad. It's a moment of great pride for the entire country. It's a moment of great pride for Tamil Nadu as well. I have with me the BJP Tamil Nadu President, Mr. Annamalai. Nice to finally meet you, Mr. Annamalai, in person here in Chennai.
Thank you.
Lot of excitement, of course, to the Prime Minister coming down for the Chess Olympiad. There's a lot of questions about who takes credit also for the Chess Olympiad.
Madam, we are very happy. Our Honorable Prime Minister has made sure that the Chess Olympiad is coming to Tamil Nadu. In fact, he tweeted in the morning. He's extremely happy to come to Tamil Nadu to inaugurate the event, and more than that, is very happy the Chess Olympiad has found its rightful place in the land of Tamil Nadu, because this is where the Chaturangam has started. The old kings and the old times, it was played as a war game. And right now it is happening in Mahabalipuram. I was told that this 44th Chess Olympiad has got the highest participation ever in its history. So we believe this is not the time to go political pot shots at anybody, because the whole world knows it is Prime Minister who brought it to India.
So what do you have to say to the DMK saying time and again that the central government hasn't done enough to promote the Chess Olympiad or given any funds, which is why they believe that this is a state government event?
Okay, now if you look at the DMK government per se, I see DMK government in two different ways. One, the DMK government when Kalaignar Karunanidhi was here as Chief Minister 5 times, and now Mr. M.K. Stalin as the Chief Minister for the last 15 months. And especially in the last 3-4 months, it's very unfortunate. Many of the actions of the state government are very amateurish, and sometimes it looks very childish and very kiddish also. So the Prime Minister himself is coming to Tamil Nadu, is not coming for a BJP event, is not coming for some other event, is coming for the Tamil Nadu people event. So that's how I would like to tell the DMK government that don't look at everything as a political battle. Political battle 2024, we will see. 2024, we are waiting for that, we will see. But these are all events which has to put Tamil Nadu first, India first, so that the whole world is watching today. What is happening in India, what is happening in Tamil Nadu.
All right, that's how we leave it on the show. Pramod, thanks for joining us. We'll stay on top of that story as well. But coming up next, Partha Chatterjee sacked from all ministries amidst Bengal cash for jobs scandal. We bring you the details when we return.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@outskirts.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
I have a quick game to play with you all. That's called Never Have I Ever. But
जो मास्क पहन के और निकाल के.
So if you have done it, you'll wear the mask. If you haven't,
Okay, so if you've done it, we wear it. If you've not, okay. So we keep it off. Okay.
Okay. So quickly, never have I ever with the team. Never have I ever played a villain in someone else's love story.
So if we have, then we wear it. If we haven't, we don't.
Don't wear it.
But what if I believe I was the hero of that?
You can wear
She
it.
most probably did.
Yeah.
So you can.
I mean, what is the... What?
No, not the movie.
No.
I don't think so, no.
Okay, all right. Never have I ever missed a flight.
I mean, I don't want to jinx it.
No?
I've never missed it.
Wow.
Ovari.
Okay. Never have I ever gotten lost in a foreign country.
But that we all do.
Ooh, okay.
जब तक गूगल नहीं था, गूगल बाबा नहीं थे हमारी लाइफ में.
Okay.
उसके साथ भी लॉस होता है.
You get lost, yeah,
पर वो
actually.
थोड़ा 200 मीटर तक ही होता है. You can manage the one wrong turn. You can manage.
Right. Never have I ever crashed a wedding.
No, I've never crashed a
No, not. Wow, I wish I did. But like,
Okay. Never have
I
I.
haven't though.
I would
sorry.
have thought you would have.
No.
Never have I ever snooped through someone else's stuff.
Snoop through somebody else.
Yeah, that's you know.
So many friends and all. Yeah.
Okay. Never have I ever deleted a post on social media because it didn't get enough likes.
No, I deleted it because of a very weird caption that I didn't realize it was.
So, yeah, yes.
I've deleted stuff because I have this OCD about वो अगर अच्छा नहीं लगता तो मैं delete. Like visually when you see Instagram sometimes वो सर कट गया या कुछ हो गया तो फिर मैं delete कर देता हूँ. हाँ फिर मैं.
So आप पहन लो mask. ठीक है. So last question. Never have I ever left someone on red.
मतलब.
पढ़ के छोड़ दिया.
अच्छा.
I do this
all the time.
By mistake.
Okay.
I'm very bad with my
I'm
कोई होता है ना दिमाग में आंसर दे देते हैं और टाइप करके.
I'm very prompt with my cellular, but only during marketing I've realized what happens is you read a message and you're about to, and then you're doing an interview or you're going some, and you forget that you've typed it but not replied it. But I intentionally have never done it.
तो उसके लिए मास्क
नहीं because वो सिर्फ हर 10-15 दिन में हर पिक्चर के लिए होता है वरना नॉर्मल जिंदगी में नहीं होता.
You are watching India Today.
Another day, another cash mountain. Nearly 50 crore rupees in cold black cash. Five kilograms of seized gold ornaments. Numerous property papers. The Big Bengal Black Buck Bust. BJP guns for Mamata herself. Game over for Mantri Partha. Well, it's game over for Mantri Partha, but he continues to be a General Secretary and member of
Mamata's Trinamool Congress. He's head of the disciplinary committee, which is a joke in itself. And the mountains of cash linked to him are getting higher and higher and higher. I'm going to show you just how high. Right here on 5 Live, I'm Shiv Arur. These are the headlines. Partha Chatterjee sacked as Bengal minister. India Today tells you 1 hour before everyone else. Mamata Banerjee says she and her party are very strict. Clearly not strict enough. Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi in a furious parliament face-off over Congress's Rashtrapatni Jaib. BJP says Congress chief abused the minister. Congress accuses Smriti of heckling misbehavior. BJP seeks Sonia's apology after Adhir Ranjan calls President Draupadi Murmu Rashtrapatni. Under fire, Congress MP says he will personally say sorry to the president, not to BJP chores. 2 accused arrested over murder of BJP worker Praveen in coastal Karnataka. Cops probing PFI link. Chief Minister Bommai wants ban on the radical outfit. India Today accesses CCTV images of the murder plot. Ugly political stalemate over Modi and Stalin poster at the Chennai Chess Olympiad that kicks off in an hour from now. Day after BJP glues Modi posters, DMK workers blacken them. Ugly politics. Modi will be landing at 6. If it isn't an India Today news break, it's not worth looking at. And that's the reason why India Today broke the news of Partha Chatterjee's sacking as a West Bengal minister a whole hour before anyone else, making an absolute fool of political reporters and editors in other news organizations. Partha Chatterjee has been relieved from his ministerial duties. He's been sacked from all the ministerial portfolios he holds. Mamata Banerjee has also spoken out on Partha Chatterjee's sacking 6 days after India Today broke those incredible images of the cash found in his friend Arpita Mukherjee's house. Mamata Banerjee says the Trinamool is a very strict party. Bundles of cash have been recovered from a girl's house, cash which is being shown everywhere. This will not change the perception of the party. That's what she hopes. There is a big play, will not reveal at the moment, says Mamata Banerjee, being especially mysterious. She's been politically cornered over 6 days into cutting her losses and sacking one of her closest ministers from his ministry portfolios. Partha Chatterjee has been sacked from the government, but he is still a member of the Trinamool Congress itself. India Today's news break about his imminent sacking came 1 hour before the axe actually fell on Partha Chatterjee. He continues to be in Enforcement Directorate, as does his close friend Arpita Mukherjee, who is a Bengali actor. Both are in serious trouble over the incredible, vulgar mountains of cash that have been recovered from Arpita's residence. The link to Partha Chatterjee, the Enforcement Directorate is investigating at this point of time. But the link to Mamata Banerjee is what the BJP is going after, saying that the Chief Minister of West Bengal, by sacking the minister, cannot wash her hands of this disgusting cash scam. It was a cash for jobs scam as part of a recruitment scheme under the West Bengal government, and therefore the opposition BJP says, how can Mamata Banerjee simply distance herself from this absolute outrage? Partha Chatterjee is in custody. He is still being questioned. Just yesterday, even more cash was recovered. Today, gold ornaments have been recovered. A total cost, viewer, of 50 crore rupees in material, cash and gold jewelry. That is the kind of value we're looking at. 50 crore rupees spread across just 2 properties. How they smuggled that much cash into that residence of Arpita Mukherjee's is something that I'm going to be breaking to you here on India Today in just a few minutes from now. Partha Mukherjee being dropped from his ministry portfolios is only step 1, but it has only galvanized the opposition BJP even more, because he is still a member of the Trinamool Congress. Let's go across to India Today's Indrajit joining us live from Kolkata. Indrajit, the axe finally falling on Partha Chatterjee. We reported 1 hour before the axe actually falls. What about his membership of the Trinamool Congress? Is that axe going to fall as well?
Well, there is a lot of possibility that he will be axed from his party post because he is a Secretary General of the party. He has been with the party from the very inception. So he is very, very crucial to the entire operations of the Trinamool Congress. Now, whether he will lose his primary membership of the party, that's not very clear. But there is a massive possibility that he will also be removed from the post of Secretary General of the Trinamool Congress. In fact, Shiv, what is crucial is that the Trinamool Congress Disciplinary Committee is in a huddle right now at the Trinamool Congress headquarters in Kolkata. And Partha Chatterjee was one of the members of the disciplinary committee. So it's ironic that the same disciplinary committee is meeting in Kolkata right now to take a decision on him. And it will be chaired, of course, by Trinamool Congress MP Abhishek Banerjee. So just a short while back, Mamata Banerjee spoke out saying that Partha Chatterjee has been removed from the cabinet. We can expect very soon Partha Chatterjee to be removed as Secretary General of the party as well.
Indra, stay with me. Just the mountains of cash that have been recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's residence, all of it linked to Partha Chatterjee, the minister who's just been sacked, is something that has not only gone viral, but it has riveted viewers across the country. Imagine a huge pile of cash of this kind found in just one room of one house. 21 crores in cash this is what it actually looked like. We've recreated that cash pile because the size was around this. This is what the Enforcement Directorate recovered from just one residence of Arpita Mukherjee on day one. After that, 27.9 crores in cash was recovered on July the 27th. Once again, those images were first here on India Today. That's what 27.9 crore rupees in cash actually looks like. So two big cash hauls. First, the big mountain, the huge pile, ugly pile of cash, and then the 27.9 crore, both adding up to just under 50 crore rupees. But how many notes? Kitne note the isme? Let's tell you. 50 crore rupees approximately has been recovered from those two properties. There were 2,000 rupee notes and there were 500 rupee notes. If you calculate it, 1,25,000 2,000 rupee notes adds up to 25 crore rupees, and 500,000 500,000 500 rupee notes adds up to the other 25 crore, making a total of the 50 crore that we're talking about. Of course, there was some gold jewelry as well, but if you're curious about the number of notes that have been recovered, that's what those numbers really look like. It's really sickening, it's vulgar, it's incredible, and it's taken 6 days for this minister to be sacked. He's still a member of the Trinamool. Now, the Enforcement Directorate is only intensifying its probe into this big Bengal cash for job scam. In an overnight raid, the agency recovered nearly 28 crores. That's the latest haul from another of Arpita Mukherjee's flats in Belgaria. Gold and jewelry worth 4.31 crore was also seized. With this, like I said, nearly 50 crore rupees in total has been recovered from Arpita's home. Here's the very latest on these riveting mountains of cash.
Endless bundles of cash, which took the ED 10 hours to count, using multiple cash counting machines loaned from banks. Huge pile of gold ornaments. It was another day of ED raids and another cash mountain surfacing. The second raid on Partha's aide, Arpita's second home, helped the ED net a massive 29 crore black cash haul. Apart from 5 kgs of gold ornaments, the ED stumbling upon nearly 50 crores in total from Arpita so far. The agency had to use 10 large trunks to transport the seized cash.
Cash was kept inside the bedroom. Not only that, some cash was recovered from the bathroom. It was kept in a cabin inside a cabinet of wash basin. That reveals, there are many more to unfold it, and Enforcement Directorate is probing this matter, and opposition's claim this is just tip of an iceberg.
The BJP saw clear role of Mamta herself, calling the Chief Minister a thief who looted young job aspirants using her minister.
जो ममता बनर्जी 100% जोड़ी थे पार्थ चटर्जी के साथ, पूरा स्कैम के साथ वो जोड़ी थे। तो ऊपर से पैसा गिरा नहीं। आप चोरी करेंगे और आप बोलेंगे भाई हमको क्यों पकड़ रहे हैं? ममता बनर्जी खुद चोर है। ममता बनर्जी पश्चिम बंगाल में पूरा भारत का सबसे बड़ा घोटाला का मास्टर है।
The ED has revealed that Arpita is cooperating with the probe, adding that Arpita has even admitted that the cash pile indeed belongs to disgraced TMC Neta Partha Chatterjee. With Manish Pandey in Delhi and Ritik Mandal in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
And now if you've been wondering how 50 crores in cash was smuggled into just a couple of residences, we've now exclusively accessed information on how Partha Chatterjee's aide, Arpita, managed to hide nearly 50 crore rupees in cash in her flats without being detected so far. Now, the bags of cash were stashed inside cupboards. The cash was wrapped in white paper and tape to evade detection. Packets with the 2,000 rupee denomination were present, as we've shown you. The cash packets were stashed behind many layers of clothes. That's how they were discovered, we are told. Cash bundles of about 50 lakh rupees each was stashed behind the clothes. Jewelry worth about 4.31 crores was kept in lockers inside the residence. And there was a West Bengal government envelope also containing a few lakh rupees in cash. So these are the detailed breakup pieces of data of how Arpita Mukherjee, allegedly in collusion with Partha Chatterjee, the sacked minister, and Mamta Banerjee's close aide, was hiding such a monumental amount of cash. 500,500 rupee notes, 1,25,000, 2,000 rupee notes, lots of gold jewelry, all stashed in cupboards, wrapped in white paper and tape, and hidden behind clothes in a series of cupboards. That's how this stuff was actually discovered by the Enforcement Directorate when India Today first broke those images last Friday. Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee continue to be in Enforcement Directorate custody for at least the next few days. His sacking of as Minister of West Bengal makes his situation even more precarious. It looks like, as Indrajit Kundu was just telling us, that his membership of the Trinamool Congress is also likely to be taken away from him in a few short minutes or hours from now. We're sensing that the rug is being pulled out from one of the closest ministers to Mamta Banerjee. Mamta Banerjee has gone into full crisis damage control mode. She says her party is a very strict party, even though they took 6 days to sack a minister from whose friend's house they've, the ED has recovered 50 crore rupees in just the last few days. So we leave it for our viewers to decide how strict that actual party is. But let's go across to India Today's Manish Pandey, who's been leading a crack team of reporters who've been bringing us and breaking every layer and every angle and twist and turn of this saga. Remember, it was Manish who broke those first images last Friday, 6 days ago, of that monumental mountain of cash. Manish, Partha Chatterjee axed as minister. What next as far as the Enforcement Directorate investigation is concerned? But before we come to that, Manish, you've brought us details of how this cash was actually, stealthily taken into those houses and then hidden in that very expert kind of manner.
Yeah, well, Shiv, as far as the investigation into this case is concerned, what sources within the Enforcement Directorate have told India Today that not only Partha Chatterjee, but there are several TMC leaders who are under scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. At least in next 1 week, 2 persons are going to be arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. There are several people linked to Partha Chatterjee who are being summoned. Their statements have been recorded. But as far as the evidence is concerned, remember, Shiv, the Enforcement Directorate was acting on this case since there was the order from the Calcutta High Court to act on this case. But after those raids, the amount of cash they recovered, and especially the envelope belonging to the Ministry of Partha Chatterjee, it was a clinching evidence for the enforcement directorate. And when they started recording statement of Arpita Mukherjee, you know, she is the one who first confessed that this money belongs to Partha Chatterjee. So as far as their investigation is concerned, they are quite confident that they have got the right guy, and soon they will be arresting many more people in this case. Now, as far as how this money was being hidden into those apartments, remember, 2 apartments belonging to Arpita Mukherjee have been raided by the enforcement directorate in last 1 week.
Yeah.
In the first apartment of Arpita Mukherjee, the money was kept in the cupboards only in one room, and that room was kept completely locked. No one was allowed to go inside apart from Arpita Mukherjee. But in the second flat, this money was kept in a very tidy and neat manner, packed in a envelope, white color envelope, looking like a parcel, in a very cheap bag. The officers who raided those premises, they have told me that they even didn't suspect that there could be such a huge amount of cash lying in those cheap bags.
Yeah.
But there were certain lockers also. The ED had to break those lockers, and then they recovered not only 50 crore cash but also.
So Munish, are you saying it's possible that the Enforcement Directorate could summon or possibly even arrest other members of the government or the Trinamool? That's a possibility?
There is a very high possibility, Shiv, and this is something which I've been told by a very, very senior officer of Enforcement Directorate. What ED is claiming at this point of time is that Partha Chatterjee is one of the person who was involved in this entire recruitment scam. But after this recovery of cash, after recording several statements, they have got lead of other scams also in the government. They will follow the lead, but only in the teachers recruitment scam, they have come across several people who are still part of the government. There are several leaders of TMC who are still active, but they might have played a very important role as far as this entire scam is concerned. So there is a high possibility that many people connected to the TMC party, there are many people connected to Partha Chatterjee. They will not be only questioned, but also they might be arrested in coming days.
Very, very big piece of breaking news that Munish Pandey breaking here on India Today, as always, that there could be more people from the government of Mamata Banerjee or the Trinamool Congress who could be summoned by the Enforcement Directorate or possibly even taken into custody for questioning in this entire cash for jobs racket. It doesn't stop with Partha Chatterjee or Arpita Mukherjee. It could go higher. This could get much, much more embarrassing for Mamata Banerjee. We'll have to see how high it goes and how far it goes. Munish breaking that story is always first here on India Today. I want to get a political, a bit of political insight into how Mamata Banerjee is going to be navigating this. Rajdeep Sardesai, our consulting editor, has been looking very closely at all these unfolding developments. Rajdeep, Partha Chatterjee finally sacked as a minister in the Mamata Banerjee government. How do you see, how Mamata is going to navigate the rest of this entire crisis for her and her government?
Well, it is no surprise, Shiv, that Partha Chatterjee has been sacked. The pressure was building on Mamata Banerjee to act against her loyalists. And because he's been loyal to Mamata Banerjee through good times and bad, that's perhaps one reason why Mamata Banerjee took so long to act against the minister. Because really, prima facie, given the fact that he's been arrested, given the mountains of cash that have been found at his aides' residences, it was becoming untenable to retain the minister. There was pressure from within the party and more importantly from outside, from the opposition BJP, that was proving to be an embarrassment for Mrs. Banerjee, and she had no option really but to sack her minister to try and distance herself and almost disown Partha Chatterjee.
Rajdeep, how is this affecting the kind of feud that we saw within the Trinamool, before the actual sacking? We saw people like Kunal Ghosh speaking out. There's word of, factions breaking out over, Partha's sacking. Now that he's been sacked, what next within the Trinamool?
I think this is a very interesting question, Shiv. The factionalism within the Trinamool Congress that has been playing out now for several months. there is a sense that there are the old loyalists like Partha Chatterjee around Mamata Banerjee, and then there is the new guard around her nephew Abhishek Banerjee. Now, while some of the talk of friction may be exaggerated, there is a battle within the party clearly, particularly over the powers that Abhishek Banerjee wields, which the old guard have felt at times has meant sidelining or marginalizing them. And you could argue that with Partha Chatterjee being exposed, being arrested, the Abhishek Banerjee faction in a way gets more dominant. But remember, Abhishek himself has ED inquiries going against him. So in a sense, I think the party will have to come together at a time where the BJP wants to exploit these divisions and will see a wounded Mamata Banerjee in a way as someone who they wish to target. So perhaps the fear of the BJP will eventually, or at least for now, unite these factions. For how long? We don't know. There's a lot of buzz in Kolkata about more ministers who could be in the firing line of the ED. So we'll just have to wait and see how that plays out.
Rajdeep, always appreciate you. And the big Chess Olympiad in Chennai is all set to kick off in just about half an hour from now. Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, will be landing there very shortly. Let's just listen into some of the sounds coming in from the build-up event. An absolutely beautiful rendition of Ma Tujhe Salam by A.R. Rahman, one of his most famous songs being played at the curtain raiser event for the Chennai Chess Olympiad that opens in just a couple of moments from now. Okay, that's the compere there speaking in Tamil. I want to just go across to our reporters, Pramod Madhav and Akshita, both on the ground at the Chennai Chess Olympiad. Pramod, quickly coming to you first. Beautiful songs coming from the inside. Everyone waiting for Prime Minister Modi and the Chief Minister to arrive.
It absolutely is, Siv, and that's a song called Thai Bande Vanakkam by A.R. Rahman, and it is a song that actually, it is an amazing song, and in fact, we are standing outside and everybody here are waiting for the Prime Minister. In fact, on the other side, a large crowd is trying to cross over now also. So many people have gathered to welcome the Prime Minister, and the event as scheduled has started, and it's just like another 500 meters from here inside Nehru Stadium, where a large, grand event has been organized for this 44th FID Chess Olympiad that is going to happen. That is happening in Chennai's Mahabalipuram. In fact, the Chief Minister has very clearly mentioned that it will be made monumental, and the emblem, the symbol for this particular Olympiad is a stallion dressed in the traditional shirt and dhoti, and with a tattoo on his hand called as Dumpy. Whereas here the crowd has gathered, they are coming over here and they are waiting to welcome the Prime Minister. You could see the banners and everything. Everybody waiting eagerly to see the Prime Minister as well. This is an event that is being promoted by the central government and the state government to make, and among the people of Chennai, it has garnered a large support already. People have been waiting here since 4 p.m. eagerly for the Prime Ministership.
Stay with me, Pramod. I want to go to Akshita as well. Akshita, what are you seeing? Fever pitch, huge, transformation in Mahabalipuram for the Chess Olympiad. Everyone waiting for the big netas to arrive as well.
That's right, Shiv. Through the day, the city of Chennai has been black and white. Now add saffron also to it. Scores of BJP workers who have gathered here, waiting for Prime Minister Modi to touch down. You can see all of the workers gathered here in large numbers, chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans. Who thought, Shiv, that you'd hear Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans in the city of Chennai? But the Chess Olympiad excitement is clearly here. You can see all of it, all these BJP workers gathered here to welcome Prime Minister Modi. He's expected here any moment now. And look at the kind of grand setup that's been put ahead. There's a temple-like setup right here, bang in the middle of the road, Shiv, to welcome Prime Minister Modi. And you've got scores of young girls, Bharatanatyam dancers, all gathered to welcome the Prime Minister. He's expected here in about 5-10 minutes, after which the ceremony also, which you've been showing us at the Nehru Stadium, will kick off with the Prime Minister's address as well. So you see all these little girls dressed up, decked up. They're going to be there to personally welcome Prime Minister Modi with song and dance. They've been performing beautiful Bharatanatyam steps here, all together, all in unison. And you can see all of these musicians are also mridangams here. So it's festive atmosphere, something like we've never seen on the streets of Chennai. We've been reporting through the day, Shiv, on the kind of color and how literally the whole city has turned black and white. And now along this entire stretch through which Prime Minister Modi will come down and wave to the crowds, hold this very symbolic roadshow. You're seeing it turn completely saffron as well. Huge security deployment as expected along this entire stretch. But while we've been reporting on all of the politics that's been playing out, Shiv, the centre versus state, who takes credit, etc., at this moment, it's about the excitement for the Chess Olympiad. The recognition that this is a historic event, and every single person in the state of Tamil Nadu right now extremely, extremely excited. It's palpable in the air as well.
It's really palpable, and lucky you, Akshita, getting to be there on such a prestigious day. Tamil Nadu has a wonderful legacy and a connection with chess. You've got Rajnikant sitting in the audience there. Let's just listen in. Let's just dip in for a moment and listen before we go to Akshaya. Can we just dip in? There's Rajnikant. You can see many other actors. He's there with his family. Live pictures from inside of the superstar. Let's get some audio before we go to Akshaya.
Odissi.
Celebrations in this inaugural event. Let me take you outside for a moment and then I'll come right back. I promise I don't want you to miss any of these wonderful images. Artists performing their dances, lots of music. A.R. Rahman is there, Rajinikanth is there. Lots of action happening. M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister, is there. The Prime Minister are going to be arriving in just about 30 minutes from now. Akshaya is right outside. Akshaya, what are you seeing? All the mood there with you.
This is a very electrifying atmosphere. What we can see, a lot of celebration, a lot of ways in which the BJP and the state government have arranged to invite and welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Here, let my camera person show you, the kind of decorations that they've done on the way to the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. This will be the road through which, we'll be seeing Prime Minister Narendra Modi passing. Seen that, images of Lord Shiva and Durga Devi have all been set up in a state like Tamil Nadu, which is always talking about, neutral Dravidianism and not about any kind of religion. And here we are seeing the BJP show of strength. I have with me the BJP's Youth Wing President, Vinod. Vinod, can you tell us the kind of arrangement that you have made here? We're seeing that huge celebrations are out here on the day of the Chess Olympiad.
So the Prime Minister had come about a couple of months back to Chennai. What we saw more than 2 months back, the crowd today is almost double of what was there. People are so enthusiastic. The central government, the Narendra Modi government, which has always encouraged sports at a very big level, has provided the opportunity for Tamil Nadu to host the chess conclave. And it's of huge prestige and importance to the country and to Tamil Nadu.
You know, at a time when we're seeing the poster wars and things between the state and the centre of a sort, between the BJP and the DMK to be more precise, are you showing that the BJP is making its inroad much more stronger than what is expected?
See, it was very silly of the state government to not include the photos of the Prime Minister. Today, even the High Court has come down heavily on the state government for not including pictures of the Prime Minister and the President of India. This is a very prestigious event. This event, an event of this size, needs both the support of centre and state governments to happen. So in such a scenario, it would have been nicer, it would have been more cordial, and there are people from 188 countries coming. Now all these people from abroad, all these international players, everyone knows Narendra Modi. In that sense, it is very important to showcase our Prime Minister. He is not just a BJP leader, he is the Prime Minister of India. So in that scenario, in that case, it was very important that the state government should have done this by themselves. Now BJP has put up several hoardings, posters, flags everywhere. We are welcoming our Prime Minister. We are so proud and happy that Tamil Nadu has the opportunity today.
That was Vinod talking to us. He's a youth wing leader for the BJP in the state of Tamil Nadu. We can see the kind of preparations and the show of strength that has been put forward by the BJP here. This is also kind of a message that the party is trying to send in, and we'll be seeing that in minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be passing through this very point. Shiv, let me remind you, this was the very location last time where Prime Minister Narendra Modi had stopped his vehicle and waved at the crowd, and these children were performing even last time as well. So a lot.
Come back to you. I want to go back inside the stadium. Let's put the sound up on those beautiful performances. Minister M.K. Stalin in the house. The Prime Minister will be arriving very, very shortly. I don't want our viewers to miss any part of this wonderful audio, visual, and this performance. Let's just soak it in. Let's play it out for you.
இந்த மாதிரி பிரமிக்க வைக்கும் ஒரு பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் பார்த்து அதை வர்ணிக்கிறதுக்கு கண்டிப்பா வார்த்தைகள் இருக்கவே முடியாது. Just one line. Unity in diversity. வேற்றுமையில் ஒற்றுமை. That is our India. That is our country. Our motherland. Ladies and gentlemen, doesn't this moment just make your heart swell with pride? And for all our participants, we'd like to welcome in each and every one of you to our motherland, our India. Vanakkam and welcome once again. அடுத்ததாக பன்னாட்டு சதுரங்க கூட்டமைப்பின் நாட்டுப்பண் பாடலுக்காக அனைவரையும் தாழ்மையுடன் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to request all of you to rise for the FIDE anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Moving along, may we now invite India's Women Chess Grandmaster, Ms. Konuru Hampi, to administer the Players' Pledge. அரங்கம் நிறைந்த கைத்தட்டல்களுடன் let's welcome Ms. Konuru Hampi. Over to you, ma'am.
In the name of the athletes, we pledge to participate in the 44th Chess Olympiad, observing and respecting the FIDE rules and regulations of sportsmanship and fair play. As chess players, we promise a sport honoring all participants, our teams, and the FIDE Charter. Thank you all for the love and support.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next, we'd now like to invite on stage Mr. Laurent Freud, Chief Arbiter of the Olympiad, to administer the Arbiter's Pledge.
In the name of all arbiters and officials, we pledge that we shall officiate in the 44th Chess Olympiad with complete impartiality, administering and honoring the FIDE rules which govern chess in the true spirit and principles of fair play and sportsmanship.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, we've got first images of Prime Minister Modi, who's landed in Chennai. He's going to be at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in just a short while from now. He's wearing a veshti with a checkered border. You know, very much in the spirit of the Chess Olympiad. Akshita, I don't know if you've been able to look at this picture. I hope you have been able to see it on your phone. But Prime Minister Modi, you know, ever the politician, keeping the circumstance and the event on top of his mind, wearing a chessboard veshti.
Presenting to you the very talented Shiv, I told you earlier, a couple of hours ago, that this was going to happen because you know, I had a conversation with the BJP and they were very mockingly and sportingly saying, we're going to gift Prime Minister Modi this veshti with the, you know, chessboard essentially on the veshti. So they were planning to gift it to him. But they did tell me that we're not sure if he's going to wear it because, you know, this is a very last moment decision. But it looks like the Prime Minister has obliged. He's decided to get into the spirit of the Chess Olympiad and hence is sporting the colours that have essentially become synonymous with Chennai now, black and white. He's expected here any moment now. People are gathering in large numbers, but the fact that the Prime Minister also has decided to indulge in the spirit of the Chess Olympiad and how so many parts of Chennai, Shiv, have now turned completely black and white. You've got a road, imagine, that's a chessboard now. So considering all that's been happening, the huge buzz that we've been seeing for weeks now, it looks like Prime Minister Modi has also gotten into the spirit. He's touched down in Chennai. He is in fact from INS Adyar, which is very close to where I am. He's going to be driving down this entire stretch, along this entire road, where hundreds of BJP workers have also gathered. There's a huge setup here. People, in fact, from across Tamil Nadu have gathered here. BJP workers have all come together from across the state to give a vanakkam to Prime Minister Modi. You know, you can see so many boards, posters all around me hailing Prime Minister Modi, calling him the king of the BJP, the one-man army, the Grand Master of India as well. So the BJP is gone all out here. Can you believe, Shiv, a couple of years ago when we were reporting in Chennai, that you'd ever see this kind of a massive BJP show of strength on the streets of Chennai? The Bharatiya Janata Party is sending out a political message also by ensuring that these kind of crowds gather when the Prime Minister, and every single time that the Prime Minister touches down now in Chennai, scenes that you see in other parts of the country, you're now starting to see in Chennai as well. So it's very intentional. But yes, as you pointed out, the Prime Minister also now in the black and white with the veshti in this the checkered pattern there on the veshti.
Very, very interesting. Keeping those images on air, let's dive back into what's happening in the inaugural session. A blindfolded pianist.
Nadine, you can tell that everybody is awestruck with your performance, your gifts. Can you take it one step further? We know that you played blindfolded and you doubled up the speed. But what else do you have on offer today?
Now I'm going to do a special performance. As everyone knows, I'm going to do a Hollywood theme medley. And I'm going to do a special thing in this medley, that is, in my right hand, I'm going to play Harry Potter. Okay. And in my left hand, I'm going to play Mission Impossible simultaneously.
Wow.
So. That'll be the special performance.
We're waiting with bated breath. All the best. Lydian Nadaswaram, ladies and gentlemen. Wasn't that absolutely amazing? Lydian, you've mentioned in multiple interviews that you want to play on the moon someday. But I just want to tell you that your performance today ensured that we were all over the moon just listening to you. All the very best for a very bright future, Lydian. Ladies and gentlemen, as we await the arrival of one of our honorable chief guests, we have yet another wonderful performance coming your way. India's premier and most sought-after sand artist, Sarvam Patel, ladies and gentlemen. S. Sarvam Patel works his magic. On popular request, by public demand, we have before you, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the young genius, the prodigy, the super talented Lydian Nadaswaram.
cavalcade of Prime Minister Narendra Modi en route to the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in Chennai. Remember where the event has started, and of course Prime Minister Modi is scheduled to be inaugurating the event in just about the next few minutes. But what mega celebrations that have been initiated. Prime Minister Modi there waving to the supporters who've been present, but remember heavy deployment. A lot of dance and colour also that has been presented, not just inside the stadium but also for the arrival of the Prime Minister, for the dignitaries, for the participants. Take a look at that. Young performers there, dancing right when Prime Minister Modi has entered into the stadium as well, acknowledging all these people who've been present there outside as well. Pramod Madhav joining me now from Chennai, tracking the latest. Pramod, before, of course, it's a serious tournament that's scheduled to begin, but there is a lot of culture, colour of the state, of the country that's being presented to the international dignitaries as well, and Prime Minister Modi just about to arrive now.
Absolutely, Pooja. The sculptures and colors are a part of the state, and that's the reason it's being depicted. It's a part of our country, and it's been exposed in such a way that the people, the players from other countries would get to notice them all. And here I'm trying to show you the entire stretch which is covered by BJP cadres, by PM Modi supporters. Everybody are standing at this location waiting for the arrival. On one side, just like half a kilometer from where we're standing, we have the Nehru Stadium where the event is rolling up. The Chief Minister is already inside, and various players are being they have brought in their flags, and a huge ceremony, a very prestigious and amazing ceremony has already started. We had Lydian Nadaswaram, who's one of the fastest piano players. He was inside. He has given us a show over there, and everybody are eagerly waiting for the Prime Minister, who has reached started from INS Adyar and on his way. Last time it was a big surprise for the supporters of the BJP cadres and everyone, because the convoy was very slow. The Prime Minister took his time. He thanked everybody who was standing over there, who were waiting for him for hours, and it was an amazing roadshow at that point. It was not at all planned. So here also today, large amount of people have gathered. They are expecting another roadshow. They want to see the Prime Minister, and that's why you could see, though the roads are empty, on either side of the road, a large crowd has gathered. Everybody waiting for the Prime Minister.
Tamil Nadu administration and the government has left no stone unturned to ensure that this gets as mega event as possible. I mean, just looking at these visuals, not only inside the stadium but outside, what all has been planned? What all can you see around you? Because all I can see are these colors and events of music, a sand artist, musicians, all of that. And it's absolutely fabulous to watch what has been presented.
It is definitely amazing, and the collaborators for this event was A.R. Rahman, Vignesh Shivan, and various other top artists from the state. Already one of the important bridges in the Chennai called as Napier Bridge, that entire place has been converted into a checkboard. It is quite amazing, because within just a 2 weeks time period, what has happened is that chess has gained so much prominence in the state of Tamil Nadu. In fact, if I had to tell you, each and every electric junction box in the state has been painted black and white, and in fact the former Chief Minister Karunanidhi, that is the Chief Minister's father's memorial, that has also been converted into a black and white checkered board, so that way it looks like entire city
and Pramod,
of
you know,
Chennai
while of course this is the state and the country flaunting the best of its talent, whether it's in art, whether it's in music. There's also veteran actor Rajinikanth with his daughter. He's arrived at the inauguration ceremony. We also saw chess legend Vishwanathan Anand, who's been also giving coaching and training to an extent to the Indian delegation. So, of course, it's the who's who present at this Olympiad inauguration event today.
It absolutely is. Just like you mentioned, Rajinikanth has been showing interest in chess for a long time, and that's the reason even today he posted a picture of him playing chess long time back on social media. And not just that, one of the important stars of chess, just like you mentioned, there are several grandmasters from the state of Tamil Nadu, and the recent and most prominent one is Pragyananda. So what Rajinikanth did was that he invited Pragyananda and his family. His sister Vaishali is also a very prominent women grandmaster Grandmaster. He had spoken to them. Earlier we spoke to Vaishali and she said that it was a memorable moment speaking with Rajnikant. So that way he has shown very
So politicians, actors, musicians, everyone's been able to now come and attend this event. This is of course apart from the delegations and dignitaries that have come from across the world. Stay on with me, Pramod, because Akshita Nandgopal has been speaking to not only the netas but the residents in Chennai. Akshita, over to you. What are people telling you? What is the ground mood like with India becoming the first time hosting the Chess Olympiad in Asia after 30 years?
Teachers come inside.
Yeah, Pooja, I hope you can hear me through the audio.
I can. Yes,
we just saw this grand show of support for Prime Minister Modi as he went by here from the BJP. I have with me Mr. Vinod Selvam as well. Grand welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There's a huge sense of pride for every Tamilian today, isn't there, over the Chess Olympiad proceedings?
Absolutely. We are very thankful to the Prime Minister for giving Chennai the chance to host such a prestigious event. I think it's happening for the first time in India, and Tamil Nadu should be really proud of hosting it. This shows the kind of love and affection the Prime Minister has towards the state, and he is here today to inaugurate the ceremony himself. We all remember that a month back he had started the torch relay, the first of its kind, which went to 75 different iconic places in the country, and then it reached Mahabalipuram where the event is going to be taking place. Today India has been put on the global map with regards to a sporting event, and India is a country where chess was born and played first, and we have produced several grandmasters. But it was unfortunate that the sport was not celebrated as much. But today, if you walk around the city, in fact the entire of the state, you will find chess being celebrated so much. Students wanting to learn the game, and we are so thrilled and honored that our Honorable Prime Minister is come here. He's with us in Chennai today. In a span of 2 months, he was here 2 months back to inaugurate several projects, and again he's here today, and we're excited, absolutely excited.
You know what's going viral is also the pictures of Prime Minister Modi. He's dressed traditionally in a veshti, and also with the chess, the black and white theme that's spreading across the city right now. So even as the Prime Minister is clearly soaked in the mood, there's been a lot of questions about whether the central government deserves credit here, whether most of the steps have been taken by the Stalin government, about whether it's the campaigns in Chennai or spreading the word or even ensuring that it happens in Tamil Nadu. The Stalin government has said, look, we did everything.
See, any event of this size needs two governments to cordially act with each other. Only if the central government gives you permissions, and the Youth Affairs, Sports Ministry, External Affairs Ministry, so many departments, because 188 countries, over 2,000 participants from various parts of the world, all of them have to come in. In fact, one of the grandmasters had tweeted about the immigration process being one of the smoothest is seen anywhere in the world. So that needs a lot of cooperation from the central government. So the centre has given all its backing to the state government to do such a beautiful event. So it is very silly and very childish of the state government to be crying over central government taking, or in fact Karyakartas wanting the state government to acknowledge the support which is being given by the Narendra Modi government for this event happen. In fact, people from various parts of the world who are here will only recognize Narendra Modi because he is more than a prime minister. He is a global leader today. He is a global icon. So celebrating him is the need of the hour, and the Stalin government has to realize that. But at the end of the day, we are all happy. He's going to be on a stage, and the Chief Minister is going to be on a stage, and we just want this event to be a grand success and India to be proud of it.
Thank you so much for taking the time out. I know you have to go inside, so all the very best. So you've got all these BJP leaders swarming around me. I'm going to try to move to a corner as well. There's an air of excitement around here, Pooja, as I report. Prime Minister Modi has gone in, but you can see that even as people are dispersing, they're still here in large numbers. This entire road was closed up. This entire road filled with hundreds of BJP workers. This is something I was telling Shiv earlier. As someone who's covered Tamil Nadu politics, a couple of years ago, this would have been seemingly impossible to have these many BJP workers actually on the streets of Tamil Nadu, a state where the Bharatiya Janata Party has struggled to get any sort of foothold. I'm not trying to suggest that they've managed to get that foothold, but as far as the optics are concerned, they're going all out to ensure that they send across the right message. And I know that a few months back, when Chief Minister Stalin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi shared the stage here in Chennai, there was a lot of politics that played out. Because Chief Minister Stalin made those comments on the stage where he raised NEET, he brought up GST dues, etc. this time around, we're being told none of that is going to happen. It's an international event.
Yes.
And so the focus is going to be on putting India first. So, Chief Minister
no
Stalin,
political
Prime Minister Modi,
bickering
they're known for their
today,
bonhomie on
likely,
stage as
Akshita.
well.
And as you get us these reactions coming in, we're looking at the cavalcade of Prime Minister Modi on our screens, just about to reach the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium. But what a proud moment for the state of Tamil Nadu, for the country as well. Remember, India is hosting the Chess Olympiad for the first time. It has come to our country and to Asia, actually, after 30 years. And Indian delegation is the biggest contingent this time. So whether it's the DMK, whether it's the BJP, today, for the international audience, they are going to be together on one stage to inaugurate. Akshita and Pramod continue to be with me, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi there waving to the audience. Akshita, quickly, before I go across to Pramod right now, this is also about Tamil Nadu managing to get the infrastructure together, of course with the help of the government at the centre, but for the bureaucracy, for the politicians to ensure that within 4 months, after the acknowledgement of the hosting of the event, to have the infrastructure. We're talking about 187 nations, 700 boards, 3,000 people. This is no easy task.
Very, very true. And hats off really to the administration for pulling this off. Let me also tell you that the Chess Olympiad actually is happening in beautiful, beautiful Mahabalipuram, Pooja. I'm at the historic setting of the Shore Temple of Krishna's Butterball. That's where you're going to be seeing actually the Chess Olympiad happening. That's about 1.5 hours or so away from where we are right now. This is literally the heart of the city. Stones throw away is Napier Bridge, which you've of course seen those iconic images. I think everyone in the country now is familiar with Napier Bridge because of the way they set it up and ensure that the entire place looked like a chessboard. So, beyond the preparations that have gone into this event, what's commendable is the fact that today everyone is talking about a Chess Olympiad. Would we have been doing this in other circumstances? The reality is, with the kind of buzz, the unique campaigns, the innovative steps they've taken to create awareness on the Chess Olympiad, Chennai always has been referred to as the chess capital of India. But we too, I'd say, the media has been rather guilty of ignoring chess as a sport. That has changed now with this kind of a step being taken. They've ensured largely that there's a lot more coverage and focus on chess, and hats off to the administration for pulling this off.
And this is despite the historic connect of India with the sport of chess, with the grandmasters and legends that India has also produced. But Mahabalipuram's beaches, and of course it's as beautiful as we've seen it, how amazing and beautiful Mahabalipuram's beach and just the cultural significance is, and it's managed to get the host venue. Akshita, please stay on with me because I have to go across now to Pramod as well. Pramod, so has the Prime Minister reached the stadium? He was seen waving and acknowledging to the supporters and dancers there. Where is Prime Minister Modi at the moment?
Pooja, just a couple of seconds ago, the Prime Minister reached the podium, and in fact, this is a location where you can see a large crowd that has gathered. And over here, as he entered, he was showered with flowers, and the entire spot is covered with people who want to meet the Prime Minister. They have been waiting here for a good amount of time, and they are really happy because the Prime Minister also took his time. The convoy did not speed up. It came very slowly, and there was flower petals, as you could see on the roadside. It was actually he was showered with flower petals, and everybody welcomed the Prime Minister. This is a very proud moment because 44th Chess Olympiad that is occurring in Chennai, and the state government has done a considerable amount of work in it, and the Prime Minister, in a way, coming over here, it is definitely a memorable moment, Pooja.
So Pramod Madhav is getting these visuals of hundreds at least of fan supporters, not just of the BJP, but of course local residents, they're gathering, which is clearly a proud moment for the state as well that's managed to pull off this event, and Pramod Madhav has been speaking to all. Akshita, I want to come back to you because we saw veteran actor Rajnikant, we saw chess legend Vishwanathan Anand as well, and all the other politicians also have arrived. But what I could see from these visuals coming in was how a mega opening ceremony the government has managed to put together, from dancers across the country, putting forth the culture, the colors of Tamil Nadu, all of that, and clearly for an international audience.
Very, very true. And I think some of the highlights of that ceremony we've been playing out here on India Today live as well. And it's been amazing to watch. It's truly a spectacle. There was a bit of confusion initially about where the opening ceremony was going to happen. There was talk that it's going to happen in Mahabalipuram, where the actual Chess Olympiad is taking place. But instead they changed the venue and brought it to, in fact, the heart of the city, to Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium as well. It's been a huge event. And you know, the who's who of Chennai is currently inside that stadium. Rajnikant is there. A.R. Rahman is there. Of course, the entire DMK government, the opposition, everyone's together on this. Because, you know, while we've seen a lot of bickering with regards to posters, who gets credit, etc., I think everyone joins together at this very moment. They'll stand together, and the messaging is very, very clear here. That this is a very, very proud moment for India. It's a very proud moment for every Tamilian as well. And that's where they're all united in celebrating this very moment, this Chess Olympiad that's brought together so many countries to one city. And already there's been so much talk on social media. Many of the tweets of grandmasters who've said that, you know, the kind of preparations on the ground are unbelievable, are amazing. You know, at the Chennai airport, when I landed yesterday also, Pooja, there were so many boards that said, welcome to all of the chess champions. There were posters all around, of course, of the mascot Thambi as well, that was put up in several parts of the city. Thambi has become synonymous, essentially, with being a Chennaiite because of how long he's been out here on the streets of Chennai celebrating the Chess Olympiad with every single Chennaiite. So this is a grand, grand moment. It's a historic moment for Tamil Nadu. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin recognized that. Due credit to him, because the fact is that this event happened because the DMK government swooped in. The moment they realized Russia is not going to be able to hold this event, we heard that, you know, the International Chess Federation was looking around. There was interest that was immediately shown, and in a matter of 24 hours, it was confirmed that Chennai would be the venue of the Chess
that
Olympiad.
swift proposal and approach of Tamil Nadu has helped it clinch this host venue spot, and the best of the best musician A.R. Rahman has composed the chess anthem as you see this Olympiad event that's scheduled to begin. Now, Akshay Nath, my colleague there in Chennai, is tracking the convoy of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, because that will be the highlight once he arrives. Akshay, over to you now. She sent us this report just about a short while ago. Let's take a look at that.
Awaited event is about to kickstart in a short while from now. Right now we can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in Chennai, and in front of your screens you can see the Prime Minister waving at the crowd from inside his car. He is wearing the white shirt, checkered Angavastra and the white...
That's Akshay Nath tracking the cavalcade of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this, remember, is we are talking about 187 nations that India is all set to host. That's Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving on stage at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in Chennai. All smiles, PM Modi. Applause there from DMK's Kanimori, Rajnikant, and of course...
Bharata Pradhamar, Thiru Narendra Modi avargale. We now welcome our honourable chief guest, the Honourable to have you here, sir. Being on this stage, in this auditorium with you, enhances and exhilarates each and every one of us. Today is a day that we will remember forever and ever, because this is a milestone and a moment that we will cherish. We'd also like to welcome the Honourable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Thiru R.N. Ravi, Honourable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru M.K. Stalin, Union Minister for Inspiration, Broadcasting and Youth Affairs and Sports, Thiru Anurag Singh Thakur avargal, Honourable Union Minister of State for Fisheries, Dairy, Information and Broadcast, Thiru L. Murugan avargal, Honourable Minister for Climate Change and Youth Welfare and Sports Development, Government of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Shivavi Meyyathan avargal, the President of the International Chess Federation, Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich. அடுத்ததாக 100 கருவிகளால் இசைக்கப்படும் இந்தியாவின் நேஷனல் anthem. அதனைத் தொடர்ந்து தமிழ் தாய் வாழ்த்து. அனைவரையும் தாழ்மையுடன் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். We now request all of you to rise for the performances of the national anthem of India, followed by the invocation to the motherland, Mother Tamil, presented by James Vasantan's 100-piece choir, requesting everyone to kindly stay risen for the national as well as the state anthem. Thank you. Thank you very much. You may kindly be seated. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for me to welcome the Honorable Minister for Youth Welfare and Sports Development, Government of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Shivavi Mayyanathan avargal, to render the welcome address.
Dignitaries and the dais and off the dais, good evening. I take immense pride in welcoming you all to India and to Tamil Nadu for the inauguration of the 44th FIDE Chess Olympiad 2022. Chennai, aptly known as the capital of chess in India, is all set to host one of the biggest international sporting events from 28 July to 10th August 2022. The government of Tamil Nadu and All India Chess Federation have stood shoulder to shoulder and have successfully raced against time to make the 44th Chess Olympiad an unprecedented sporting experience for the players and spectators alike. We express our sincere thanks to Government of India for extending all cooperation in this endeavor. We deem it an absolute honor that our Honorable Prime Minister Thiru Narendra Modi is with us today to inaugurate the event. This Olympiad would not have been possible at the scale without the continued support and consistent encouragement shown by the Union government led by the Honorable Prime Minister. We welcome the Honorable Prime Minister to this prestigious event. It's my pleasure to welcome Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, Thiru R.N. Ravi. Dreams come true, but for that, it is essential to conceive an idea in the first place. Our Honorable Chief Minister has made this possible. Being a sportsman himself, he meticulously planned each and every step of this esteemed international tournament marked by the class and grandeur. It's my privilege to welcome Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Muthuvel Karunanidhi Stalin. I would like to express my hearty welcome to Honorable Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting and Youth Affairs and Sports, Thiru Anurag Singh Thakur. We are grateful for the unwavering cooperation and guidance of the Union Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. My special welcome to Honorable Union Minister of State, Thiru L. Murugan. It's my privilege to welcome RKD Tavakoch, President of PIDE, and all other dignitaries on and off of the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely honored to have you here as our guest today. Sports transcends national, ethnic, racial, and linguistic boundaries, apart from being a glorious first human excellence. After enduring one of the greatest health crises in human history in the form of COVID pandemic, here we are here. As one big family, we are as mark the global solidarity. With this spirit, we are extremely delighted. You have around 2,000 participants and thousands of spectators from all over the world. People of Tamil Nadu, welcome you all with great love and affection. Once again, on behalf of Government of India, the Government of Tamil Nadu, and the All India Chess Federation, I extend very warm welcome to all of you. We sincerely hope that your experience in Chennai will be cherished forever. இந்த மகத்தான நிகழ்வை காட்சி ஊடகங்கள் மூலம் கண்டு மகிழும் உலகெங்கும் ஆளும் கோடிக்கணக்கான தமிழ் நெஞ்சங்களுக்கு என் வணக்கத்தையும் வாழ்த்துக்களையும் கூறி நிறைவு செய்கிறேன். வணக்கம், நன்றி.
Nandri, sir. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we'd now like to invite the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin Avargal, to felicitate the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi Avargal. The Honorable Prime Minister of India. Sir, ungalai gauravipadil engalukku மிகவும் மகிழ்ச்சி. Thank you so much for being here once again. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, you may be aware that we are home to the oldest living language still in use. In addition, this is also amongst the oldest continuing civilizations in the entire world. Our next event depicts the genesis, the evolution of one of the oldest civilizations. This act, this stunning act, has been choreographed by Shamak Davar and performed by his dance company. And the person who has lent his voice to this act is none other than our very own Ulaga Nayagan Kamal Hassan Avargal. Kamal sir உடைய குரலில் தமிழ் மொழி, தமிழ் கலாச்சாரம், தமிழனுடைய பெருமையை காண்போமா?
கல் தோன்றி மண் தோன்றா காலத்தே வாளோடு முன் தோன்றி மூத்த கொடி. An excerpt from the Purapurul Vendamale, a treatise from the 6th century, describes me as the one that existed before agriculture. I have seen kingdoms come and go. I have seen battles of wit and more. Amidst each of you, I'm here to tell a story, the greatest of them all. The Tamil soil's story. My Tamil man. Welcome. I am everywhere. I was there when the first block of wood was carved. The first king was crowned. The first ship set to sea. And I'm there when all the glory now lies beneath the sand. The value of what we unearth, a broken pot, a dirtied coin, a wooden toy, or a rusted iron tool from 4,000 years ago, is as priceless and timeless as the history it comes from, the Tamil land that it comes from. This history begins at the beginning of time itself. Our culture took its first steps along with the early man. The village of Adirambakam holds stone tools as old as 1.5 million to 385,000 years of age. Mailadumparai unearthed tools and rock art from 4,200 years ago. We were witnesses to the age of iron, smelting and wielding its power at a time as old as 2000 BC. Able to generate our own heat of more than 1,500 degrees Celsius. This was just the beginning. Then came the time of the leaping tiger, the Chora Empire. Twin fish, Pandya Empire. Glorious bow and arrow, the emblem of the Cheras. trinity of Tamil royalty, under whom flags soared high and the land flourished and Tamil rejoiced. The Cheras, the Cholas, and the Pandyas. It was a time of true innovation. It was a time of the people. We were industrious, even before it was a word in the West. Dating back to the 6th century BC, we used terracotta pipes for irrigation, establishing our core livelihood, agriculture and farming. Society began to thrive. Life was rich and livelihood grew under the able administration of the kings. In the 1st century, the great Karigala Choran built the oldest of dams, Kallanai, or the stone dam, over the river Kaveri, operational even after 2,000 years of its existence. The 10th century Chola creation, the Veeranarayanapuram Reservoir, built by man, nourishes us with water till date. And as agriculture prospered, trade made its way. We traveled and traded with lands near and far, all the way up to Philippines. Owing to the vision of a great Chola king, Rajendra Cholan, we crossed the unforgiving Indian Ocean in the 10th century. He was the first to introduce the concept of an admiral. INS Rajendra of the Indian Navy is a salute to that man and his marvels. When the sea was still a stranger and the shores became our friends. A civilized society, educated in the ways of life and the needs of those around us. In Curity, pots and earthen vessels bore names of their owners. A democratic election for the village head held in the 10th century under the rule of Parandagat Choran shows our people as able thinkers that they are. This thought, this community, this Tamil built the culture and society of yesterday and today. And our culture is as vast as the minds that created them, with a contribution to every form of art. Our martial art, Silambam, the dance of the wooden staff, showcases utmost discipline, showmanship, and grit. energy since the time of Kalitugai. An ancient text comes a sport like none other. Yeru Thaluvudal, or embracing of the bull, famously known as Jallikattu, a sport of the masses. Forms are as diverse as us in the classical elegance of Bharatanatyam. Dance forms of our people that we know as Nattupura Kalaigal, or folk art. Robust energy of movement is met with the tranquility of the still. Our artisans and architects were ahead of their times, and who better to speak for that than I? Monuments from a single stone, studied as monolithic structures in the modern day. The flawless, smooth pillars of Susindram temple carved from a single stone. Mahabalipuram, home of the Show Temple and the Five Rathas, the Museum of Indian Architecture. Over 2,000 years ago, the Pandyan king began 3 scholarly institutions called Sangams. Tolkappiyam is one of the oldest books of grammar for a language of today. Aindinai spoke of the vast terrain and their stories. Kurunji, Mullai, Marudam, Neidal, and Palai. Silappadigaram brings to light of progressive practices such as Sakyar Kuttu, a dance form where all are seen as equal. Equality comes the hero of her times, a feminist icon blazing through a courtroom of injustice, fighting to prove her husband's innocence, bearing the anklet of truth, a truth that the king refuses to see. So let's break the anklet, she says. Spill the queen's pearls. Bang goes the second anklet. The king is shocked to see the scattered rubies. The third and final anklet breaks. The truth engulfs not only the court of the king, but the entire city of Madurai. Literature covered the ways of life and has nurtured many voices over the years. Tirukkural, the treatise for the whole world, holding in it 1,330 verses and 133 chapters about the ways and doings of man, is an ode to poetry itself. Poet's statue, the Thiruvalluvar statue in Kanyakumari, is testament to that. Our national bard, Bharatiyar, sang songs of liberation, and his disciple, Bharatidasan, carried the legacy, bringing reform to society. And the Tamil people of today put us on the map with our soaring GDP, pioneering at every touch in healthcare, automobile, and technology. The tradition of art has now evoked our love for cinema, boasting of one of the most inspiring creative industries. Tamil cinema is a benchmark of excellence in entertainment. And our Tamil has grown far beyond this land, this man. We are part of the world, residing in 180 countries around us. No story comes without its hardships. Shaken by tsunamis, the floods, the earthquakes, and the droughts, our people face the hardest and the most trying of times. we rose stronger, our legacy ever growing. And as we witness the magic together, it is no more just My story, but ours. This is our world, and these are our people.
தமிழன் என்று சொல்லடா தலை நிமிர்ந்து நில்லடா. There is no better way to describe what we've seen in front of us other than that one very strong, very powerful line. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to director Vignesh Shivan, who has conceptualized this piece, and he's taken us into this wondrous journey that depicts Tamil Mann in all its glory. The music was composed by Navneet. Kudos to the entire team. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very exciting performance coming your way. Enjoy Enjami, a Tamil song sung by very, very popular singers Dhi and Arivu, composed by Santosh Narayan, celebrates how our ancestors coexisted with nature. The chorus, Enjoy Enjami, Vango Vango Onagi, literally translates to enjoy and come together as one, a befitting tribute to the Chess Olympiad. Ladies and gentlemen, proudly presenting Enjoy Enjami.
கொடி அங்கதமே ஒட்டார ஒட்டார சந்தனமே உள்ள மலர் கொடி முத்தாரமே எங்கூரு குத்தாளமே
துருக்க பையமா வெத்தல மட்டையம்மா சுமந்த கையம்மா மத்தல முட்டியம்மா தாயம்மா தாயம்மா என்ன பண்ண மாயம்மா பள்ளியம்மா வேறாண்டி சங்கதிய கூறாண்டி கண்ணடிய காணாண்டி இந்த
அன்னக்கிளி அடியால மரக்கிழ வண்ணக்கிளி நல்லபடி வாழ சொல்லி இந்த மண்ணை கொடுத்தானே பூர்வ குடி அம்மங்கர காணியெல்லாம் பாடி திரிஞ்சானே ஆதிக்குடி நாயி நரி பூனைக்கும் தான் இந்த ஏரி குளம் கூட சொந்தமடி என்றாமி வாங்கோ வாங்கோ ஒன்னாகி அம்மா அம்பாரி இந்த அம்மாரி என்றாமி வாங்கோ வாங்கோ ஒன்னாகி அம்மா அம்பாரி இந்த அம்மாரி குக்கு குக்கு முட்டைய போடும் கோழிக்கு குக்கு குக்கு ஒப்பனை யாரு மயிலுக்கு குக்கு குக்கு பச்சைய பூசும் பாசிக்கு குக்கு குக்கு குச்சிய அடுக்குன கூட்டுக்கு
ஆடுபட்ட மக்கா மரப்பு மேட்டுக்கார வேர்வ தண்ணி சொக்கா மினுக்கு நாட்டுக்கார அகாட்டி கருப்பட்டி பூதாங்கோடு மண்ணு சட்டி ஆச்சோர கூடு கட்டி ஆரம்பிச்ச நகரிங்க ஜனக்கு ஜன மக்களே உப்புக்கு தப்பு கொட்டு முட்டைக்குள்ள சட்டு கொட்டு அட்டைக்கு ரத்தம் கொட்டு கிட்டி புல்லு கட்டி வைக்க
ஆஞ்சி மரம் வளர்த்த அழகான தோட்டம் வச்ச தோட்டம் செழிச்சாலும் என் தொண்டை கடலே கரையே வனமே சனமே நிலமே குலமே இடமே தரமே என்றாமி வாங்கோ வாங்கோ ஒன்னாகி அம்மா அம்பாரி இந்த அம்மாரி என்றாமி வாங்கோ வாங்கோ ஒன்னாகி அம்மா அம்பாரி இந்த அம்மாரி பாட்டம் பூட்டம் காத்த பூமி ஆட்டம் போட்டு காட்டும் சாமி பாட்டு நந்தா சுத்தி வந்தா சேவக்கூ வச்சு அது போட்டு வச்ச எச்சம் தானே காடா மாறிச்சு நம்ம நாடா மாறிச்சு இந்த வீடா மாறிச்சு என்ன குறை என் சீனி கரும்புக்கு என்ன குறை என்ன குறை என் செல்ல பேராண்டிக்கு என்ன குறை பந்தலின பாவக்கா விதக்கல்ல விட்டிருக்கு அது விதக்கல்ல விட்டிருக்கு அப்பனாத்தா விட்டதுங்க
என்ஜாய் என்ஜாமி கேட்டு பார்த்து எல்லாருமே நிறைய என்ஜாய் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னு முழுமையா நாங்க நம்புறோம். சிங்கர்ஸ் தி மற்றும் மாரியம்மாள் ரெண்டு பேருக்குமே ஒரு பலத்த கரகோஷம் கொடுக்குமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். along with the team of course. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd now like to invite the Honorable Union Minister of State for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Information and Broadcasting, Thiru L. Murugan avargal, to deliver his address.
மதிப்பிற்கும் மரியாதைக்கும் உரிய மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் திரு நரேந்திர மோடிஜி அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு தமிழகத்தினுடைய கவர்னர் திரு ஆர்.என். ரவிஜி அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு தமிழகத்தினுடைய முதலமைச்சர் திரு எம்.கே. ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களே, மத்திய விளையாட்டு மற்றும் தகவல் துறையினுடைய அமைச்சர் மரியாதைக்குரிய திரு அனுராக் சிங் தாக்கூர் அவர்களே, தமிழக விளையாட்டுத்துறையினுடைய அமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு அண்ணன் சிவ மெய்யப்பநாதன் அவர்களே, செஸ் இன்டர்நேஷனல் செஸ் ஃபெடரேஷனுடைய தலைவர் திரு ஆர்கேடி டேவர்கோவிச் அவர்களே, மற்றும் இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு வருகை புரிந்திருக்கும் சகோதரர்களே, உலக நாடுகள் முழுவதும் வந்திருக்கின்ற செஸ் வீரர்கள், உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பு கலந்த வணக்கங்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு, 2 மாதங்களுக்கு முன்னால் 26/5/2022 நம்முடைய பாரத பிரதமர் திரு நரேந்திர மோடிஜி அவர்கள் இதே இடத்திலிருந்து தமிழகத்திற்கு பல இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் உள்கட்டமைப்பு திட்டங்களை தொடங்கி வைத்தார்கள். தொடங்கி வைத்துவிட்டு 2 மாதத்தில் மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு வரலாற்று சாதனையை செய்திருக்கிறார்கள். சாதாரண ஒரிசாவிலிருந்து சாதாரண ஒரு கிராமத்தில் பிறந்து நாம் இன்றைக்கு 75 சுதந்திர தினம் கொண்டாடி கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். 75 ஆண்டுகளாக நடக்காத ஒரு விஷயத்தை இன்று செய்து வரலாற்று நாயகனாக நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் திரு நரேந்திர மோடிஜி அவர்கள் திருமதி முர்மு அவர்களை இந்திய ஜனாதிபதியாக்கி இன்று வரலாற்று சாதனை தலைவராக நம்முடைய பிரதமர் நரேந்திர மோடிஜி அவர்கள் சமூக நீதியினுடைய தலைவராக இங்கு வந்திருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த 8 ஆண்டுகளில் எண்ணற்ற திட்டங்களை நமக்கு கொடுத்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். தமிழகத்தினுடைய வளர்ச்சி, தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய பாரம்பரியம், தமிழ் மொழியினுடைய சிறப்பு உலகம் முழுவதும் எடுத்து சென்றதன் பெருமை நம்முடைய பாரத பிரதமர் திரு நரேந்திர மோடிஜி அவர்களுக்கு சாரும். ஐநாவிலே யாதும் ஊரே யாவரும் கேளீர் என்று முழக்கமிட்டார்கள். தன்னுடைய சொந்த தொகுதியில வாரணாசியில நம்முடைய உண்டாசு கவிஞர் பாரதி அவர்களுக்கு இருக்கை அமைத்து தமிழகத்திற்கு மேலும் பெருமை சேர்த்து தமிழகத்தினுடைய பாரம்பரியத்தை, தமிழகத்தினுடைய தலைவர்களை பெருமைப்படுத்திய தலைவர் நம்முடைய பிரதமர் திரு நரேந்திர மோடிஜி அவர்கள் இங்கு வந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களை தமிழக மக்கள் சார்பாக, தமிழர்களுடைய சார்பாக இங்கு வருக என தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு, வானோங்கி வாழும் உலகமெல்லாம் மன்னவன் கோலோக்கி வாழும் குடி. எப்படி பொதுமக்கள் மழையை வேண்டி இருக்கிறார்களோ, மழையை நம்பி இருக்கிறார்களோ, ஒரு நல்ல சிறந்த ஆட்சியை நம்மளுடைய பிரதமர் திரு நரேந்திர மோடிஜி அவர்கள் கொடுத்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார். அந்த சிறந்த ஆட்சியை கொடுத்து கொண்டு இந்த 8 ஆண்டுகளில் ஏழைகளினுடைய நலன், சேவை, குட் கவர்னன்ஸ், நல்ல ஒரு ஆட்சியை கொடுத்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற பிரதமர் திரு நரேந்திர மோடிஜி அவர்களும் இன்றைக்கு அவர்களை வருக என வரவேற்பதோடு, இன்றைக்கு தமிழகத்தில் இந்த அரிய ஒரு உலகத்திலேயும் தமிழகத்தில் இந்தியாவில் முதல் முறையாக இந்த செஸ் போட்டி நடத்துவதற்கு மிக காரணம் நம்முடைய பிரதமர் திரு நரேந்திர மோடிஜி அவர்களும் நம்முடைய தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அண்ணன் திரு மாண்புமிகு திரு ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களும் இணைந்து இன்றைக்கு இவ்வளவு பெரிய ஒரு புரோகிராமை, இவ்வளவு பெரிய ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சியை இன்றைக்கு இங்கு நம் உலக நாடுகளுக்கு எடுத்துக்காட்டாக நம்முடைய சென்னையில நம்மளுடைய இந்த செஸ் நிகழ்ச்சியை நடத்துவதில் நமக்கு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு பெருமிதத்தோடு சப்கா சாத் சப்கா விகாஸ் என்பது நம்மளுடைய பிரதமருடைய கனவு. அதே போல நம்மளுடைய பிரதமர் விளையாட்டுத்துறையில தமிழர்களுக்கு பல்வேறு பெருமையை சேர்த்திருக்கிறார்கள். தமிழ்நாட்டிலிருந்து 4 விளையாட்டு வீரர்களுக்கு பத்மஸ்ரீ அவார்டை கொடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அனிதா ஆகட்டும், சரத்கமல் அர்ச்சனா ஆகட்டும், திரு மாரியப்பன் ஆகட்டும், திரு சகோதரி தீபிகா பள்ளிகள் ஆகட்டும், இவர்களெல்லாம் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்ல சாதனை செய்தார்கள். அவர்களை பெருமைப்படுத்தி பத்மஸ்ரீ அவார்டும் கொடுத்து நம்மளுடைய பிரதமர் விசனரி பிரதமராக இன்றைக்கு ஆசாதிகா அம்ருத் மகா உற்சவம் சுதந்திர பெருவிழா 75 கொண்டாடி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த நேரத்தில் தமிழகத்தில் இந்த அருமையான ஒரு செஸ் போட்டி நடத்துகின்ற இந்த இந்தியா அவர்களுடைய முழு முயற்சியும் தமிழக அரசாங்கத்தினுடைய முயற்சியோடு இந்த அருமையான நிகழ்ச்சியில பங்கு பெற்றிருக்கின்ற உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பு கலந்த வாழ்த்துக்களையும் நன்றிகளையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு உலகம் முழுவதும் வந்திருக்கின்ற விளையாட்டு வீரர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் நன்றிகளையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம். ஜெய் ஹிந்த், ஜெய் பாரத்.
Nandri, sir. Our next item on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen, is to invite President FIDE, Mr. Arkady Djokovic, to address the gathering. A big round of applause. Let's welcome him to the podium.
Your Excellencies, Mr. Prime Minister, Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu State, Honorable Ministers, players, arbiters, my fellow council and management members, delegates from all around the world, people of Chennai, people of Tamil Nadu, all chess friends. First of all, let me thank on behalf of all of you those people who delivered this great performance today. We really enjoyed it, didn't we? Yes, we did. I think it was really great. It showed the tradition, the culture of both Tamil Nadu State and the whole India. The country that brought us back to real chess, brought us back to the Olympiad, the biggest chess event in the world, a real festival of chess. And we are really thankful, we are grateful to the government of India, to the government of Tamil Nadu for taking both the risk but honor as well to organize and host this Olympiad in such a short period of time. And you delivered. You delivered. We feel it every second, every minute, every hour. We feel that people really contribute, really put all their efforts into making all of us happy, to show the best possible chess, to make people enjoy it, to make people happy. It's really overwhelming. And we are all touched by how people are trying to pass their love to chess, pass their love to all the players, all the team, all the countries, to each of us. And we are really thankful for that. We have the great role models here. Anand Vishwanathan, Hampi Canero, Hari Kadronavali. Great people to follow. Of course, the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, is here. So these role models will lead us to the future, and we should follow. And I do believe that this Olympiad will not just be a single event. It will change chess in India. It will make it 10 times bigger. I really believe into that. Starting from schools and spreading all around. And it will change the chess world as well. We are united. We are one family. And it's going to be like this forever. Thanks a lot. Have a great Olympiad. 44th FIDE Chess Olympiad here in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. And thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to welcome to the podium the Honorable Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting and Youth Affairs and Sports, Thiru Anurag Singh Thakur. Please join us on the podium, sir, with a big round of applause from all of you, please.
Honorable Prime Minister of India, respected Thiru Narendra Modi ji, Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, respected R.N. Ravi ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, respected M.K. Stalin ji, Union Minister of State for Information Broadcasting, Government of India, Dr. L. Murugan ji, President FIDE and my very dear friend, Mr. Kadir Dwarkovich ji, Minister of Environment, Climate Change, Youth Welfare and Sports, Mr. Siva Mainathan ji, chess players from all across the world, chess lovers, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, Vanakkam, Namaste, a very good evening to all of you. We are gathered here today for an incredibly momentous and historic occasion. India is the land where the game of chess originated. And as the country's sports minister, there is a feeling of pride in me to see India hosting this prestigious event for the first time in the history. Just over a month ago, we celebrated the first ever torch relay of the Chess Olympiad in Delhi. And today, here we all set for the tournament to begin. 40 days ago, the torch was handed over to the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who then handed it over to our chess legend, Vishwanathan Anand. Today, yet again, we welcome our beloved dynamic Prime Minister, who has time and again shown his unwavering support for sports and sports persons. I am pleased to share that the first ever Chess Olympiad torch relay traveled through 75 iconic locations, celebrating the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, India's 75th year of independence. The torch covered 27,277 kilometers across the nation, and we witnessed enthusiastic support and garnering momentum of millions of fans across the country. Some of the iconic locations included Red Fort in Delhi, Amar Mahal in Jammu and Kashmir, Statue of Unity in Kevadia, Gujarat, and the Atari border in Amritsar, Punjab, Har Ki Pauri in Haridwar, Uttarakhand, Taj Mahal in Agra, Uttar Pradesh, and the historic Gandhi Ashram in Dandi, Gujarat, Tirupati in Andhra Pradesh, before finally reaching the 75th location, Mahabalipuram, the iconic venue of the tournament. India is well and truly delighted to be hosting the 44th Chess Olympiad in India. So I also like to take this opportunity to say Atithi Devo Bhava, or as we could say here, Virunadhi Nare Kadaval. India welcomes all the teams from across the world. Honorable Prime Minister Modi, your continued support and passion inspires all of us to work towards the betterment of sport and make India a global sporting nation. Sports in India is growing and getting stronger every single day. We have identified a grassroots to games talent identification format that nurtures talent from the university to the national and ensures a play field to podium finish. In the last few months, we have organized the hugely successful Khelo India Games, Khelo India Youth Games, and the Khelo India University Games, where more than 15,000 players and officials participated. Young athletes across the nation get access to the state-of-the-art infrastructure, and they are identified young, and there is clear pathway. From being the Khelo India athlete to being part of the TOPS development program, to being a part of the top score group, to being part of the Olympic podium and making the nation proud. Across sports and across regions, India is building a robust sports infrastructure, ecosystem and culture. Currently under the Khelo India scheme, more than 300 infrastructure projects worth rupees 2,700 crores are under construction. I would also like to take this opportunity to wish all our participants the highest ever contingent in Chess Olympiad, all the very best. I also acknowledge and thank the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin, and his entire team, Government of India officials, Sports Authority of India, and All India Chess Federation for their untiring efforts to make this event a grand success. And I'm sure they are going to make it comfortable for all the participants and the chess players who have come from various parts of the world. This is also the centenary year of Shri Satyajit Ray, a legendary Indian filmmaker who made a historic film called Shatranj Ke Khiladi, which depicts the game of chess in a creative visual way. One of the key lessons that chess teaches us, and this lesson can be adopted by other sports persons and people in life, is this. Sometimes, in order to move 2 steps forward, you must take 2 steps back. Waiting patiently, evaluating your situation, and knowing the right moment to play your move is the key to success on the chessboard and in life as a whole. Chess is a game that tests your ability to plan ahead and outwit your opponent through tactical moves and engaging them with your line of defense. The game is already won or lost is in your head. Every move is an opportunity to outmaneuver your opponent and eventually emerge as grandmaster on the world stage. I firmly believe that the hosting of Chess Olympiad in India will act as a catalyst to the interest even more, to make interest in the game of chess even more among the youngsters, both as a hobby and professionally. I won't take more time with these words. I wish you have a very pleasant stay in India and get a chance to explore the rich cultural heritage of our great diverse nation. It wasn't easy to host this event in less than 3 months span. Nobody in the world could do it, but India has done it. Thank you once again. Jai Hind and Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir. சர்வதேச சதுரங்க போட்டியின் தீபம் ஏற்றுதல் இப்பொழுது நடைபெற உள்ளது. டெல்லியில் நம் மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் துவங்கி வைத்த இந்த சுடர் 75 மாநகரங்களை கடந்து இன்று சென்னைக்கு வந்துள்ளது. இந்த 75 நகரங்கள் நம் நாடு விடுதலை பெற்று 75 ஆண்டுகள் ஆனதை குறிக்கின்றது. Ladies and gentlemen, light symbolizes hope. We have the lighting of the cauldron. The torch, which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister, has now arrived in Inaugurates, Chennai, after traversing 75 cities, commemorating 75 glorious years of Indian independence.
शुभ स्वागतम नव नव भारतम। आज चेस ओलंपियाड गेम्स के लिए पहली टॉर्च रिले भारत से शुरू हो रही है।
And what a journey it has been, ladies and gentlemen. This is certainly a special moment in this evening's proceedings. This torch will be handed over to the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru M.K. Stalin, by India's chess Grandmaster and 5 times world champion, the one and only Mr. Vishwanath Anand avargal. உங்களுடைய அரங்கம் நிறைந்த கைத்தட்டல்களுடன் திரு விஸ்வநாதன் ஆனந்த் அவர்களை வரவேற்போம். இந்தியாவின் தமிழகத்தின் பொக்கிஷம். He has put India on the global map time and again in the world of chess. And today we stand with pride as we welcome him onto the dais, ladies and gentlemen. பாதையை தாண்டி தான் அவர் இவ்வளோ ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் அச்சீவ்மெண்ட்ஸ் சாதிச்சிருக்காரு. அதனால அவருடைய பாதை முழுக்க முழுக்க உங்களுடைய கரகோஷம் தான் ஒலிக்கணும். There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A beautiful moment that will be etched forever in history. Now we will have our very own Grandmasters, Pragnananda, Gukesh and Vijayalakshmi, who will receive the torch and light up the cauldron of the 44th FIDE International Chess Olympiad. Chess superstars that the world will certainly witness from our very own land of Tamil Nadu. Going. Let's keep our wishes going. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. As they officially light up the cauldron of the 44th FIDE International Chess Olympiad 2022 right here in Inaugurates, Chennai. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up, we'd like to welcome to the podium the man of the moment, the architect of the International Chess Olympiad. A leader whose foresight, whose unstinted, unparalleled leadership has paved the way to creating history. Today, we, the people of Tamil Nadu, stand tall and proud to be the first ever Indian state to host such a prestigious event. This could not have been possible without the efforts, the guidance and the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister. So ladies and gentlemen, Arangam Nirainda Kaittattalgaludan தமிழகத்தின் மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் திரு மு.க. ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களை ஒரு சில வார்த்தைகள் பேசுமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
அன்புள்ள பெருமதிப்பிற்கும் மரியாதைக்கும் உரிய இந்திய நாட்டினுடைய பிரதமர் மாண்புமிகு நரேந்திர மோடி அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு தமிழக ஆளுநர் திரு ஆர்.என். ரவி அவர்களே, ஒன்றிய விளையாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு அனுராக் சிங் தாக்கூர் அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு ஒன்றிய இணையமைச்சர் திரு எல். முருகன் அவர்களே, தமிழக இளைஞர் நலன் மற்றும் விளையாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு மெய்யநாதன் அவர்களே, தமிழக அமைச்சர்களில் மூத்த அமைச்சராக இருக்கக்கூடிய நீர்வளத்துறை அமைச்சர் என்னுடைய ஆருயிர் அண்ணன் துரைமுருகன் உள்ளிட்ட தமிழக அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களே, தலைமைச் செயலாளர் உள்ளிட்ட அரசு அதிகாரிகளே, ஃபிடே தலைவர் அர்கடி துவாரிகுவஷ் அவர்களே, முதன்மைச் செயலாளர் அபூர்வா ஐஏஎஸ் அவர்களே, ஓஎஸ்டி தாரேஸ் அகமது உள்ளிட்ட செஸ் ஒலிம்பியாட் கமிட்டி உறுப்பினர்களே, ஏஐசிஎஃப் கூட்டமைப்பினுடைய நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்தியாவின் முதல் சர்வதேச செஸ் மாஸ்டர் மானுவல் ஆரோன் அவர்களே, 5 முறை உலக சாம்பியனான கிராண்ட் மாஸ்டர் விஸ்வநாத் ஆனந்த் அவர்களே, நாடுகளிலிருந்து வருகை தந்திருக்கக்கூடிய செஸ் விளையாட்டு வீரர்களே, செஸ் ஆர்வலர்களே, பார்வையாளர்களே, ஊடகத்துறை பத்திரிகை உலக நண்பர்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பான வணக்கம்.
I welcome you all.
Today is a day of great pride for India. International Chess Olympiad has never happened in India before. Hosting the Chess Olympiad for the first time in India is a big honor for us. We are further delighted that Tamil Nadu has got its honor. இன்னும் சொல்ல வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால், இந்த நேரு விளையாட்டு அரங்கத்துக்கு இன்றைய தினம் பன்னாட்டு அங்கீகாரம் கிடைக்கக்கூடிய வகையில் இந்த அரங்கில் தொடக்க விழாவானது மிக எழுச்சியோடு ஏற்றத்தோடு நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. Our Honorable Prime Minister himself has come to inaugurate this historic event. For he knows this is a proud moment for India. I welcome him both as the Chief Minister, as Tamil Nadu, and in my personal capacity. Honorable Prime Minister, we all know you are very fond of chess. During your tenure as the Chief Minister of Gujarat, you have conducted a grand chess festival with more than 20,000 players. when the Bhutan royal family visited India, you were presented a chess set to the Prince of Bhutan. It is very apt that such a supporter of chess game has come today to inaugurate the 44th Chess Olympiad. இந்த விழாவிற்காக அழைப்பிதழோடு டெல்லி சென்று நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்களை சந்தித்து நேரில் அழைக்கலாம் என்று நான் திட்டமிட்டு இருந்தேன். ஆனால் இடையில் எனக்கு ஏற்பட்ட கொரோனா தொற்று காரணமாக நேரில் செல்ல முடியாத ஒரு சூழ்நிலை எனக்கு ஏற்பட்டது. மருத்துவமனையில் சிகிச்சை பெற்று வந்த என்னை நலம் விசாரிப்பதற்காக மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் அவர்கள் தொடர்பு கொண்டார்கள். என்னை நலம் விசாரித்தவர்களிடத்தில் எனது நிலையை நான் விளக்கினேன். அவர் சொன்னார், பெருந்தன்மையோடு சொன்னார், நீங்கள் ஓய்வெடுத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், நான் நிச்சயம் கலந்து கொள்வேன். இந்த விழாவானது இந்தியாவுக்கே பெருமை தரக்கூடிய விழா என்று பிரதமர் அவர்கள் குறிப்பிட்டார்கள். அந்த வகையில் மாண்புமிகு பிரதமர் நரேந்திர மோடி அவர்கள் இங்கே வருகை புரிந்திருக்கிறார்கள். Your presence has enhanced the magnitude of this function, and I thank you for making it. I convey my heartfelt thanks to Honorable Union Sports Minister Anurag Thakur and other officials for providing all help and support to conduct this event in Tamil Nadu. 44வது பன்னாட்டு ஒலிம்பியாட் போட்டி என்பது ரஷ்ய நாட்டில்தான் நடப்பதாக முதலில் சொல்லப்பட்டுச்சு. கொரோனா மற்றும் சில பிரச்சனைகள் காரணமாக ரஷ்யாவில் நடத்த முடியாத சூழ்நிலை ஏற்பட்டது. வேற எந்த நாட்டில் நடைபெறலாம் என்பதற்கான ஆலோசனைகள் நடந்தது.
Multiple discussions on where will this event be conducted next.
தமிழ்நாட்டில் நடத்தும் வாய்ப்பை நாம் பெற வேண்டும் என்று அமைச்சர்களுக்கு அதிகாரிகளுக்கும் நான் உத்தரவிட்டேன்.
When this discussion was going on, I had told
இது பற்றி நமக்கு தகவல்கள் கிடைத்தன. கடந்த மார்ச் 16ஆம் நாள் இதற்கான முறையான அறிவிப்பை நான் வெளியிட்டேன். இந்த விளையாட்டுப் போட்டி நடத்துவதற்கான ஏற்பாடுகளை செய்வதற்காக 18 துணை குழுக்களை தமிழ்நாடு உருவாக்கியது. இதுபோன்ற பன்னாட்டு விளையாட்டுப் போட்டி நடத்துவதற்கான ஏற்பாடுகளை செய்வதற்கு குறைந்தது 18 மாதங்கள் என்பார்கள். 18 மாதங்கள் ஆகும். ஆனால் நான் பெருமையோடு சொல்றேன், 4 மாதங்களில் பன்னாட்டு போட்டிக்கான அனைத்து ஏற்பாடுகளையும் தமிழ்நாடு அரசு சிறப்பாக செய்திருக்கிறது. இதற்கு காரணமான இளைஞர் நலன் மற்றும் விளையாட்டுத்துறை அமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு மெய்யநாதன் அவர்களையும் விளையாட்டுத்துறையை சார்ந்த அனைத்து அதிகாரிகளையும் இதற்கு துணை நின்ற அனைத்து துறை அதிகாரிகளையும் நான் மனதார வாழ்த்துகிறேன், பாராட்டுகிறேன், நன்றி தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். 44வது பன்னாட்டு சதுரங்க ஒலிம்பியாட் போட்டி என்பது உலக அளவில் தமிழ்நாட்டின் மீது கவனத்தை ஈர்க்கும் நிகழ்ச்சியாக இன்று துவங்கியுள்ளது. இப்போட்டியின் மூலமாக தமிழ்நாட்டின் விளையாட்டுத்துறை மட்டுமல்ல, சுற்றுலாத்துறையும் தொழில்துறையும் மிகப்பெரிய வளர்ச்சியை அடைய இருக்கிறது. இன்னும் சொன்னால் தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய மதிப்பும் தமிழ்நாடு அரசினுடைய மதிப்பும் பெரும் அளவு இன்று முதல் மேலும் மேலும் உயர்கிறது. இந்த உயர்வு என்பது சரியான திட்டமிடல், கடின உழைப்பு, அதனுடைய விளைவே இந்த உயர்வு. இந்திய துணைக்கண்டத்தில் முதல் முறையாகவும் ஆசியா கண்டத்தில் 3வது முறையாகவும் இந்த செஸ் போட்டிகள் நடந்திருக்கின்றன. கிபி 6ஆம் நூற்றாண்டுக்கு முன்னரே இந்திய துணைக்கண்டத்தில் விளையாடப்பட்டு வந்த சதுரங்க விளையாட்டு தான் இன்று உலகம் முழுக்கவும் செஸ் என்ற பெயரால் பரவி இருக்கிறது. சில மாறுதல்களோடு உலகின் பல்வேறு நாடுகளில் சதுரங்கம் விளையாடப்பட்டு வருகிறது. தொடக்க விழா இங்கு நடைபெற்றாலும் போட்டிகள் முழுமையாக இயற்கையில் கொஞ்சக்கூடிய மாமல்லபுரத்தில் நடைபெறுவதற்கான ஏற்பாட்டை தமிழ்நாடு அரசு செய்திருக்கிறது. மாமல்லபுரம் இந்திய கட்டடக்கலையினுடைய அருங்காட்சியகம். அதற்கு பக்கத்திலே தான் சதுரங்கம் பட்டணம் என்ற கடலோர பகுதி இருக்கிறது. சென்னை பட்டணத்தை மெட்ராஸ் என்று அழைத்ததை போல சதுரங்க பட்டணத்தை சத்ராஸ் என்று அழைத்தார்கள். மன்னர் காலத்தில் இருந்து புகழ்பெற்ற ஊர் அந்த ஊர். இன்றைக்கு தொல்லியல் துறையின் கட்டுப்பாட்டில் அந்த ஊர் கோட்டை இருக்கிறது. அத்தகைய சதுரங்க பட்டணத்திற்கு அருகில் தான் உலக புகழ்பெற்ற சதுரங்க போட்டி நடக்க இருக்கிறது. 1961ஆம் ஆண்டு உலக செஸ் சாம்பியனாக புகழ்பெற்ற மாணவல் ஆரோன் தமிழ்நாட்டை சார்ந்தவர் என்பது நமக்கு கிடைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய மிகப்பெரிய பெருமை. இந்தியாவுடைய செஸ் விளையாட்டை முன்னோக்கி நகர்த்தி பல்வேறு திறமையாளர்களுக்கு ஊக்கமளித்ததும் மானுவல் ஆரோன் தான். 1972ஆம் ஆண்டு சென்னையில் இருந்த சோவியத் கலாச்சார மையத்தில் செஸ் கிளப் ஒன்றினை உருவாக்கியவர் ஆரோன். செஸ் விளையாட்டில் உலக புகழ்பெற்ற வீரர்களை உருவாக்கிய சோவியத் நாடு ஆரோனின் ஆலோசனையை பெற்றுத்தான் செயல்பட்டது. தமிழ்நாடு செஸ் அசோசியேஷன் உருவாக்கியவரும் இவர்தான். உலக கிராண்ட் மாஸ்டராக புகழ்பெற்ற விஸ்வநாதன் அவர்களை பற்றி நான் உங்களுக்கு அதிகம் சொல்ல தேவையில்லை. 1988ஆம் ஆண்டு தன்னுடைய 19வது வயதில் உலக புகழை பெற்றவர் ஆனந்த் அவர்கள்.
In 1998, Anand received world fame.
வலிமையான வீரராக அவர் விளங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார். 2001ஆம் ஆண்டு பெண் கிராண்ட் மாஸ்டராக பட்டம் வென்றவர் விஜயலட்சுமி சுப்பராமன்.
In 2001, Vijayalakshmi Subbaraman became the Grand Master.
Pragyananda.
In 2019, Pragyananda became the Grand Master.
In India, 26 are from Tamil Nadu. It means 36% of Indian Grandmasters are from Tamil Nadu. This is a game of intelligence and strategy. And I am proud that Tamil Nadu excels in this game. Chennai can be rightly called the chess capital of India. The government of Tamil Nadu immediately allotted 102 crore rupees to host this Chess Olympiad event. Also, we are more than happy to bear all the expenses of our Indian players. பள்ளி மாணவர்களுக்கு செஸ் விளையாட்டு போட்டிகளை நடத்தி விழிப்புணர்வு ஏற்படுத்த 1 கோடி ரூபாய் நிதியை பள்ளி கல்வித்துறை ஒதுக்கீடு செய்திருக்கிறது.
School Education Department has allotted 1 crore rupees to create awareness about chess among students.
Traditional Tamil attire saying Vanakkam. We name him Thambi. The term Thambi is a symbol of brotherhood to indicate that we are all one fraternity. The iconic mass leader of Tamil Nadu, Peraringer Anna, used to fondly call everyone as Thambi. The mascot's name is an honor of such an enduring thumb. அதற்கான சிறப்புமிகு விளம்பர பாடலை தமிழ்நாட்டில் பிறந்து உலகளாவிய இசை உலகத்தின் புகழ தன்னுடைய இளமை காலத்திலே பெற்ற என்னுடைய அருமை சகோதரர் திரு ஏஆர் ரகுமான் அவர்கள் இசையமைத்து கொடுத்தார்.
A.R. Rahman composed the music.
செஸ் ஒலிம்பியாட் என்பது விளையாட்டு போட்டியாக மட்டுமல்ல, விளையாட்டு விழாவாக மட்டுமல்ல, இந்தியாவில் நடைபெறும் உலகளாவிய பண்பாட்டு திருவிழாவை போல ஒரு சகோதரத்துவ மனப்பான்மையோடு நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது.
Chess is not just a sport. It has turned into a festival celebrating brotherhood.
நரேந்திர மோடி அவர்களுக்கு நான் நன்றி சொல்கிறேன், என்னுடைய வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். இது போன்ற
I thank the Prime Minister
தொடர்ந்து நீங்கள் தமிழகத்திற்கு தாருங்கள் என்று வேண்டி
and urge him to provide such opportunities to Tamil Nadu.
ஓர் அரசன், ஓர் அரசி, இரு அமைச்சர்கள், இரு குதிரைகள், இரு கோட்டைகள்,
one king, one queen, two bishops, two knights.
காட்சியளிப்பது சதுரங்கம். கீழடையை
Such way is chess decorated.
பல்லாயிரம் ஆண்டு பழமையை கொண்ட தமிழினம் வாழ்ந்த அடையாளம் கொண்ட பகுதியாக கீழடி நமக்கு வரலாறு சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. கீழடியிலே
Kizhadi is still teaching us about history.
அங்கு 2 வகையான ஆட்டக்காய்கள் கிடைத்துள்ளன. தங்கத்தால் ஆன காய்கள் இவை.
We also found
இவ்வகையான பொருட்கள்
coins made of gold and also chess coins.
சொல்லுகிறார்கள். இவை அனைத்தும்
Archaeologists say that chess could also have roots in Kizhadi.
கருப்பு நிறம் கொண்டவையாக உள்ளன. குழந்தைகள் விளையாட்டில் பயன்படுத்தக்கூடிய சில்லுகள் கருப்பு சிவப்பு கொண்டவையாக உள்ளன. போரில் யானையும் உண்டு, குதிரையும் உண்டு, கோட்டையும் உண்டு, வீரர்களும் உண்டு.
In war there is elephants, horses, force, kings and queens,
நமக்கு சொல்கிறது.
and such we could find a connection with Kizhadi.
தமிழ் இலக்கியத்தில் பேர் இருந்திருக்கு. ஆனைக்குப்பு ஆடுவரை போலவே என்று 4000 திவ்ய பிரபந்தம் சொல்கிறது. அந்த அளவுக்கு பல்லாயிரம் ஆண்டு தொடர்பு சதுரங்க விளையாட்டுக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு உண்டு. அறிவு கூர்மையும் வியூகமும் கொண்ட விளையாட்டு இது.
There is a connection which goes 1000 years back between Tamil Nadu and chess.
அறிவுதான் இறுதி காலம் வரை காப்பாற்றும் கருவி என்று 2000 ஆண்டுக்கு முன்பே சொன்ன வள்ளுவர் மண்ணில் உலகத்தின் அறிவு
Vallur stated that only intelligence will be the weapon that comes along with you forever.
விளையாட்டு என்று சொல்லப்பட்டது. இன்று அது மக்கள் அனைவரின் விளையாட்டாக மாறிவிட்டது.
Chess was once a part of a courtyard game, but now it's become a game of the people.
அறிவை நம்பிய விளையாட்டு. இந்த விளையாட்டினை தமிழகத்தில் இந்தியாவில் மேலும் பரவச் செய்ய
depends on intelligence.
பெரும் உதவியாக இருக்கும் என்பதில் எனக்கு எந்த சந்தேகமும் இல்லை. இன்றைய மாணவ சமுதாயத்திற்கு கல்வியோடு விளையாட்டையும் கலந்து அளிக்க வேண்டும்.
Today the children along with school education must also learn sports.
அதற்கு இந்த ஒலிம்பியாட் ஒரு சிறப்பான துவக்க புள்ளியாக இருக்கும் என நம்புகிறேன். இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு வருகை புரிந்துள்ள அனைவருக்கும் என் நன்றிகள், வணக்கங்கள். I
thank everyone who attended this event.
From around the world to Tamil Nadu. Thank you all for coming. It is indeed an honor for Tamil Nadu and Indian to host you all. I once again thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, and with these few words I conclude my speech. Nandri, vanakkam.
தமிழக முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு மறுபடியும் ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய நன்றியை சொல்லிக்க நாங்கள் கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கோம். செஸ் விளையாட்டை பற்றி ஒரு ரொம்ப சுவாரஸ்யமான கதையை சொன்னீங்க, கேட்கறதுக்கு ரொம்ப அழகாக இருந்துச்சு. தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச். Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, as is customary in chess championship tradition, we'd now like to invite on stage Mr. Laurent Fried,
Chief Arbiter, to join us on stage to take us through the process of draw of colours.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for opening the ceremony. In a moment, we will draw colours to decide whether the first board of the highest seeded team will play with the white colours or the black pieces. This is a critical moment for the Olympiad, as it will allow us to make the pairings that the whole world is awaiting. We are starting with the women's section, where the highest seeded team is India. I'm delighted now to invite the Honorable Prime Minister to draw colours.
For the draw of colours.
So the Indian team will play with the black pieces tomorrow. Thank you. And now we are proceeding with the same protocol, but for the open tournament. The colours are drawn for the highest seeded in the open tournament, United States of America. USA will play with the black pieces as well on that top board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laurent Fried. Thank you very much. And last, but certainly not the least, it is time to welcome to the podium a visionary par excellence, a leader who leads by example, an inspiration, a thought-provoking champion. He's also a sports lover who displays undying passion and works tirelessly towards the betterment and the development of sport in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have the utmost honor and privilege to welcome to the podium on this momentous occasion the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Thiru Narendra Modi avargal.
Good evening, Chennai. Vanakkam. Namaste. Governor of Tamil Nadu, Sri R.N. Ravi ji, Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Sri M.K. Stalin ji, Ministers and dignitaries, FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich, all the chess players and teams participating in this tournament, chess lovers from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the 44th Chess Olympiad being held in India. The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess. This tournament is here at a special time in India's history. This is the year we are marking 75 years of freedom from colonial rule. It is our Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. It is an honor to have you here at such an important time for our country. Friends, I would like to applaud the organizers of this tournament. In a very short period of time, they have made outstanding arrangements. We in India believe in Atithi Devo Bhava, which means our guest is like a god. Thousands of years ago, Sant Tiruvalluvar said, Irun Dombi Ilvad, Vadelam Virun Dombi, Vedan Mai Sheddar Portu. It means the whole purpose of earning a living and having a home is to be hospitable. We will make every effort to make you feel comfortable. We will help you bring your best game to the board. Friends, the 44th Chess Olympiad has been a tournament of many firsts and records. This is the first time the Chess Olympiad is being held in the place of origin of chess of India. It is coming to Asia for the first time in 3 decades. It had the highest ever number of countries participating. It had the highest ever number of teams participating. It had the highest number of entries in the women's section. The first ever torch relay of the Chess Olympiad started this time. This Chess Olympiad will be in memories forever. Friends, since it is 75 years of our freedom, the torch relay for the Chess Olympiad, iconic locations, traveled 7 to 75. Its over 27,000 kilometers journey has ignited the minds of youngsters and motivated them to take up chess. It is also a matter of pride that a torch relay for the Chess Olympiad will always start from India. On behalf of every Indian, I extend my thanks to FIDE for this gesture. Friends, the place at which this Chess Olympiad is happening is most fitting. There are many temples in Tamil Nadu with beautiful sculptures that represent different sports. Sport has always been considered divine in our culture. In fact, in Tamil Nadu, you will find the temple of Chaturang Vallabhanathar. This temple at Thirupunur has an interesting story related to chess. Even God played a game of chess with a princess. Naturally, Tamil Nadu has a strong historical connection with chess. This is why it is a chess powerhouse for India. It has produced many of India's chess grandmasters. It is home to the finest minds, vibrant culture, and the oldest language in the world, Tamil. I hope you get the opportunity to discover Chennai, Mahabalipuram, and nearby areas. Friends, sports is beautiful because it has inherent power to unite. Sport brings people and societies closer. Sport nurtures a spirit of teamwork. 2 years ago, the world began to fight the biggest pandemic seen in the century. For a long time, life came to standstill. In such times, it was various sports tournaments which brought the world together. Each tournament gave the important message: we are stronger when together. We are better when together. I am seeing the same spirit here. The post-COVID period had made us realize the importance of fitness and wellness, both physical and mental. That is why it is important to encourage sporting talent and invest in sporting infrastructure. Friends, I am glad to share that there has never been a better time for sports in India than the present. India had its best ever performances in the Olympics, Paralympics, and Deaf Olympics. We achieved glory, even sports where we had not won earlier. Today, sport is seen as a great profession of choice. India's sporting culture is becoming stronger due to the perfect mix of two important factors: energy of youth and enabling environment. Our talented youngsters, especially from small towns and villages, are bringing glory. It is heartening to see women at the lead of India's sports revolution. The administrative framework, incentive structures, and infrastructures have been revolutionized. Friends, today is a good day for international sports. We have the 44th Chess Olympiad starting here in India. In the UK, the 22nd Commonwealth Games will begin today. Thousands of athletes from many parts of the world are keen to make their nation proud. I wish them all the best. Friends, in sports, there are no losers. There are winners and there are future winners. I wish all the teams and players gathered here the very best for the 44th Chess Olympiad. I hope you, from great memories of India and treasure them in the times to come. India will always welcome you with open arms. All the best. Now, I declare the 44th Chess Olympiad open. May the games begin.
Minister Narendra Modi there opening the Chess Olympiad event at Chennai, and what a magnificent opening function this has been. First it was the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, then the Prime Minister himself, calling this a special day for India, calling this a special day for sports. Live images here from Chennai, Prime Minister in a veshti saying Vanakkam Chennai and declaring the Chess Olympiad open.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The leader of our nation, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Minister Narendra Modi avargal. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being here, for gracing this occasion, for making it all the more memorable and special for us. We look to be path breakers in this nation under your guidance and under your leadership. Thank you. And continue to do the great work that you're doing, sir. Thank you very, very much. So the
images from the Chess Olympiad, M.K. Stalin and Prime Minister Modi there opening the Chess Olympiad. Now we shift to the big Parliament face-off. Sonia Gandhi versus Smriti Irani, and the big hullabaloo over Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary calling the President Rashtrapati. Given the status of the face-off in Parliament, where do things go from here? That's my top focus on the News Track tonight.
Ruckus over Rashtrapati. Sonia Smriti fierce face-off. Suspension showdown. Stalemate continues. Another washout looms. Big focus on News Track.
Here's a look at the headlines we are following on the News Track, and also our top story. It was another day of Parliament disruptions and adjournments. Today, the showdown was over Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary referring to President Draupadi Murmu as Rashtrapati. Smriti Irani, leading the government's charge, demanded an apology from Sonia Gandhi. Here's how the political firestorm exploded in Parliament.
कल कांग्रेस के नेता सदन ने देश की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहकर संबोधित कर उनका अपमान किया.
Fury and rage.
It was a sexist insult. Very clearly, the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha aimed at insulting the newly elected president.
Inside and outside Parliament, over senior Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's Rashtrapatni jibe at President Draupadi Murmu. The BJP upping the ante against the Congress, accusing the party and its leadership of being sexist and demeaning India's first citizen.
Leaders have continued to demean the office of the President of India. Apologize to the nation. Maafi mango is desh se. Maafi mango Sonia Gandhi Adivasiyon se. Maafi mango aurton se. Maafi mango garib se.
Ma'am, will you ask Adhir to apologize?
He has already apologized. Rashtrapati stands equally for both woman and man. This is a common knowledge in Hindi or in Sanskrit. It's a deliberate sexist abuse.
कहा था कि राष्ट्रपति भवन हम लोग जाना चाहते हैं, राष्ट्रपति से मिलना चाहते हैं हमारा बात रखने के लिए. कल भी ये नौबत आई. कल भी मैंने ये कहा कि हम राष्ट्रपति जी भवन जाना चाहते हैं, और राष्ट्रपति बोलने का तुरंत बाद मुंह से निकल गया राष्ट्रपति जी के साथ मिलना चाहते हैं. ये गलत सब निकल चुके हैं. आप इसको इसको तवज्जो दिया करो.
While Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary tried to pass off the insult as a slip of tongue, As outrage built, he declared that he will personally apologize to President Murmu.
राष्ट्रपति जी से समय मांगी है, समय मांगा है उनसे मुलाकात करने के लिए, उनको जाके उनके पास जाके बात करके मेरी तरफ से जो चूक हुई सारे बयान उनके सामने पेश करूंगा। अगर उसके बाद उनको लगे कि उनको चोट पहुंचे, मैं उनसे जाके क्षमा मांगूंगा, एक बार नहीं 100 बार।
As the political face-off escalated, there was a fierce showdown between Sonia Gandhi and Smriti Irani in the house. Sources have told India Today that while Sonia Gandhi was talking to Rama Devi in Parliament, the Congress chief asked her why her name was being taken. Smriti Irani allegedly then overheard the conversation and asked Sonia Gandhi, "Ma'am, may I help you? I took your name." That's when apparently Sonia thundered at Smriti saying, "Don't talk to me."
रमा जी, ऐसा क्यों मेरा नाम बोला जा रहा है? तो मैं कही कि आप अपने नेता से पूछिए, जैसा नेता चुने हैं, पूछिए उनसे। तो फिर स्मृति ईरानी बोली कि आपको पता नहीं है, एक दलित संथाली महिला राष्ट्रपति बनी है और उसके विषय में राष्ट्रपति कहकर अपमानित करने का काम जो आप कर रही हैं, करवा रही हैं, ये अच्छी बात नहीं। तो कहीं का आपसे बात नहीं कर रहे हैं।
The Congress has denied the charge, saying it was Smriti Irani who misbehaved with the Congress chief.
महिला हमारी सांसद के पास आकर के आज जब श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी ने बात की, उस समय कोई और भी सांसद बगल में आकर के क्या है, क्या हो गया, क्या बात हो रही है, ऐसे पूछने में यू डोंट टॉक टू मी ऐसे करके दूसरे सांसद को ऑलमोस्ट थ्रेटनिंग आवाज से बात की है।
सोनिया गांधी जी पर आपत्तिजनक नारे लगाए गए। भाजपा ने सोचा कि इन नारों से आदरणीय सोनिया गांधी जी डर जाएंगी, बौखला जाएंगी, वहां से चली जाएंगी, लेकिन एक निडर नेता होने के कारण सोनिया गांधी जी स्वयं उन महिलाओं सांसदों के पास गई।
While the Congress is seeking action against Smriti, the Union Minister herself is likely to file a complaint against Sonia Gandhi. The fiery face-off, though, resulted in another day of Parliament washout. With Supriya Bharadwaj and Poulomi Saha in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Can Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary get away by saying he's Bengali, his gender is not perfect, he's speaking a second language and therefore he got confused between a Rashtrapati and a Rashtrapatni? Was this a deliberate insult? Given the number of disruptions, is Parliament now meaningless? Because the opposition comes determined to protest and to disrupt, the government pushes its agenda through, and at the end of it, you don't have the kind of constructive debate, which is what Parliament should really witness. Joining me on this broadcast, Jyoti Mani, Member of Parliament of the Congress. With us also is Parajita Sarangi, Member of Parliament of the Lok Sabha, member from Bhubaneswar. We've got Sushmita Deb from the Trinamool Congress joining us, and Rajdeep Sardesai joins us on this broadcast as well. I want to go and understand first from Jyoti Mani why action hasn't been taken against Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. He said sorry, he's apologized. The BJP clearly not happy. They're looking to increase the stakes. We saw Smriti Irani gun for Sonia Gandhi herself. Sonia Gandhi says, I don't want to talk to you. The BJP determined that action be taken against Adhir for insulting India's president.
See, nobody intend to insult a president. What is Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary ji, our Congress party, going to get out of it? The president is the highest office in our country. Everybody respects that office, whether it is a male, woman, whichever community they are come from. That's how India has been so far. See, the slip of tongue can happen to anyone. Yesterday we were, you know how the protests were very aggressive. So he keep on repeating the same word. He used to speak fast, and he also a Bengali. And a slip of tongue can happen anyone. He immediately realized the slip of tongue and he apologized. Matter ends there. It is BJP who dragged the president immediately after her swearing-in ceremony. Is this the controversy presidents get into? They used president. I really ashamed the act of BJP. They used the president and for their cheap, ugly, shameless politics. That is why actually they are doing this. They want to deviate the issue of price rise, GST, which is the Congress party aggressively fighting within the parliament and outside the floor of the parliament just because of raising the issues of price rise and GST. We, the Congress MPs, 4 of us from the Lok Sabha and another 20 MPs from Rajya Sabha has been suspended. So this is what happening here. Smriti Irani ji especially,
Aparajita Sarangi,
Mrs. Gandhi,
Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary won't be the first Bengali to get his gender in Hindi wrong.
Let me finish.
Okay, Jyotimani, quickly please.
Let me finish. So when Mrs. Gandhi reached out on her own to a BJP senior MP who was a chairperson, Rama Devi ji, when they cordially talking to each other, then Smriti Irani and other ministers, few of the other BJP MPs who physically tried to intimidate our Congress president, they were yelling at her, accosted her. Is this what happened? Is this what you can do to a very dignified and graceful lady of Indian politics? Anybody will believe Sonia Gandhi ji can behave unruly manner with anybody. This is very shameful. This is pure hooliganism what happened inside the parliament. Smriti Irani and other ministers, other MPs who involved in this kind of ugly, shameful hooliganism should be suspended immediately. Then we are not
You're
going to
calling the actions of the BJP MPs hooliganism. Aparajita Sarangi, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, not the first Bengali to mess up his gender in Hindi, saying this was just a slip of the tongue. By using this to score a political ground, you're actually denigrating the office of our new president.
A very good evening. Whatever has happened is very unfortunate, but at the same time, I would say it's extremely serious. Madam Draupadi Murmu is the president of the country and she holds the highest constitutional post. So saying anything against her or making a derogatory remark as far as she is concerned is like saying things against the nation as such. It's bringing the esteem of the nation down. If I say she symbolizes the nation, I don't think it would be an exaggeration. So whatever has happened yesterday, I would definitely not call it a slip of tongue. No, Congress, Madam Sonia Gandhi and Shri Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary cannot absolve themselves of the responsibility by just saying it was a slip of tongue.
There's a bit of deja vu here. It may be Smriti versus Sonia today, but it almost seems as if it's playing out to a set script. The opposition will find some reason or the other to disrupt proceedings. The government will either oppose it in the manner that they did or allow for the House to be adjourned, push through their bills in the din because they say the opposition is not allowing the House to function, we need to carry on with our legislative agenda. At the end, Parliament seems to be becoming meaningless.
You know, let's look at it in two ways, Rahul. One is Parliament itself. The fact is, I think Parliament at the moment is stuck between the arrogance of a government which has the majority and an opposition which has the frustration of not accepting the majority of the government. So you're stuck in a way between the two tyrannies, the tyranny of the opposition and the tyranny of the government, and there is no meeting ground. Competing egos at times have reached the stage where it seems that there is a complete trust deficit and no one to bridge it. There are no consensus builders. You know, these are the moments where Parliament misses the likes of an Arun Jaitley, someone who could walk across the aisle and perhaps find a solution. Now, in the midst of all this comes this latest controversy, which frankly I think is needless. Let's assume for a moment that, that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has not for the first time got his foot in the mouth by a slip of the tongue. The fact is, he has apologized. He shouldn't have said it in the first instance, he's apologized. The matter should have ended there. In the past, that's where it would have ended. Now what's happening? The opposition wants to make a show of disrupting Parliament. So the government has decided, chalo, nehle pe dehla, you made this slip of the tongue, we will attack you. So each side in a way wants to occupy prime time. And these are all, Rahul, weapons of mass distraction. The real issues of our times are being lost. This is a parliament session. As it is parliament session, the number of sittings are being reduced. At a time of reduced sittings, you would expect parliamentarians on both sides to work with each other, a responsive government and a constructive opposition. Not happening. Because who is there to bridge this divide? All of these, including today's controversy, is in my view a weapon of mass distraction. Now the government is trying to put the opposition on the mat. For the last 3 days, the opposition has tried to put the government on the mat. You and I are speaking in the studio. There are a group of opposition MPs who've been suspended, who are staging a relay strike and a dharna outside the Gandhi statue that will extend right through the night. All of this is all an attempt to capture in some way the mind space, because they are unwilling really seriously to debate the issues of our time. The government is reluctant to do it. The government doesn't want to discuss a few issues, and the opposition at times believes that noise and decibel level may well be an effective substitute for a lack of ideas.
I was in Parliament yesterday and I spoke to multiple ministers who said that the government was willing to discuss GST and price rise. The Congress at that time was insisting that they want to do it when the government wanted to do it when the finance minister came back. The Congress was saying, let's do it right away. There doesn't seem to be any scope for a responsive government or a constructive opposition. The opposition just seems determined, Jyotimani, in some form or fashion to find some reason to disrupt proceedings. It's almost predictable now.
No, I would like to strongly counter Rajdeepji's charge on we the frustrated opposition. Why do we frustrated? We are raising the right issues. GST, price rise, these are all the two important issues killing the people of this country. People can't afford to buy anything. This country is not able to, people unable to live in this country. We are heading towards a Sri Lanka type situations where people don't have food, any basic commodities. They couldn't even have the paper, pencil, nothing. We are slowly heading to this kind of situation. We, the responsible opposition, we are trying to tell the government, don't crush the people, don't kill the people. We have to withdraw the GST, milk, rice, everything you put GST, please withdraw the GST and have a discussion on the price rise. This is what the job of the opposition. We are not frustrated just because of raising the issues. How can you say we are frustrated? If we are frustrated, we shouldn't go to parliament. We are going to parliament and try to tell the government, please have the compassionate heart. Don't be ruthless to the common people and don't be so helpful to your richest friend, corporate friends who can become the fourth largest rich in the world. This is what we are asking. This government does not want to address the right issues.
With due regard, I think, please appreciate what I meant by frustration. I think there is a frustration there's a frustration that your voice you believe is not being heard enough. There is also a frustration at the end of the day that you have lost a series of elections. So while the BJP, you may attack it on price rise and a variety of issues out there during election time, they seem to be triumphing. You are a much smaller group compared to the large BJP, so there is a frustration of not being a numerical, of matching them in numbers. All of this, I think, boils down to a certain element of the opposition also feeling cornered, even as the government, and I use the word, is also very arrogant. Because it seems to believe that at the end of the day, what happens in parliament is not going to affect its popularity outside. So they also are completely contemptuous of the opposition. Let's be clear, Rahul. It is the responsibility of the treasury benches to get parliament to work. In 2010, Mr. Arun Jaitley and Sushma Swaraj will recall the entire session was prevented from functioning over the 2G scam, and Mr. Jaitley said there are great benefits in this country to be had through parliamentary disruption and obstruction.
It can't be again and again. Let's get Aparajita to respond to the charge that the government isn't doing enough to be responsive to what the opposition is saying. Why insist for a delay in the discussion on price rise and GST? You could have done it this week and just got on with parliament functioning in the way that it should.
You know, to say that we are arrogant and to say that we do not want to get into any kind of discussion and to say that we do not want to hear the opposition or anybody so to say are absolutely far from the truth. On 17th of July, there was the Sarvdaliya Baitak. Out of 45 political parties, 36 turned up and Sri Mallikarjun Kharge had given a list of about 13 topics on which discussion had to be held. Of course, GST and price rise were number 1 and number 2. Now, I think this has been made very clear, amply clear on the floor of the Lok Sabha. I'm a witness to it. Prahlad Joshi ji was there, and of course outside the Lok Sabha also in TV channels. Prahlad Joshi ji has categorically stated that we are ready for discussion. Madam Nirmala Sitharaman was not there. She is back now. Now we will hold the discussion. So there is a procedure. You know, you just can't be unruly and unparliamentary. See, the
Let me put that question to Sushmita Dev of the Trinamool. She's amongst the 7 Trinamool MPs who've been suspended now in that long list of about 27. Sushmita Dev, this isn't very unreasonable. The government saying the finance minister has COVID, which was a fact. She's back in action now. Wait for her to come back. We will have a discussion on the issues that you want, and yet the opposition determined to do a protest, not allowing for the House to function, not allowing for the finance minister, who has to respond to charges on GST, inflation and interest rates, to come and listen to the debate and then respond. Isn't that a legitimate concern on the part of the government?
You know, I would like to ask a question on record. At what point did the government say that it's because of the fact that Nirmala ji is indisposed that we are unable to debate? From the first day of the monsoon session, different members of parliament from the opposition moved a similar notice to debate price rise and GST. Nirmala ji being indisposed never came up in the parliament. When it did come up in the Business Advisory Committee meeting, we made it very clear, we wish her well, hope she gets well soon. Let the debate start. We will wait for her to come and reply. Or just like in the Farm Bills case, which is nothing to do with the Defence Minister spoke in it. When the Rafale scam came up in Parliament, it is not the Nirmala Sitharaman ji who was the Defence Minister there, but Arun Jaitley ji, the Finance Minister. So it is not unprecedented for this party in this Parliament to have other senior ministers, discuss important issues. We never said Nirmala ji has to speak and she has to come now. None of that happened. Please understand, Rahul, let me say another further thing. Go back and check the record of the budget session. 27 days in Rajya Sabha, we moved notices to discuss price rise. It was not allowed. That time, Nirmala ji was not indisposed. It is the new normal in Parliament. What's happening outside in the nation, it's a suppression of criticism. It's the same bulldozing that's happening in Parliament, and that is absolutely unhealthy for the largest democracy in the country.
Aparajita, you want to respond to the charge of suppressing criticism? Finding some reason to delay the proceedings in Parliament so that you run out of days and then there aren't enough days to actually debate and discuss, which is what Parliament should be doing from morning till late into the night.
See, we have facts, we have arguments, we have answers, so there is no question. Why should we shy away from any kind of discussion?
Check the facts.
I will give you 2 instances. Just bear with me for 30 seconds. Day before yesterday on the floor of the House, when Prahlad Joshi ji said, we are ready for discussion, Madam Nirmala Sitharaman is back. And suddenly he says the next sentence was, let's have the discussion today. Let's fix up the discussion time today. And suddenly all these people again rushed with the placards to the speakers, to the well of the House, and started, showing the placards before the speaker. And then they staged a walkout. This was it. Day before yesterday in the morning at 11 o'clock, at the time the question hour would have started. This is one. This is how they have behaved. This is how they have responded to the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs assurance that the discussion could take place that very day. This is one. Number 2, please go through the rules of business for the past 2-3 days. The last point is how far discussion under Rule 193 desired by Gaurav Gogoi. Now, unfortunately, I fail to understand. Gaurav Gogoi ji, in the last part of March, had given a notice saying that he wanted a discussion on what the country is doing, the government is doing as far as sports improvement is concerned. Right. So immediately that was taken up, and Rule 193 half-hour discussion, generally it is not allowed. But every day, rules of business, the last point is Gaurav Gogoi's thing would be discussed, but he is not there, Congress is not there. So what do we do?
Okay, Rajdeep, is there a way out?
My dear friends,
or will this be the way it stays? Will things just get much worse from here?
you know, I have a solution, or I've been reading up to think that there is a solution. In Britain, for example, there is one day in the week which is open house, where the opposition can ask whatever questions they want and the government ministers have to respond. There's also, of course, a day when the Prime Minister's question hour comes and the Prime Minister responds to all questions. The fact is, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has not taken and answered a single question in Parliament for 5 years. Yes, he comes during the President's speech, he will respond to that, but direct questions doesn't take. Just see what's happened in Britain. There's a day every week allotted for Prime Minister's questions, and there's a day which is an open house. Look, Rahul, at the end of the day, tali do haath se bachti hai. We can go on blaming each other, but we need structural reforms, procedural reforms to ensure that this trust deficit that has broken out, and Sushmita is right, the polarization that we are seeing outside Parliament in politics is reflecting inside Parliament. That will only change if procedurally we can ensure that the two sides can face to face have a debate at least once a week. Price rise, border tangle with China. Once a week you can answer all questions.
No, but a lot
How
of
the
this,
government responds is up to the government
A lot
to
of
decide.
this, frankly, is for the cameras. I was in the Central Hall of Parliament in the morning when Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu was being sworn in. The moment the cameras got off, the president left, the government and the opposition, all the MPs are very cordial towards each other, talking to each other nicely, hugging each other. So a lot of this is just, you turn the camera on, we put on our punching gloves. The moment the cameras get off, then everybody's just talking to each other totally normally. Sushmita Deb, is this the way it will stay? Or do you think that there could be a solution? Because we still have about a year and a half to go before the next elections. And if it continues this way, then frankly, you'll keep saying that the government's not allowing for disruption, not allowing for discussions, and Parliament will be meaningless.
You know, Rahul, let me tell you something. You look at every procedure that is there in the Parliament, and the way it is structured, it is based on the basic principles of democracy, that the opposition must have the opportunity to make the government accountable and answerable. Whether it's the question hour, whether it's a debating on the bills, whether it's a discussion under 193 or 267 or whatever. It is about opposition asking the question and raising the issues of the people, and the government, who obviously has a mandate, and that's why they are in government, to openly reply. It is a forum for debate, discussion, disagreement. That is why we are a democracy. But what happens is bullying. Okay, what happens is bullying. Sometimes people who watch parliamentary procedure, it is shocking what question you ask and the standard of replies that come from the minister. I mean, it's like chalk and cheese. I mean, people who look at Lok Sabha proceedings and Rajya Sabha proceedings should know that. See, a government with a mandate only shows confidence when they do not indulge in delaying tactics and procrastination. When they say, if you want a debate today, we'll debate today, that shows a confident government. This
Aparajita Sarangi,
is repeatedly delaying
27 MPs, including Sushmita Deb, suspended. Will you revoke these suspensions, allow for discussions to happen, or will this whole session be a washout, which is the direction which things seem headed right now?
See, we are very sad, and in fact, a couple of days back when the Rajya Sabha MPs had to be shown the door, I'm sorry I'm using this, statement. It was said by Piyush Goyal ji that we did it with a very heavy heart. The government would never like the MPs belonging to any political party to go out of the houses. But the fact remains that there has to be maintenance of decorum in the house, and there can be no compromise with the dignity of the house. We are well aware of the fact that every minute we are losing 2.5 lakh rupees, and till date almost 135 crore rupees have gone from the public exchequer. Only 2 bills have been passed in the Lok Sabha. Now today, wildlife protection amendment bill had to come. It could not be discussed. Otherwise, I think we would have got another bill passed today. So I think it is combined responsibility of both the ruling party and the opposition to not just run the government, but to take the nation forward. We have to actually work together, and it is combined responsibility. I can never say that only the ruling party is responsible for running the parliament, the both houses of parliament. So I think we would definitely like maintenance of decorum. We would definitely like discussion in a very good environment, very amiable environment, and let's talk to each other and let's sort it out. That is the only answer to the entire issue that I can see.
With due regard, ma'am, this is classic. This is listening to you. I'm reminded of how India has changed in a decade. A decade ago, it was Sushma Swaraj ji and Arun Jaitley who would say disruption is legitimate. We need to do it to bring certain issues to the public. It's important for a democracy to disrupt parliament.
That's what every session. That was the 2G scam. 2G is one of the biggest scams in recent times. It can't happen day after day, session after session.
Rahul, my point is where you stand depends on where you sit. Today, Aparajita is in the government, so she's talking about a waste of time and money, which is exactly what Kamal Nath, who was then Parliamentary Affairs Minister, would say about, and he was in the Congress at the time, which was in government. So where you stand depends on where you sit. My point, Rahul, is that at the end of the day, we are reaching the stage where people will say, why do we have Parliament to function in the manner that it is? Where are my issues being reflected in the ultimate forum of democracy? So the lack of faith that the average citizen will eventually have in Parliament, and many of our MPs now are convinced that they won't win the election based on their performance in Parliament. 30 years ago, 40 years ago, based on your speeches in Parliament, you became a national figure like an Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Somnath Chatterjee and others. Today, it is not what you say, do in Parliament doesn't seem to affect your electability. So most of these MPs, Rahul, today are not really concerned about how they perform inside
if
Parliament.
You pick the odd issue, let's assume there's a big scam or corruption in the government and you go after the government, that is still understandable. Take for example the 2G issue. Here it seems to be any issue, any day, any session, you will find a reason to target the government. It's very predictable. Your disruptions then completely lose their meaning. Jyotimani?
Don't you think price rise and GST, don't you think price rise and GST is not an issue?
Of course it is.
Do you think we should
be debated and discussed, not for disruption.
Should not raise the issues of the price rise. When the Rafale scam happened, we raised the Rafale scam issue. Because this happened, we raised the Pegasus issue. Now there is a issue of price rise, issue of GST. That is the issue of people affecting the common people. My friend from BJP is talking about every day 5 lakhs rupees. I appreciate the value of money. Don't you think how many billions of rupees actually people are losing every day due to price rise and the GST? That's what we are bringing into the notice of the government. We would like to have a discussion in the floor of the assembly. What is for the parliament? Parliament is for the discussion and debate, as Susmita rightly said, a disagreement. There should be a civility in the discourse. What happened today in the parliament? You will heckle a 75-year-old dignified, graceful lady who has sacrificed everything for the country, who was behind the historic Mannerega and the Right to Foot Act. You will behave with her like this. That too, she is reached out to Treasury bench. She is unarmed. She believes you. She respected you. She came to you. This is how you behaved with her. So this what kind of dignity and decorum we are talking about the politics.
Okay, final words, Aparajita Sarangi, before I wrap up.
MPs who are suspended MPs.
She's saying take the suspensions back.
Rahul,
I can only say that
we are the 24 MPs we suspended. Why don't we warranted suspended just because it raised the people issue? This kind of shameful behavior don't warrant the suspension. We want this government to suspend the union ministers, other unruly MPs who behaved uncivilized manner with our Congress.
Okay, Aparajita Sarangi, final words.
The ruling party, the government, wants to run the parliament with an open heart and an open mind. Number one. Number two, we would definitely not like anybody, whosoever, from the ruling party or the opposition to cross the Lakshman Rekha. We have to live within our limits. And number three, very important, the opposition party friends must realize that there is a difference between Sadak and Sansad. Sadak cannot be Sansad and Sansad cannot be Sadak. When you come to Sansad, you have to come with facts and arguments. Tathya aur tark ke saath aana padta hai, and we are all ready for any kind of discussion.
Now let's see what happens tomorrow. It's crucial because there has to be give and take on both sides. It can't be take from the opposition or only give from the government. There has to be a give and take, and only then will Parliament serve any purposes. Both Rajdeep and I are very perturbed and worried. If this is the way it continues, Parliament will lose all meaning. It's already lost a lot of its meaning. If this is the way it continues, it will just become a predictable reality show where you wake up and there's a disruption, nothing happens. You know, in fact, Rajdeep, when I was in Parliament, a couple of the ministers went in and they said, 2 minutes wait karo, abhi adjourn hoga, we'll come back and then we'll have a cup of tea. I mean, even the opposition leaders know there'll be an adjournment. Those in government know there'll be an adjournment, and becomes a big adda session, people sitting around because they know that there will be no functioning of the House. That is completely not what India's Parliament should be about. I'm slipping into a break. When I come back, Bengal's House of Cash comes crashing down. Partha Chatterjee suspended 4th House linked to Arpita Mukherjee's raided. Details coming up on the other side.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching.
Yuran bought the news strikes 6 days after the first mountain of cash was recovered at his associate's residence. Partha Chatterjee was sacked today from the Bengal government. He's also been suspended from the Trinamool Congress. The action came day after another 28 crore rupees in cash was recovered, taking the total recoveries in the Bengal recruitment scam to a stunning 57 crore rupees of cash and counting.
Endless bundles of cash, which took the ED 10 hours to count, using multiple cash counting machines loaned from banks. Huge pile of gold ornaments. It was another day of ED raids and another cash mountain surfacing. The second raid on Partha's aide, Arpita's second home, helped the ED net a massive 29 crore black cash haul. Apart from 5 kgs of gold ornaments, the ED stumbling upon nearly 50 crores in total from Arpita so far. The agency had to use 10 large trunks to transport the seized cash.
Cash was kept inside the bedroom. Not only that, some cash was recovered from the bathroom. It was kept in a cabin inside a cabinet of wash basin. That reveals, there are many more to unfold it, and Enforcement Directorate is probing this matter. And opposition's claim this is just tip of an iceberg.
The BJP saw clear role of Mamta herself, calling the Chief Minister a thief who looted young job aspirants using her minister.
जो ममता बनर्जी 100% जोड़ी थे पार्थ चटर्जी के साथ, पूरा स्कैम के साथ वो जोड़ी थे। ऊपर से पैसा गिरा नहीं। आप चोरी करेंगे और आप बोलेंगे भाई हमको क्यों पकड़ रहे हैं? ममता बनर्जी खुद चोर है। ममता बनर्जी पश्चिम बंगाल में पूरा भारत का सबसे बड़ा घोटाला का मास्टर है।
The ED has revealed that Arpita is cooperating with the probe, adding that Arpita has even admitted that the cash pile indeed belongs to disgraced TMC Neta Partha Chatterjee. With Manish Pandey in Delhi and Ritik Mandal in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
You are watching
Will Metaverse replace our reality? Can it? We don't know that yet, but in its present form, it kind of is a duplicate of the physical world. But the only way to access it is via the internet. The idea of Metaverse has its roots in many sci-fi narratives from the 90s. It exists either as immersive online games, workrooms, virtual concerts, or much more. So, what can you do in the Metaverse? Apparently a lot. From watching your favorite pop star to working as personalized avatars in a virtual workspace, Metaverse can make that happen. It will eventually be possible to do exactly what we do in reality thanks to a virtual reality freed from physical constraints. As interactions increase, it will be possible to meet people, make purchases, and pay in cryptocurrency or go sightseeing while staying at home. Well, virtual tourism seems like a nice idea in the comfort of your room. What tools would you need for Metaverse? You'd need virtual reality headsets and a good internet connection for starters. Virtual reality headsets will allow us to immerse ourselves in 3D worlds in the form of avatars animated by our movements. But it will require an enormous amount of computing power to allow millions of people to act simultaneously in that virtual space. Even devices that recreate taste, smell, and touch could be invented. What do you think? Are you ready for the Metaverse?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. As more mountains of cash are found from the residences of an aide to Bengal arrested Minister Partha Chatterjee, the embarrassment caused to Mamata Banerjee means that the time has come to ask the big question, what will it take to sack the Bengal minister? That's going to be a big talking point on the news today. Also on the show, it's almost 1 month since a new government was formed in Maharashtra, but still no cabinet expansion. How long can India's second most populous state be a two-person show? All that and much more on the news today.
Presented by Aditya Birla Capital. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Hello and welcome. You're with the news today, Thursday night. This is your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point, Mamata Banerjee has sacked her close aide and minister Partho Chatterjee. But can she really disown the minister whose aide has been caught with mounds of cash? Also, Maharashtra only has 2-minister government more than 1 month after it was sworn in. All that and more. But first, as always, the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. Partho Chatterjee is sacked as Bengal's minister a day after his aide is found with mounds of cash. TMC suspends him from all party positions. Mamata Banerjee says she took action against her minister because she's very strict. The opposition says it's too little, too late. 3 more Rajya Sabha MPs suspended. Smriti Irani, Sonia Gandhi now in a showdown in the Lok Sabha over Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's Rashtrapatni comment. Congress leader now summoned by the National Commission for Women. Big breakthrough in the BJP worker Praveen's murder in Dakshin Karnataka. 2 accused are arrested. A PFI link is now being suspected. Chief Minister Bomai calls for a ban on the radical outfit. 4 weeks after Eknath Shinde took oath as Maharashtra's Chief Minister, the state still awaits a cabinet. The Uddhav camp moves the Supreme Court challenging the Speaker's decision to appoint Rahul Shewale as the Shiv Sena Lok Sabha Speaker. Leader. Grand opening for the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai. Prime Minister Modi, Chief Minister Stalin and superstar Rajnikant along with Vishwanathan Anand attend the gala ceremony. It's one of the biggest sports events taking place in the country. COVID cases surge in the national capital. Over 1,000 cases recorded for the second consecutive day. Positive